The Demon's Spell. Hidden Legends, College of Witchcraft, Book 4. Written by Alicia Radez. Narrated by Logan Young and Jonathan M. Matthews.
Chapter 1. Lucas. Summoning a demon was a recipe for disaster, but disaster had already struck, and it was time to raise some hell. My pulse quickened as I snuck into Miriam College of Witchcraft. A dark hall loomed ahead, and a shiver traveled down my spine. I listened closely, but I didn't hear anything. Over a week had passed since the burning. The priestesses had burned Amy alive on school grounds, along with 2 of our other classmates and 1 of our professors. Riots had broken out, and at least a dozen people had died. The school was supposed to be closed for winter break, but the magic surrounding it had been weak since the night of the fire. It wasn't hard to get through the wards and sneak inside. I created a light orb and shone it down the hall. "Claire," I whispered, gesturing my friends forward. The snow crunched under Nadine's feet as she tiptoed through the darkness. Talia and Grant crept closely behind her. Our 3 cats, Isa, Oliver, and Gus, slunk along at our feet, moving so quietly that I couldn't hear them. "I'm not sure about this, Lucas," Grant hissed. "This isn't a good idea." "We don't have any choice," I replied. Nadine stepped into the deserted hallway. "We need answers, Grant. The school's library is the only place we're getting them." "There has to be another way," he insisted. "There's no time," I said. "The priestesses summoned a demon a week ago. Doesn't it bother you that nothing has happened since then?" I shivered just thinking about it. I'd only witnessed the demon for a mere second, but the sight of the hollow eye socket still shook me to my core. "Isn't that a good thing?" Grant asked. "I mean, we don't want anything bad to happen." I shook my head. "It means the priestesses have bigger plans. They didn't summon that demon on impulse, otherwise chaos would have broken out by now. We know they're using this demon to find the Oaken Wands, and once they have all 5, they're going to control the coven's magic. But there's got to be more to it. Demons don't do favors. The priestesses have already proven that they'll kill innocent people for their cause. We need to find out what else they're willing to sacrifice. Whatever deal they made with this demon can't be good." "But summoning a demon for answers?" Grant sighed. "What if we're not strong enough to talk to this guy? What are we going to do? Persuade him to our side? Demons can't be reasoned with." Nadine bit her lower lip. "It's risky, but Lucas is right. Another demon will know what kind of deal the priestesses made. They could have answers about the priestesses' plans. We need to figure out what we're up against. Talia, what do you think?" Talia took a deep breath, and her gaze roamed over Grant. "If we have any chance against the priestesses, we need to be a step ahead of them. I'm willing to go through with this ritual, if you are." Grant reached for Talia. Her hand had been broken by a rogue spell the night of the burning, but Helena's herbs had sped up the healing. "This could be really dangerous," he said. "People keep getting hurt." "That's why we have to do this," Talia responded. "We need to know what the priestesses are up to so we can stop these witch hunts. My broken hand is nothing compared to what they did to Amy." The hallway went dead silent when Talia mentioned Amy. My stomach churned. The sight of our friend's burning body was seared into my mind. Images from that night flashed behind my lids, and I thought I was going to hurl. We'd held a private memorial, but it wasn't anywhere close to the closure we needed. I couldn't save her. But maybe I could stop future burnings. It was the only way to make up for my failure that night. "Okay," Grant said, looking defeated. "Let's keep moving. For Amy." We crept down the hall. Floorboards creaked beneath our feet, and the cats sniffed the air as if they might be able to detect incoming threats. I looked around corners, but I never saw another soul. We made it to the library undetected. The library was filled with 2 levels of bookcases. Tall arching windows filtered in light from the quarter moon, and wind whistled from outside. "What are we looking for exactly?" Grant asked.
"A ritual to summon demons,"
Nadine said casually, like we did this every day. "Our professors don't teach demon summoning," Grant pointed out. "It's forbidden because of how dangerous demon deals can be. Are you sure they'd keep those kinds of books here?" "The college library is open to the public," I reminded him. "There has to be something here. The coven summoned demons for centuries. There's no way it's been erased from our history." "If there's anything, it's a restricted access book." Talia stepped up to the nearest bookcase and ran her fingers across the spines. "They're marked with black dots. I remember when I found a book on hauntings for one of my classes, and the librarian wouldn't let me check it out. She said it was for professors and alumni only." "Then we're looking for any restricted demonology book," I said. "Let's hope this doesn't take us all night." I stepped down one of the aisles to begin my search, but before my hands landed on a book, a crash sounded from the upper level of the library. I froze. "What was that?" Grant hissed. I listened closely, and though it was faint, I caught the sound of footsteps upstairs.
"Someone's here,"
Nadine whispered. "Do you think someone followed us?" Talia asked, sounding worried. I glanced toward the doors. There was only one way in and out of the library. "No, they were here before us." Nadine sighed, and she stepped out into the center of the room.
"Okay,"
she called up the stairs.
"you can come out now."
"Nade," I hissed. For all we knew, it was one of the priestesses, but Nadine was fearless. When no response came, Nadine raised her voice further.
"I am a high priestess of the Miriamic coven. I demand that you show yourself at once or suffer the consequences."
Someone huffed, and footsteps sounded as they emerged from the shadows. A tall, thin female stood at the top of the balcony, and the shadow of a cat prowled beside her. She held a thick book in her arms. I couldn't tell who it was in the darkness, until she spoke.
"There's no need to be so dramatic, Nadine,"
Chloe said.
"It's just me."
Grant conjured a battle orb in his hands within a second, and my fingers sparkled with magic. I moved to Nadine's side in an instant. "What are you doing here, Chloe?" I demanded. She strolled along the balcony casually, like she didn't find Grant's magic to be a threat in the slightest.
"The same as you, looking for answers." "Answers about what?"
Nadine asked curiously.
"The waning,"
Chloe stated as she descended the stairs.
"Our magic is disappearing more frequently, and for longer periods of time. Things have been worse since the burning. It's too weird that all our magic went out at the same time that night. I thought if there was a way to end it, perhaps everything else could be solved too. But now you have me curious about demons. What exactly do you know?"
The 4 of us hesitated, and Nadine shot me a nervous glance. "Like we'd tell you," Grant sneered. "You'll run off and tell your priestess grandmother." Chloe stepped into the moonlight, and I caught the scowl on her face.
"Did I not prove myself to you during the burning? I'm on your side."
"We were all desperate that night," Grant pointed out. "You've been nothing but mean to us otherwise. Hell, you tried to hang Nadine."
"When I was cursed,"
Chloe reminded him.
"But it was still your choice,"
he shot back.
"You called me Hispanic scum." "And you have every right to be mad at me about that,"
Chloe said.
"Look, I know I can't make up for the past. I can't say I'm sorry and hope that it will magically fix everything. Come on, Lucas, I was at your evoking ceremony."
"Because you wanted to make Ryan jealous," I reminded her.
"Ryan and I are long over,"
she assured me.
"I know what kind of a bitch I was, but I've changed. Let me show you that. All I ever wanted was to protect the coven, and I know that's what you want too. I'm here doing research, just like you, so let me help.
I'd never heard Chloe beg the way she was pleading with us now. I was skeptical, but I heard the truth in Chloe's words.
Well, you can't help us,
Grant insisted.
Tell her, Lucas.
I hesitated. She had helped us escape arrest the night of the burning. It might be useful to have a mentalist on our side.
Lucas!
Grant balked. I'm serious, I said.
Chloe's passionate, driven, and manipulative. Which is why we can't tell her anything, Grant cried. She already knows too much.
Or it's why we need her, I countered. But we can't work with her unless it's unanimous. Nade? Nadine hadn't taken her eyes off Chloe. She studied her, as if searching for the lie behind her words. Issa stepped forward and sniffed Chloe's cat. The cat sniffed her back, and the two began purring and licking each other. Chloe gazed down at them.
Marley agrees. He likes you guys.
Talia frowned.
We're not taking opinions from your cat.
Nadine turned to me.
I think Lucas is right. We need a mentalist. The Oaken Wands will work best if we have all 5 casts working together. But Chloe?
Grant whined.
Chloe's as headstrong as I am, Nadine said. If we're going to butt heads, we might as well do it on the same side. Once this is all over, the coven will have to make amends with each other. If we can't do that with Chloe, the coven has no hope. We have to be the start of that. I vote to work with her. What's your vote, Tal?
Talia eyed Chloe curiously.
She does seem different, and she did help us during the burning. She wouldn't have done that if she wasn't on our side. I don't like the idea, but Nadine's right. We need to start forming alliances or we don't stand a chance.
Grant scowled. I didn't blame him. Chloe had been awful to all of us, but a grudge wasn't going to win us this war. His eyes darted toward the cats who were purring. That must have persuaded him because he said, It's obvious you cared deeply about the coven, and we could use your help. Chloe opened her mouth to say something, but Grant cut her off.
But if it even looks like you're about to betray us, so help me you'll be standing at the gallows next, he threatened.
Chloe crossed her heart.
I wouldn't dream of it.
The strange thing was I believed her. Chloe honestly wanted to work with us.
So what's this about demons?
Chloe asked.
Oh boy,
Nadine sighed.
There's a lot to catch you up on.
Chloe shrugged.
Then let's get started.
We sat around one of the study tables, and I told her how I'd witnessed the Imperium Council summon a demon at their headquarters. They were looking for answers about where to find the Oaken Wands, and the demon wanted to make a deal. I hadn't learned what deal they'd made, but we came here tonight to figure it out. Chloe blew a breath when I finished, like she couldn't quite believe it.
I never thought my grandma would resort to demon deals, but this is bad.
In what way exactly? Talia asked curiously.
Demons can make all sorts of contracts, Chloe pointed out. One of the things they often trade for is souls, but you can't just give them the right to anyone's soul. It has to be yours, or your kin.
Nadine's jaw dropped.
So you could be at risk? You don't think your grandma would make that kind of trade, do you?
Chloe looked worried.
After the burning, I don't think I know my grandmother at all. I honestly don't know what lengths she'll go to anymore. We need to figure that out.
Chloe dropped the book she'd been holding onto the table.
Luckily, I ran across this just before you showed up.
My eyes scanned the thick tome. Advanced Demonology. You were looking into demons before we arrived? I asked. Chloe nodded.
I'm exploring all angles. The waning could definitely be caused by demonic magic. It is demonic magic, actually,
Nadine said.
The Imperium made me do a spell with them to figure it out. They confirmed it's demonic magic, but there's no way to know if it's a deal, an artifact, or if a demon is working independently.
Chloe's lips curled back.
We need to find out. Problem is, this damn book won't open.
She tugged on the front cover, but it didn't move, as if it had been glued shut.
Let me see.
Nadine slid the book across the table and splayed her palm over it. She pressed her lips together like she was concentrating hard.
This sword is a joke. I can break it no problem.
Nadine closed her eyes, and black magic billowed out of the pages, swirling up her arm. As a curse-breaker, Nadine had the unique ability to move magic from one place to another. It was what allowed her to break curses. But it also had other perks, too, like breaking wards. Most wards were too strong for a single curse-breaker to break, but Nadine was getting better. I was confident she could break this simple ward with ease. She transformed the ward magic into a battle orb. It crackled in her palm for a second, then shot out of her hand and whizzed across the library. It slammed into a nearby shelf and knocked a bunch of books to the floor. I winced as the sound filled the room.
Oops,
Nadine said.
I really need to work on that.
You don't think anyone heard that, do you? Grant asked.
Relax,
Chloe said.
No one's here.
Nadine opened the book to the table of contents, and Talia leaned forward, her eyes bright with interest.
Let's see,
Nadine mused.
Demon summonings.
This looks promising, Talia said, pointing. Issa peeked over the edge of the table and hissed, as if warning us not to go through with this. Nadine stroked her fur.
It's okay, girl. We'll be careful.
Issa let out a low growl, but Nadine ignored her and turned to the spell Talia had pointed out. She studied the page for a moment before saying,
This looks simple. All we need to do is draw a sigil and speak an incantation. Oh, wait. This spell uses blood magic.
So? Chloe asked. Talia gaped at her. Blood magic is bad.
Why?
Chloe challenged.
If I cut my hand open, I'm not hurting anyone but myself. I don't see the problem. Because it's tricky and can backfire on you,
Nadine pointed out. Chloe shrugged.
Same with summoning a demon. You know the real reason the coven doesn't sanction blood magic, right?
I eyed her curiously. What are you getting at?
Blood magic is powerful, Chloe pointed out. We're like magical reservoirs, batteries that can be recharged. That's why your magic returns every time you're affected by the waning. Our magic comes from Alora, but once we're recharged, we hold our magic in our blood. The coven doesn't want us using blood magic because they don't want us to know how powerful we really are. They're afraid of it, plain and simple.
Talia narrowed her eyes. That has to be a conspiracy theory. The coven banned blood magic to protect us. Chloe shrugged.
Believe what you want, but I'm convinced. You already know the priestesses aren't above lying. Is it so hard to believe that they would lie about this? Of course blood magic is going to backfire the first few times you use it, just like any magic. They tell you it's dangerous so you won't ever use it and realize how strong you really are.
Chloe made a good point, one I had never considered before. I used to trust the priestesses. I didn't anymore. I think it's worth a shot, I said. Grant crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair. Perhaps we should let Chloe do the honors. He was testing her, trying to see if she was bluffing. Chloe was more than up for the challenge.
I don't mind,
she said. Nadine nodded.
Then let's begin.
She conjured a marker and began drawing the sigil on the tabletop, glancing at the book every now and then to make sure she got it right. It was a circle with a 5-pointed star inside and all sorts of runes surrounding it. The moment Nadine finished drawing the sigil, an icy chill filled the room. I shivered and wrapped my arms around myself. Does anyone else feel that? Talia shot a glance around the room. Definitely weird. Well, we are summoning a demon, Grant said. It should be weird, shouldn't it?
Grant's right,
Nadine said.
Let's keep going.
Chloe conjured a pocket knife. As she lifted her hand above the sigil, her cat hissed and ducked under the chair. Chloe pressed the blade to her palm. Wind swept through the library so fast that the demonology book slammed shut. Chloe squealed and leapt backward. Her blade thudded to the ground. The cats all hissed and huddled together under the table. Grant grabbed Talia. She buried her face into his chest, while Nadine and I leapt to our feet. I pulled her close to me, but my gaze darted around the room. "It can't be a demon," I said breathlessly. "We didn't finish the summoning."
Something is here,
Nadine emphasized in a wavered breath.
What, like a ghost?
Talia squeaked. An ominous scratching filled the room. My pulse quickened when I looked down at the table. I grabbed Nadine tighter and pulled her close to me. Lines appeared on the tabletop, as if someone was carving them into the wood right in front of me, but no one was touching the table. Letters formed in front of my eyes, breaking the sigil and spelling out words. My mouth went dry as I read the words aloud. History will repeat itself. He has come to kill, return to the past to vanquish the demon for good. I barely finished reading the words before a white, ghostly figure appeared. All I saw was the outline of a woman before a high-pitched shriek filled the library. My friends and I slapped our hands over our ears. The ghost swooped across the table, air billowing out from the hem of her dress. The gust was so strong that it nearly knocked me over. The ghost slammed into Talia, and she was blasted backward. Talia screamed as her chair flew across the library. Her chair toppled over near the entrance, and she rolled across the ground. The ghost vanished, but Talia lay on the floor unmoving. I raced toward her. Grant and I reached her at the same time, and we gently rolled her over. "Tal!" Grant cried. "Talia!" She groaned, but she looked up at the ceiling with an empty gaze, like she was slipping in and out of consciousness. Nadine stood over us, her hands slapped over her mouth.
Dear goddess.
Life returned to Talia's gaze, but she gritted her teeth like she was in pain. "What hurts?" I asked.
Everything,"
she complained.
"I'll be fine, though. Just one hell of a bruise."
Grant helped her sit up. Talia pressed her hand to her forehead.
"What the hell was that?"
"A warning," Chloe stated. My blood chilled. I knew Chloe was right. Whoever that ghost was, she didn't want us summoning a demon. She came to deliver an answer herself.
"But what does it mean?"
Nadine asked.
"Return to the past? I thought witches didn't have time travel magic."
"We don't," Chloe said. "You'd have to be a demigod at least to perform that kind of magic." "We don't need that kind of magic anyway," I said, rising to my feet. "History will repeat itself. It's obvious, isn't it? This demon has been here before. We just have to figure out when and why, and we'll find the answer to getting rid of him." The library fell silent. None of us wanted to acknowledge the last part of the warning. My heart hammered as the words repeated in my mind. He has come to kill. The demon had been set loose on the coven by the priestesses. There was only a matter of time before he claimed his first victim.
Chapter 2. Nadine. Returning to classes felt like walking to the gallows. The pyre had been removed from school grounds after the burning, but the grief and horror from that night remained. Dark clouds swirled above the school, like our goddess ached for our losses. Lucas and I sat in the parking lot our first day back. I didn't move to get out of the car. I'd asked him to drive me to school, because I wasn't sure I'd have the courage to return on my own. Lucas and I had been through a lot, but he was my rock, my person. If I ever needed anything, I knew that he'd be there for me. My hands knotted in my lap as I stared up at the towering spires of Miriam Mansion. Lucas noticed my hesitation. Take as long as you need. I tore my gaze away from the school. I'm nervous to go back. I understand completely. After what happened here, I think we all are. People were angry about the burning, and they needed someone to blame. The priestesses had made sure that blame would fall on us. Lucas and I had spoken out against the priestesses that night, and the coven blamed us for inciting the riots. I wasn't sure how safe it was to go back to school, but we had to. It was the only place we were getting answers to stop the priestesses and bring an end to the waning. We sat in silence for a few moments before Lucas asked, "Do you want to talk about it?" I shook my head. It wasn't his job to fix me. Mother Miriam wanted me to be strong. I can handle it. He placed his hand on mine in a kind gesture. We'll do this together. My shoulders dropped, and some of my anxiety washed away in his presence. Lucas seemed to move slowly as we got out of the car, like he worried what lay in store for us, too. I squeezed his hand as we crossed the parking lot. Just having him near me was enough to calm my racing heart. A group of students from the campus band had gathered around the main entrance and played music on various stringed instruments. I thought it was meant to lift our spirits, but the music sounded more melancholy than anything. Professor Warbright used his wand to conduct the tune, but he looked a bit uncomfortable. He was a short, plump man who wore round spectacles and carried a pocket watch in his suit vest. He taught music classes, along with Mortana magic, and was often cheerful. Usually, this man could lift anyone's spirits. Today was a different story, though. Even his kind smile couldn't make us feel better. "Lucas, Nadine," Professor Warbright greeted. "Nice to have you back." "Thank you, Professor," I said, though my tone felt stilted. Issa and Oliver followed along at our feet as we entered the main foyer. The cats shot glances around the room, like they were on edge. The lively chatter that usually filled the room had been replaced by hissing whispers and harsh glares. People moved through the foyer in small groups composed entirely of their own castes. No one wanted to walk these halls alone. The alchemists who usually brewed potions in the fireplace on the first day back were nowhere to be seen. A group of mentalists glanced our way, and one girl twisted her nose at us when she saw we were holding hands. The message was clear. Lucas and I were from different castes. We didn't belong together. "I can't believe they had the nerve to show their faces," I heard someone say. I glanced over to see it was Stacy, an alchemist in some of my classes. She stood next to Gwen and Valerie, talking loudly. I expected to see Lena and Camille with them, but they weren't around. I instantly knew why. Lena was Mortana, and Camille was a mentalist. Friendship meant nothing to these girls, not after the caste lines had been drawn so harshly following the burning. I didn't like any of them, but it was sad to see. The priestesses thought they were saving the coven with their harsh punishments and scare tactics. They were only tearing it apart. "They should be in jail," Gwen sneered, loud enough for us to hear. "They're the ones who started the riots." "Smearing Priestess Stella's name should have earned them the noose," Valerie added. I halted in my tracks. My blood boiled at the accusations. Lucas and I had told the truth the night of the burning, how Priestess Stella had been behind the production of Nightshade, and how she'd framed Professor Daniels for murder. But the coven didn't believe the truth. We'd been forced to release a statement claiming it was all a lie, and that Stella had died an admirable death. It was part of the deal to exonerate my friends, along with handing over the alchemy wand and crock of death to the Imperium Council. Valerie conjured a copy of the Miriamic Messenger and deliberately opened it. My eyes caught the headline on the front page. Cursebreaker priestess confirms corruption among council. My teeth gritted. I'd scanned the article this morning, but I didn't have the stomach to finish the whole thing. It had been about the statement the priestesses forced us to make. The paper called me corrupt and claimed the coven couldn't trust me. I had half a mind to tell these bitches the truth, but Lucas tugged on my hand. He must have read the intent in my eyes. "Nade," he said gently, "we can't let it get to us. There's no going back on our deal with the priestesses, but we can move forward and find a way to fight back." I hesitated. Gwen noticed me glaring and threw her head back in laughter. There was nothing I could do, and it pissed me the fuck off. Issa hissed at her, but she only cackled louder. "How can we fight back when no one trusts us?" I asked lowly. "The priestesses have made sure of that." "I'm working on it," Lucas assured me. He tugged my arm again, and I had no choice but to follow him. "Ugh, her cat probably has fleas," Gwen said. "I can't believe the headmistress let them back into the school." Gwen was dangerously close to getting a battle orb to the face. I glanced back just in time to see a shimmering ball of magic form beneath her feet. It swelled upward, and she screamed as she lost her balance and went crashing to the floor. Stacy and Valerie squealed and rushed to help Gwen stand, but she looked frazzled. She shot glances around the room, as if looking for the culprit. The magic had been nearly invisible, and I didn't know where it had come from. Lucas draped an arm around my shoulder and pulled me close. He chuckled under his breath as we started up the grand staircase. "Was that you?" I asked. He smirked. "It might have been." "How'd you do that?" "Shield magic," he stated simply. "I didn't know you could do that. You're getting better. It's hard to project shields from a distance," I remarked. "Thanks for standing up for me." Lucas smiled, then placed a kiss on the top of my head. "Always." We reached the top of the stairs, and my heart stalled when we turned down the hall. Lucas dropped his arm. Every door was propped wide open, and men in black uniforms moved in and out of the rooms, barking at the students. They all had the same buzz cut, along with wands attached to their hips. Nearby, Gregory and Braden huddled together, looking like they were trying to stay out of their way. "Prank potions are banned on school property." One of the men snatched a potion out of Onyx's hands. "That's for my alchemy class," Onyx snapped. "You wouldn't know a prank potion from poison." "Whatever it is, I'm keeping it," he sneered. "Move along." It wasn't until the guy turned that I realized I recognized him. Frederick James wore a cunning smirk. I glanced around the hall, and more of the faces clicked. I spotted Ryan, leaving one of the rooms with a collection of crystals in his hands, and Nolan, one of the tarantulas, held a pile of wands. All the tarantulas were here, along with a jerk named Leroy, who'd bullied Lucas more than once. Avery Mitchell strolled down the hall with her head held high, her hair twisted into a tight bun. There were several others, but I didn't know their names. Hell, these weren't soldiers. They were students. I couldn't sit idly by, not like I had with Gwen downstairs. I let go of Lucas and marched straight up to James. "Hey, asshole," I growled. "Since when are prank potions banned? What gives you the right?" James laughed and looked down at me with a smug expression on his face. "Well, well, well. Look who it is. The curse maker." Lucas stepped in front of me. I didn't need him to come to my rescue, but I was kind of glad he did. James wasn't intimidated by me, priestess or not. But Lucas was the same height and build as he was, and it made him shrink back half a step. "Touch Nadine and you'll regret it," Lucas threatened. James smirked. "What, you think the priestesses will come after me? Nah, the threats they made to me last semester are no good anymore. In fact, they've hired me to keep your ass in line. Upset me, and you'll regret it." "Yeah, I'm sure," Lucas said sarcastically. "I saw what you did during the riots. You murdered Sadie. You should be in jail. Why would the priestesses hire you?" James's smile grew wider. "Haven't you heard? Miriam's executors get all sorts of perks, including all charges wiped. Besides, I didn't touch Sadie. Her heart gave out." "Because you use your fucked up mentalist powers on her," Lucas raged. I grabbed his hand to calm him down. We didn't need a fight breaking out here, in the middle of the hall. What we needed was answers. "What are you talking about?" I demanded. "What exactly is Miriam's executioners?" "We're not executioners," James sneered. He drew himself up, like he was proud. "We're executors, as in the executors of Miriam's will. We carry out the law. We've been hired to keep the peace among the student body." Peace my ass. They'd been hired to incite fear and create chaos. "In return, we get free tuition and guaranteed jobs on the police force once we graduate," James stated proudly. "Oh, and if anyone, and I mean anyone, does something to defy the priestess's orders, I have every right to drag them to the gallows myself. It'll be fun putting that noose around your neck, curse maker." "Fuck you, James," I snapped. "Ooh," he practically sang. "You want to go right now? I was expecting to have at least a few weeks to prepare for your hanging." "What exactly do you have against Nadine?" Lucas demanded. "She's not my only problem, buddy," James said. "I still haven't forgotten that punch you threw last summer." "Then you know I'm not scared to fight back," Lucas replied coolly. "You can try," James taunted. "But I see only one priestess on your side. I've got 4. Let's see who wins that fight." "I suppose we'll see eventually," Lucas stated in a clear challenge. James stared him down a moment longer before he scoffed. "I can't wait to see it go down." He walked off, looking proud of himself. "I wish I knew a spell that would suffocate him," I said. James was already taunting another student for bringing a frog onto campus. "It's best we don't cast curses," Lucas whispered lowly. "Look who else is here." I glanced down the hall. Fury rose in my bones when I saw Officer Baker step out of one of the dorm rooms. He was the asshole who'd arrested Professor Daniels before she'd been hanged. I noticed a shiny new sheriff's badge attached to his uniform. Apparently, he'd been promoted. I spotted a dart gun on his hip, and it chilled me to think what kind of magical serum might be inside. "This is your one and only warning," Sheriff Baker told a girl. She followed him out of the room, and I recognized Lydia from my Miriamic law class. She wore a horrified look behind her purple glasses. Sheriff Baker lifted a piece of paper and tore it in half. Lydia threw her hand over her mouth as the sound ripped through the hall. "You can't do this!" she cried. "All depictions of gods and goddesses apart from Mother Miriam are banned," Sheriff Baker snapped. A guy stood beside Lydia, another student from my Miriam law class named Quentin Martin. He was much taller than Lydia, with straight black hair that fell into his eyes. His hands curled into fists. "That's for her supernatural religions class." Sheriff Baker smirked. "Not anymore. Check your schedule. That class no longer exists." What the hell were the priestesses up to? We had to do something. I grabbed Lucas and started dragging him into my dorm room. We couldn't talk out in the open like this. A girl stepped in front of me before I got to the door. She was shorter than me, but she looked ruthless as she placed her hands on her hips and glared at me. She had no visible tattoos, and she looked younger than me. I wondered if she even had her powers yet. She had to be a freshman. "Empty your pockets," the girl demanded in a firm tone. "Excuse me?" I shot back. "All students are to be searched before entering their dorms," she stated. "Empty your pockets." "I don't know who you think you are." "I'm Mira Benson." She cut me off, like that name was supposed to mean something to me. "And I'm an executor. You will obey me, or—" "I'm a high priestess," I told her. "What you're doing is unjust. Do yourself a favor and quit while you still can." She tilted her chin up. "You may be a high priestess, but you're still a student, and students have to answer to the executors." Leroy overheard her and started laughing. "Stop acting so tough, Mira. You're not as important as you think you are." "Shut up!" she snapped. "Just because you have your powers doesn't mean you're stronger than me." "I don't know what you're trying to prove, little sis, but strong is the last word I'd use to describe you," Leroy said. "Come back when your powers awaken. Then we'll see who's stronger." "You're an ass!" she shouted. I wasn't interested in this sibling drama. I went to push past her, but Mira planted herself in front of my door. "You're not getting through until you—" A loud crash sounded from a dorm room nearby, followed by the sound of shouting. "You can't take my wand!" "I need a little help in here," an executor shouted over the sound of a scuffle. "Don't move," Mira demanded before running off to help. We didn't listen. We entered my dorm, and we found Grant and Talia sitting on her bed. Tears streamed from Talia's eyes, and Grant held her close to his chest. I knew instantly that the officers had already been here. "What did they do?" I asked softly. Talia sniffed and sat up straighter. "They took my sheet music. They thought it was incantations for battle magic." Lucas's nostrils flared. "They did the same thing to me last semester with my poems." Talia wiped her eyes. "It's fine. I can rewrite the songs." "It's not fine," I interrupted. "They're taking your songs today, but what will they take tomorrow? Yeah, wands and crystals can be replaced, but they've already taken more than that. They can't replace our friends. They can't replace Amy." "I know, but what are we going to do?" Talia asked. "The last time we fought back, riots broke out and people died." "Then we try something else. This is just the beginning of whatever the priestesses have planned," I said. "We have to come up with a plan of our own," Lucas agreed. "I already have some ideas." I shot a glance toward the open door. If we shut it, we'd attract Sheriff Baker's attention, and I did not want to deal with him. I lowered my voice. "We need somewhere to talk, somewhere we can meet up all semester. It'll raise suspicion if other casts are coming and going from our room all the time. We're already taking a risk by remaining roommates." "The abandoned mansion?" Grant suggested. "That's a safe spot, but do we want to go there every time we have to talk?" I asked. "I'd like something closer, if possible." "I might know a place on campus," Lucas said thoughtfully. "There's an abandoned classroom near the pool. The newspaper club used to use it to print the epitaph, but no one's been there in a while. No one ever goes down there." "That's perfect," I said. Let's split up, and we'll meet there in 15 minutes. I'll tell Chloe. Lucas, see if you can find Mandy. Talia and Grant, find Miles. We need everyone. Sounds good, Talia agreed. I left the room first, with Issa at my heels. I kept my head down as I passed the student officers, but they were preoccupied searching rooms, so no one bothered me. Issa and I headed downstairs, and I spotted Chloe leaving the cafeteria. Her eyes met mine. We fell into step beside each other, though we kept our distance so it didn't look like we were talking. Our cats gave each other friendly nods. You saw what's going on upstairs? Chloe asked quietly. Yes. Meet us in the old epitaph room in 15 minutes, I said. Chloe went in the opposite direction. I circled back until I found a dark hall beyond the locker room entrances. This had to be the place Lucas was talking about. There weren't any doors, except the one at the end of the hall. The whole corridor smelled dusty, like no one had been down here in over a year. I entered a small room with no windows. It had certainly been an old storage closet at one time, but had been converted into a meeting room for the newspaper club. Old shelves still stood along one wall, with piles of articles stacked haphazardly upon them. A counter stretched across the other side of the room, with an ancient computer and big printer on it. A single alchemy station with a burner and cauldron was set up on the opposite end of the counter. It was perfect. Chloe was already there, seated at the large meeting table in the center of the room. Her cat prowled along the tabletop. The door opened. Talia and Grant stepped inside, followed closely by Miles. He glanced around the room. "Where's your sister, Talia?" Miles asked. "I thought she'd be here." Talia shook her head. "Tate's in no condition to join us. She's in rehab." "Is she doing better?" Miles asked. Talia hesitated. "A little, but it's going to take some time until she's back on her feet." "Tell her I wish her well," Miles said. Talia nodded. "I will." Lucas and Mandy arrived shortly after. Everyone remained quiet as they took a seat at the meeting table. Miles sat on the counter. Lucas and I were the only ones left standing. "Thank you all for coming," I said. "We called this meeting because we're asking you guys to join us in a revolution, I suppose. What happened the night of the burning cannot happen again. I'm not willing to lose more innocent lives. It's clear that the priestesses are willing to risk anything to get our magic back, and to control it themselves." "That's not a risk that we believe is necessary," Lucas added. "We're here to develop a plan to end the waning, the burnings, the hangings, all of it. We need to make sure that at the end of all this, everyone has access to their powers, not just the people the priestesses choose. The priestesses have started a war on their own people, and we need to find a way to bring all the castes back together so we can solve this peacefully. First, we need to know that we can trust everyone in this room," I said. "If you're not willing to go up against the priestesses, it's best that you leave now, before you learn anything that could get you killed." Chloe gave me a confident nod. "You know I'm in after what they did to Amy," Mandy stated. "Same," Miles agreed. "Before we tell you what we know, I suggest we take a witch's vow," Lucas said. I furrowed my brow. I'd never heard of it. "How does that work?" "It's a potion that seals promises," Grant explained. "We each present a strand of hair and drink the potion. If you break the promise, you die." "That actually seems very useful to the priestesses," I pointed out. "Why don't they use it, especially at priestess induction ceremonies? They could have used a witch's vow to make sure I wouldn't betray them." "The coven doesn't like to use them," Chloe said. "They're a lot like demon contracts and fae deals. Specific wording can be used to trick and manipulate people. But in this case, I think Lucas is right. This is serious, and we need to know we can trust each other. I'm in, Miles agreed. We just have to make sure we word it right. Grant conjured a pile of alchemy supplies so large that items began spilling onto the floor. I can get started on the brew. It should only take a few minutes. He went to the alchemy station and lit the burner. Lucas took out a sheet of paper. How do we word this promise? It should be as simple as possible, I suggested. We agreed to keep this room and everything we talk about in it a secret. That's too rigid, Mandy said. It's why a witch's vow can be just as dangerous as a demon deal. Are you sure about this? We don't accidentally want to kill anyone by getting the wording wrong. I'm sure I don't want the priestesses getting their hands on information, I said. Mandy pressed her lips together. All right. How about this? By my life or death, I vow to protect the coven and do what I believe will be for the good of all. That's exactly what we're going for, Lucas said, scribbling it down. I'm almost done, Grant announced, tossing in a few more herbs that made the cauldron bubble. All that's left is a strand of hair from each of us to seal the deal. We all gathered around the alchemy station, and one by one, we plucked a hair off our heads and tossed it into the brew. It bubbled each time. Grant conjured several potion vials and ladled the potion into each one, then handed one to each of us. Together, we'll recite the promise, then drink the potion at the same time. We will be bound by the vow to protect the coven together. Here it is, Lucas said, setting his piece of paper on the counter so we could all see. Ready? We spoke the vow in unison. By my life or death, I vow to protect the coven and do what I believe will be for the good of all. We drank our potion, and it went down easily. When we finished, we gathered around the meeting table again. Thank you, everyone, for agreeing to be a part of this, I said. As we've all taken the vow, you deserve to know what we're up against. The priestesses have tasked me with finding the Oaken Wands. They exist. A single wand can attract the magic of its cast, but we need all 5 wands to redistribute it. The wands are stronger together, and they're the only way to end the waning. The priestesses plan to use them to control the coven's magic. They've summoned a demon to find the wands. When we went searching for answers, we were given a message from beyond. This demon has been to Octavia Falls before. Our goal is to gather enough information to banish him from the coven before he can raise hell. Meanwhile, we need to get the Oaken Wands before the priestesses get their hands on them. And we need to protect as many people as we can in the process, Lucas added. Chloe crossed her arms. You know my grandmother will kill anyone she has to in order to get her hands on those wands. Yes, and we have to do all this without being caught by the executors, I said. What do we do about the fact that the Miriamic messenger is calling to have Nadine removed from the Imperium Council? Grant asked. Thank goddess I didn't read the whole article. I'd have lost my shit. They can't do that, I said. There's no one to replace me. The law requires that I stand on the council. The priestesses make the laws, Grant pointed out. They can change them. We also don't know how long you'll be the only curse breaker, Talia added. People turn 19 and get their magic every day. You may not be the only curse breaker for long. Then we have to move fast, Lucas stated. Once we have more information, how do we plan to fight back? Grant wondered. It's obvious, isn't it? Miles said with a slight smirk. We overthrow the council. Talia's eyebrows shot up. What, kill the priestesses? Miles shrugged. If they were gone, maybe someone we trust could take their place. Then we can overpower them. The priestesses aren't innocent. You've killed people already. You can do it again." "No," Chloe said firmly. "Every move we make has to be calculated. If we kill the priestesses, we lose all favor with the coven, and everything we're trying to do falls apart. We need support in order to put someone we trust on the council. Otherwise, we're hanged for treason, and the new priestesses could be worse than the last. It's not going to work." Even if killing the priestesses is the wrong move, Miles brings up a good point. My stomach clenched as I carefully prepared my next words. We have killed people. I'm not proud of it, but I have to own up to it. I killed the witches at Pinewood Manor. Lucas killed Stella. Grant killed 2 officers the night of the burning. And yes, I stand by the belief that those choices were necessary in order to save each other, but I'm not willing to continue sacrificing lives to win this war. That's what the priestesses are doing, and it's what we stand against. I drew a deep breath. We all need to be on the same page about what our values are, and what we're willing to endure. The choices we will face are going to be difficult. I know, because we've already faced many impossible decisions. But it takes just one of us to make the wrong decision for this entire thing to fall apart. So, what exactly are we willing to risk? Silence filled the room, and no one met my gaze. Finally, Chloe cleared her throat. The difference between you and the priestesses is that you did what you had to in order to survive. They've taken innocent lives and twisted their stories to suit their own agenda. We're here to fight the injustice of wrongful persecution and the persecution of innocence. Grant sat up straighter. You're right. This is a war. I can't take back what I did to those officers, but some of you wouldn't be standing here if I hadn't. We have to decide what happens when innocent lives are in immediate danger. What happens when our only choice is to eliminate their oppressors or let the innocents burn at the stake. If something like the burning happened again, what choice do we have? I stared at a spot on the table, thinking hard. Death and destruction was the last thing I wanted. I just wished we could all get along, without hurting each other. But the priestesses had made it clear that they weren't willing to do that. We protect innocent lives, I answered simply. Lucas squeezed my hand to show me he agreed with me. We'll do everything we can to keep the peace, but if innocent lives are in danger, we have to save them. This coven is nothing if we don't protect our most vulnerable people. So, what's our plan? Miles questioned. Our first step is to rally people to our side, Lucas answered. We can't go up against the priestesses alone. We have to show them that the coven won't stand for their methods. They're trying to scare us. But if we show them that the coven is prepared to retaliate, they may be willing to negotiate. The priestesses will never work with us, Mandy sneered. We have to believe there's a chance, I argued. We all want the same thing. We want to end the waning and restore our magic. But we can't sacrifice innocent lives to do that. How do we get people to work with us? Talia asked. The priestesses were ready to kill Felicia, Samantha, and Darcy. The priestesses wanted to burn them simply for helping people escape the riots. Yet none of those girls wanted anything to do with a revolution. We tried talking to them over break. They're terrified. Lucas pressed his lips together thoughtfully. If the priestesses can turn people against us using the Miriamic messenger, then maybe we can do the same thing. I eyed the big printer in the corner. The epitaph. That's risky, Talia argued. Everything we do for this movement is going to be risky, I pointed out. We have to be willing to take those risks. We can't confront the priestesses head on, Talia insisted. It will put a target on our backs. I'm already a target, I argued. Which means we have to be careful, or they'll take aim. Talia sounded really worried. We need to do this with as little conflict as possible, or things will get out of hand very quickly. What are you suggesting? I asked. Talia thought about it for a moment. We can write the article, but it should be under a pseudonym, and it shouldn't be the epitaph. It should be something new, because the priestesses already know Lucas was working on an article for the epitaph last semester. We can print a hidden message, so even if the priestesses get their hands on it, they won't know what we're up to. I can do that, Lucas offered. You should write 2 papers, Grant suggested. Keep writing for the epitaph. Write boring stuff no one cares about, and then change your writing style for this new paper. That way, the priestesses think you've been scared into compliance and won't suspect you. Good idea, Lucas agreed. To keep our operation secret, I can find a spell that will ward off this whole hallway, Mandy offered. We've got something the priestesses don't have. We have all 5 casts on our side, which makes us stronger. Mandy is right, I said. She'll find a spell that will work. Lucas can print an article to get people on our side. Does anyone else have things they'd like to help with? I'd like to work on finding ways to grow our powers, Chloe offered. Most of us lost our magic the night of the burning, and we didn't get it back for a few days. If the waning hits us that way again, in a critical moment like that, it could make all the difference. This war would literally come down to chance. What are your ideas? I wondered. Crystals, for starters, Chloe said. I know magically infused crystals are banned on school grounds, but if this room is warded, we can store them here. We'd have to learn transference, Lucas said. It's advanced magic. If we hope to have any chance against the priestesses, we need to get on their level, Chloe said. Advanced magic or not, we need to learn transference, so we have magic available to us if the waning hits. Transference was the power to transfer magic into crystals. Those crystals could then be used as reservoirs, like batteries for our magic. I could perform transference with ease because of my cast abilities, but only the most talented witches from other castes could accomplish it. Even other races had difficulty with it. I can help, I offered. I should be able to transfer your magic into a crystal. Chloe nodded firmly. That's the best place to start. And I want to start learning blood magic. Blood magic? Mandy asked warily. It's powerful, Chloe said. You can use magic and blood to boost your powers and perform spells you've never dreamed of. I know what blood magic is, Mandy said. I also know it's dangerous. We need to take risks, Chloe insisted. And how exactly are you going to source blood ethically? Mandy asked. How do we use it without hurting anyone? Besides, if the coven finds out we're using blood magic, it's over. No one will convert to our side. We'll be burned at the stake without question. Mandy's right, I said. No matter how powerful it is, it's going to hurt us. Chloe frowned. She didn't have to like it, but Mandy made a valid point. There were lines we couldn't cross, and this was one of them. Miles swung his feet, bouncing his heels off the cabinet below the counter. In the meantime, I can go undercover with Miriam's executors. I'll join and see what information I can get from the inside. Grant shook his head. You're my brother. They're not going to take you. We could stage a public fight, Miles suggested. It wouldn't be hard to convince people I've disowned you. Remember that time I convinced Mom you broke my arm? It was pretty convincing, Grant admitted. All right, we can stage a fight. Grant and I can work on finding information about the next wand, Talia said. We know there's one in the school. Internship applications are open with Professor Richards, and he maintains the school's history records. We might be able to get some information in the school's archives that could point us to its location. I knew it was my turn to make an offer. My throat closed up, but I forced myself to speak. I want to contribute in every way I can, but I also want to be honest about what I can handle. I have dialysis 3 times per week, and that's extremely time-consuming. My life literally depends on it, unless I can manage to get a kidney transplant. Lucas is a match, but the priestesses have blocked the surgery from happening. It'd be a miracle if I made it to the top of the transplant list anytime soon. Working around my dialysis is going to be a little difficult, but I'm going to try my best. Then how about you focus on something you can do during dialysis? Lucas suggested. You're a priestess, which means your intuition should be growing stronger. You can work on honing that power, and maybe we'll learn something about where to go next. I nodded. I can do that. There's one more thing. Who can dig into coven history and learn about demons who have visited the coven before? We need to get more information about the warning we received. I can, Mandy offered. I can help, Chloe added. Mandy crossed her arms and scoffed. I'm not working with her. Bitch, you did not just say that, Chloe snapped. See what I mean? Mandy demanded. Chloe drew a deep breath to calm down. Sorry, I'm trying to do better. Mandy shot her daggers. You called Amy a squinty-eyed dyke and said I was her fat Spanish sidekick. I'm not even Spanish. You can't just walk in here like everything has changed just because you broke your curse. But everything has changed, Chloe snapped. I may not be able to change what I said in the past, but I'll damn well make an effort to change the future. Lucas quickly stepped in. If we can't get along, the priestesses have already won. You don't have to do anything if it's too overwhelming, I promised Mandy. No, I want to, Mandy assured me. I'll work with Mandy on the demon research, Grant cut in. Talia and Chloe can research the wands. Does that work for everyone? I nodded firmly, and others quickly agreed. I held my head high as I announced. Then it's time to get started. The priestesses have created an army with Miriam's executors, but we'll defend our people. We'll be the Coven's shield. That's a cool name, actually, Miles remarked. Lucas nodded in agreement. The Coven's shield it is. Hope surged through my chest. With all of us together, I felt like we actually had a chance of defeating the priestesses. An uprising had begun. The priestesses wanted a witch hunt, but they would face a revolution.
Chapter 3. Lucas. Classes started the next day, and my head still buzzed with all the information we covered in our meeting. The talk of killing people shook me, even though I didn't regret killing Stella. She was responsible for Amy's death, but I feared it wasn't the last time I'd make a choice like that. The Coven didn't know the truth about what happened that night, and it drove me mad. If only they knew what they were truly up against, we could protect them better. But the priestesses had made sure Nadine and I couldn't tell anyone what really happened to Stella. Hell, I couldn't even tell my therapist. I was still seeing Dr. Mack, even though she'd denied my psych eval for the kidney transplant. Despite her evaluation, she was still a good therapist. I figured if I stuck with her long enough, I could show her how much I'd changed. She didn't think I was ready for the transplant now, but I would change her mind. I was still trying to sort out my thoughts when I entered my advanced Mortana magic class. Chatter filled the classroom, but I kept my head down as I headed to an empty chair at the back of the room. Oliver followed beside me and plopped down at my feet, licking his paws. I wasn't really paying attention until I heard Lena from a few rows up. She spoke so loudly the whole class could hear her.
Have you seen our professor yet? He is so hot.
Samantha shifted uncomfortably in her chair. Lena didn't usually talk to Samantha, but she was the only girl nearby. Lena had to tell someone the latest gossip, I was sure.
I guess Professor Warren's kind of cute,
Samantha said. Lena laughed loudly.
I'm not talking about Professor Warren. He's not teaching this class this semester.
My brow furrowed. Professor Warren was my advisor and easily one of my favorite professors. He'd definitely been listed on my schedule as the professor for this class.
What happened?
Samantha asked, sounding worried. Lena waved her hand.
He picked up a senior lecture or something. I don't know.
A group of girls entered the room. They spoke over one another, and I couldn't make out what they were saying. Lena sat up straight in her chair as the girls gathered around her.
You saw him?
She asked brightly.
He's so cute,
one of them gushed. She tried to keep her voice down, but I could hear every word. Lena bounced in her chair.
Right? I mean, I might have to schedule some private tutoring, if you get what I mean.
Leroy leaned over the desk next to her.
I'm available for private tutoring sessions.
Lena wrinkled her nose.
Ew, get lost.
Leroy straightened himself and pointed to the badge on his black uniform.
In case you forgot, sweetheart, I'm an executor now. You can't talk to me like that.
Gregory snorted and mumbled something under his breath. I didn't catch what he said.
What'd you just say to me?
Leroy snapped. A few sparks shot from his fingers in warning. I threw my hands up and formed a shield between them. Leave him alone. Gregory shrank down in his seat.
I said nothing. Absolutely nothing. That's what I thought,
Leroy growled.
It best not happen again. And drop your fucking shield, Lucas. You're not impressing anyone. What a loser.
Leroy spun toward the front of the room. I kept my shield up a few moments longer and studied him. He wasn't the kind of person to let this go. Then I realized why he had. It was because of the waning. Those small sparks of magic were all he had. He couldn't form a battle orb right now to save his life. Good. Maybe he'd leave the rest of us alone. A man strolled into the room then, and all chatter died instantly. He didn't have to say a thing to get this class to quiet. It was like his mere presence commanded his attention. I didn't know who the guy was, but he had to be our new professor. Oliver bristled at my feet and growled lowly. Our professor looked like he'd just walked off a movie set where he played a stockbroker. The guy was over 6 feet tall, with a strong jaw and dark hair that he wore slicked back. He wore a nice suit and walked with unrivaled confidence in his stride. Something about him seemed very familiar, but I couldn't place my finger on it. I'd certainly never met him before, but perhaps I'd seen him around Octavia Falls.
Hello,
he said in a deep, smooth voice. An arrogant smirk crossed his face, and Lena gave a loud sigh. A few of the other girls snickered, like they couldn't control themselves. Hell, he'd only said one word, and he was already charming the entire female student population.
Now that's a guy I'd like to be mentored by,
Leroy said in a low tone. He didn't mean it in a sexual way, but it sure sounded like it. Our professor's dark eyes scanned the room. A shiver traveled down my spine when his gaze moved over me. I guess I could see where the girls found him attractive, in a conventional sense, but his arrogance left me feeling uneasy. Whatever he was doing to charm everyone else, I was unaffected by it. He straightened his suit jacket at the front of the room.
welcome to Advanced Mortana Magic. I'm Professor Lido, and I'll be teaching this class this semester. You may not recognize me, but rest assured I am well versed in death magic. I've just returned to Octavia Falls after a long sabbatical. Let's get started.
He moved toward the back of the room as he spoke.
It's come to my attention that your professors prefer to explore your necromancy magic through the use of cat skeletons. Is that correct?
Yes,
Lena answered eagerly.
Do you ever wonder why they don't teach you using real human remains?
Professor Lido asked, placing his hand on the doorknob of the storage closet.
Ethics, Gregory said.
Nonsense.
Professor Leto argued.
Many witches and warlocks donate their bodies to the coven after death. Ethics are not a factor.
Then what is it? Gregory asked.
Fear, I suspect.
Professor Leto answered.
If you fear the human body, perhaps you will fear death itself. Imagine what a witch or warlock might do if they feel comfortable around a corpse.
I didn't know what he was getting at, but I kept my gaze on him. He definitely gave me the chills, and I was determined to figure out why. Professor Leto opened the storage closet, and he wheeled a table out of it. It wasn't until he shut the door that I got a good look at what lay on the table. My insides twisted at the sight of a pale corpse. An old man laid naked on a metal table. A thin white sheet covered his middle, but that was it. I have lived a full life. I am ready to go. The words echoed in my mind as if I was hearing them now for the first time, but I wasn't. This last thought had come to me last night. It had definitely come from this guy. I didn't even have to question it. My magic just knew. I didn't know the old man's name, but knowing his last thought while he lay cold in front of me felt too weird, too personal. All eyes remained on the corpse as Professor Leto wheeled the man to the front of the room. I wanted to hurl. We'd never used human corpses in class before, and my unease grew. This man should be laid to rest properly, not used for necromancy playtime.
This is Mr. Derek Livingston,
Professor Leto said casually, as if introducing us to a guest lecturer.
Thanks to his generous donation, you'll be practicing your magic on him today. You're quite fortunate he died when he did. What a wonderful way to kick off the semester.
We weren't fortunate. This was a man's corpse for Alora's sake. Mr. Livingston deserved more respect. But what was I supposed to say? That we couldn't do this? Necromancy was common throughout the coven, and Mr. Livingston had agreed to this before he died. So why did I feel so on edge?
There are so many necromancers in the Miriamic coven,
Professor Leto said.
It's a shame that you've only been taught to use your magic for fun, rather than exploring the practical uses. Imagine, for instance, if the Fae launched a strike on the witches. It's safe to assume that many people would die in battle. With so many necromancers, you could reanimate the dead and multiply your army. You'd never lose numbers in a battle. Perhaps that's why there are so many necromancers, so that in times of war you may defend yourselves.
He had a point, but I didn't like the way he spoke of the dead like that, like they had no value other than body count.
Animal skeletons are one way to practice your necromancy powers, but the true magic occurs when manipulating real human corpses.
Professor Leto lectured.
If you are willing to get uncomfortable for just a few moments, you will see that you're capable of so much more than you imagined. Who would like to volunteer first?
Hands shot up all throughout the room. Lena practically leapt out of her seat. Professor Leto nodded toward her.
Yes, Miss...
Han, Lena said eagerly. Lena Han.
Miss Hahn, if you will.
He gestured her forward, and she practically raced to the front of the room. He placed a hand on her shoulder to guide her in front of the corpse, and she snickered. I watched curiously. I didn't want to blink for fear of missing something. There was something very wrong about this lesson, about this professor, but I couldn't quite figure it out. It was more than just the way he spoke about the dead.
Let's see where you're at.
Professor Leto told Lena.
Try to reanimate this corpse.
Lena nodded, then hovered her hands over the body. She stood rigid with her shoulders back like she was trying too hard to impress our professor. Dark red magic swirled out of Lena's hands and twisted around Mr. Livingston's arms. She lifted her hands, and the corpse's hands followed like a puppet. After a moment she lost control, and Mr. Livingston's hand slammed back onto the table. Lena bit her lip. I'm sorry, I thought I had it.
Try again,
Professor Leto said in a smooth tone. Lena's magic swirled out of her hands again. This time the corpse sat all the way up before Lena lost control. A loud thwack sounded throughout the room as he slumped against the morgue table. Professor Leto tapped his foot like he was thinking hard.
I see we have a long way to go. Who'd like to try next?
More students raised their hands, and Professor Leto called them up in turn. Most students couldn't do more than make his fingers wiggle. But Samantha got his eyes to open and made his head swivel like he was really looking at us. There was no life in his eyes, though, and it was really eerie. Professor Leto pushed Samantha to try something else. She shifted her weight between her feet, looking uncomfortable. But she must have wanted to impress him. She reanimated Mr. Livingston's vocal cords and made him sing a rendition of Stayin' Alive while he blinked lifelessly. Everyone laughed, except for me and Samantha. All the color had drained from her face, and she looked like she was about to puke.
Thank you, Miss Stone,
Professor Leto said, excusing her back to her seat. She hurried back to her chair as fast as she could.
Would anyone else like to try?
By now, all the necromancers in class had taken a turn, and we were nearing the end of the hour. Professor Leto cocked an eyebrow.
Anyone?
I can try again, Lena offered. He pressed his lips together and didn't even look at her.
Perhaps someone who hasn't gone. You in the back?
He pointed directly at me, and my guts twisted involuntarily. Oliver jumped to his feet, alert. It wasn't that I had a problem standing in front of class. There was something about him and his eerily familiar dark eyes that shook me to my core. I'm not a necromancer, sir, I said. This class is for all Mortana, not just those who can reanimate the dead.
Well, you have death magic, do you not?
He asked snidely. Yes, but...
Then come on forward.
He insisted.
Let's see what you can do.
Leroy laughed under his breath as I reluctantly stood from my chair. He wasn't a necromancer either. His Mortana magic was much more sinister. He was the worst kind of death warlock, the kind that could kill on sight. I'd like to see him give this a shot. I headed to the front of the room, my knees shaking the whole way. Oliver kept his eyes on me, watching closely. The closer I came to the front, the more I wanted to rush back to my seat. Hell, I wanted to race out of the room and just keep running until I was as far away from this guy as I could get. I couldn't explain it, but an innate knowing told me something was amiss. I'm really not... I started.
It's ungraded, I assure you,
Professor Leto interrupted. He gestured for me to stand in front of the corpse.
Show us what your death magic can do.
I stood there for a second, not really sure what he was asking. I don't work with corpses,
You're Mortana. Of course you do.
he said, like what I'd said was ludicrous.
You must have some influence over death. You might be surprised by what you can do. Give it a go.
He wanted me to show him my powers? All right. I have lived a full life, I said. I am ready to go. Leroy laughed. So dramatic. Leto, on the other hand, eyed me curiously.
What does that mean exactly?
I shrugged and gestured to Mr. Livingston's corpse. Ask him. It's what I heard when he died. I thought I read intrigue in Leto's features, but it was hard to tell.
What is your name?
He asked. Lucas Taylor, I told him. There was no recognition in his features, and I was surprised he hadn't heard of me. I was the only one of my kind in all the coven. I'm the Reaper's apprentice. His face fell for a moment before lighting up.
Ah, yes, of course. Mr. Taylor. I've been looking forward to having someone like you in my class. Reapers can read energy signatures, correct?
He winked at me like we shared a secret, but I had no idea what he meant. Whatever energy signatures he was talking about, I'd never sensed them.
You may return to your seat.
He placed a hand on my shoulder, but I stopped dead. The whole room seemed to vanish, and an ominous sensation swept through me. I couldn't explain the feeling that hit me because I'd never felt anything like it before. An image of a ram's head might as well have flashed in front of my eyes and replaced Professor Leto's human features. That's how eerie the feeling was. It was there 1 second and gone the next. I just knew the truth. Whoever this guy was, he didn't belong in this realm. The rush I'd felt vanished, but the uneasy feeling in my gut remained. He seemed unaware of what I'd just experienced. I glanced around the room, wondering how no one else had noticed. They all just sat there, waiting for me to return to my seat. How did they not see what I did? My magic twisted in my belly, confirming the truth over and over again. I realized that Professor Leto had been right. Reapers could read the energy signature of a soul. We were responsible for moving souls from one realm to the next, and so we had to know where a soul belonged. I was the only one who knew the truth. Professor Leto was a demon. The demon. The one the priestesses had summoned. The one they'd made a deal with. He must have had magic to conceal his true features, but I knew without a doubt it was him. That's why he looked so familiar to me. Because I'd seen him in the Imperium headquarters, stepping out of a portal to the abyss. Every instinct in my body told me to slay this demon right here and now. He belonged in the abyss, not roaming the halls of Miriam College of Witchcraft. But I couldn't kill him. Demons weren't alive. Not really. Everything I'd learned about vanquishing demons involved spell work. But this was no ordinary demon. He'd made a deal which had tethered him here. He had business here on Earth. Banishing him to the abyss wasn't going to be easy.
Mr. Taylor?
Professor Leto prodded. He cocked his head toward my desk.
I said you may return to your seat.
I cleared my throat. Yeah, it's just... our hour's up. He stared me down for a second before his lips curled into a smile.
I suppose it is. Class dismissed.
Everyone shuffled out of their seats. I went to leave, but Leto's hand tightened on my shoulder. My body went rigid as he leaned into me.
Let's keep this our little secret, shall we?
He whispered. My stomach plummeted to the floor. He knew that I knew.
I have an arrangement with the priestesses,
he added. It was a threat. If I did anything, I'd have to answer to the priestesses. Surely they'd find a reason to hang me. I forced down the lump in my throat and spoke dryly. What secret? He smirked.
Exactly.
Fuck, this was bad. But I knew immediately what I had to do. I had to study him, to find out why he was here at the school of all places. It was one thing to come here looking for the Oaken Wands. It was another to pose as a professor, to settle in like he was planning on staying here for a while. His plans with the priestesses were bigger than we could ever imagine, and I was determined to find out what he was up to. I had to tell Nadine and the others as soon as possible. I wasn't risking them running into him before they knew what he was. They should all be leaving class right about now. Leto finally released his hold on me. I didn't get a chance to turn and flee before a scream came from down the hall. "Somebody help!" a man yelled. "He's not breathing." I felt the blood drain from my face. Leto just looked at me with an indifferent expression. He didn't give one flying fuck that someone was in danger. Fuck him. I ran out of the classroom and sprinted down the hall toward the sound of the voice. Oliver raced after me. When I turned the corner to the hall that led to the cafeteria, I skidded to a halt. A group of people stood in front of me, and I couldn't get a clear view of what was going on. But I couldn't mistake the pool of blood soaking into the carpet. Nobody did anything. They just stood there, dumbstruck. "Out of the way!" I shouted. I grabbed someone and shoved them aside. "Watch it," Gregory sneered. I hadn't even realized it was him. I was too overcome with horror to take in anything but the crime scene. Professor Perez lay in a pool of his own blood. His breath wavered as he stared up at the ceiling. He was barely holding on. Professor Warbright knelt over him, pressing his shaking hands to a wound in the center of his chest. His wand lay next to him, like he'd already tried casting a spell to stop the bleeding, but it hadn't worked. Blood seeped through Warbright's fingers and trailed down Perez's suit coat. "Call the infirmary!" Professor Warbright barked at a nearby student. "Quickly!" A few students took off running down the hall. Oliver yowled loudly as I rushed to Perez's side and dropped to my knees. Blood seeped through my jeans, but I didn't pay attention to it. I conjured a first aid kit I kept with me and tore open a roll of gauze. "Here, Professor, use this," I told Warbright as I wadded the gauze over the wound. He placed his bloody hands atop mine and pressed down with me. It wasn't enough. Not even close. Blood coated my hands. "Hang in there, Professor Perez," I pleaded. Perez's eyes glossed over, and his hand shook as he reached up to grab my arm. I... He couldn't speak, and a lump formed in my throat. Professor Perez was too young to die. I forced the lump downward. "We're getting you help." "Too late," he rasped. Perez fumbled for me, and I took his hand in mine, squeezing tightly. "No, it's not," I insisted. "You're going to be all right, Zachary," Professor Warbright promised, though he sounded entirely uncertain. Perez opened his mouth again to say something, but nothing came out. His eyes rolled back in his skull, and his hand went limp in mine. "No!" I shouted. But his voice cut through my thoughts a moment later, confirming the truth that couldn't be undone. It wasn't him. A pile of bricks seemed to tumble over me as Perez's last thoughts played through my mind. I didn't know what he meant, but one thing was for certain. This had been a very violent death. Those thoughts always hit harder. My Mortana magic sensed death permeating the hall, and I could feel the void where his life force was meant to be. But it was gone now, severed far too early. Professor Perez was only in his 40s, and he was already gone. Several of my Mortana classmates must have felt his death as well, because someone gagged, and another began to sob loudly. Even Leroy cursed under his breath. "Out of the way!" someone barked. I looked up to see my advisor, Professor Warren. He forced the crowd of onlookers apart, and several nurses from the infirmary followed behind him. He stopped dead when he saw the sight in front of him. The nurses gasped. I spotted my friends in the back of the crowd. They must have come from the cafeteria. Nadine's eyes watered as she took in the scene. My heart slowed slightly at the sight of her. She had a way of calming me down that no one else could. But there was nothing she could do that could take away the true horror of this moment. I sat back. I couldn't bring myself to stand because I was still shaking. "It's too late," I told Professor Warren in a hoarse tone. "He's already gone." "What happened here?" he demanded. I don't know," I stammered. "Everyone is to return to their classes," Professor Warren instructed. "This hallway is off-limits for the rest of the day." He was firm, and people respected him. The crowd began to disperse slowly. A few people didn't move right away because they were too shocked by what happened. Gregory stared for a few moments longer, before turning and nearly ramming into Professor Lido. I didn't know he'd followed me. Lido barely noticed him. He was too engrossed in the scene, gazing down at Perez's lifeless body with a hungry look in his eyes. It was more like he was looking at a fresh, juicy steak than a corpse. Lido looked far too pleased about this, almost like he was admiring his own handiwork. The warning we'd received in the library crossed my mind. He has come to kill. It couldn't have been him. I'd been in class with him for the last hour, and he hadn't left my sight before the screams started. He had a rock-solid alibi. Could that be what Perez meant by his last words? It wasn't him? Perhaps he knew something was amiss within the school, and he knew I'd suspect the demon. Only Professor Leto wasn't responsible. I didn't know what to make of any of this. It had all happened too fast. The crowd dispersed until there were only a few people remaining, including the professors and nurses. I got to my feet, but Professor Warren stepped in front of me.
"Stay, Lucas. You're going to have to answer a few questions."
Okay, I said. I glanced down the hall where Nadine stood. She pointed to herself, then to the cafeteria, to tell me she'd be waiting for me there. I nodded to her, and she turned toward Talia and Grant to leave. Two figures rushed down the hall, and the students parted to let them through. Headmistress Verla and Sheriff Baker slowed when they spotted the body. All the color drained from Verla's features. Sheriff Baker threw his shoulders back. I wasn't surprised to see him here. He'd been hanging around the school lately, managing Miriam's executors.
"Everyone stand back," he ordered. "This is an active crime scene."
Warbright shook as he got to his feet and backed up so far that his back pressed against the wall. He was a necromancer, but he was still pretty young, in his mid-30s at most. Necromancer or not, it was pretty clear he'd never dealt with a human corpse before. Professor Leto had been right about one thing. Even warlocks with death magic weren't comfortable with human death. Verla slowly approached Professor Warren. She grabbed his arm, but she never took her eyes off Perez. When Professor Warren caught the surprise in her features, he put an arm around her and gave her a squeeze before releasing her. It was meant to be a kind gesture, and she snapped back to attention.
"Someone better start talking,"
Verla stated firmly. "I heard Professor Warbright scream," I started. Warbright cleared his throat, but his voice shook.
"I was headed to the cafeteria when I found him. We had planned to meet for lunch to discuss our teaching plans for next week, as we teach the same freshman-level Mortana class. I tried to stop the bleeding, but it was too much. I yelled for help, but the injuries appeared to be caused by a complicated battle spell. There was nothing I could do."
"You have blood on your hands,"
Sheriff Baker snapped. It wasn't a question, but an accusation.
I was trying to stop the bleeding,"
Warbright stammered. He looked back at Perez's lifeless body and choked up. He threw his hand over his mouth before realizing he had blood all over his hands. He doubled over and tried not to gag.
"You were first at the scene,"
Sheriff Baker accused. Warbright shook from head to toe and tried to hide his sniffles. He could hardly stomach a corpse, let alone explain himself. More than that, this man had lost a teaching partner, a friend. "Sheriff, can't you see this man is innocent?" I demanded. "He can't handle the sight of blood. Do you really think he's capable of hurting someone like this?" Sheriff Baker narrowed his eyes on me.
"What exactly are you doing here? Seems awfully strange you would just stumble across a crime scene like this."
"I heard the screams, just like 20 other students leaving class," I stated. Professor Leto stepped forward. I didn't know what he was still doing here.
"Sheriff, might I suggest you gather your evidence before interrogating the witnesses?"
Leto said.
"This body is at a very critical stage post-mortem. We may have a chance to preserve it for use in our classes."
So that's what the hungry look had been about. Did he see us all as nothing more than walking corpses? No wonder he belonged in the abyss. "Are you serious right now?" I snapped. Demon or not, I wouldn't let this slide. Leto smirked.
"The priestesses asked me to teach Mortana magic. I only have the best interest of my students at heart."
Verla frowned. The way she glared at Professor Leto indicated she had a less than pleasant relationship with him. I wasn't sure if she'd wanted him to teach here, but if the priestesses demanded it, she didn't have a choice. With all due respect, Professor Leto, this man just died, Verla said, trying to keep her cool. Let's take a moment to process this. If this is truly what it looks like, the school is unsafe. It's imperative we respond to this in an effective manner that ensures the safety of our students and faculty. Sheriff, what are your thoughts? Sheriff Baker conjured a rubber glove and snapped it on his hand. He carefully bent and lifted the gauze off Professor Perez's chest. A sickly expression crossed his features before he composed himself. He stood up straight and cleared his throat.
It definitely looks like foul play involving magic. We will be conducting a thorough investigation.
Professor Warren turned to me. Lucas, do you have any idea who could have done this? My gaze darted to Professor Leto for a moment, but he didn't notice. Why would I? You heard his last thought, didn't you? Professor Warren asked. He was trying to be helpful. I nodded. Yeah, but he didn't say who killed him.
What exactly did he say?
Sheriff Baker demanded. I hesitated. I didn't like to share people's last thoughts. If they were meant for the coven to hear, then they'd be available to everyone. But they weren't. I was the one tasked with holding on to them. But this was a murder. If I could contribute to catching the killer, then perhaps I could save a life. He said, "It wasn't him," I told the sheriff. He looked annoyed that that's all there was, so I added, I don't know what it means. It could be about his death or something else entirely. Sheriff Baker looked less than pleased. He turned to Verla.
Headmistress, can you think of anyone who would have a reason to target one of your staff members?
She shook her head. People loved Professor Perez. He's been teaching intercaste magic for years, and we've never received a complaint. She cut off, and something in her features changed. Perhaps his position made him a target, she said thoughtfully. The castes are dividing, yet his role is to teach how the castes are stronger together. Perhaps someone didn't take kindly to those values. Baker smirked, like he thought Perez got what he deserved. He didn't voice his opinions, though. Instead, he said,
It's an angle we'll consider.
He asked a bunch of other questions, but I didn't know the answers to them. Eventually, he let me go. I rushed to the nearest bathroom as quickly as I could. Oliver followed and meowed softly once we were alone. He seemed concerned, but I didn't know what to tell him. I leaned over the sink and began scrubbing my hands vigorously. By now, the blood had dried onto my skin. My stomach hollowed as the bloody water swirled down the drain. I could still feel the pressure of Professor Perez's hand in mine, and the way it went limp when his spirit departed his body. The door opened, and I jumped when Professor Warren entered the bathroom. I straightened at the sink, but continued washing, even though the water had run clear already. Professor, I rasped. I came to check if you were all right, he said gently. I kept my gaze on the water as I answered. I'm the Reaper's apprentice. I hear people die every day. This is normal for me. The words felt ingenuine, like I was speaking off a script. Professor Warren frowned. He knew me well enough to know when I was lying. This was far from ordinary, Lucas. A man was murdered, and he died right in front of you. I shuddered. He was right. This was fucked up. I turned off the water and shook my hands out. His thought was heavy. Someone definitely targeted him. Any idea who? Professor Warren asked. No! I snapped. What exactly was he accusing me of? You already asked me that. If I knew, don't you think I would have said something? You told the truth about his last thought? He asked curiously. Yes, of course. Professor Warren sighed. I'm only trying to help, Lucas.
We've gotten to know each other well, and I thought it seemed like you were hiding something back there. I leaned against the sink. If I was, you won't believe what I have to say. Try me, he offered. It was obvious he really cared and wanted to be here for me. I drew a deep breath. The priestesses could hang me for this, but it didn't matter. Innocent people were dying, and I'd gladly hang if it meant saving them. I spat it out. Professor Leto is a demon summoned by the Imperium Council to help them end the waning, and despite the fact that I, along with 20 other students, saw him in class right before Professor Perez was attacked, I know he's somehow involved. Professor Warren didn't react to my accusation right away. Instead, he looked thoughtful. I frowned. I told you that you wouldn't believe me. No, I believe you, he assured me. I believe that's your version of events. You've just gone through something very traumatic, and you're trying to rationalize it in any way you can. You need answers. We all do. I scoffed. I want to believe you, Lucas, he promised. But do you really think the priestesses would summon a demon and let him into the school? Yes, I cried. The priestesses burned people at the stake on the school grounds not even a month ago. You think they wouldn't resort to this? Ask yourself why you've never met this guy before. He's been on sabbatical, Professor Warren said. Many members of the coven, professors particularly, travel often, especially between supernatural races. They study their magic and trade with them. I nearly snorted. Or they're summoned straight from the abyss and bring a wave of destruction with them. He's a good guy, Professor Warren said. He volunteers at the hospital. Because he wants you to believe he's a saint, I insisted. This isn't over, Professor. He's planning something with the priestesses. You said it yourself that he was with you when the attack happened, Professor Warren pointed out. He thought he was helping, but he was doing the exact opposite. Maybe he teleported or cast a curse. I don't know how he did it, okay? I'm not crazy. Of course you're not. But these things can be misinterpreted when you're not thinking straight. I couldn't help myself. I went off on him. You think I'm this troubled, depressed kid who can't handle his powers, but you don't even know me anymore. You're just going to stick your head in the sand when I really need you. Be scared all you want, Professor, but be brave enough to face it. I know what my magic told me, and I know without a doubt that this coven will be destroyed if I don't do something to stop it. I stomped past Professor Warren and out of the room with Oliver at my heels. Lucas, Professor Warren called after me, but I didn't turn back. Professor Warren had been there for me for the last 2 years. I could always go to him when I needed to talk. He was the father figure that my own dad wasn't. I really needed him to believe me right now. But he didn't. It was too much to even think about, so I pushed it aside. I couldn't handle it on top of Professor Perez's death. My friends would believe me, and I needed to tell them everything right away. Blood had dried into my jeans, but I didn't care. I hurried to the cafeteria and found Nadine, Grant, and Talia huddled around a small table in the corner. Nadine scribbled something down in a notebook. I didn't mean to look, but I caught a glimpse of her notes. It was a list of everything she'd witnessed at the scene. She thought she could solve this. Nadine turned when she heard me. She subconjured her book. Are you going to be all right? What happened? Grant asked. I glanced around the crowded cafeteria. Several people looked my way. I was certain everyone was talking about what happened to Perez. I have a lot to tell you, but we need to go somewhere private, I said. No one needed to ask where. There was only one place we could. The old epitaph room, where the coven's shield had met before. Our cats rushed into the room ahead of us. As soon as the door clicked shut, the confession spilled out. Nadine tried to comfort me, but I was too worked up to sit down. I paced around the room as I told them everything that happened, from when I entered my advanced Mortana magic class to when I met up with them in the cafeteria. Nadine's jaw dropped as she listened.
The priestesses let the demon on campus? Are they insane?
Yes, Grant said dryly. It's too much of a coincidence that someone was murdered the day he showed up, I said. But he was with me when it happened. And with Perez's last thought, I just don't know what to make of it all. Professor Warren didn't believe me. I don't know who else to go to. Nadine got a thoughtful look on her face.
We can trust Headmistress Verla, but this is dangerous and she'll try to stop us for our own safety.
Then where do we start? Grant wondered.
Can we figure out what kind of demon we're dealing with?
Nadine suggested.
That at least should tell us something. Maybe there's a spell that will get rid of him.
I pushed my fingers through my hair. Maybe, but he's already made a deal, so getting rid of him won't be easy.
Good thing we're the ones he's up against,
Nadine said proudly.
We can do this.
This might help, Grant offered. He had conjured a thick book. I recognized the black leather binding. It was the same restricted demonology textbook we'd found in the library when we snuck in over break. Grant had taken it to help with his demonology research. Mandy and I have been researching demons, and we've narrowed it down a bit, Grant said. Most demons with ram features, like those Lucas described, are lesser demons. They're more powerful than monsters, but they're not as dangerous as demonic gods. They like to wreak havoc on small areas at a time, and they enjoy sticking around to take it all in, rather than sweeping across the globe quickly and destroying everything in their path. But there are different types, all with various appetites for chaos. Like what? I questioned. Some feed off of betrayal, Grant explained as he flipped through the book. They'll create gossip and turn friends against one another. Others are energized sexually. They manipulate affairs, and some feed off murder. My stomach clenched. Which ones are those? Grant stopped as he came to the page he was looking for. He turned the book toward me, and the drawing of the demon sent a shiver down my spine. He looked exactly like the demon I'd seen in the Imperium headquarters, with the body of a man and the head of a ram. If he's involved in the murder, I think we can say with certainty that he's a Nex demon, Grant said.
Nex, meaning death?
Talia asked. In Latin, it's loosely translated as violent death, Grant confirmed. These demons literally get energy from murders and violent deaths. They feed off the events like we eat food. Talia drew in a deep breath.
Lido, that's Latin for something too, isn't it?
Talia conjured her incantations textbook and flipped to the glossary.
Yes, oh my goddess, it's literally in his name. Lido is to slay, kill, murder.
I furrowed my brow. So he chose his name as what? Some dig against the coven because we use Latin in our spell work?
It seems fitting for a smug asshole like him, Talia said. Lido's taunting us. The coven uses Latin because when the first necromancer was born, Miriam went to study necromancy. That's when she learned of the Fae, who believed necromancy was a form of dark magic. Miriam didn't want to associate with the Fae because they would have killed her family for practicing dark magic. Through her research, she found that necromancy had been practiced in ancient societies, and the texts she found were all written in Latin, originating from the Roman Empire. But the Fae couldn't read Latin because it was already a dead language by that time. To hide the coven's magic from the Fae, Miriam studied the language and wrote all her grimoires in Latin. Even if the Fae got their hands on a spellbook, they couldn't translate them, and they wouldn't know what kind of magic Miriam was using. They couldn't steal her spells either.
Thanks for the history lesson, Nadine said. But what does this mean?
If Lido wanted to hide what he was, he'd choose another name in a different language, Talia pointed out. But it's Latin, which we're familiar with. He's putting it right in front of our faces,
to show he's better than us when the coven doesn't figure it out. He's definitely behind this.
But Lucas said he wasn't there when it happened, Nadine mused. So how'd he orchestrate it?
I don't know, Grant said, sounding worried. He flipped from one page to another. I don't see that in here.
Could he have bribed someone to do it for him? Nadine theorized. Maybe he's making other deals.
It's possible, I said thoughtfully. But whoever did this was long gone before anyone found Perez.
How long would this satiate the demon? Nadine asked. How much time do we have before he strikes again?
Grant shook his head. I don't know. He could go weeks or even months between killings. Demons are very unpredictable. The more violent the murder, the more power he'll get, so that can change the timeline.
We have to get rid of him,
Nadine stated. How? Talia asked. He's on the priestess's side, so we can't turn him in. This isn't a typical exorcism or banishment. The priestesses are coven representatives, which means when he made that deal, he made a deal with the entire coven. He'd have to fulfill his end of the bargain before we could get rid of him for good. I crossed my arms. There has to be another way. We must find a way to vanquish him ourselves, by any means necessary. I knew it sounded impossible, but we had no other choice. What if we went public? Talia asked. The coven might force him out of town. Nadine shook her head.
The priestesses will deny it. No one will believe us, and it'll give them more reason to burn us at the stake.
Everyone in class seemed to love him, I added. I don't know if he can compel people or what that was about, but I wouldn't be surprised if the coven took his side. Grant frowned. Then we have to find a powerful spell to stop him. He flipped another page, and Talia grabbed his hand to stop him. Wait, what's this? Grant eyed the page. It looks like a spell for seers used to identify demon magic. Can it tell us how he killed Perez? I asked. It might. I can try it, Talia offered. Then let's do it, I agreed. Talia conjured a crystal ball and placed it on the center of the table. Our cat sat nearby watching the ritual. Nadine conjured a bundle of sage, and she handed each of us a clear quartz crystal to amplify the spell's energy. I took the crystal and gripped it tightly. Goddess, I hope this worked. Grant conjured a few candles, and I lit them with my lighter, then lit Nadine's herbs. She walked around the room, cleansing the area with the smoke. It will take a few minutes for me to get into a trance, Talia said. You guys can help with the spell by sharing positive intentions with me, okay? Nadine nodded.
Sounds easy enough.
Talia reached for me on one side and Grant on the other. Nadine set her sage bundle aside, and we all joined hands. Silence fell over the room as Talia concentrated on her crystal ball. I closed my eyes and sent positive, encouraging vibes her way. It was hard because I was still shaken by everything that happened. I took deep breaths to try to calm myself. After a few minutes where nothing happened, Talia shifted. Is it working? Grant asked. She shook her head. Not yet. I need to focus better. I need music. Do you guys mind if I sing? Not at all, I said. Do whatever you need to. Talia closed her eyes again, and her melodic voice filled the room. I'd never heard the lyrics before, and I realized it was because she was making them up on the spot. Goddess of the coven, be with us now. We must stop what's coming. We don't know how. Danger lurks these halls. Death is all around. What magic has caused this? The answers must be found. I felt Talia stiffen, and I opened my eyes to see her staring deep into the crystal ball. Something in her features had shifted, like she wasn't in the room with us anymore. The ball began to glow a bright white. I wasn't a seer, so I couldn't make out whatever Talia saw. But hell, I felt the spell working. A strange wind began to swirl around us. Nadine and I shot nervous glances around the room, as if expecting a ghost to appear. Talia was so deep in her trance that she didn't seem to notice. "Should we stop?" Grant asked, sounding worried. "No, let her keep going," I said. "She's getting something." A gust swept through the room and whipped our hair in all directions. The candles blew out, and Talia gasped. She dropped my hand and shrank into Grant. He placed an arm around her shoulder, and she cuddled into him, squeezing her eyes shut tightly. "Tal?" He shook her a bit. "What did you see?" She winced. "It was confusing." Grant stroked her hair. "Take all the time you need." Nadine quickly conjured a water bottle.
Here.
Talia opened her eyes and sipped the water.
"Thank you."
After a few deep breaths, she finally relaxed.
"I can't really explain what I saw. It was more like a feeling. Lucas was right. The demon is definitely involved, but I can't decipher the details. All I know for certain is that this wasn't another demon deal. He used some sort of spell to kill Professor Perez."
"What kind of spell?" I asked. She took another sip of water.
"I'm not sure, but it felt like something that could be broken. Like a curse, but not a curse. Once a curse is cast, it's out there for good. You can't undo it. This is different. He has more control over the spell, like he chooses how and when to use it."
A curse that's not a curse?
Nadine mused.
What if he's marking people for death and controlling their fate?
"That would fit with what I saw,"
Talia confirmed.
If it's anything like a curse, I could break it,
Nadine said.
But I'd have to know who he's targeting and break the spell before someone else gets hurt.
A hopeless feeling settled over the room.
"Mandy and I will keep researching next demons,"
Grant said, but it was the only thing any of us could offer. The alternative seemed impossible.
"We'll do our best to figure out how his spell works."
We had no idea when Professor Leto might strike again. We had to break the demon's spell before another innocent person died and Professor Leto became even stronger.
Chapter 4. Nadine. The atmosphere around the school seemed to grow even darker over the following days. By now, everyone knew there was a murderer roaming campus, and no one knew who they could trust. Headmistress Verla was shoulders deep in parental complaints, and she'd canceled my mentorships indefinitely until things got sorted out. I didn't mind, because I already had a paper to write for my criminal justice class. Professor Clark assigned us an essay where we had to detail how the coven's judicial system differed from that of the United States' government. He spoke highly of the priestesses, and I had to be careful about what I put into my essay, because I knew he was looking for specific answers. The more I studied Miriamic law, the more I found that the coven could really get away with anything. It made me sick to think about what the priestesses might do with their power. I finished the essay during my dialysis on Friday. The nurse didn't say anything as she unhooked me from the machine, though she kept throwing glances at the cauldron tattoo on my arm, the one I'd gotten to fool everyone into thinking I was an alchemist. Everyone knew it wasn't my real caste mark, but she looked pretty bitter about it. I noticed the same cauldron tattoo on the back of her neck. She was obviously really offended that I'd tried to cross caste lines. Bitch, I'd just been trying to survive. Issa growled loudly at the nurse, sensing her hostility. I nudged my cat with my foot, and she quieted. The nurse turned away from me as I started gathering my things. I stood, and an intense wave of dizziness passed over me. I immediately sat back down, because I thought I might pass out. My vision went black for a moment, then settled. Issa meowed loudly, sensing something was very wrong. "Excuse me," I called to the nurse. She barely looked my way, and obviously didn't care. "You're all done. You can go now," she said harshly. She clearly didn't want me here a moment longer. "I'm really dizzy," I told her. She frowned, but she didn't say anything as she brought over a blood pressure cuff and placed it around my arm. "Low blood pressure," she announced. "It's a common side effect caused by a drop in fluids during dialysis. Drink some water and you'll be fine." That's all she said before turning away from me. She didn't even offer me water. If it wasn't obvious before, it was clear that the coven wouldn't hesitate to take sides. This woman couldn't care less if I dropped dead on the dialysis floor. It was ironic that the very people who were supposed to keep me alive were the same ones who'd be cheering for the noose the second the priestesses sanctioned it. I left the dialysis room because I didn't want to be around this nurse longer than I had to. I found some water near the registration desk and sipped on it in the waiting room. It helped. "Come on, Isa," I told my cat as I stood. "We better go, or we're going to be late." The sun had set by the time I left the hospital. I drove to Octavia Hall, where the priestesses had ordered a meeting. I had no idea what they wanted to discuss, but I pulled my cloak tighter around my shoulders and walked inside. When I entered the Imperium headquarters, the priestesses were already there, but they weren't the only ones. At the fireplace, a man with an alchemy tattoo stirred something inside of a cauldron. He was short and plump, and his hands shook as he added ingredients. He wore a white coat and a chef's hat. The man shot a nervous glance at me before returning to his potion. He picked up a wand nearby and waved it over the cauldron. Magic swirled into his brew. When he set the wand aside, I realized with horror that I recognized it. It was the alchemy wand. The priestesses were using one of the Oaken Wands. For what? Another woman sat at the meeting table, laughing with Margaret like they were old friends. The woman had to be in her late 50s, with long black hair and sharp features. She sat straight with her shoulders back, commanding everyone's attention. She wore a black dress and dark eye makeup. She poured wine into 4 glasses while she laughed casually, then distributed them around the table. I noticed there wasn't a glass for me. I didn't drink alcohol and would have refused anyway, but it was a clear way of excluding me. The woman stopped laughing as soon as I entered the room. Her features fell into a frown, and she eyed me up and down. She shot a quick glance at Isa before looking me over once more. "This is her?" she asked the other priestesses. Her tone was full of judgment. Tingles spread across my arms. Hell, that look was worse than the one Lillian gave me. Put them both together, and I was ready to crawl out of my skin. "Yes, this is Priestess Nadine," Charlotte answered. The woman pursed her lips. "Well, don't keep us waiting, priestess." The way she spoke my title sounded like poison on her tongue. "I believe I'm on time," I stated confidently as I strolled over and took my seat. Isa jumped onto my lap. The woman checked the clock on the wall and lifted her chin higher. "Yes, well, a minute longer and you'd have kept us waiting. Let's get started." The way she took control of the meeting caught me off guard. "Excuse me, but who exactly are you?" I asked. "Nadine!" Lillian scolded. "It's okay, priestess," the woman assured her kindly. "Everyone else in the coven may know who I am, but Miss Evers didn't grow up here, did she?" I didn't miss the way she used my last name instead of my official title. She spoke in a way that strongly implied I was an outsider, like I should be ashamed I grew up outside of the coven. She was obviously trying to belittle me. "This is Claudia Sinclair," Priestess Margaret introduced, taking control. It was my understanding that Priestess Lillian had been on the council the longest, inducted around the same time as my grandfather. But Margaret was the oldest, and she was often the one to lead our meetings. Claudia is the owner of Miriam's magical goods. Her company is the main importer and exporter of magical goods within the coven. So she was rich and powerful. Got it. Is that what this meeting is about? I asked. Supernatural trade? Claudia threw her head back in laughter, like my question was ridiculous. Miriam's magical goods operates to the utmost standards. I assure you that my company has it handled. The priestesses don't need to worry about trade. We're here because you need a fifth priestess. She flipped her hand over, and that's when I noticed the eye tattoo on the inside of her arm. You're here to replace Stella, I stated bluntly. The 3 other priestesses looked eager to have her on board already. It was obvious she'd already charmed them into a decision. She was here to get my vote. Well, someone must. Claudia laughed. We'll have to vote you onto the council before the induction ceremony next Halloween. Why should we consider you? I asked. Her eyebrow twitched, like she was shocked I'd be so bold as to ask the question. If she thought I was just going to sit back and watch this meeting take place, she was wrong. We needed good people on the council, and something about her superior attitude and utter disrespect for my position already left a bad taste in my mouth. However, I was willing to keep an open mind and give her a chance to convince me. For one, I have many resources, which I am willing to make available to the coven as needed, Claudia offered. Money. She had money. I have many connections, she continued. If anyone within the coven dares to step out of line, the priestesses will have every magical resource at their disposal to ensure that person's magic is kept in check. I already saw where she was going with this, and I didn't like it one bit. These resources would be donated to the coven, then? I asked, already knowing the answer. Claudia laughed. Magical resources are not free, my dear. We would, of course, use taxpayer dollars. That's what the money's there for, after all. Yeah, and it'd go straight into her bank account. She didn't want to be on the council for noble purposes. All she saw was dollar signs. What's your gift? I asked. What makes you the strongest seer and the best fit? Claudia narrowed her eyes. It is not a woman's magic that makes her fit for the council. Traditionally, the strongest woman in her caste serves on the council, correct? I challenged. It ensures the coven is protected by the most powerful government. We perform many spells together, and there will be more spells to come as this conflict continues. Right now, there's someone dangerous inside Miriam College, and whatever differences the priestesses may have with one another, I think we all want to catch him. I shot a glance around the meeting table. Charlotte stared down at her hands, and Lillian stiffened. Margaret held her breath. They knew. These bitches knew what that demon had done, and they just let him get away with it. Oh, this was not going to end well for them. But they didn't know that I knew, and perhaps I could use that to my advantage. I couldn't accuse them of anything just yet. I had to let them keep believing I was ignorant to the demon roaming Octavia Falls. So, my question is, will your power help us protect the coven? I asked Claudia. She opened her mouth to say something, but Lillian stepped in. Claudia Sinclair is powerful in many ways. I hardly think an interrogation regarding her magic is necessary. She has intense knowledge of magical artifacts and connections with other races that could earn us allies if we encountered an international dispute. What about what's happening in our own coven? I asked calmly. Shouldn't we start there? Someone killed Professor Perez. Perhaps Miss Sinclair can demonstrate how she can help us all by joining us in a spell. There must be something we can do to identify the killer. It was a challenge, but the priestesses refused. Nadine, please, Margaret said. We're not here to discuss that at the moment. We're here to vote Claudia onto the council. I kept my gaze on Claudia as I spoke, watching for her reaction. And I'm willing to offer my vote, if you can show me she's the best choice. Claudia opened her mouth, but she snapped it shut a second later. I have nothing to prove to you. I folded my hands in front of myself. I was sick of everyone treating me like I was only here out of convenience. Mother Miriam had accepted me as a priestess. She'd told me I belonged here, and I wasn't going to let anyone tell me differently. I was a fucking priestess for Alora's sake, and that meant something to me. I made a promise to protect this coven when I joined the Imperium Council. I would do everything in my power to fulfill that promise. With all due respect, Miss Sinclair, you are here to get my vote, I stated firmly. So yes, I do believe I'll need more information before committing. What are your qualifications? Claudia scoffed. The council has no requirements for this job position. A job position? I cocked an eyebrow. This isn't a job. This is a lifelong commitment to the goddess and the coven. Hell, we weren't even paid. The other priestesses came from family money or owned businesses in town. I'd had the thought that they'd refused pay because they didn't need the money and it looked noble, but I knew better than to ask. Claudia drew her chin up. And what qualifications did you have when you joined the council, Miss Evers? She was challenging me, but I wouldn't back down so quickly. In a few years, I'll have my degree in criminal justice, I told her. I'm studying Miriamic law. Many priestesses trained their whole lives before taking on this position. Do you have a background in coven law and supernatural history? And if not, will you be studying it during your time on the council? Claudia shifted in her chair. She was obviously getting really fed up with me. I thought my questions were completely justified. She pursed her lips. I have an extensive background in supernatural trade, which I believe will serve you well on the council. The other priestesses have been forming diplomatic alliances for years, I pointed out. Claudia frowned. It would be a tragedy if you made an enemy out of someone who has so many supernatural allies. It was a threat if I ever heard one. Things around here need to change, Claudia continued. Yes, that we can agree on, I said. I have many ideas for where to make these changes, in order to ensure a strong and compliant coven, she said confidently, like she'd put a lot of thought into this. For starters, we must restructure the way the coven spends its tax dollars, so they can be used in the most effective manner. We must eliminate any unnecessary expenses that divert money from important investments. We'll begin at the school, which has proven to be a large expense on taxpayers. I believe the priestesses have already advised the school board to cut unnecessary classes. I thought of Lydia's supernatural religions poster, which the executors had torn up. They couldn't fool me. They weren't cutting classes to save money. They were getting rid of any classes that taught us to think for ourselves. Next, we'll cut the park fund completely and gather volunteers to maintain our park system, Claudia continued, sipping on her wine like she was merely talking about the weather. And we'll eliminate government-funded health insurance for students. Hold on, I interrupted. The mere mention of eliminating student health insurance terrified me to the core. Grammy helped pay for one of my health plans, but the insurance I got through the school supplemented it. Without my insurance, I'd never be able to cover my medical bills. We had a health center on campus, and all care was covered for students. If a student needed emergency medical attention at the town's hospital, most of that was covered too. It was all part of our tuition plan. If the priestesses took away our insurance, most of us couldn't afford to seek medical attention. Not for emergencies, or birth control, or anything. You can't leave students without health insurance, I insisted. Claudia lifted her chin. If students want health care, they should pay for it themselves privately. Surely the students' parents will cover it, and the scholarship kids can go without. All they really need is an education anyway. I couldn't believe she was suggesting this. Lucas's parents would never contribute a penny. Students like him would be helpless. Lucas would no longer be able to afford therapy. His mental health could spiral, and that could put him in real danger. If things got really bad, I couldn't stomach the thought of Lucas going to the emergency room, only to be turned away. The coven doesn't cover student insurance, I pointed out. I tried to hide my anger, but my tone turned harsh. The cost is included in tuition. Yes, but the coven owns the college, Claudia reminded me. We can take that money currently spent on school-sponsored insurance premiums and put it toward more useful things. What's useful about letting your people die because they can't afford health care? I growled. I think it's a great idea, Lillian cut in. Claudia's right. People don't appreciate the things they get for free. We should make them work for it. No more handouts. But it's not free, I argued. They're already paying for these things through taxes and tuition. The alternative is to raise taxes, and I dare say the coven will not be pleased with that, Margaret cut in. We must start thinking about putting more money into our military to protect the coven in times of war. The young couple that now sits on the throne of the Fey monarchy is aggressive. King Elijah and Queen Gabriella are already making threats, and Malovia's military is growing. We need to be prepared if the Fey decide to take their fight overseas. I agree, Priestess Charlotte said. We must start this restructuring right away. They were really going to do this, with or without my say. Yes, this is a problem, I said. But we have to give our coven resources to fight with. We can't fight the Fae if our people are sick and we're cutting the classes that are supposed to strengthen their magic. I got a full-time job to pay for my tuition and health care when I went to Miriam College, Margaret said. It's not fair that these kids are getting free rides when I had to pay for the same thing out of pocket. That was back when you could afford tuition on a full-time job, I pointed out. Witches and warlocks are required to attend Miriam College and learn their magic, yet a full-time job can't cover it. And that's if you can get a full-time job between classes, which is impossible scheduling. Instead, we're expected to take out tens of thousands of dollars of loans from the coven so the Imperium Council can profit off the interest. Make it make sense. Communities need to take care of their people. If our people's needs aren't met, they can't contribute to the community. You can't just take from people without giving back. Claudia frowned. The community doesn't need people who can't contribute. But they can contribute if you provide them the resources, I insisted. If you want your people to learn how to control their magic, give them free public education and make sure their health is taken care of. Nadine, can we stop this already? Lillian huffed. You're being unrealistic. Claudia is clearly the best choice to place on the council. She has wonderful ideas. She's well respected, and we need to be thinking long term. Forget what's happening in the coven right now. What happens 5 years from now if the Fae attack? We will need Claudia on our side. Not if the coven tears itself apart first, I snapped. And I'm perfectly well equipped to deal with that matter, Claudia insisted. How hard can it be to get a few witches and warlocks to obey us? I was getting pissed. It was obvious the other priestesses chose her because they knew she'd take their side on whatever issue they wanted to press. I tried to keep my voice even. We don't need people to obey us. We need them to trust us and respect us. We need to be there for them. Otherwise, when war does break out, you'll have no army. We must command respect, Claudia sneered. What are a few lives in comparison to the masses? Place me on the council, and together we will develop firm plans to end the waning and restore our magic in the quickest way possible. By sacrificing people at the stake, I growled. She was no different from the other priestesses. If it forces people to obey us, then yes, Claudia cried. How do you not realize that the coven's problems are created out of not taking care of our people? I demanded. Professor Carlyle turned to crime because he needed better health care. Professor Damon only dealt drugs because he wasn't secure in his retirement. What about the innocents? Children and the elderly and the disabled getting caught in the crosshairs. Your method ensures that innocent people will die. What does that matter? Claudia asked. A few innocent lives are required to end this. If people see that their safety isn't the only thing at stake, but that their family and friends could die as well, who is going to stand up to us? The coven will be at peace again. What is peace without freedom? I demanded. You're planning to imprison your own people. Claudia straightened her shoulders. It's for their own good. My teeth ground together. She was repeating the same thing the other priestesses had said. Their methods were sick and twisted. Wicked, even. And yet they couldn't see it. They thought I was the evil one because I dared to question them. Besides, who cares if a few old people die? Claudia added. We need healthy, able-bodied people to fight for us. Disabled people don't contribute to society anyway. My jaw dropped. The audacity. I'm disabled, I told her. Claudia looked me up and down. You look perfectly fine to me. Oh, this bitch did not just go there. I think Claudia makes some good points, Charlotte said. I'd love to have her on the council and hear more of her ideas. Agreed, Margaret said. Claudia has my vote as well, Lillian added. Which leaves Nadine. Hector, a drink, please. The alchemist at the fireplace nodded. He hadn't said anything this whole time, and I still didn't know what he was doing here. He placed a ladle into the cauldron and scooped the brew into a cup, then brought it over to me. His hands shook, and a few drops spilled onto the table. He didn't say anything before scurrying back to the cauldron. I eyed the clear liquid curiously. A slight mist billowed out of the cup and hissed. Issa ducked her head under the table. Instinct told me to run far, far away. What's this? I asked. This is Hector's own brew, Margaret said. I wonder if you've met Hector. He works at the school. Hector wrung his hands together. At the cafe, priestess. he said kindly, nodding to me. He's the head cook at the cat cafe on campus, Margaret explained. He kindly volunteered to help the council with our brews when necessary. Hector's features paled, and rage flared through my gut. He was scared shitless. There's no way he volunteered for this. They were threatening him with something, though I didn't know what. I knew one thing for certain, though. The priestesses wouldn't have hired him to use the alchemy wand unless they couldn't use it themselves. The wand had rejected Margaret, the alchemy priestess, so they'd found someone who could use it, and forced him to work for them. This was exactly the kind of thing I stood against. My heart broke for Hector. I had to do something to help him. Margaret gestured to the brew in front of me, which I still hadn't touched. This is a dangerous potion, Nadine. Slow acting, but effective. We looked the other way the night of your crimes, but any new crimes will get you hurt. I noticed how she didn't refer to that night as the burning, like the rest of the coven did. She shifted the blame onto me, never once acknowledging that the other priestesses were responsible for the unthinkable. Should you continue to defy us, Hector will place this potion into every item on the cafe menu, Margaret continued. Your classmates will die, and it will be your fault. My knees shook under the table, but I wouldn't fall for her fear tactics. You're not going to poison them, I stated. We made a deal when I handed over the alchemy wand. I've done nothing wrong, and voting no breaks no laws. Claudia will be on this council, Margaret snapped, slamming her palm onto the table. Her patience with me had worn thin. I crossed my arms. You're right. So what are we even doing here? The council works on a majority rules system, and I know the three of you have already made your decision. So what do you need my vote for anyway? It's best if we have a unanimous vote, Charlotte said. We must show the coven that we're united. If you don't vote Claudia onto the council, the coven will be notified, Lillian added. Do you really want them to see you as the odd man out, Nadine? You want the coven to trust you, yes? I do, which is why I have to choose my integrity, I said. I want the coven to know that I will not be manipulated, and that I will always make the choice that I believe is best for them. I shot a glance toward Hector, and I saw the smallest bit of a smile touch his lips before he looked away. I vote no, I stated confidently. Lillian pursed her lips. Very well. We'll inform the Miriamic messenger of what has happened at tonight's meeting. By next week, everyone will know you voted against us. Meeting adjourned. She was trying to scare me, but I wasn't frightened. I left the room feeling confident in my decision. Issa followed me downstairs. My car keys jingled as I pulled them out of my cloak. I kept important things in the pockets, like my keys, medication, and wand, just in case the waning hit and I couldn't access my magical stash for a few days. Darkness blanketed the corner of the lot where my car was parked. I was still reeling in anger after what the priestesses had said. I started the car and pulled onto the street, and my heart immediately stopped. Priestess Nadine, someone hissed. I nearly jumped out of my skin. I slammed on the brakes and instantly formed a battle orb in my hand. But when I looked over at the passenger seat, a woman with kind eyes stared back. She had a mess of curls piled atop her head, and Issa hopped across the middle console to jump onto her lap. My first reaction was to fight, but a sense of calm washed over me when I looked into her eyes. Instinct told me I was safe, so I closed my fist and the battle orb disappeared. "I know you," I said, trying to place her. "You own a shop downtown." She nodded. "I'm Everly Hall, a seer with automatic writing powers. I wrote the prophecy you and Lucas share." The wording of the prophecy played in my mind. "By fire and noose, the coven will fall. Division and suffering, destruction to all. Great power of the chosen, the coven be made whole. By the only witch of her kind, and a reaper bound to her soul." "Right, but what are you doing in my car?" I asked. Issa purred in her lap. Even though it was weird to find her in my car, I was certain she had good intentions. "I'm sorry to intrude like this, but I had to talk to you in private," she said. "The priestesses don't know I'm here. You must act as if everything is normal." "Okay, you have my attention." I placed my hands on the wheel and slowly drove down the street. "I believe what you said about Stella at the burning is true," she said. "The priestesses made you lie about it in that interview with the paper, didn't they?" I pressed my lips together. "I'm not allowed to confirm or deny that. What makes you believe me?" "I was supposed to be on the council next, if I lived long enough to see the seer position open," she said. "The priestesses called me in for a secret meeting, and we discussed what measures must be taken to facilitate peace among the coven. They wanted to force people to comply, but I disagreed. They rescinded their support for my nomination." My jaw tightened. "And I suppose if I nominated you, it wouldn't matter, because they'd vote for Claudia anyway." "Yes," Everly said. "I'm not here to get your nomination, Nadine. I'm here to tell you that I'm on your side. I know what your prophecy says, and I know you are meant to bring the coven together again." A silence stretched through the car. "Prophecies aren't for certain, though," I said. "Mother Miriam told me you only saw the path I was on because it was the path I chose. The end result could change. You could get hurt by getting involved. Are you sure you're okay with that?" Everly held her head high. "I'm the one who relayed the prophecy. I became involved the second the spirits contacted me. Regardless of how things end, I'll be damned if I'm on the wrong side of history. I'm not afraid of what the priestesses might do to me, but I am afraid of what they might do to you. The coven needs you to stay alive. You can't fight this alone, Nadine. Let me help. Allow me to be the voice that goes up against them." "I can't put you in danger like that," I argued. "We're already in danger. All of us," she said. "The less they target you, the better chance you have of fulfilling your prophecy. I want to do this." I glanced toward her once more. "How do I know I can trust you?" "Use your intuition," she encouraged. I pressed my lips together as I turned down another street. "I'm still trying to figure out my intuition." "It's simple, though not easy. It takes practice," Everly said kindly. "You have experience with intuition?" I asked. "We all have it. It's not unique to the Miriamic coven." "Mine is supposed to be quite strong, so I can receive messages from Mother Miriam," I stated. "But I don't think I quite get how to listen to it." "Intuition always speaks calmly," Everly said. "If you feel fear behind your ideas, that's your ego talking, the human part of your brain that's trying to keep you safe. Intuition speaks from your spirit. It sees no threats because it knows that your decision to follow it will lead you in the right direction." "So, I just follow whatever feels safe? I asked. No, because sometimes we're afraid of perfectly safe things due to our limiting beliefs. And sometimes the things inside our comfort zone are not serving us as well as we believe. If you can clear your fears, you will be able to hear your intuition more clearly. That's why the priestesses are acting the way they are, I said thoughtfully. They're afraid of the waning, and so they can't hear their intuition that might tell them how to fix it. Most likely. What if your intuition is telling you to do something that is unsafe? I wondered. Like going up against the priestesses, even if it could get people hurt. Do I still do it, even though my fear is justified? Consider then if the potential outcome is greater than the short-term danger, Everly said. Not everything your intuition tells you to do will be a safe, sound decision. It won't always be easy. But even when a threat is present, your intuition knows that going through that journey will lead to greater things, and you will come out safe on the other side. Allowing yourself to explore short-term struggles may help you see that the outcome is the safer long-term option. Your intuition will always lead you to the places you are meant to be. I came to a stop sign and looked over at Everly. I was so at ease in her presence, and I knew with every fiber of my being that I could trust her. I hated the thought of putting anyone else in danger, but Everly was sincerely offering her support. I couldn't turn her down, because without her, we may not win. My intuition trusts you, I told her. I just don't want anyone getting hurt. That's a choice I'll make for myself, she said. You should be proud of what you're doing. I understand it's not easy to be part of a prophecy like this, but I know you have what it takes. You have something the priestesses don't. You have a desire to learn and to do better. Her words struck me. It seemed natural to want to do better, but maybe it wasn't. Thank you, Everly, I said, and welcome to the Coven's shield. I dropped Everly off at her shop, then drove to Grammy's. I had so much information to process. Right now, I just needed a big hug from my grandma. When I arrived, she sat in the living room, crocheting a blanket. She looked surprised to see me. Cornelius perked up when he spotted Issa at my feet. Nadine, Grammy said kindly. I'm so glad to see you. I was going to wait to show you this, but I guess the cat's out of the bag. What do you think? She lifted the afghan she was working on. It was half done and beautiful, with an intricate swirl of purple and teal colors. It's lovely, Grammy, I said. She smiled. You inspire me with all those tie blankets you make for the nursing home. I wanted to donate one myself. They'll love it, Grammy. We, need to talk. She looked really confused as she set her afghan aside. Is everything all right? I shook my head and sank into the cushion beside her. Not really. I just had a meeting with the priestesses. They're talking about cutting student health insurance. I know I have a supplemental plan, but that only covers a portion. I don't know how I'm going to pay for dialysis. It's okay, Grammy insisted, but she sounded a bit distressed. She hurried over to a stack of bills and found my most recent medical bill. Let's see. It looks like your private insurance pays for half. This doesn't seem so bad. 3 treatments a week. Oh dear. Her features fell, and my stomach twisted. I knew what dialysis cost, and it was more than the average family made in a year. No way Grammy was making that kind of money. She must have noticed the hopeless look on my face, because she sat down and wrapped me into a hug. "I'll pay for it, Nadine. Don't worry." I leaned into her hug, but it didn't ease the pit forming in my stomach. The priestesses were messing with so many people's lives. "Where are you getting the money? I know you don't brew enough potions to cover everything. My tuition, my insurance, my bills. It's too much." "We'll figure it out," she promised. "How? You're not selling the house for me." She stroked my hair. "We have some to get us by for a while. Grampy had a small life insurance policy I invested, and I got some money from selling your parents' house." "You helped them buy that house. It's your money." "It's money I always intended to go toward your tuition." "That's great we can pay for my tuition, but add the dialysis treatments on top of that, and we'll be bankrupt in less than 2 years. I shouldn't be buying 2 years of life with my inheritance." "There are other government assistance programs outside the coven," Grammy offered. I shook my head. "Mom and Dad looked into those when I was first diagnosed. They're designed to screw you over, Grammy. And what about all the other people who can't afford their tuition or health care? I might have 2 years left, but other people won't even have months." I gasped when I realized something. "Goddess, the priestesses are hurting people to get to me. If I can't afford my health care, I can't stand up to them. They're literally going to let my disease kill me. The average wait time for a kidney is 3 to 5 years. Even if I leave the coven, I could be dead before I reach the top of the transplant list." The implications of what this meant shook me to my very core. This policy change would affect so many people. Grammy forced me to look at her. "Listen to me. You must remain well, Nadine, at whatever cost. Right now, you have to focus on saving yourself, because you're not responsible for the world." "But I'm the one the prophecy speaks of. My destiny is to protect the other witches and warlocks out there who aren't as lucky as I am." "You can't worry about everyone else, not when you're falling apart yourself. What's important is that you stay alive, for the coven's sake. If you really want to help them, you have to help yourself first. Do you understand?" Grammy hugged me tightly to her chest, and I closed my eyes as I embraced her. I knew with all my heart that she was right. That didn't mean I wasn't responsible for everything that was happening out there. I was a priestess. It was my job to stop this. But I felt I had less power than I ever had before. I might be a priestess, but that didn't mean the rest of the Imperium Council was going to listen to me. So the only option was to go above their heads and find something more powerful than they were. Uniting the Oaken Wands was the only way out of this mess. I prayed the task wouldn't be as hopeless as it felt now. I had to tell my friends what was happening. We planned to meet up at the old epitaph room the following day. I invited Everly to join us. When I arrived, Talia was alone, singing a beautiful song. The room had completely transformed. All the stacks of old papers had been organized neatly on the shelves, and the dust had been cleaned up. Talia stood on the counter, draping purple and teal curtains around the room. The drapes framed a huge map of Octavia Falls that she'd tacked to the wall. Above the meeting table hung a pretty black chandelier. It looked like Talia had made it from craft supplies by herself. Small witch lights hovered like flames around the chandelier and lit up the room. It was gorgeous. Talia stopped singing when I entered. "Oh, shoot. I've run out of time." "No, it's okay," I assured her. "I'm a bit early anyway." I love what you've done with the place. Issa jumped onto the table, where Gus was lounging. She walked over and started licking his ears. Talia shrugged and hopped off the counter. I thought the gravestone could use some sprucing up if we're going to spend a lot of time here. The gravestone? I asked. Grant and I came up with it, she said. We thought our meeting place should have a code name, and this is where we write the epitaph, so you write it on a gravestone. I chuckled. Clever. I like it. Talia reached into a box she'd brought along and fiddled with a few items before setting them back inside. I just wish we were meeting under better circumstances. I agree. I picked up a small, round music box and flipped the top open, but no music came out. It was really pretty, with a gorgeous rose design carved into the metal. What's all this? It's just some of my antiques. I thought I'd decorate the room with them, but I don't know where to put them. Is this new? I asked, handing her the music box. I don't recognize it. No, I just haven't found a place for it. I've had it since last Halloween. Grant bought it for me. That's sweet, I said. You guys make a great couple. I'm glad you're together. She blushed. Thanks. I'm glad you and Lucas worked things out, too. The door opened, and Lucas stepped inside. Did I just hear my name? We were just gossiping, I teased. I wrapped an arm around his waist and placed a kiss on his lips. My heart fluttered. Don't let me interrupt, he joked, but everyone else is on their way. Including Everly, I said. I'd already told them about what happened last night. They agreed that we could trust her, and that we needed her on our side. Do you think anyone else will show up? Talia asked. Lucas sighed. I hope so. Lucas had written an article for his new publication containing a secret message. We'd dropped stacks of the printing all around school, and I'd seen people with copies all week. The secret message told anyone who was willing to fight with us to meet us here today. I really hoped a few people had deciphered it. We needed more people on our side. It wasn't long before our friends arrived. Chloe and Mandy sat across from each other, and Miles lounged on the counter. All the cats had gathered on the table, licking their paws and grooming each other. Grant arrived last. I checked the time. A light knock came at the door then, and I opened it. Everly stood there, wearing a kind smile on her face. It looks like I found the right place, she said. I opened the door wider. Yes, it's a bit crowded, but come on in. Everly entered the room, and her gaze traveled over our group. She nodded to each person in turn. Hello, how are you? Chloe sat up straighter in her chair. Look, we agreed to have you here, but before we get into any details, I'd like to know something first. Anything, Everly offered. I have nothing to hide. Why do you want to help us? Chloe asked. Everly took a deep breath, carefully considering her answer. Because the priestesses intend to break the coven. I wish to heal it. Chloe eyed her longer. She should take the witch's vow, the same one we did. If that will make you trust me, then I'll do it, Everly agreed. Grant got to work on the brew, and Everly took the same vow we had. Mandy glanced around the room. I don't know if anyone else is coming. Should we cast our ward now? Let's give it a few minutes, Grant suggested. Someone must have deciphered Lucas's clues. Lucas frowned. I don't know, guys. It was a good idea, but maybe we were too subtle about it. Grant sighed. It looks like this is all we have, then. Let's cast the ward and get to work. The ward Mandy had found was pretty straightforward, but with all 5 cast together, we were certain it would hold. We all joined hands and spoke an incantation. Magic shimmered throughout the room before settling into the walls. Once we cast the ward, I cleared my throat and stepped forward. As you all know by now, Everly has offered to be the face of the Coven's shield. No one decoded our secret message, so we need to be more aggressive about getting our message out there. We need people to see that they can challenge the priestesses and change what they're doing. The system is made by people, and it can be changed by people. Everly can help with that. What are your ideas? Chloe asked. We have to be loud enough that people hear our voice, but not so loud that the priestesses strike us down right away, Everly said. I host weekly seer classes at my shop. I teach crafting to help seers hone their powers through art. I know most of my students will join us. The Miriamic Messenger is writing a feature about the classes this month. I can use that platform to voice opinions that oppose the priestesses. But the Miriamic Messenger only prints Imperium propaganda, Grant complained. They've already branded the Coven's divide as the Miriamic conflict. Then we'll be subtle, until it's time to make noise, Everly said. My classes teach that improving your own magic makes the community stronger. When it comes to magic, 1 + 1 does not equal 2. Put 2 witches together, and their magic is more powerful than 2 witches on their own. I can speak on this concept all day. My students will side with us. Lucas nodded. This is a good place to start. Has anyone else made progress? Talia shook her head. Chloe and I were both denied internships with Professor Richards. We might be able to get into the archives room ourselves, but there's a wait list. Mandy raised her hand. Grant and I found a few mentions of demons in old newspapers. The most recent one that involved killings was 80 years ago, during the Great Supernatural War. A group of college students summoned a demon, thinking he might be able to help the Coven during the war, but he slaughtered them all. He killed a few others before the priestesses vanquished him. Do you think it's the same guy? I asked. Mandy looked uncertain. Based on the news reports, this demon killed people himself. It's different from what Lucas said happened to Professor Perez. Maybe he learned from the past and changed up his tactics. Keep looking into it, I suggested. See if you can find out how the priestesses got rid of him. Mandy nodded firmly. How's it going with the executors, Miles? Lucas asked. Grant and I staged a fight, like we talked about, he said. Grant rubbed his neck. Yeah, one hell of a fight. You didn't have to go that hard, you know. Miles shrugged. I had to sell it. The recruiters bought it. I'm in, but I haven't started my training yet. I'll let you know if I get anything. He cut off when a high-pitched squeal filled the room. Magic began flashing across the walls, pulsing red. I shot out of my chair. What is that? Mandy shot a nervous glance around the room. Someone's trying to get through our ward. How's that possible? Lucas demanded. I don't know, Mandy said. The spell was ironclad. Lucas formed a battle orb in his hand and swung the door open. I rushed behind him. We were prepared to defend ourselves. I reached the end of the hall and turned the corner. When we stepped outside of the ward, the alarm stopped. In fact, the whole hallway seemed to vanish. Behind us appeared a solid wall. I'd never guessed there was something hidden there at all. Issa batted at the wall, and her paw went through it. Our friends followed us, and it looked like they were ghosts walking through the wall. We looked up and down the hall but saw no one. This ward is strong, Mandy insisted. It only lets our allies through. If anyone finds our entrance, it should feel like a solid wall. I don't know why the alarm is going off. We should figure it out before we continue, I stated. We don't want to take any unnecessary risks. Lucas nodded in agreement. In the meantime, we should go back to our dorm rooms. I need to check a few books in the library, Mandy said. It might just be a flaw in the spell. Let me know if you need anything, Everly offered. Everyone quickly dispersed, but Lucas and I turned back toward the ward. Mandy did a good job, I said. I don't get it. I can't even tell the ward's there, Lucas agreed. But I can, a woman said. She stepped around a corner, and a fat black cat waddled beside her. I went rigid as Headmistress Verla approached us. Your ward is good, but mine is stronger. I was notified the moment you cast your ward, and I overheard everything. Headmistress, I started. She held her hand up to stop me. I understand what you're doing here, Nadine, and I want to help. The priestesses have taken more from me than you'll ever know. She kept an even tone, but I saw the pain behind her eyes. They hung my sister, and they provided me with no support when my son died. I'd sooner die than let this injustice continue. No one deserves a death like Nicole's. Her sister's name sent chills down my spine. I quickly gathered my composure. This means a lot, Headmistress, and we'd love to have your help. There's a lot to catch you up on. Then by all means, let's get started, she suggested. We should talk in private, Lucas said, gesturing her through our ward. The three of us stepped into the hall with our cats, where we couldn't be overheard. Issa huddled next to Oliver. Verla passed through the ward easily, accepting her as a member of the coven shield. The alarm had stopped going off, now that Verla wasn't trying to break through it. There's a demon inside the school, I started, and the confession spilled out from there. Lucas and I told Verla everything. By the time we finished, she had her finger to her chin. I knew there was something off about Professor Lido when we hired him, though I didn't know how to prove it, she said. Why didn't you tell me any of this before? I thought you'd stop us, I admitted. This is all so dangerous, and I thought you'd want me to stay out of danger because you care too much. I do care about you, Nadine, she insisted. Far more than any headmistress has the right to care about her students. But doing nothing would be dangerous too. You're a priestess, and you're doing the right thing. I want to do right by the coven, I said. Do you know anything about demon spells and how to stop him? There are so many ways demons manipulate contracts, Verla said. Without knowing the terms of his contracts, we can't know how the spell works, or how to break it. There may be a way I can help against the priestesses, though. If I can brew a potion to take away their magic, they lose their power and be forced to step down. If they're left vulnerable, they could be persuaded to break their contract with the demon. I've never heard of a potion like that, Lucas said. Is it even possible? We never thought the waning was possible until now, Verla pointed out. If the waning is possible, so is this. I believe Nadine could brew such a potion if we combine our powers. Her Cursebreaker powers could take theirs away. I didn't like this. Whether it's possible isn't the question, I argued. We could be caught, and by Miriamic law, we'd suffer far greater than a hanging. I'm well versed in Miriamic law, Verla said. I have a law degree myself. However, we're in the perfect position to blame it on the waning. And still, we're stooping to the priestess's level, I replied. If we're controlling who has magic and who doesn't, we're no better than them. This is war, Nadine, Verla pressed. I hope you're prepared to have your morals challenged, or you will not win. I shook my head. That couldn't be the only answer. I believe we can win in our own way. I won't become like the other priestesses. Verla sighed. If that's the way you want to do it, I can't force you to brew this potion. But think about your decision carefully. I know you don't wish for people to die, and we may have to make tough decisions to prevent that. We'll find another way. I had to believe that. I will be on your side for all of it, but choose wisely, Verla said. Because if this demon is allowed to run rampant, there's no telling who will be alive by the end of it.
Chapter 5. Lucas. Verla could prove useful to the Coven's shield, but not until we all got on the same page. Nadine didn't want to become like the priestesses. I didn't either. Verla seemed to think we had to in order to defeat them. We'd talked about making tough decisions, and this was going to be one of the hardest of all. Stick to our morals, or defy them for the greater good. Those couldn't be our only two options. My stomach churned as I sat in the back of my Advanced Mortana Magic class on Monday, trying not to hurl. Professor Lido projected gruesome pictures onto a screen at the front of the room and lectured on how necromancers could use various body parts as weapons. He described using intestines as ropes to strangle enemies, as well as other gruesome descriptions. He believed that the more death you saw on the battlefield, the stronger you were. He had a real fascination with reanimating the dead. I didn't think he could do it himself, but he sure found joy in necromancy. It wasn't the photos that bothered me, though. It was him. It made me sick knowing there was a murderous demon roaming these halls, and there wasn't a damn thing I could do to stop him. Even with Verla on our side, he was untouchable. She couldn't fire him, not when the rest of the school board had a say, and most of them had their heads so far up the priestesses' asses that they couldn't see daylight. He wasn't going anywhere. We hadn't figured out how he'd been vanquished in the past either, so that wasn't helpful. I studied him carefully as he paced in front of the room. He was arrogant, but he moved in a calculated manner. He chose his words carefully, though he sometimes slipped up and said things like, "Your coven." No one else seemed to notice he didn't belong here, though. Professor Lido excused the class. I hurried toward the door, but I was one of the last to leave.
Lucas?
Professor Lido called before I could make a break for it. My blood ran cold, but I composed myself before turning to him. Yes, Professor? He folded his hands and waited patiently before the other students left the room. Oliver's fur stood on end, and the door remained opened. At least I had a quick escape if I needed it.
What did you think of my lecture?
He asked.
Interesting, yes?
Sure, if you're a necromancer, I said. I didn't know why he cared about my opinion. It wasn't like he needed validation from me. His ego was bigger than Octavia Falls.
Ah, but you're no necromancer,
he said calmly.
I saw the way you watched me during class. You seemed engrossed in the lecture.
He was goading me, like he wanted me to admit to something, though I didn't know what. Perhaps you could lecture on Reaper's powers in the future, I suggested coolly, seeing as you seem to know more about my magic than I do. He'd known I could read energy signatures before I did. I wondered what else he knew. Professor Lido took a step forward. He wore a cunning smirk and eyed me up and down.
What a pleasure that would be. There's so much you don't know. But perhaps I'll keep these things to myself. After all, what use would my secrets be if my enemies knew them as well?
Enemies? I cocked an eyebrow, and sarcasm dripped from my tone. I thought we were just becoming friends. Lido scoffed.
We could be, but I know what you think of me.
He began to circle me. He was so close now we were nearly touching, but I didn't flinch. I was more pissed than anything.
I see your hesitation each time you enter my class,
he taunted.
I smell your fear whenever I approach. I sense your longing to scream.
You killed Professor Perez, I snapped. Most people would act shocked by such an accusation, but Professor Lido stopped in front of me and chuckled.
Prove it.
I narrowed my eyes. I don't know how you did it, but I know you've done it before, and you'll do it again. Why are you here?
Isn't it obvious?
I meant at the school, I growled. Whatever the priestesses promised you is nothing more than empty promises. He laughed.
You have no idea what you're talking about. Are you suggesting I change my loyalty and make a deal with you?
I almost snorted. Like I'd ever be so stupid. I'm warning you to leave. You won't kill anyone else before I'm done with you. He smiled like this was nothing more than a friendly chat.
I like your confidence.
I shrugged. Confidence is easy when you know you're going to win. I couldn't say that for sure, but it sure as hell felt good to say out loud. Lido eyed me up and down.
Then tell me, Lucas, how will you win? How exactly are you going to stop me?
What use would my secrets be if my enemies knew them as well? I repeated his words back to him. He was practically grinning now, clearly amused.
As far as enemies go, I like you, Lucas. Perhaps under different circumstances we could be allies. You say you're not stupid enough to make a deal with me, but you're clearly stupid enough to make an enemy out of me.
The smile quickly fell from his face. His expressionless features gave me the chills.
I'd watch my back if I were you,
he said before returning to his desk. I knew it was my cue to leave, and I backed out of the room slowly. Oliver followed, never taking his eyes off Professor Lido. It wasn't until I was out of the room that I finally turned and bolted down the hall. I glanced behind myself when I turned the corner, but the hall was empty. I relaxed and slowed my step. I found Nadine waiting for me in the main foyer. Her eyes lit up when she saw me. Ready for lunch? I asked as I took her hand. Her touch helped me forget about Lido. Goddess knew I didn't need to be worrying about him, not unless there was something I could do about it. Nadine glanced toward the cafeteria.
Actually, I had a better idea. Want to go to the cafe?
Always, I told her. Nadine kept her voice low as we headed across campus. When we arrived at the cafe, it was almost empty, which was odd for this time of day. Darcy and Onyx sat at a table near the window. It sounded like they were discussing their alchemy classes, but they were the only people here. Even the cats seemed to notice the tense atmosphere. Most of the cats lounged rather than playing with their toys in the corner. Issa and Oliver kept close to our side. Nadine and I approached the counter. Kenna Farlan, a seer from my intercast magic class, stood behind the counter, arranging fresh cupcakes in one of the displays. She stopped when we approached, and she wiped her hands on her apron.
Lucas, Nadine, she greeted kindly. How can I help you?
Nadine looked around the cafe.
Is everything all right here?
Kenna dropped her gaze.
People hardly come in anymore. It's too small and gets easily crowded. They don't want to be by the other casts.
Nadine's jaw dropped.
That's ridiculous. I'd face the other casts any day for your famous cupcakes.
Kenna giggled.
In that case, have one on the house.
She pulled 2 cupcakes from the display and slid them across the counter. One had multicolored frosting with star sprinkles, and the other was made to look like a cat. They looked too beautiful to eat. Thanks, Kenna, I said. But at least let us tip you.
It's fine, really, she insisted. I just want to know what you think.
Nadine picked up the one with the stars. She took a bite, and her shoulders sagged in delight.
Oh my goddess, they're amazing! You think?
Kenna sounded excited.
I'm trying to get better by April.
That's right, you have that baking competition in Paris coming up. I remembered she'd mentioned it in my intercast magic class last semester. She nodded.
I know it's months away, but I'm really excited.
Nadine swallowed another bite of cupcake.
You'll win for sure.
Kenna pushed her hair behind her ear.
Thanks. Is there anything else I can get you? Actually, we're looking for Hector, Nadine said. He's in the middle of a batch of croissants, but you can go to the kitchen. I'm sure he wouldn't mind, Kenna offered.
I finished off my cupcake, then headed to the kitchen with Nadine. Hector looked up from his dough when we entered, and he instantly stiffened.
Priestess?
He said, his hands trembling.
It's okay,
Nadine assured him kindly.
I'm not here for the Imperium Council. I'm here to help you.
Hector's bottom lip quivered, and he broke down into sobs.
I don't know what to do anymore, priestess.
I hurried to his side and placed a comforting hand on his back.
We're going to get you the help you need. Why don't you tell us what's going on?
Hector shook, and I guided him over to a stool. He sat and drew a deep breath.
I can't say. I'm sworn to secrecy.
It's okay,
Nadine encouraged.
You can tell us.
No, you don't understand, he pressed. I'm sworn to secrecy.
Magically? I asked. He nodded. Nadine looked thoughtful.
You're sworn to keep this secret with the priestesses, right?
He nodded again.
Well, I'm a priestess,
Nadine pointed out.
Maybe the spell will allow you to talk to me.
Hector's eyebrows furrowed like he hadn't thought of that. He spoke slowly, as if testing out the theory.
They're threatening my wife.
His shoulders relaxed when he managed to get the words out. Relief flooded his features, and the confession spilled out of him.
The priestesses came to me, claiming to have a job they wanted me to apply for. I thought it was something at one of the restaurants in town. They gave me that wand, and it worked for me, but I don't think it worked for others.
What makes you say that? I asked. It sounded like there was more to the story.
I heard them mention Magnus Knight, he said. He was their first choice for this job, but for some reason it didn't work out.
Magnus had been working with Stella on Nightshade production. It made sense the priestesses had gone to him first. They already knew how morally corrupt he was, and that he'd help for the right price. But if the wand didn't choose him, they couldn't use him. Nadine pressed her lips together.
They haven't convicted him, which means they're still using him. If not for the alchemy wand, then they're keeping him around because they think he'll be useful in some other way. Hector, do you know anything about the wand they're making you use?
He shook his head, and I saw the honesty in his eyes.
It's special, that much I can tell. The magic I feel when I use it is unmatched.
Have you ever heard of the Oaken Wands? I asked him.
They're real, aren't they?
I nodded. The priestesses need you to use the wand because they can't use it themselves.
I don't want to use it, he pleaded. Please help me.
We intend to,
Nadine stated.
What are the priestesses making you do?
Brewing poison,
Hector admitted.
But it's different than anything I've ever encountered. The poison can kill, but it's more than that. I haven't figured out the details. The priestesses gave me instructions, and I follow them. If I don't, they'll hang my wife, and I know I shouldn't do it. But I just love her so much.
Hector began to sob again. It's not your fault, I assured him.
They haven't used the potions yet, but I'm afraid they will, Hector said. And when that happens, the blood will be on my hands.
You're innocent,
Nadine stated.
We won't let the priestesses get away with this.
But how are you going to get me out of this? I can't run. They'll find me.
Hector gasped like he'd come up with a great idea.
I know. I can be a spy. I can alert you if the priestesses order me to use the poison.
That puts you in grave danger,
Nadine said. Hector stood and curled his hands into fists like he'd already made up his mind.
They've already threatened my family. I may be bound to secrecy, but I will not let them use me as a puppet.
Are you sure about this? I asked him. He nodded firmly.
If I flee now, they will find another person to use their wand. The least I can do is help.
I'll figure out what the poison does and how they plan to use it, and I'll report back to you.
It looks like we've just found another member of the Coven's shield,
Nadine said.
We'll get you out as soon as we can.
Hector reached out to shake Nadine's hand.
It is your courage that inspired me, priestess. The way you stood up to the others was honorable. You were right, and the castes must work together. If anyone can save the Coven, it's you, Priestess Nadine.
I felt accomplished once we left the Cat Fae after talking to Hector. I wouldn't admit it, but I was skeptical when we'd formed the Coven's shield. I hadn't been sure how we would get people on our side. Part of me wished to take the easy way out, to slay the priestesses and bring an end to this conflict. But I knew that would only break the Coven further. Our efforts meant nothing without the Coven's support. The priestesses deserved to pay for what they'd done, but we had to be patient. The Coven was in a fragile position right now, and one wrong move could tear us apart. But we were making progress. Already 3 new people had joined our cause. That gave me hope. Nadine had class later that day, so we parted ways. I was on my way back to my room when someone called my name. I turned to see Professor Warren flagging me down. Great. I was still a bit sour about our last meeting. Oliver eyed him skeptically, and I cleared my throat. Professor?
Lucas, I'm glad I found you. I have some advising topics to go over. Do you have some time?
Not really. I lied. I didn't want to talk about my classes right now. I had other things to work on.
It will only be a minute, Professor Warren pressed. I'd like to talk to you about the essay you wrote.
He shot a glance up and down the hall, but no one paid us any attention. While he was looking around, he conjured a paper and curled it in his hands. I caught sight of big letters spelling out "The Shield" scrawled on the front. It was the fake newspaper I'd created, the one with our coded message. I forced my pulse to settle, as to not give anything away. I suppose I have time. Professor Warren subconjured the paper.
Come with me.
He led me to his office and closed the door behind me, then slapped his copy of The Shield onto his desk.
You could have told me,
he stated. He wasn't really upset, but he didn't sound happy either. I sank into the chair beside me. Told you what exactly? You didn't believe me last time. Why should you believe me now? Professor Warren dropped his gaze. He kept his eyes on Oliver, but I could see the regret in his features. After a few moments, he straightened his suit coat and sat behind his desk.
I'm very sorry about that, he admitted. I should have listened closer. I'm willing to keep an open mind. Do you care to explain what's going on?
I eyed the newspaper on his desk. Why don't you tell me first? Professor Warren picked up the paper and turned it toward me. He'd scribbled all over it, and various words had been circled and connected together.
I deciphered your clues. You're forming a secret society to go up against the priestesses, aren't you?
I chewed the inside of my cheek. He'd really broken my trust that day in the bathroom after Professor Perez's murder. I wasn't sure how much to reveal to him. What makes you think I wrote that? I asked. Professor Warren frowned.
I've read enough of your essays to know your writing style. You're a very good writer.
Well, I am a journalism major, I stated bluntly.
And I'm glad you decided to keep writing. Don't worry. Your secret's safe with me. I meant it when I said I was sorry.
He waited for my response, but I wasn't sure what to say. He drew a deep breath.
I may not know for certain that Professor Leto is a demon, as you mentioned in the bathroom, but I'm willing to accept the idea, and I want to join you.
It took me a moment to digest his words. Really? He nodded.
Yes, you were right. I was scared, and I was unwilling to accept the truth. I don't believe a thing they've written about you in the Miriamic Messenger. We have to fight this.
Professor Warren would never know how relieving it was to hear him say that. He'd been like a father to me since my freshman year of college, and Verla had been a bit like a mother to Nadine after her own mom died. Having both of them on our side felt crucial. It was like the coven's shield wasn't complete without them. "That means a lot to hear, Professor," I said. "I accept your apology."
"I'm here to help in any way I can,"
he offered. "Then perhaps you can help us understand what we're up against," I suggested. "Do you know anything about demons?"
"A bit, though Professor Daniels was the expert on demons."
And she was dead. Stella had framed her for murder, and the priestesses had hanged her.
"I know there are many different types, and that their powers differ,"
Professor Warren said. "We know Professor Leto is a next demon," I told him. "How strong does that make him?"
"From my understanding, that would make him a lower form of demon," Warren explained. "Unless he came across some other power source, he wouldn't be able to access the full extent of demon abilities. He wouldn't possess the ability to control spirits, or compel a person like more powerful demons could, for example. He might have some level of torture magic and teleportation, but his powers would still be limited by his classification."
"What do you know about demon contracts?" I questioned.
"Demon contracts are tricky, and that's why the coven no longer works with them,"
Professor Warren explained.
"To enter a demon contract, you must be a willing participant, but that doesn't always mean what we think it means. To a demon, it may simply mean taking an action that he interprets as consent."
"With the right wording, you can be tricked into a contract?" I asked.
"Yes, they use similar tricks as the Fae."
"So all he'd have to do is ask someone if they ever thought of death, and if they say yes, he'd interpret that to mean they want to die? Contract made, you're marked for death?"
"That's my understanding,"
Warren said. "How would he handle that with the priestesses? They summoned him, so they had every intent of signing a contract."
"When a witch summons a demon, they're the one in control for the time being," Warren explained. "They have the power to send the demon back to the abyss until a contract is signed. I'm certain the priestesses did whatever they could to word the contract in their favor. The demon would be willing to sign it in order to bind himself on earth. It makes banishment next to impossible unless the contract is broken. Even then, banishing him would require a strong enough spell."
"How do you break a demon contract?" I asked.
"Demon contracts are all about consent,"
Warren said.
"To break a contract that the priestesses made, one of them would have to withdraw their consent. That must be followed up with spell work to banish him. Otherwise, he will enact revenge. The spell work becomes more complicated the stronger a demon becomes. Most witches die before they're able to complete the banishment spell because they've broken the contract that was protecting them from the demon in the first place."
I sighed. "The priestesses won't break the contract."
"Remember that demons have twisted ways of establishing consent, though,"
Warren said. "So we could trick the priestesses into breaking it?" I wondered. "Or we could trick the demon?"
"It's possible, but you need to know the original terms of the contract."
"There's no way to get our hands on that, though." I contemplated it all for a moment. "What about his victims? Can they withdraw their consent to die?"
"That should be the case, but they may not entirely know what they're consenting to."
"Could you look into this deeper, Professor?" I asked. "There's got to be a way to banish him."
"I'll see what I can find," Warren said. "In the meantime, there's something else I wanted to discuss."
He drew a stack of papers out of a drawer and handed them to me. I furrowed my brow as I scanned the front page. It was an application of some sort. "What's this?" I asked.
"It's a paid internship,"
he explained.
"I'm looking for a student teacher to help with my freshman-level Mortana classes. The position usually goes to seniors, but the student I hired this year quit already."
I set the papers back on his desk. "I'm not really qualified, am I?"
"You've taken the freshman-level classes," he pointed out. "I simply need help with grading and occasional tutoring. I know your journalism professor is prejudiced toward our caste.
and he won't approve you for a journalism internship. You deserve this opportunity. Besides, it will give us a chance to work closer together." I was touched that he wanted me to work with him. "Thank you, Professor." Despite the tension between Professor Warren and me, I was excited to have him on our side, and I was ready to get started on my internship right away. I told Nadine about his offer on our way to class the next day. Oliver and Issa had stayed behind in our rooms.
"That's great,"
Nadine said.
"I'm really happy for you."
"Thanks," I replied. "I think it'll be good. I'll be out there interacting with other students. Maybe I can use this position to recruit people."
"That would be really helpful,"
Nadine agreed. "Plus, I qualify for a car loan now," I said proudly. I'd never owned a car before. "It's not much, but I found an old beater at the used lot downtown. I'm picking her up after class."
"Lucas, that's great. I'm really happy for you,"
Nadine said as we entered the classroom. Our astral travel class took place in one of the meditation rooms. We sat on yoga mats while we listened to Professor Poppy's lecture. She was an older seer, and it sounded like she had a lot of experience on the astral plane. We were a week into school, and Professor Poppy had mostly covered astral travel theory. The astral plane was a level of existence that all witches could access through their spirit, but it was difficult to master. It involved separating your spirit from your body and entering a plane of existence populated by ghosts and other spiritual beings. It could be dangerous, too. You never quite knew what types of spirits you might encounter there, or what might happen to your body while your spirit was away. It left you vulnerable, and enemies could attack your body while your spirit was away. Such an attack could trap you on the astral plane because your spirit was still living without the ability to return to its body. An astral traveling soul was different than a ghost, a visitor to the astral plane rather than a resident. A living person had to return to their own body eventually. Professor Poppy cautioned us greatly, but also encouraged us not to be afraid. "We can use astral projection in many positive ways," Professor Poppy had said. "Seers often use it to communicate more clearly with ghosts. When witches are separated, they can connect on the astral plane and communicate across distances. Through meditation, you can travel the world and escape to places that your spirit finds healing. It is truly a spiritual journey unique to each of us." I personally wanted to use it to spy on Lido. We couldn't use it on the priestesses, not with the wards around their headquarters, and they couldn't come here either. Professor Poppy said you can only astral travel onto school grounds if you're already inside the school. It's to keep students safe while we practice our powers. "Today you will be attempting astral traveling for the first time," Professor Poppy announced. "Most of you will not get it on your first try, and that's okay. Though there are many ghosts around the school, it's unlikely that you'll encounter any on the astral plane unless you are a seer yourself. Ghosts will only show up if they want to communicate with you, and most are too confused to know the difference. However, should you encounter another spirit on the astral plane, you need not be afraid. Simply let them be, set the intent to return to your own plane, and your spirit will be reunited with your body. Let's begin with a meditation to cast our protection spell in order to protect our mind, body, and spirit while on the astral plane." Nadine and I adjusted our pillows and lay down on our yoga mats. She looked over at me and winked.
"Last one on the astral plane owes the other dinner,"
she teased. I smirked. "Only if you're the one on the menu." She giggled, then glanced around to make sure no one heard.
"You're on."
She took my hand, and I relaxed deeper into the mat. At the front of the room, Professor Poppy guided us into meditation. I imagined my magic like a ball of light, and I sent it out around myself, cocooning my body in a protective shield. It was unlike the shields I'd made before, meant to project defensive magic. This one permeated inward, protecting my spirit from malevolent beings. The meditation continued until I hovered on the edge of sleep. I let myself fall deep into the meditation until I was unaware of how much time had passed. I felt something tugging at the corners of my mind, and a weightless sensation suddenly overcame me. My whole body buzzed with a new sensation, like I could feel the energy of the room around me. My eyes shot open, and I glanced around the room. only to see two versions of Nadine next to me. They weren't the same, though. One version looked solid as she lay beside me with her eyes closed. Her chest rose and fell slowly. The other sat cross-legged beside her body and appeared as an ethereal being floating several inches off the ground. She had all Nadine's familiar features, but her skin glowed with a rainbow of colors. As I sat up, the world seemed to move around me differently, like the colors didn't quite move as quickly as the shapes. I waved my hand in front of me, my spirit hand, because my real hand was still holding Nadine's from where I lay on the mat. I could see straight through my hand. It was so surreal. "I guess that means I owe you dinner?" I teased. Nadine beamed.
I was wondering when you'd show up.
"That was easier than I thought it'd be," I remarked.
I was trying to pull you onto the astral plane with me, Nadine said. I guess it must have worked.
I recalled the tugging at the corners of my mind. I think I felt that, but why was it so easy for you? She shrugged.
I'm a priestess, and my intuition is supposed to be growing. Maybe astral travel comes along with that.
I looked around the room, but I didn't see any other spirits. At the front of the room, Professor Poppy continued her guided meditation, but she didn't look at Nadine or me. It was like we weren't even there. "Let's see what we can do." I took Nadine's hand in mine. Her spirit felt solid, even though we couldn't touch anything else. Professor Poppy had encouraged us to explore the school if we managed to astral travel. Our feet floated off the ground, and we didn't have to move our legs as we hovered across the room. The sensations in my body shifted as we moved. It was a little disorienting, like I was drunk or high. "Everything feels weird here," I remarked.
I feel it too, Nadine said. It's like a buzzing inside of me, a lot like my cursebreaker powers. Every time we pass someone, it gets stronger. I think we're feeling their energy.
That made sense. Professor Poppy said things would feel different on the astral plane. I led Nadine to the closed door and paused. "You ready?" She looked eager to test it out.
I'm ready.
I floated forward, but the solid wall felt like nothing but air. We entered the hallway, and it was like stepping into a brand new world. The school we saw wasn't quite our own. All the furniture and artwork on the walls were in the right spots, but there were things that weren't there before. Translucent vines grew up the walls, like the plants themselves were made of spirit. Cats made of rainbow colors chased each other down the hall. Witch lights hovered everywhere, twinkling above us. I reached upward to touch one, and it buzzed away from me. I realized it wasn't a witch light at all, but a spiritual being. They were like fortune fairies that existed only on the spiritual plane. It was like a whole world stacked on top of our own. Nadine spun around, taking in all the magical colors. She stopped, and I followed her gaze to see a ghost hovering nearby. It was an old man, probably a professor who had died ages ago.
We should talk to him, Nadine suggested. He might have overheard something about the demon or the wands.
"Excuse me, sir?" I asked. The man didn't even look at us. I took Nadine's hand and we floated toward him.
Sir, we'd like to talk to you,
Nadine said gently. The man noticed us, but he got a terrified look on his face and spat. "You shouldn't be here!" A cat at his feet hissed and went pouncing behind him until they both disappeared through the wall. Nadine frowned.
Ghosts don't want to talk to us, I guess. We're live spirits invading their space.
They're probably more comfortable with seers, I agreed. I'm sure it's not often they see astral travelers.
Where did I put it?
Someone mumbled. Nadine and I turned to see Professor Wyckoff walking down the hall. She carried a big stack of papers and flipped through them.
Ah, there it is. Can't lose my article. I spent all night on it.
She kept walking and didn't see us standing there. I didn't move because I wanted to see what would happen. Professor Wyckoff walked straight through me, and she didn't notice a thing. She didn't feel solid, but I felt a strange energy when we touched. My form glowed brighter. I flipped my hands around, watching the colors sparkle. I think I just stole some of her energy.
That makes sense, Nadine said. If ghosts can harness energy, then so can our spirits.
I eyed the light switch nearby thoughtfully. Ghosts can also manipulate electricity and make lights flicker. Maybe... I put my hand to the wall, and it went straight through. I couldn't feel the wires, but I felt a tingle of energy ripple up and down my form. The lights overhead dimmed, then flickered a few times. Professor Wyckoff squealed, nearly dropping all her papers.
I welcome only friendly spirits into my space. If you wish me harm, be gone.
She took a deep breath, then continued on her way. We can scare people. That's a perk, I teased.
Yes, but the real question is how fast we can fly. Race you.
Nadine's spirit went flying down the hall so fast she was practically a blur. I set the intention to chase after her, and my spirit took off in flight. A thrill traveled through me as I flew down the hall after her. Not fair, I called. Nadine's laughter rang down the hall with an ethereal echo.
Come catch me.
No one even glanced our way as I chased Nadine through the hall, laughing loudly. We reached the main foyer, and she flew upward to the second level. I caught up to her and grabbed her around the middle. It was so good to hear her laugh. We couldn't have fun like this out in the open anymore, not with the conflict going on in the coven right now. It was sad, really. Nadine swatted at me playfully.
Fine, you win.
What's my prize? I asked, drawing her body close to me as we floated toward the ceiling. Her gaze flickered toward my lips, and I leaned toward her. She closed the distance between us, and our spiritual lips connected. Kissing her was different on the astral plane. On the physical plane, every sensation existed only in your own body. When I kissed Nadine in spirit form, it was like I felt what she felt too. The thrill and excitement pulsed through each of our spirits like we were one. We floated downward until we were a few inches off the ground again. We weren't far from Nadine's dorm, and we could hear the distant sound of Talia's piano from inside her room. Do you think Talia can feel us? I wondered. If we play around with it, maybe we can learn what it feels like when someone's astral traveling into your space.
We can try it as long as she's decent, and she and Grant aren't, you know.
That was the last thing I wanted to walk in on. Grant's in class, I said. I floated over to the door, but my spirit slammed into something solid. That's weird. We walked through Professor Poppy's classroom just fine. I pressed my hands to the door. Even though I was in spirit form, it felt solid.
The dorm rooms are warded, aren't they? Nadine asked. I don't think it's going to work.
Just to double check, Nadine reached for the door handle. To my surprise, her spirit curled around the handle like it was solid, and the door opened. Except what we found behind it wasn't Nadine's dorm. It was a small closet, so small the door could barely open all the way. Items hovered in midair, but none of it looked special. I didn't understand until I saw a piece of paper I recognized with words scribbled down in my handwriting. That's a poem I wrote you, I realized. Nadine peered into the closet curiously.
This is my stash.
I furrowed my brow. I don't get it. How are we accessing your stash like this?
Our stash is a pocket universe we create to hold our belongings. It makes sense that it exists on the astral plane, Nadine said. She reached out and plucked the poem from the air. It's solid here. I took the piece of paper from her and turned it over in my hands. I didn't know this was possible. It makes you wonder. I reached for a key floating midair, but the second my hand passed through the doorway, my spirit was blasted backward. An intense pain shot through my entire form, and I smashed against the wards on the other side of the hall. Lucas!
Nadine cried. I winced. It was a different kind of pain that I'd felt before, though. It was like my energy had been drained. That answers that question, I said. You can't access each other's stashes from the astral plane. They're protected. Only you can open the door to your own stash.
That's good, because otherwise people could steal things and lose them on the astral plane, Nadine said. I see why trying to access someone else's stash can be dangerous. Professor Carlyle said that in Conjuring Basics. Do you want to find your stash?
Sure, we can see if mine's here. Nadine closed her door, and we floated down the hall. I tried to open my dorm room, but my hand went right through the handle. Mine should be here like yours, I said.
Maybe it's not about where you live, Nadine theorized. My dorm room is my only real home right now, so it makes sense that this is where I would metaphorically keep my stuff. Yours could be anywhere.
I wonder why we aren't taught how to access them on the astral plane, I said.
Maybe it's not something everyone can do, Nadine wondered. If I have more powers as a priestess, maybe it's something only talented witches and warlocks have ever accessed.
That's possible. I stopped dead when I saw a woman float across the hall. She went down the grand staircase, and I lost sight of her. I thought I saw Professor Ward. That couldn't be right, because she died the night of the burning. But I was on the astral plane, which meant it was entirely possible I'd just seen her ghost. Nadine's jaw dropped.
Lucas, we have to follow her. What if she learned something after she died? Ghosts see things and talk to each other, don't they?
Nadine grabbed my hand and we flew down the hall and over the railing. We stopped beneath the grand staircase and looked down both hallways. My heart leapt when I saw her. The hall began to blur, and a sensation tingled throughout my body. Shit, I think I'm about to wake up, I told Nadine. She grabbed my shoulders.
Deep breath. Fall deeper into the meditation.
She drew deep breaths, and I copied her. The hall seemed to stabilize around me. But when I looked up, Professor Ward was gone. Come on. I led Nadine down the hall. We raced so fast that we ran through a couple of students, but they didn't notice. We turned down a nearby hall, and I stopped in my tracks when I saw Professor Ward standing there. She looked as solid as the day she died, but there was definitely life missing from her eyes. She wore the same clothes she had died in, but the burns were gone. She stood in front of her abandoned classroom, just staring. It was like she wanted to walk inside, but she didn't know how. I wasn't sure she had any idea what she was doing. I slowly approached her. Professor Ward? Her gaze snapped in my direction. She wore a shocked expression, like I'd just awoken her from a long nap.
Lucas?
She said with a frown. I'd never quite been her favorite student. If you're here about your semester final, it will have to wait. I furrowed my brow. Did Professor Ward know she was dead? I'm actually here about something else, I said slowly. Do you remember what happened to you? She tilted her chin upward. I have an impeccable memory. Of course I remember. She cut off abruptly. Her eyes darted up and down the hall, like she was searching for something important. How did I... Where are my keys? She shoved her hands into her pockets, but they were empty. You took them. I need to get into my classroom.
Professor, please, Nadine pleaded. We want to help.
Professor Ward was frantic, and she started pacing up and down the hall. No, I need to get inside. I need... She must have unfinished business, I whispered to Nadine.
We helped Damon cross over, Nadine said lowly. Maybe we can help her.
Professor, what is it that you need? I asked. Perhaps we can get it for you. She stopped pacing, and she slowly withdrew her hands from her pockets. I can't remember. It's okay, I told her calmly. It's perfectly common to be confused. I'm not confused, she shouted. I know perfectly well that I just need to get inside. She reached for the door handle, but her hand went straight through it. Her eyes bulged, and she stared down at her fingers in horror. I'm dead, aren't I? Her voice shook as realization dawned. Slowly she lifted her gaze to mine. And you? Astral traveling, I told her. Thank the goddesses the priestesses didn't get to you, she said, sounding relieved. She may not have liked me personally, but she didn't wish death upon me.
What did they do to me? I remember.
She trailed off, and she wore a calculating look. It was common for ghosts to forget their deaths, especially if they were violent. It kept them from reliving the trauma over and over again.
Do you remember the pyre?
Nadine asked softly. Professor Ward closed her eyes and winced slightly, like it was all coming back to her.
I remember the flames.
Red welts formed across her skin. They morphed into black, charred remains as her memories returned. It was gruesome to see. "We didn't deserve this," I said quickly to distract her. The burn marks faded, and her skin became smooth like it had been when she was alive. "That's what your last thought was." Professor Ward looked a bit sick.
We didn't deserve any of it. The accusations, the flames. Why am I still here when the young girls moved on?
You mean Amy, Christine, and Ashley?
Nadine asked. Professor Ward nodded, but she had a confused expression on her face, like she didn't quite recognize the names. "Professor, you said there's something you need to get inside your classroom," I reminded her. "Perhaps we can help, and maybe in return you can help us."
How?
She asked.
We were wondering if you knew anything about a demon in Octavia Falls, or if you've spoken with anyone about the Oaken Wands,
Nadine said.
There are ghosts inside the school who know about both, but we don't know who. Have you heard anything?
Professor Ward shook her head.
I haven't approached the others. The astral plane is an odd place. I wish I could be of more help.
It's okay, Professor, I assured her. You've suffered enough, and I think it's time you move on. Let's see what we can do for you. I gestured her forward, then stepped through the doorway to her classroom. They both followed behind me. Professor Ward shot a curious glance back at the door, like she didn't know she could do that. The room was dark, except for a bit of light filtering in through the curtains. No one had been in here since the burning. That much was obvious. A stack of our final papers still sat on the desk at the front of the room, and the display full of Professor Ward's collection of magical artifacts hadn't been touched at the back of the room. Professor Ward looked around.
I came here for something, but I don't recall.
Is there a message that you want us to give to your family?
Nadine asked. Professor Ward shook her head.
No, I don't think that's it. There was something I was supposed to keep safe.
You taught protection magic, I said. Could you be talking about your students? She wore a calculating look.
It was more like...
Her eyes connected with the display of artifacts at the back of the room. She'd spoken about them in class before, when we'd discussed enchantments. Most of these objects were enchanted with protection spells. Nadine and I watched curiously as Professor Ward crossed the room. She walked over to the cabinet like she was magnetized to it. She stopped in front of a beaded bracelet and stared. That's a black obsidian bracelet, I said. You talked about the crystal in class, how we could use it to shield against negative energies. Professor Ward furrowed her brow.
I'm afraid I wasn't totally honest about this bracelet. It's enchanted. I need it for the coven's shield.
Her features softened.
I remember now. I witnessed your first meeting, and I know you plan to go up against the priestesses. I worried for you because if I could see your meetings, others could spy on you. This bracelet is made to protect the wearer from astral spies. The coven's shield must take it. Split the beads up amongst your friends so that astral travelers and ghostly spies cannot enter your space.
Professor, I don't know what to say, I told her.
A thank you shall suffice, she said.
Is there any other way we can help?
Nadine asked. Professor Ward drew a deep breath, then relaxed her shoulders.
I may not have deserved my death, but I deserve a good afterlife. I'm ready to go.
I reached out a hand toward her. Let's get you to Alora, Professor. I didn't know why I said it like that. It just felt right. The moment her hand connected with mine, the energy in the room shifted. Tingles spread throughout my spirit as a beautiful bright light filled the room. I turned to see a portal opening, shining light on us as bright as the sun. I had to shield my eyes. An innate knowing told me the portal led to Allura. The doorway to our afterlife had appeared for Professor Ward, the same as it had done for Professor Damon when he was ready to cross over. Nadine's jaw dropped as she took in the beautiful energy. It wasn't just a light source. Love from our afterlife flooded through the portal, warming my soul to the very core. Professor Ward's eyes watered, but she didn't move. "Are you ready?" I asked. She nodded, and a tear streaked her cheek. She couldn't take her eyes off the portal as I led her forward. I stopped at the edge of it because I couldn't go through with her. "Goodbye, Professor," I said. "And thank you." Professor Ward finally tore her gaze from the portal to look at me. "I'm sorry for being so hard on you, Lucas. I could have been a better teacher." "You'll be a great teacher in the afterlife," I said. She smiled. "I hope to be. If there's one last bit of wisdom I can give before I leave, it's this. Never give up, Lucas. Your protection magic is strong, and the coven needs protectors like you." "I'll do my best," I promised. "I know you will," she said, before turning back to the portal. She dropped my hand and stepped through until the beautiful bright light enveloped her. In the blink of an eye, the portal closed shut. Warmth permeated my spirit. Nadine gaped like she couldn't believe what she just saw.
"She was your assignment, just like with Professor Damon. But how come I could see the portal this time?"
"It must be because you're on the astral plane," I said. "Things are different here." Tingles spread through my form, and the room began to fade around me. Nadine's gaze darted around the room like she felt the same thing. "The meditation must be coming to an end," I started to say, but I didn't finish before the room disappeared around me completely. I felt my spirit whip back into my body, and I gasped as I jolted awake. Nadine's fingers moved against mine. We were back in the meditation classroom, and Professor Poppy stood at the front of the room. Students started to sit up, but no one had seemed to notice that Nadine and I had been gone. "I hope you have all enjoyed that experience, even if you did not manage to astral travel," Professor Poppy said. "Did anyone happen to get it?" Nadine and I exchanged a glance, but neither of us said anything. It was no secret that witches and warlocks could astral travel, but the priestesses didn't know we could do it yet. This was a tool we could use to our advantage, and we didn't want this getting back to them. Professor Poppy excused the class, and I took Nadine's hand as I left the room.
"Astral traveling could be useful to us,"
Nadine whispered as we headed toward Professor Ward's old classroom.
"We could use it to get in contact with ghosts who can help us."
"We have to be careful," I replied. "The only reason we saw Professor Ward is because she wanted to contact us specifically. If there are spirits who want to help us, there are others who will want to help the priestesses." Nadine nodded and said,
"If they're not already."
Chapter 6. Nadine. The first time I astral traveled was incredible. There were no words for an out-of-body experience because the purely spiritual encounter couldn't be communicated through language. I tried to astral travel each night following our meeting with Professor Ward, but I'd only achieved it once. I tried finding the priestesses in my astral form, but they must have had their own protection spells. The Imperium headquarters were warded tightly, as were their homes. In class, astral travel had been simple, but I had a lot to learn before it came naturally. In the meantime, we had to find some other way to fight against the priestesses. During my dialysis session on Friday, I focused on honing my intuition. It was hard because I wanted to be out there fighting and taking action. Instead, I was attached to this machine. Figuring out how to listen to my intuition was all I could do right now. I prayed to the goddess it helped us. I put in earbuds and listened to a soft piano tune Talia had recorded for me. I closed my eyes and counted my breath, focusing on relaxing each muscle in my body, from my head down to my toes. I couldn't get comfortable because my skin was really itchy. It was a side effect of dialysis. I scratched my arms, then resituated myself and tried to get comfy again. Issa curled in my lap, and I stroked her head to distract me from my discomfort. She purred heavily, which really helped. "All right, intuition. What do you have to say?" I wondered. "Nothing." Okay, my intuition wasn't going to be loud. Let's try something else. I played a game with myself. Every time I heard someone pass in the hall, I tried to guess if it was a nurse, a doctor, or a patient. Then I'd open my eyes before they were gone to see if I was right. I only got one right. That was something, right? I definitely needed more practice. After dialysis, I met up with Chloe at the gravestone. We'd agreed to start learning transference together. By charging crystals with our magic, we'd have magical reservoirs to draw from when we were affected by the waning. Chloe had arranged all kinds of crystals on the meeting table, and she clutched a red stone. It was strange being alone with her. We hadn't been alone since the night in Pinewood Manor, when we'd broken our family curse. Marley was on the table, batting at a crystal that teetered on the edge. Issa jumped onto the table and pounced on the crystal, knocking it onto the floor. The two cats went chasing after it, pawing at it under the table. I glanced at Chloe's pile of crystals. "How's it going?" She laughed. "I haven't mastered transference, if that's what you're asking." I set my water bottle on the table and sat down beside her. I sipped on my water to help with my dry mouth, which was another side effect of dialysis. "Maybe I can help." Chloe hesitated, like she too felt the tension between us. "We might as well try." I held one hand out to her and took a crystal in the other. "I should be able to act as a conduit and move your magic into this crystal." Chloe placed her hand in mine, and though I wanted to yank away from her, I held on. I reached out my magic and searched for hers, but I couldn't find it. It was like it was secured behind a brick wall. "This is different from the magic I've worked with before," I said thoughtfully. "How?" Chloe asked, sounding intrigued. "I've transformed the magic of curses, and I've pulled magic out of crystals, but yours is resisting me." "That makes sense," Chloe said. "If the Cursebreaker caste could take magic from anyone at any time, they'd have taken over the coven ages ago." "I'd have to overpower you," I theorized. "And I'd have to be exceptionally talented to overpower another witch, let alone any other supernatural." "So this won't work?" Chloe asked. "I think it will," I said. "But we have to work together. You have to willingly give me your power." "I can try." I tilted my head. "Just like that? You really trust me?" "I have to," she stated simply. "My only other choice is to trust the priestesses. I may not like it, but you're a better choice than them any day." I offered a kind smile. "Okay, let's see what happens." I drew a deep breath and relaxed my shoulders. I reached out with my magic again, and something powerful brushed up against it. I felt a surge of energy, then tingles like pinpricks all over my skin. I tugged on Chloe's mentalist powers, and I was shocked by how smoothly the magic moved through me. Energy flowed up one arm and down the other, pooling into the crystal in my hand. The crystal began to glow a slight red, and Chloe gasped. "I can feel it," she said. "It's like casting a spell. I feel my energy leaving me, but it's calm, too, flowing peacefully. I continued funneling magic into the crystal until I couldn't push any longer. When the crystal was charged, I severed the connection between Chloe and me. I dropped her hand and lifted the crystal proudly. Chloe smiled. Wow, that was so easy. I can't believe it. Well, I honestly can't believe we worked together so well. I smirked. We did break our family curse together. This should be a piece of cake. Yeah, but we were so desperate then. Chloe took the crystal from me and placed it in a black bag. I eyed her curiously. She seemed so different from the girl I'd met when I first came to Octavia Falls. Chloe, can I ask you something? Sure, but I can't promise I'll have an answer, she said, without meeting my gaze. What happened that night? I asked. It's like once you got rid of the curse, you became a different person. I don't get it, because I'm still basically the same. I guess you didn't have to change as much as I did. I furrowed my brow. What do you mean? Chloe grabbed another crystal and spun it around in her hands. I didn't change because we broke the curse. I mean, I guess that was part of it. I don't feel so angry anymore. My emotions aren't as intense, you know? But... She sighed. I'm changing because of you, Nadine. Me? She couldn't be serious. Chloe shrugged. You showed me that things could be different, that you and I could work together, even if we were enemies. I realized I'd gotten so wrapped up in my pride that I forgot what was important. I had to shift an entire identity. I'm still working on it. Sometimes I don't know who I am anymore. This seemed really hard for her to admit, and I actually felt for her. I believe people can change, and you're proof of that, I told her. She offered a kind smile. Thanks. I'm really trying. All I ever wanted was to protect the coven, but I saw what I'd become if I kept going down the path I was headed. You'd become your grandmother? I joked. Chloe laughed. Yes, and that's the last thing I ever want to do. It's hard figuring out who I really am, but I think it'll be worth it in the end. You should be proud of yourself. You've come a long way. She drew a deep breath. And I have a long way to go, but thank you. I think it gets easier with time, I added. Chloe nodded. In some ways. I'm glad we're figuring things out, I told her honestly. It gives me hope for the rest of the coven. Chloe nudged me playfully. Look at us, agreeing on shit. I laughed. Strange, isn't it? But we're witches, Chloe said. Strange is kind of our thing. I held up another crystal. Want to try some more strange shit? She beamed. Absolutely. We continued charging up crystals until Chloe felt her magic draining. I didn't want to siphon everything at once, so I suggested we stop for the day and continue once her magic had recharged. By the time we left the gravestone, I felt really relaxed around Chloe. Hell, maybe we were becoming friends. I went to the lounge, where Lucas and I had planned to meet for dinner. He took my hand, and my gaze traveled down to his enchanted bracelet. Each student had one, as they were keys to our dorms. We had retrieved Professor Ward's bracelet, like she instructed. We'd shared the beads amongst our friends and added them to our school bracelets. I couldn't even tell which one was the protection bead, which would protect the coven's shield from ethereal spies. No one would ever guess we had them. I need a calming cappuccino, Lucas said, gesturing toward the lounge's restaurant. It's been a busy week, I didn't realize how much time Professor Warren's internship would take up. Do you want anything? Absolutely. I've been craving Barry's enchanted muffins, I said. We headed to the counter. Issa and Oliver both meowed loudly until we ordered them treats. When we returned to find a table, we spotted Grant and Talia near the doors, waving us over. They shared a worried look, and my guts twisted. I instantly knew something was wrong. I subconjured my box of muffins, and we slipped out into the hall to follow them. Are you guys all right? I asked. Grant glanced around, but no one was close enough to hear. I assume you haven't read the paper today? I shook my head. We haven't had a chance. Grant conjured a copy of the Miriamic Messenger. It was already folded to the article he was looking for. He handed it to me. Talia chewed her lower lip. Professor Wyckoff wrote a letter to the editor. We're worried about her. I scanned the article. It was a protest against the burning and a call to have the Imperium Council audited by an impartial party. Professor Wyckoff was kind with her words, but her message was loud and clear. She opposed the priestesses. Lucas read over my shoulder. How'd this even get printed? The Miriamic Messenger has been printing nothing but propaganda for a month. That's why we're worried, Talia said. It must serve their purpose somehow. They'll paint her to be crazy or invalidate her in some way to devalue everything she said. They must intend to use this to increase support of their own message. The Coven shield has to do something to protect her. We will, Lucas started to say, but a scream tore down the hall, cutting him off. You're hurting me! A woman cried. Fuck. We were already too late. My friends and I took off down the hall, our cats following. A crowd had formed in the main foyer, and I could barely see what was going on. Chloe and Miles stood at the back of the crowd, and I stopped beside them. My stomach dropped when I saw Sheriff Baker dragging Professor Wyckoff toward the main doors. It was all too reminiscent of the time he'd hauled Professor Daniels off campus. She had been hanged later that night. I hoped to the goddess Professor Wyckoff wouldn't suffer the same fate. A group of executors stood nearby, cheering Sheriff Baker on. We can do this the easy way or the hard way, Sheriff Baker threatened. I'm trying, Professor Wyckoff started, but she cut off when she tripped on her skirt and went sprawling forward. Onlookers all around the room gasped. We have to stop this, I insisted, trying to push through the crowd. Talia grabbed my arm to stop me. What are you going to do, Nadine? We can stand in front of the doors and protest, but the executors will stop us. Chloe heard us and whirled in our direction. We have to protest, and we have to be loud about it. Nadine, stall for us. I have an idea. Miles hesitated. I'm going with her, he decided. He abandoned the main foyer and followed Chloe. Their cats raced after them. I shoved my way through the crowd until I reached the front. Sheriff Baker had yanked Professor Wyckoff to her feet, and he slapped a pair of handcuffs onto her wrists. I said I'd go peacefully, she cried. Why are you... Ow! I demand you stop this at once, I shouted. One of the executors stepped in front of me. Avery crossed her arms and glared at me. Take one more step and you'll be arrested next. Bitch, I'm not afraid of you. The priestesses hired you, and as a high priestess of the Miriamic Coven, you work for me, I snapped. I suggest you get out of the way before you lose your job. I pushed past her before she could respond. Sheriff Baker had stopped, and he looked less than amused. Not you again. I kept my head held high. What exactly is going on here? This woman no longer works here, yet she refuses to remove herself from the premises, Sheriff Baker said through clenched teeth. He knew he was required to answer me, though he wouldn't do so happily. I was only packing my things, Professor Wyckoff started, but she cried out when Sheriff Baker yanked on her handcuffs. A few students began whispering, and I turned to see Headmistress Verla and Professor Warren pushing their way through the crowd. Sheriff, what is this? Verla asked. He relaxed a little, like he expected her to deal with me, so he could leave and get this over with. I believe Professor Wyckoff is perfectly capable of escorting herself off school property, Verla said. She looked sad, like she hadn't wanted this to happen, but didn't have any other choice. The school board must have voted against her. This public display is unnecessary, Professor Warren added. The priestesses have requested I remove her before charging her for trespassing, Sheriff Baker sneered. If you have a problem with it, bring it up with the other priestesses. I will, I said simply. I pulled out my phone and brought up Priestess Margaret's number. Drop the phone, Sheriff Baker demanded. Verla's eyebrows shot up. I believe she's well within her rights. She is a priestess, after all. Sheriff Baker wasn't interested in listening to me, priestess or not, but he respected Verla. He muttered under his breath, Going against the priestess's orders proves you're corrupt. I ignored him while I spoke with Priestess Margaret on the phone. Nadine, she sighed. Do we really have to do this? Yes, I stated. I demand an explanation. Priestess Margaret didn't sound pleased. We'll be right there. The priestesses must have been close by, because they arrived minutes later. The main doors burst open as the 3 priestesses strode into the school. Claudia followed behind them. Though she didn't wear a cloak like the priestesses, she had a confidence about her that made her seem like she belonged. My stomach instantly twisted at the sight of her. I didn't like Claudia any more than I liked any of the other priestesses. What is the meaning of this? Lillian demanded. I could ask you the same thing, I said. No one had moved. The crowd of students watched on quietly. What exactly has Professor Wyckoff done to justify this? I asked. Priestess Margaret turned her nose up at me. Perhaps you can take that up with the school board and stop wasting our time. The board is the one to decide who works here. Yet the Imperium Council has influence over them, I pointed out. The coven owns the college. You can hire and fire whoever you want. Professor Wyckoff was already packing her things when she was arrested. Why persecute her for going peacefully? She is spreading lies, Claudia burst. If that's the way you feel, then the Miriamic messenger never should have published her piece in the first place, I shot back. Headmistress, please, Priestess Charlotte said. You must control your students. I'm perfectly capable of managing my students, Verla stated confidently. But Nadine is a priestess, and like all priestesses, she governs over me. Verla spoke innocently, like she wasn't taking one side or the other. The priestesses still liked her, and we weren't prepared to give them a reason otherwise. Nadine is a single priestess, Margaret said. She does not speak for the entire Imperium Council. Professor Wyckoff has proven herself unfit in a teaching position for reasons I dare say she may not want to be made public. She was lying. Professor Wyckoff was nothing more than an example, a display of what would happen if anyone dared to speak up. Sheriff Baker is well within his rights to escort her off campus, Margaret added, before turning to me with a heavy sigh. Nadine, why do you insist on being so difficult? You know you'll be outvoted. She spoke loud enough for everyone to hear. She was purposely trying to discredit me publicly, as she'd done many times in the past. I want the coven to know that every innocent person you persecute will have someone behind them who will stand up to you, so that they can stand up to you too, I said. Or we can just arrest you for obstruction of justice, Priestess Lillian suggested. How does that work on a priestess? I asked. Margaret narrowed her eyes. She stepped so close to me so only I could hear her. You better tread carefully, Nadine. We can turn the coven so far against you that they'll administer the noose themselves. Go ahead and give them the courage to hang a priestess, I hissed, and watch them march the entire Imperium Council to the gallows. Margaret's features faltered. She opened her mouth to say something, but a collective gasp traveled around the room, cutting her off. Margaret's gaze snapped upward. I turned to see two figures stepping up to the balcony, Chloe and Miles. They wore dark robes with hoods over their faces. All that could be seen under the hoods was tape covering their mouths. Nooses hung limply around their necks. They climbed over the banister and steadied themselves on the other side. "What is this?" Lillian barked. "I demand you get down at once!" They ignored her. Chloe grabbed Miles's hand, and then they jumped. People screamed, and gasps traveled around the room as they fell through the air. All at once, they came to a halt mid-air. Their ropes stretched above them, as if attached to an invisible wire, and their heads hung limply. Their bodies spun around, their toes hovering off the ground. It looked so real that my stomach twisted into horrible knots. Chloe had used her telekinesis to create the illusion. When she said we had to be loud, she meant it. Though they hadn't said a word, this protest was louder than any words would ever be. If they can take your voice, they can take your life. "This is ridiculous!" Charlotte cried. "For heaven's sake, Lillian!" Margaret snapped. "Get them down from there!" Lillian's nostrils flared. She lifted her hands, and my friends began to float through the air toward her. Chloe must have been resisting her with her power, because the crease between Lillian's eyebrows grew deeper. She looked like she was struggling. Lillian was stronger than Chloe, though. The moment Lillian overpowered her, my friends crashed to the ground. It happened so fast that they caught themselves with their hands. Chloe let out a pained cry. "Run!" she told Miles. He didn't listen, though. He rushed to her side and tried to help her up, but she pushed him away. "Go!" she insisted. He peeked toward the priestesses from under his hood. Lillian was already marching toward him. Chloe used her mentalist powers to force Miles away from her, and he took off running down the hall. Lillian grabbed Chloe by the hood of her cloak and yanked her upright. Chloe stumbled to her feet, but she favored one of her hands, like it had been injured when she fell. "I bet you think you're so funny," Lillian sneered. "Let's see how comical you feel when you're truly hanging from the gallows." Lillian yanked Chloe's hood down, and she gasped when she locked eyes with her granddaughter. All the blood drained from her face. It was clear to everyone in the room that Chloe was the last person she expected to be underneath that cloak. Chloe yanked the tape off her mouth. Hello, grandmother. Chloe Jane Olsen, Lillian sneered. The conversation was meant just for them, but everyone in the room heard. Just wait until your father hears about this. Yeah, that should be fun, Chloe said dryly. Maybe you'd like to think about it while spending the night in a jail cell, Lillian threatened. That seems like an awfully fair punishment, Chloe stated. You've hanged women for far less. A muscle popped in Lillian's jaw. Sheriff, handcuff this student and take her away. Sheriff Baker conjured another set of handcuffs. Priestess, is this really necessary? I asked. She's your granddaughter. And she will receive proper punishment for this gross display, Lillian said. The priestesses are simply trying to keep the coven safe. Chloe has interfered, and I dare say you are dangerously close to being arrested yourself. Sheriff Baker grabbed Chloe's wrist and yanked it behind her back. Watch it, Chloe snapped. This bitch sprained my wrist. Lillian glared at her. If it was anyone else, she'd have their tongue cut out. But it was her granddaughter, and no matter what they thought of each other in this moment, they were still family. Lillian turned to the crowd and spoke loudly. Let it be known that violent displays of protest, like the one you just witnessed, are hereby outlawed. Anyone who interferes with the process of justice will be sentenced accordingly. The Imperium Council is working night and day to bring an end to the waning and restore the Coven's magic. We ask for your full cooperation until this matter can be resolved. Murmurs of agreement traveled around the room, but my stomach clenched. Lillian was trying to sound kind, like she was doing them all a favor. The truth was, she wasn't asking a damn thing. She was demanding it. And she would demand compliance until she stripped these people of their magic altogether, and of their very humanity. We thank you for your cooperation, Lillian said, before turning toward the doors. Her cloak billowed around her as she ordered Sheriff Baker to escort Chloe and Professor Wyckoff off campus. Marley, Chloe's cat, stood at the top of the stairs and yowled loudly as the priestesses marched the women outside. Professor Wyckoff hung her head, but Chloe shot me a proud smile as she passed. She didn't seem bothered at all by her arrest. She'd intended to get arrested. The room burst into conversation once the priestesses left. She deserved it, Avery told the other executors. They loudly agreed with her. Verla stepped into the middle of the room and raised her voice. Everyone, back to your dormitories! The crowd began to disperse. Lucas rushed up to me and took me in his arms. Are you all right? He asked. I sighed. I'm fine. I'm more worried about Chloe. You did all you could, Lucas assured me. There must be more we can do, I insisted. Go back to your dormitories and get some rest, Verla suggested. Jonathan and I will discuss what we can do to keep the priestesses happy while also protecting the students. I didn't know who she was talking about until Professor Warren nodded in agreement. I never knew his first name before now. I want to help, I offered. You may be a priestess, but I'm the headmistress of this school, Verla said. I'm responsible for keeping the students safe, and I intend to do just that. We all have our roles in this, and this is mine. Please, Nadine, let me worry about the students. Okay, I agreed, though I didn't like it. Professor Warren and Headmistress Verla left the main foyer together. By now, everyone else was gone. I took Lucas's hand, and we started up the stairs. I stopped halfway, and he paused with a concerned look on his face. "It's fine," I told him. "Just out of energy today. Damn, this place needs an elevator. I know the school was built ages ago, but accessibility for the disabled is seriously lacking." "I thought you were doing better since dialysis started," Lucas said. He was genuinely trying to understand. I took a deep breath and forced myself to walk the last few steps. I am doing better. Magic doesn't flare my symptoms as badly anymore, but my body is still trying to heal from the shit it's gone through in the last 2 years. I'm still fatigued most of the time. I'm just really good at hiding it. "We'll fix this," Lucas said, sounding so confident. He didn't understand what a losing battle advocating for yourself could be sometimes. "You can't be the only one in school who needs accommodations." I practically snorted. Maybe if the priestesses let me have a say, I could do something about it. I'm not holding my breath until this conflict is over. His room was empty when we arrived. Our friends must have gone to my room with our cats, and a piece of me felt slightly relieved. I didn't want them to see me break down. And that's exactly what I did. I sank into Lucas's bed and buried my face in his pillow. I just wanted to scream, or cry, or fight, and I felt powerless. Lucas sat on the bed beside me and placed a hand on my back. "Talk to me, Nade." I rolled over. The moment Lucas saw the worried look on my face, he kicked his shoes off and lay on the bed next to me. He took me in his arms until my head rested on his chest. He drew me close and pressed a kiss to the top of my head. "I'm here for you," he whispered. "That means a lot," I said, "because we really need each other right now. We all do. And that's the problem. The coven is so divided, and there seems to be nothing I can do about it. I couldn't protect Professor Wyckoff. Who knows what they'll do to her? All for what? Questioning authority? That shouldn't be a crime." "I know," Lucas agreed, "and we'll change it." "How can you know that?" I asked. "I think that's what scares me most, that we don't know. Our efforts could all be for nothing." "They won't be," he promised. "We have the prophecy." "Which can change," I reminded him. "Lucas, I'm so scared about the future. If I knew with certainty that everything would be okay, then maybe I could deal with it. But who could predict what was going to happen today? How much more uncertainty will the coven have to endure?" "I know it's scary, Nade, but that doesn't mean it's not worth trying. Yes, there are so many what-ifs, but what about all the good things that could happen too?" "Is it still worth it if it doesn't work out, though?" I asked in a small voice. "I think it is," Lucas said. "Our magic is stronger together, but the more you grow your individual magic, the stronger the group is as a whole. I think it's like that with our other strengths, too. Empathy, love, passion, talents, and values. The good we do has an impact. We can choose to sit back and do nothing, or we can choose to fight it, and find joy and happiness in the midst of all of it." I sniffled and offered a small smile. "How do we stay positive in all this?" "I don't think it's about being happy and positive all the time," Lucas said. "We're still allowed to feel something, but we have the choice to let those feelings take over or not. Bad things happen, and we don't necessarily have control over that reality. The reality we control is inside of ourselves. At least, that's what Dr. Mack says. Our internal reality reflects our outside world, because it impacts our actions. That's why we need to keep fighting, because if we don't even stand a chance." What if taking action is what damns us all? I wondered. Lucas shook his head. We can only damn ourselves if we abandon what we believe in. We're not going to do that. You're right, I agreed. I could never. That's why the prophecy talks about us, Lucas pointed out. Whatever happens, we'll make a lasting impact. That I know for certain. I sighed. As hard as it is, I wish I could find the good in all of this. There's plenty, Lucas said. We're making change, Nade. Long-lasting change. Burnings and hangings have been taking place in the coven for centuries. When we're finished, the coven will be done with witch hunts. That's a positive, for sure. It doesn't feel like anything is changing, I whispered. I laid my head on his shoulder again and melted into him. I really needed this right now. What other good do you see in the coven? I loved to hear him talk so positively. Lucas hadn't always been like this. When I met him, he focused more on the bad than on the good. It was so nice to see this shift in him. His therapy had really been helping. I love the sound of cats purring, and the way they jump sideways at each other when they play, he said. I love the sound of rain on the window and the way it drips down the glass. I love when the clouds part just so slightly that a ray of sunshine shines down on you and warms your skin. I love when we get our grades back in class and you see someone smile because they did better than they thought they would. And the smile was only meant for them, but you catch it anyway, and you get to share in that tiny little celebration. His smile grew the longer he talked, and all I could do was stare at him in admiration. He looked up at the ceiling, like he forgot I was even there. My heart warmed. I love when someone's laughing so hard that they snort, he continued. You just know they're having a really good time. I love when you're writing poetry and it just flows out of you, and it's so perfect that you can't even believe you wrote it. I love when... What? Lucas caught me staring. What's wrong? I shook my head. Nothing. You're so incredible. I love you. I love you too. More than you'll ever know. He pushed a strand of hair behind my ear, and butterflies danced around in my stomach. I could talk about every little thing I love about you all day. Heat rose to my cheeks. Go on, I encouraged. Lucas smiled, like he was more than happy to oblige. I love the way you lift your chin when you face conflict. Your confidence is fucking hot. I love the way your shoulders drop when Issa jumps into your lap, because you always look so happy and relaxed when she's around. I love the way you bite your lower lip when you're trying to solve a puzzle, and the way your ass looks when you're doing yoga. I smirked. I like the way your ass feels in my hands. He placed his hand on my hip, then slowly moved downward. He watched me the whole time, to make sure he had my permission. I couldn't help but bite my lower lip as heat pooled between my thighs. Lucas grabbed my ass, and I inhaled a sharp breath. Keep talking, I begged. I hadn't had much of a sex drive lately. It was a side effect of dialysis. But talking to Lucas like this really turned me on. Emotional talk was like foreplay for us. I like the way your breasts feel against me, he teased, before dipping his head and running his nose along my collarbone. My heart began to beat faster as his breath ran over me. Maybe we should do something about that.
Chapter 7. Lucas. Nadine and I stayed curled up beneath my sheets all night. I hadn't slept so well in... forever. Being with her felt more magical than my actual magic. She was incredible in every way, and I wanted to fall asleep every night holding her. Even my outlook on life was better when I was around her. Maybe I didn't believe every word that came out of my mouth, but I believed it enough to count. It was a hell of a lot better believing in something than nothing at all. Grant had never returned to our room, so I assumed he stayed the night with Talia. The school was quiet the following morning. A few people moved through the halls to get breakfast, but almost nobody spoke. The whispers that filled the halls were so hushed that I could hardly hear them. Grant and Talia were leaving the cafeteria when we arrived. They wore matching shirts with a cartoon drawing of a cat on them.
Fun night?
Nadine teased when we approached. She bent down to pet Issa, who was following beside our friends. Talia ducked her head, and Nadine's features immediately paled. She'd clearly said something wrong.
We were having fun, but Ryan ruined it,
Talia said bitterly.
We're trying to avoid him.
My hands curled into fists. What did the asshole do? Grant frowned.
Last night we were getting intimate, and he showed up demanding he had a right to search the room. I threw on some pants and answered the door, but he shoved past me. Talia was under the covers. He humiliated her.
Talia gritted her teeth.
He did it on purpose because he doesn't think people of different castes should be together. He was trying to humiliate us.
I could strangle him,
Grant growled. I knew he would if he could get away with it.
He's an executor,
Talia reminded Grant.
It's best we don't make things worse.
Nadine formed a battle orb in her hand.
I'll fry his ass for you. Where is he? In the cafeteria?
If anyone's frying his ass, it'll be me,
Grant insisted.
Guys, stop,
Talia begged.
I don't want Ryan hurting anyone, and he will. You know it. Let's just go into town and get breakfast.
Issa and Oliver meowed loudly, and Gus sat down, planting himself firmly in the hall.
I don't think the cats want to come, Grant said. I bet they want to go hunting.
I got an idea. Maybe we can send them on a hunt of our own. They can keep an eye on Professor Leto.
That's a good idea,
Nadine agreed.
He's not going to notice a few random cats roaming around. They're all over the school.
I knelt to scratch Oliver behind the ears. Follow Professor Leto. Let us know if you find anything. The cats shared a meow like they agreed to the task, then went running off in the other direction. I stood. We'll see if we can get an update on Chloe and Professor Wyckoff in town. We can take my car. I'd picked up the old beater earlier this week. My internship paid well enough that I could afford the monthly payments. Nadine offered to let me drive her car whenever I wanted, but I really wanted my own. I'd never had my own car, and there was a sense of freedom that came with it. Yeah, the wheel wells were rusted, and the car shook when it drove down the road, but it was my rusted old piece of shit. I was proud. Talia looked a little hesitant when she saw the sedan. Don't give her that look, I teased. Talia plastered on an innocent expression.
What look?
Like you expect a wheel to fall off. I smacked the hood. She's reliable, I think. Grant walked around the car, inspecting it from all angles.
Bro, I think you got scammed.
I shoved him. Relax, she's not going to break down.
I like it,
Nadine said proudly, sliding into the passenger seat. I beamed. Once we got on the road, though, Nadine didn't seem as enthusiastic about the car as before. She held on to the dash.
This thing is really shaky, Lucas,
she said.
My dad and I worked on old cars together. I might be able to get it running smoothly.
My dad and I had never had a relationship like that. He didn't teach me anything, let alone anything about cars. That'd be great, Nade, I said. It'd be fun to get under the hood with you.
I can think of a few things he'd like to get under,
Talia snickered from the back seat. I pulled into a parking spot on Main Street. I was surprised to see there were hardly any cars around. Usually this part of town was packed. But it was still January and quite chilly out, with thick cloud cover overhead. Perhaps no one wanted to brave the cold. I didn't notice until I stepped out of the car that I'd parked in front of a jewelry shop. My gaze roamed over the window and I caught sight of an engagement ring with beautiful teal stones swirling around a shimmering diamond. I couldn't help but think how beautiful the ring would look on Nadine's finger. My heart lifted at the thought. Could I really be thinking about proposing? No, it was too soon. Yet I knew with all my heart that I wanted to marry Nadine someday. I didn't even have to question it. Nadine took my hand, and I snapped my attention back to her. I didn't think she'd noticed what I was looking at. Good, because when the time came, I wanted it to be a surprise. "Oh, Crystal's Psychic Cafe! I love this place!" Talia said as we headed toward a nearby restaurant for breakfast.
"What's a psychic cafe?"
Nadine asked. "There's no menu," Talia explained. "The servers can read your mind, not all your thoughts, just enough to know what you want to eat, and they'll bring your food out without you even asking."
"That's cool, but what if you don't know what you want?"
Nadine asked.
"Or what if they don't have it on the menu?"
"Trust me, they get it right every time," Talia promised. I opened the door and my friends stepped inside. The host stopped us near the front counter. "I'm going to have to see your cast marks," he said. I furrowed my brow. "Excuse me?" He pointed to a sign on the window I hadn't seen before, which read, "No Mortana." "We verify each customer to ensure your safety."
"Mortana aren't dangerous,"
Nadine protested.
"This is unlawful."
The host must have thought we'd be a problem, because he drew himself up. "We reserve the right to refuse service to anyone at any time. No shoes, no mark, no service." I was so shocked that I didn't know what to say. I hadn't expected this. "We just want some breakfast," Grant said. "You're really going to turn away paying customers?" "If you bring death into this establishment, then yes," the host sneered. "This guy's the Reaper's apprentice, isn't he? You three can stay, but I'll have to ask the Reaper to leave." My hands curled into fists. Who did he think he was, banning my caste like this? "Look, buddy," I snapped. "Death isn't always a bad thing. The Mortana exist for a reason. We protect the coven during war, and we help people cross over after death. If you can't see the Mortana for what they are, then you don't deserve their business." He shrugged like he was totally indifferent to it. "You're right, I guess I don't. You can walk out yourself, or I'll throw you out."
"You can't deny a service like this,"
Nadine started, but the host grabbed her arm. He really wasn't kidding about throwing us out. "Don't fucking touch her!" I yelled. I threw up a shield between them so strong that the host was blasted backward. He crashed into a nearby table. Patrons screamed as they leapt out of their chairs. "Call the police!" a woman yelled. Grant grabbed me. "Time to go."
"They can't get away with it,"
Nadine protested as our friends dragged us down the sidewalk. "Believe me, we don't want to eat there anyway," Talia said.
"This is unfair,"
Nadine burst, planting herself on the sidewalk several stores down from the cafe.
"This isn't about one meal. I know it sounds silly to fight about breakfast, but this is bigger than that. We can't walk away from injustice like this. If we let them get away with this, what else will they get away with?"
"The priestesses are brewing poisons," Grant hissed. "Who knows who else could be?" Talia nodded in agreement. "We have to be careful." Nadine frowned.
"If anyone can get away with this, things are only going to get worse."
Talia sighed. "The only way to stop it is to go to the priestesses, but they probably sanctioned it in the first place." Grant's stomach rumbled. "In the meantime, can we find some place to eat? We can talk about this over breakfast." I nodded. "Let's see what's open." We walked down the street and my guts twisted into knots as we passed shops with signs that read things like "Alchemists Only" and "Must Present Caste Marks." Grant might be hungry, but I'd quickly lost my appetite. No wonder there were so few people shopping today. There were only so many places that would let a person in. Trying to find somewhere open to all castes was next to impossible. The more we walked, the more I noticed closed signs over the doors and going out of business sales advertised in the windows. It seemed half the shops were closing down. We slowed until we came to a complete stop to take it all in. Talia gaped. I had no idea things were this bad. Nadine spun around.
Looks like our economy is going to shit.
It happened so fast. Grant wore a puzzled look. People are afraid, I pointed out. They're cutting their customer base by limiting castes, and their customers are already going to limit spending because they're uncertain what's going to happen next. If businesses aren't sure they can make next month's rent or cover payroll, what do?
The priestesses are going to have to choose between the economy or their own power, Nadine said thoughtfully. We have to support our people.
Something crashed in an alleyway nearby. I thought it sounded like broken glass. Nadine went rigid, and we exchanged a glance. A groan came, and it sounded like someone was in trouble. We took off running toward the sound. I slowed when we reached the alleyway. A bearded man sat slumped against the side of a building next to a dumpster. Glass lay shattered at his feet, and the strong scent of alcohol filled the air.
Oh, fuck,
the man slurred. He reached for the broken glass, but he swayed so hard he couldn't find it. We rushed over to him. Sir, the glass is broken, I told him. Don't touch it. I placed a hand on his chest to help him sit upright, but he shoved me.
Get off of me,
he said drunkenly. My jaw dropped when he looked my way. His hair was longer than I remembered, and he'd grown a short beard, but it was definitely Magnus Knight. I didn't know whether to help him or let him stay in this alleyway. He'd killed Professor Damon and run drugs through the coven. He was the reason Professor Daniels was hanged. He'd wronged the coven in so many ways. It looked like he'd completely given up on life. Nadine didn't have the same reservations. She saw a sad, sick man in front of us and rushed to help him. She knelt to his level.
Magnus,
she said softly.
Who's asking?
He demanded, lolling his head from one side to the other.
Oh, you're that curse-breaker, aren't you?
You're not well,
Nadine pressed.
Let us get you some help.
Grant conjured a few potions ingredients and fumbled with them. A vial fell out of his hand and clattered to the pavement.
I might be able to brew something to help. You can't help me, Magnus slurred. I'm done. Ruined. The priestesses have blamed me for Nightshade.
Well, you were responsible,
Talia muttered, but Magnus didn't hear her.
My businesses are shutting down,
he continued.
The priestesses are going to kill me.
If they wanted to kill you, they would have already,
Nadine said.
Perhaps with cooperation they'll lower your sentence.
They've already sentenced me to this hell. You think they'll put me in jail when they can enjoy the satisfaction of watching my world crumble around me? They'd rather watch me waste away. I'm done. If the priestesses don't kill me, I'll be dead sooner than later.
Magnus stumbled to his feet and slurred.
You're a priestess. You can go to hell with the rest of them.
He shoved Nadine, and I caught her. He didn't seem to care as he stumbled down the alleyway. My nostrils flared. Nobody touched my girl like that. I went to step forward, but Magnus stopped behind a dumpster and started retching. I had the thought that leaving him there was worse than anything else I could do to him. Whatever trouble he gets himself into is his own damn fault.
We have to at least tell the police so he doesn't hurt anyone,
Nadine said.
We should get him someplace safe for everyone's sake.
A man emerged from a doorway nearby carrying a garbage bag. He stopped dead in his tracks when he heard the sound of Magnus puking. The man's shoulders slumped. Not again. He tossed his garbage bag into the dumpster, then went over to Magnus. Come on, let's get you inside, sober you up. Magnus muttered something, but I wasn't sure what it was. The man caught sight of us down the alleyway, and his features darkened.
"Come to see the show, kids? Get out of here."
"Let's go," Talia said, sounding disgusted.
"Magnus is his problem now."
I kept an eye on Magnus until he disappeared inside the building with the man. At least he was off the streets. As we emerged from the alleyway, we heard shouting down the street. A group of people had gathered around a shop, and they sounded angry, though I couldn't make out their words. There had to be a dozen of them or more. Someone threw their coffee at the window, and it splattered everywhere. At least I thought it had been coffee. As the liquid seeped down the glass, it appeared the glass itself was melting. The window remained intact, but it looked like goop in so many places that we could no longer see through it. The coffee must have been a potion of some sort. "You're what's wrong with this coven!" someone shouted. "You shouldn't be allowed to stay in business." "That's Everly's shop," I realized. Nadine grabbed my wrist and I followed her gaze. A police car drove down the street in the direction of the protesters. I thought the police would stop this, but they didn't. The squad car kept driving straight past the angry mob.
"They're not going to do anything,"
Talia squeaked.
"They probably organized it in the first place,"
Grant sneered. Nadine's lips tightened.
Screw them. Someone has to do something.
We started racing down the sidewalk, and we threw ourselves in front of the protesters.
Stand back,
Nadine demanded.
"You can't tell us what to do,"
someone growled.
I am a high priestess of the Miriamic coven,
Nadine reminded them.
You reserve the right to protest, but violent acts and vandalism will not be tolerated. This business owner should be charged with violent acts against the coven,
A woman in the crowd demanded. She shook an angry fist at the shop, and I spotted a seer tattoo on her hand.
She's letting all castes inside and refuses to keep seers safe in their own space.
"We're being oppressed!"
A guy shouted. He couldn't have been more than a few years older than me. I thought I recognized him, but I wasn't sure where I'd seen him before. "This woman is imposing on our rights to shop peacefully by allowing other castes inside. This is a seer shop," his friend added. Everly had refused to ban anyone from her shop, and these people thought she was oppressing them? Since when did preserving someone else's rights become oppression?
"Seriously, Clay? And Carl, come on,"
Talia said.
"She's hurting no one."
"Your brother's getting into your head," Clay shot back. "Think for yourself." That's when I realized where I'd seen them before. They were in the Wicked Warlocks, the band Talia's brother sang in. I realized then why all the other shops had put signs in their windows. People were demanding spaces for their caste only, and business owners feared losing money if they didn't meet consumer demands.
"My brother hasn't said anything to me,"
Talia told the two Wicked Warlock musicians.
"Then you're a traitor to your caste,"
Carl yelled.
"Get 'em!"
The mob started forward, but a door creaked open behind us. Everly stuck her head out of the shop and hissed,
"In here."
I threw up a shield to block the mob as we scrambled inside. The door clicked shut behind us, and heavy fists pounded against the glass. Whatever potion they'd used to vandalize Everly's shop had made it so I couldn't see through the windows, but I could still make out their shadows coming for us. My heart hammered as I backed away, pushing Nadine behind me. The door shook. I expected it to burst apart at any moment, and for the protesters to force their way inside.
"My shop is protected,"
Everly said calmly.
"They can't get inside."
Nadine breathed a heavy sigh, sounding relieved.
What is wrong with them? They're angry,
a girl said. I'd been so focused on the door that I hadn't realized there were other people in the shop with us. I turned to see Chloe sitting on the counter, casually shuffling a deck of tarot cards, like the mob outside didn't bother her. She wore a brace on her wrist, but otherwise looked fine. Verla stood nearby, and another man sat in a chair, though I didn't recognize him. He had to be in his late 60s. He wore a nice suit and a kind smile. He seemed at ease.
Chloe, you're all right,
Nadine said brightly. She set the tarot deck aside and hopped off the counter.
Of course I am. I knew I would be. That's why I got arrested on purpose. I had to show that the priestesses will silence anyone.
Chloe gestured to the protesters outside.
I guess people didn't get the message, though. Thank the goddess headmistress Verla was there to negotiate for me.
Verla stepped forward.
The priestesses assigned me as Chloe's lawyer since she's still a student, and therefore my responsibility. They think I'm on their side, and I was able to convince them that convicting her would do more harm than good. My grandmother may be awful, but she's still family. She let me off easy. I didn't even get a charge, just a night in jail, Chloe said.
Is there any way you can convince her to change what she's doing?
Nadine asked.
These people are angry about the wrong thing.
They don't even realize the priestesses are the ones oppressing them, Grant added. They don't know where to assign blame.
Chloe frowned. I'm not on those kinds of terms with my grandmother anymore. More or less, she didn't want something on my record that would look bad for the Olsons. She's not going to change something that's serving her, and clearly this is. These people will take the priestesses' side because they think we're the enemy.
We're trying to help them,
Talia insisted. We can't help people who don't want to be helped, Chloe said. But we can still help those who need us, Everly said. I've been in touch with your professor, Angela Wyckoff. She was released from custody this morning, but she's quite shaken up about what happened.
Thank the goddess. I thought for sure they would hang her. Either Chloe's protest had scared them, or Verla had been quite persuasive.
I've cast a protection spell on her home, and I've offered her a job here, Everly said. She'll be all right. In the meantime, I'd like you to meet a friend of mine. This is Mr. Connor.
Please, the man said as he stood. Call me William. He reached out a hand, and we all shook it in turn.
William Connor, Grant mused. You own the gingerbread house, don't you?
Yes, along with the Connors' funeral home and several other businesses. I bought the candy shop after... He trailed off. Well, after the unfortunate incidents with the previous owners. I just couldn't bear to see it shut down. The kids love it so much. What's happening outside these doors isn't right, and Everly says I may be able to help.
I know exactly what we need, Verla suggested. A safe house. Is that something you can put together?
William nodded, looking happy to help. Yes, absolutely. I already have a property outside town that would serve well as a safe house.
Outside town?
Nadine asked.
No, we're not leaving. If anything, we need a safe house here where we can continue our work.
It's merely a precaution, Verla said.
It's giving ourselves the option to give up,
Nadine insisted.
I don't care how hard things get. We can't leave.
Nadine's right, I agreed. A safe house is a good idea, but it's got to be easily accessible in case we need it in a pinch. We can use the abandoned mansion behind the school. It's already enchanted with protection spells.
Verla shook her head firmly. Too many people know about that place. The priestesses could easily find us there. I say we take William's offer. We don't have to use it, but at least the option will be there.
All right,
Nadine reluctantly agreed.
But I'm not leaving the coven unless I have to.
Verla turned to William.
Can you stock the safe house with supplies and ensure the wards are undetectable?
He nodded. I can. There's one other way I can help too. Claudia Sinclair has offered me an investment opportunity, and if I take it, I may learn more about the priestess's intentions.
You should take it and let us know what you learn,
Nadine said.
Thank you for your help.
I just want to see the coven heal, he replied. The banging on the door grew louder, and Talia jumped from beside me. She shot a nervous glance at the door.
We should probably get going.
There's a back door you can use,
Everly offered. Get back to school safely, okay?
We will,
Nadine said.
Thank you for all your help.
Everly smiled.
Of course.
The four of us left out the back door, and we circled around the block. We were passing by a liquor store when a man rushed out head down so that he didn't see us. It was like he expected everyone to just move out of his way. I didn't see him in time, and he rammed straight into me. "Watch it," he growled. I felt the blood drain from my face. I knew that voice all too well. I felt like I was 8 years old again, being screamed at for goddess knew what. I wanted to hide away in a corner and become invisible. The man stopped in his tracks when he noticed me. "Lucas?" My jaw tightened as I forced myself to respond. "Dad?" Fuck. I hadn't seen him in I didn't know how long. The only way we communicated these days was through my mother, and neither of us ever had much to say. Dad looked like he'd aged 10 years since I'd seen him last. His gut was bigger than ever, and his hair had grayed. His lips curled into a sneer. He obviously wasn't happy to see me either. "You should be ashamed of yourself after the way you treated your mother when the house burnt down. She deserves more respect." Goddess, here we went. I hadn't even said 2 words, and he was already yelling at me. "You're one to talk about respect," I mumbled. "How dare you talk to me like that?" he growled. My heart seemed to shrink inside my chest, becoming smaller and smaller. Retreating inside myself was the only way I'd ever learned to protect myself from him. Wasn't he embarrassed, yelling at me in front of all my friends? I didn't get how he could do it. Hell, I was embarrassed for him. Nadine pushed her way in front of me.
You call yourself a father, but you never—
"Nade, stop," I insisted. She was going to get herself hurt. My father chuckled. "You need your girlfriend to stand up for you? Is that what it means to be Mortana? Perhaps if you'd been a mentalist like your old man, you could fight your own battles." I grabbed Nadine's arm and pushed her behind me. If Dad was going to go off on me, I didn't want my friends getting caught in the crosshairs. "It must be great sitting in your cushy dorm with all your expenses paid on your fancy scholarship while your mom and I are struggling to get back on our feet," Dad ranted. "You could have helped us move into our new apartment."
If you think your son has nothing but free labor, then you're not a father,
Nadine snapped. My hand tightened around her wrist. Sticking up for me was only going to make it worse. "You're going to question my worth as a father? No. Ask him why he chose to be such a shitty son," Dad sneered. "Now he's moved on to ruin your life, huh?" "Maybe I was a shitty son because I got tired of being beat." I shouldn't have said it, but I needed to distract him from Nadine. I wasn't going to let him talk to her the way he spoke to me. "The only reason I turned to the bottle was because you and your brother were such huge disappointments," he said. "I had dreams, but I never got to pursue them after you came along. I could have been a bigwig executive at a fancy law firm. I would have had money." I would have snorted if I thought he wouldn't hit me for it. Dad had no interests outside of alcohol and gambling. To think he'd ever make it as a lawyer was laughable. "You should call your mother once in a while," my dad added. "She's been really sad lately. A good son would at least check up on her." Of course he was using my mother as a weapon against me. He always did. Despite that, I couldn't respond. I took whatever blows he delivered because I knew if I hit back, he'd hit back harder. "Eric would have called," my dad taunted as he shook his bag of liquor at me. "But he's gone. Maybe if you weren't sneaking around breaking into cemeteries that night, you could have been there to stop him." Something inside my chest broke at the mention of my brother. It took me back to times when Eric and I would hide in the closet to escape my father's wrath, when his mentalist powers would get out of control and things would start spinning around the room. There was no talking my father down. The only way to save yourself was to let him run out of steam until he eventually got tired of torturing you. I feared the bottles of liquor would come flying out of his hands and hurt someone. All I wanted to do was run as far away from my father as possible, to never see him again, to disappear. And that's exactly what I did. I didn't know how it happened. One second I was standing on the sidewalk in the middle of Octavia Falls, and the next My stomach felt like it was spiraling outside my body. Flashes of color passed by my vision. Then everything stopped. My feet hit solid ground, and I regained my bearings. I looked around to see I was standing on the lawn in front of Miriam Mansion. How had I gotten there? I spotted a couple headed toward their vehicle at the other end of the parking lot, but otherwise the yard was empty. No one had seen me suddenly appear. What the hell had happened? My phone buzzed and I rushed to answer it.
Lucas, thank the goddess.
Nadine's worried tone came over the line.
You disappeared into thin air, but how?
I don't know. This kind of thing didn't happen in the Miriamic coven.
Your dad thinks we've vexed him with some sort of illusion magic,
Nadine said. Get out of there, I demanded. I don't want you anywhere near my father. There's an extra set of keys in my glove compartment. I'm back at school. I don't know how I got here.
We'll be there right away,
Nadine promised. I was still shaken by the whole experience. I could hardly bring myself to move. I managed to make it to the front steps, but once I was there, I collapsed and just sat there. My head spun, and I kept running over what my father had said in my mind. I didn't want to believe any of it, but I'd been conditioned to believe every word that came out of my father's mouth. Even years apart from him hadn't changed that. He was right. I couldn't fight my own battles. I was a shit son. If my mom was to lose any son, it should have been me, not Eric. Perhaps my brother was onto something. He'd disappeared, like I wanted to right now. I found myself conjuring my wand and spinning it around in my hands. It'd be so easy to just end it all. Just one battle spell to the side of my head and I'd be gone. All of this would be over. I didn't want to do it. I had things to live for. People to live for. My life had never been better. But the coven was suffering, and maybe Nadine would be better off fulfilling the prophecy without me getting in the way. I couldn't help the intrusive thoughts. I didn't want to feel this way. But there was something appealing about just ending it all. I placed the tip of my wand below my chin. I wasn't going to do it. I just wanted to see what it'd feel like to get close. To see how far I'd really take it. To scare myself out of it. Lucas! Grant's voice made my whole body go rigid, and I subconjured my wand like it had never been there in the first place. Nadine had pulled up in front of the school, and my friends piled out of the car. I stood, but I didn't say anything. Nadine rushed toward me, and she threw her arms around me. Her hug soothed me unlike anything else. I felt like I could breathe again. I'm all right, I told her. At least I would be. You were there 1 second and gone the next, Grant started. I know, I said. There was definitely something magical about what happened. But who has the magic to do something like that? To teleport me somewhere? Could the waning not just be taking our magic, but messing with it somehow? The only other explanation is... It hit me like a hearse going 100 miles an hour. Goddess, I think I know what happened. I glanced toward the front doors to the school. Someone could walk out at any moment. Maybe we should talk inside, Grant suggested. I nodded, then led everyone toward the gravestone where we wouldn't be heard. We passed Miles in the hall, and he caught the serious look on my face. He followed closely behind us, his cat at his heels. Grant quickly filled his brother in. My friends all took a seat, but I remained standing. It was portal magic, I stated. I'm sure of it. We keep saying the Coven's portal magic is shit, but we know it exists. In limited capacities, at least. What are the chances of a portal showing up on Main Street and teleporting you back to the school? Talia asked. Professor Lido said he knew more about my magic than he'd ever let on. He was talking about portal magic, I said. It wasn't a random portal, Tal. I created it myself.
Of course, Nadine said. Reapers use portal magic to cross realms. Leto didn't tell you because if you can open portals to other realms, he's in trouble.
Miles tapped his chin.
This isn't the first time you've made a portal. A portal appeared in the forest when you helped Professor Damon cross over. And with Professor Ward, Nadine pointed out. They were your assignment before the portals ever opened. You must have opened them yourself without realizing it.
Exactly, I said. Problem is I don't know how to control it yet.
Yet,
Nadine emphasized.
But you're going to get better.
Nadine's unwavering faith in me was humbling. I had an important job in all this, a reason why the prophecy spoke of me. I just needed to be reminded of it. Yet, I agreed with a firm nod. I'm going to practice my portal magic, and when I can finally control it, I'm opening a portal to the abyss and we're sending Professor Leto back to hell. My friend seemed energized by my certainty.
The library must have resources on portal magic, right?
Nadine asked.
It's rare in the coven, so I wouldn't hold my breath, Talia said. But we can look.
You girls go, Grant offered. I didn't understand why he sent them off until the door closed behind them, and Grant and Miles both turned to me. Grant sighed.
We need to talk.
If it's about my dad, I've already done a forgiveness ceremony, I stated. I just want to move on.
It's not about that exactly, Grant said slowly. I think it's time you talk to Dr. Mack about medication.
That wasn't happening. I appreciate the help, but I'm not taking meds.
Why not?
Miles asked, sounding genuinely curious. I don't know. It's just... I stumbled over my words. I don't want to put a Band-Aid over my depression. I want to figure it out myself. Miles frowned. I'm not going to say I understand your particular diagnosis, whatever it may be. Officially, I've got major depressive disorder, I said flatly. I also exhibit symptoms of childhood trauma. Right, Miles said. And depression presents itself differently in everybody. I won't pretend I know everything you're going through, but meds really helped me when I was struggling. I can handle it on my own, I insisted. Sometimes depression isn't something you can just cure on your own, Miles said. Your brain doesn't function the way other people's do, but that doesn't make it wrong or mean you're anything less than normal. Your normal is different, and there are tools available to help you manage if you're willing to accept them. I was getting angry the more he talked. I said I didn't want them, I snapped. I know you're worried about what happened with my dad, but medication isn't going to fix what he did. No, but they can help you manage, Miles said gently. I'll tell you what a friend told me once. You're in the driver's seat, Lucas. People can throw trash into your car, but you can toss it right back out. Anything outside your vehicle is out of your control and not your problem. Then why does it feel like it is? I yelled. Why couldn't they take no for an answer?
We're only trying to help,
Grant assured me.
Well, you can stop trying, I snapped. I'll handle it.
I stormed out of the room before either of them could say more. I hurried toward my car. Grant wanted me to talk to Dr. Mack? Fine, I would. But I wasn't going on meds. Hell, I really needed Dr. Mack's advice right now, because I was spiraling. I got to the clinic and rushed to the reception desk. I need to see Dr. Mack right now. My heart raced, and it seemed like the receptionist looked at the computer for a whole minute before saying, I'm not seeing an appointment for you. It's Lucas, right? I don't have an appointment, I said. It's an emergency. I'm afraid she's working right now, the receptionist said. She thought she was being helpful. I don't care if she's busy. I have to talk to her. The woman hesitated. Give me one moment. She picked up her phone, and I swear it was the longest phone call in history. Yes, I have Lucas Taylor here for you.
I tried to tell him, but he says it's an emergency. All right.
She hung up the phone and gestured to the waiting area.
Dr. Mack will be right out.
As if I could sit down right now. I paced around the waiting room until Dr. Mack arrived.
Lucas,
she said kindly.
Let's talk.
I practically sprinted into her office. The second I sat down, it all came spiraling out of me. Dr. Mack wore a nervous expression as she sat there listening. I saw my dad, Dr. Mack. I wasn't prepared for it, and I didn't think it'd be this bad, but the things he said to me were awful. I used to think it was normal, and now I can't help but feel...
I can't see you anymore,
Dr. Mack blurted. My stomach dropped, and for a moment it felt like time itself had come to a halt. I couldn't have heard her right. I know I came unannounced. She pressed her fingers to her eyes, like this was too stressful. Was I that annoying?
I want to help you, Lucas,
she said slowly, as if choosing her words carefully.
I really do, but I can't. You shouldn't be here.
What do you mean? I was just here earlier this week. What changed?
Your health insurance was denied,
she stated bluntly. I felt the blood drain from my face. For a second I thought we could fix this. A few phone calls to the health insurance company and we'd be golden. Until I realized she wasn't saying there was a problem with my insurance. She was saying I didn't have insurance anymore. Fuck the priestesses and their fucking war on healthcare. Without school insurance, I lost all my mental health resources, and they didn't even bother notifying me. This is bullshit, I cried. There must be something we can do. Put me on a payment plan. I have a job now.
A part-time job?
She asked with a sigh.
Lucas, it's not enough. I'm afraid clinic policy states that once you reach a certain threshold, those bills must be paid before I can see you again. You do understand you've already attended several sessions that must be paid out of pocket?
Then let me pick up a job here to pay for it, I begged. I'll do part-time janitorial services. Something. You can't drop me, Dr. Mack. I need you.
I've helped you all I can,
she said gently, as if the world wasn't crumbling down. Couldn't she feel it? The whole ground seemed to shake. Or was that me? This can't be it. If I don't have you, I don't... Goddess, it's not just my therapy. It's Nadine. Without you, I'll never get the psych approval. Her kidney. I couldn't get the words out.
Let's take some deep breaths,
Dr. Mack encouraged. Why should I listen to you? I shot out of my chair. You don't want to help me. You just want my money.
Lucas, I do want to help you.
She was so firm, her tone softened when she said,
but I can't.
I realized there was more to the story, something she couldn't tell me. I didn't know if she was magically bound or if someone was holding a thread over her head. It had to be the priestesses. Dr. Mack spoke carefully, deliberately.
There are oaths I took as a therapist when I began my practice, something we call doctor-patient confidentiality. I would sooner quit my practice than break my oaths.
Her message came across clearly. The priestesses had tried to get her to divulge information from our sessions so they could use it against Nadine and me. The health insurance situation was merely convenient timing. Dr. Mack wasn't dropping me because she didn't care. She was doing it to protect me. I didn't want to be protected. This didn't just come down to my therapy. It affected Nadine's transplant, too. What about the psych eval? I asked. Have I destroyed my chances?
I may have the power to see the future, but this time I truly don't know what the future holds.
It was very clear there was nothing more she would say, for both our sakes. I swallowed the lump rising in my throat. I guess this is it, then.
For us? Yes, she said. For you? No,
There are many people in your life who are willing to help you. She gave me a sharp look. There was so much she was trying to tell me without saying it out loud. Hell, for all I knew, the priestesses could be watching. The best I could tell, she knew I needed to talk to someone right now, and she was encouraging me to speak to a trusted source. All right, I could do that. Maybe. I returned to the school and found Isa and Oliver lounging in front of the fireplace in the main foyer. I went over to stroke Oliver's fur. Find anything, buddy? Oliver looked up at me with a sad expression on his face. That's when I noticed the scratch on his chin. My stomach dropped as I pulled him into my arms. What happened to you? Oliver couldn't respond, but he purred as I inspected the wound. It wasn't deep enough to need stitches, but it'd get infected if I didn't keep a close eye on it. I couldn't tell if someone had done this to him or if he'd gotten into an altercation with another cat. If Professor Leto had caught him following him, I didn't think he'd hesitate to hurt him. It was stupid of me to send him to spy on Leto in the first place. He'd learned nothing, and he got hurt for it. You two go back to the dorms, I instructed. I don't want you getting hurt. I'll be back soon. The cats ran off, and I continued down the hall. I paced nervously in front of Professor Warren's classroom. He'd given me advice before. Surely he'd be able to help. Warren's office was located at the back of his classroom, but I remained in the hallway. All I had to do was open the freaking door, but I couldn't. Maybe I didn't need his advice. I'd bottle it up like I used to, until it all came spilling out. Fuck, what was I supposed to do? Before I could make a decision, the classroom door opened. Ah, Lucas, Professor Warren said brightly. You caught me just in time. I was on my way out. I couldn't mask the emotions on my face. Professor Warren noticed, and the corners of my lips turned down. Let's talk. I followed him through his classroom, and he shut his office door behind us. I plopped into the red chair across from his desk. Professor Warren sat behind his desk and waited for me to speak. I couldn't spit the words out. Finally, he broke the silence. What can I do to help? He didn't pry, and I appreciated that. He wasn't asking me what was wrong, or trying to get a story out of me. All he wanted to do was help. I tried to steady my breath. I know I've been hard on you in the past, he started. I scoffed. Not even close. Had this man ever met my father? I'm just having a hard time putting my thoughts into words, I admitted. I lost my therapist. His shoulders fell, and he looked genuinely sorry for me. Perhaps I can help you find someone to replace your doctor. It's no use. No one's going to take me without insurance, and my internship doesn't pay that well. It's just, Professor, I don't think I can do this without my therapist. A weight came off my shoulders when I admitted that. It wasn't easy to be vulnerable around anyone but Nadine, but part of me wanted to just put it all out in the open. The last thing I want is to see you out of therapy before you're ready. But perhaps you're stronger than you believe, Professor Warren said. I don't know about that. Look at all the progress you've made, he reminded me. Of course your therapist has been there to support you, but it was you who did the work. Without her guidance, how will I know what to do? Professor, it's not just about me. I'm getting better, and I was so close to convincing Dr. Mack of that. Just a few more weeks and she would approve my psych eval for Nadine's kidney transplant. I just know it. Fuck, I was a wreck. This was all my fault. You can't blame yourself, Professor Warren insisted. Why not? I demanded. Nadine's going to suffer because of me. It was the last thing I wanted to admit to myself. It's why I'd come to Professor Warren and not her. I just couldn't watch Nadine's hopes crumble all over again. I had to bring myself to a better place before I told her, because I had to be there for her fully when I broke the news. I'm sure Nadine will understand, Professor Warren said.
She won't blame you.
I will, though, I growled. I was not in a good place right now, and it really worried me. I couldn't return to my old habits. In some ways, depression was like an addiction, comfortable and familiar. If I went back there, I didn't know how I'd pull myself out this time.
Let's just take a moment to process this, and we'll come up with a solution,
Professor Warren suggested. His tone gave me pause, and I eyed him curiously. You say that like you know what it's like, do you? He always seemed so sure of himself. It never occurred to me that maybe he understood more than I gave him credit for. Professor Warren shifted, and he twisted a pen around in his hands. He didn't look at me, which was odd. He was always so attentive and serious.
I know what it's like to lose a therapist when you need them the most.
The room fell dead silent. I never knew Professor Warren had been in therapy. Learning that made me feel slightly more at ease, because maybe he really did understand. Maybe that's why he tried to help me for so long. Because he knew what it was like to be in my position. What happened after you lost your therapist?
Things got better eventually, he said. But it took time.
I wanted to learn more, but I didn't want to prod. Still, I found myself asking, what happened? Warren drew a deep breath, as if contemplating how much to tell me.
My therapist and I talked about many things. You understand how things build up over the years.
He stared down at his pen, as if almost forgetting I was there.
We talked of my childhood and my absent father, and we discussed the failed fertility treatments Roberta and I went through, then the pain of losing her to cancer. I should have sought out therapy when I lost my wife, but I didn't reach my breaking point until years later. I thought I was finally finding happiness again. I was dating. Things were going well. And when my girlfriend got pregnant, well, it was one of the happiest moments of my life. Until it wasn't. Turns out the baby wasn't mine. I still love her in many ways, but...
Professor Warren must have realized he'd said too much, because he cleared his throat and sat up straighter.
But that wasn't your question, I suppose. Therapy shouldn't be reserved for those who have reached their breaking point. We should embrace therapy at all stages, and I think that's what helped me get better, even after my therapist retired, accepting that I was worthy of help, even at times that I wasn't completely falling apart. You don't have to be at the end of your rope to get help, and help can appear in your life in many ways.
I'm not sure I understand what you're trying to tell me, Professor, I said. He leaned forward in his chair.
Just because you've lost Dr. Mack doesn't mean you've lost everything. You have friends and teachers and people who will be by you every step of the way if you allow them in. We'll find you another therapist, but in the meantime you must trust yourself and your friends to help you through this.
I don't want my friends to feel like they have to fix me, I admitted.
They don't see it that way, I promise you. They want to help, as do I.
You've actually been a big help already, I admitted. I didn't want to keep talking about my feelings, though. I just wanted to stop thinking about it. So I asked, do you know anything about portal magic? He knew I was trying to change the subject, and he played along.
The coven has some resources on it, but it's not covered in your classes. It'd take a special set of gifted witches to cast a portal, and they're generally considered unsafe to pass through anyway. Portals are more of a fey power. Why do you ask?
I want to open a portal to the abyss, I stated simply. We need to banish this demon somehow.
I'm afraid we'll have to find another way. To even find someone with the ability to cast a portal.
I can do it, I blurted. Professor Warren didn't move for a second. I shrugged. I'm a Reaper, and Reapers have the power to travel between worlds.
Yes, but you're telling me that you used a portal and you're still alive? That kind of power.
Professor Warren's eyebrows pinched together. How much do you really know about Reapers? I asked. There's only one per generation, so how much information can really be out there? Maybe all this power you think I'll obtain once I die is inside me already. I've already created portals. I just need to learn how to control them.
Do you have any idea what kind of power you have? This is a very unique gift.
That's why I intend to figure it out so I don't fuck up, I said. Professor Warren looked thoughtful.
You do realize this could be very dangerous.
It's even more dangerous if I ignore what I'm capable of, I pointed out. Professor Warren stood from his desk and pulled a book off the shelf.
This book has a section on portal magic. I suggest you use it carefully.
I reached for it, but he pulled it away at the last second.
Don't let anyone find out you have this,
he stated in a grave tone before placing it into my hands.
This book is dangerous, Lucas. And if people discover you have this kind of power at your disposal, they will kill you for it.
Chapter 8. Nadine. Meeting Lucas's dad shocked me more than it should have. I'd heard stories. I knew what his dad was like. I should have been prepared. And I still couldn't believe that a parent could talk to their child like that. There may be a demon roaming the coven, but Jay Taylor was the true monster. I brought breakfast to Lucas's room the following morning, because I knew he'd forget to eat otherwise. We sat beside each other on the couch, and he managed to eat a few bites of fruit while he told me what happened yesterday. "This is unfair," I cried. "The priestesses can't take away your health care." Lucas frowned. "They can, and they did." "Then I'll pay for it," I decided, like it was already settled. "Therapy costs over $100 per session," he said gently. "Where are you going to get that kind of money?" "Grammy and I have some." "Which needs to go toward your dialysis," he insisted. "You literally need your healthcare to survive. I don't." It wasn't necessarily true, but I didn't say that out loud. Instead, I said, "That doesn't make your therapy any less important." "I'll take a break from therapy for now." He wasn't going to let me pay for his sessions, no matter how much I pressed. "Professor Warren has been helpful before. He can help me again. He gave me a book on portals." I could tell he was trying to change the subject. I didn't want to press and make this harder on him, so I said, "That's good, because Talia and I didn't find anything in the library." "See? He's already helping," he said. I thought he was only saying that, so I dropped the topic, but over the following week I noticed huge improvements in his mood. His internship gave him a lot of one-on-one time with Professor Warren, and whatever they talked about really seemed to help Lucas. "Did you know that Professor Warren used to snowboard?" Lucas asked me as we headed to my dorm after lunch Friday. "He was on a team and everything." "No, I had no idea. That sounds fun, though." "He says he wants to take me snowboarding sometime." "Ooh, a ski resort weekend?" I asked. "Count me in. A weekend with a good mystery novel and hot cocoa in front of a cozy fireplace sounds great." "That's not really what you're supposed to do at a ski resort," he teased. "The slopes are there for a reason." "Yeah, for you," I laughed. I knew it wouldn't happen anytime soon, not with everything going on right now, but it felt good to imagine a future where we could plan a weekend away. We reached my dorm room, and I stopped in my tracks when I entered. I flung my hand over my eyes. All I saw was a flash of Grant's skin under the blanket and Talia's brown hair spilling over the pillow. I whirled on my heel and accidentally slammed into Lucas. Sorry, we'll leave. Talia burst into laughter. Relax, we're decent. Slowly, I turned around. Grant tossed the blanket off of them, and I was relieved to see he was fully dressed from the waist down. Talia wore jeans and a t-shirt, but I'm pretty sure I saw her adjust her bra. They'd definitely been fooling around. How's it, going? I asked. I went over to sit on my bed, where Issa was taking a nap. I sat beside her and stroked her head. We weren't doing anything bad, if that's what you're asking, Grant said as he pulled a t-shirt over his head. Sure you weren't, I teased. We're all adults here, but, just in case. Lucas conjured a condom and tossed it at Grant. He caught it, and his face fell when he realized what it was. I wasn't... You guys can fool around wherever you want. Just maybe give us some warning, I suggested. The last thing I want to see is your naked ass, Lucas cracked. You mean you don't want to see this? Grant shook his butt in Lucas's direction, and Lucas shoved him away. He fell onto the bed. Jokes aside, you two have nothing to be ashamed of, I said. And no pressure either. Just use protection, okay? Believe me, the condom box will see its fair share of use before we graduate. Talia gestured to the jewelry box on her dresser. We'd been keeping condoms in there since our first semester. They don't need to know how often we use it, Grant hissed, but it was more of a joke than anything. Either way, he seemed eager to change the subject. You guys wouldn't happen to have dinner plans, would you? Lucas shook his head. No. Why? Talia and I are planning a date tonight. We were going to get dinner at the hearse, then see a show at Starlight, but the show would start before we finished dinner. I don't want the tickets to go to waste. Do you want them? Grant held out 2 tickets for the hearse, the traveling diner set inside a limousine. I shrugged. That sounds like fun. I have dialysis tonight, but I should be finished in time for dinner. If you call them, you can schedule a pickup time, Talia said. Lucas took the tickets from Grant. Thanks, guys. This sounds great. How much do I owe you? Grant waved his hand. Don't worry about it. Just have fun. That night, Lucas met up with me outside the hospital after dialysis. He was alone, as we'd left Oliver and Issa back at school. He was dressed in a button-down shirt and nice slacks, and he'd combed his hair back in this really sexy way. He eyed me up and down when he saw me. The desire in his eyes made me blush under his gaze. I wore a modest black dress with warm tights, nice boots, and a leather jacket over top. You look hot, he told me, holding his elbow out to me. I hooked my arm through his. Thank you. You're looking pretty fine yourself. His gaze darted down to my lips. He lowered his voice and whispered, Maybe later I can get that dress off you. I'll be disappointed if you don't, I teased, before leaning over to kiss him. As I drew away, I heard the sound of a vehicle approaching. The hearse pulled up in front of us, and a man emerged from the limo to hold the door for us. Lucas handed him our reservation tickets, and we climbed inside. The hearse was the size of a train on the inside, big enough to fit at least 100 people. It was Friday night, so the restaurant was packed. Soft, warm lighting illuminated the red tablecloths. Water trickled down from the windows like a beautiful waterfall. Overhead, we could look out through the moonroof at the twinkling stars. It all felt very romantic. We passed by a group of students crowded around a large table. I didn't know most of them, but I recognized Mira. She was Leroy's younger sister, the girl who'd confronted me outside my dorm on our first day back. She caught sight of me passing by and whispered something to her friend. They both burst out laughing. My mood soured, but I ignored them and followed the host to a small table near the back. He seated us near a platform where a woman sat playing piano. I recognized her as Monica, a woman who ran a music shop downtown. Talia had brought me to Hallowed Harmonica a few times to shop the collection of antiques. Monica's beautiful tune filled the car, and I instantly relaxed at the calm music. I remembered Talia had told me Monica's mentalist powers could influence a person's emotion through music. She was really good at it, because I hadn't felt this relaxed in a long time. "How was your day?" Lucas asked, once we'd ordered our drinks. "It was good." I could see the town passing by as a blur of color behind the waterfall windows, but the ride was so smooth, it barely felt like we were moving. I visited the nursing home before dialysis. Rose and I finished our puzzle. "That's great. You've been working on it for weeks," Lucas said. The waiter arrived with our drink order, along with a basket of bread. I sipped my raspberry lemonade. "Rose is doing better this week. The doctors have her on new meds, and I think they're really helping." "How was dialysis?" he asked. I shrugged. "Same as always. I'm still doing my intuition work during my sessions. I'm getting better at it. How about you?" He broke apart a piece of bread. "I ordered the parts for my car. We should be able to start working on her soon." "I can't wait. You'll be surprised how she runs once we fix her up." "Speaking of surprises..." Lucas reached into his pocket and pulled out a small box wrapped in shimmering black paper. He slid it across the table toward me. I furrowed my brow as I lifted it. It barely weighed a thing. "You didn't have to get me a present. This isn't a special occasion." Hold on. Could it be a ring? Already? Had Grant been in on it by offering the tickets to throw me off? A thrilling shiver traveled up and down my body when I thought of Lucas proposing. Lucas shrugged. "I wanted you to have this back." I didn't know what he meant until I unwrapped the box and found my grandmother's key tucked inside. It was an old antique she'd received from my grandfather, rumored to be enchanted with a protection spell. It hung off a chain, so you could wear it like a necklace. I was a little disappointed it wasn't a ring, but I was happy to see he'd kept this. "Lucas, no." I handed the box back to him, but he wouldn't take it. "I gave it to you. It's yours." "But your grandma gave it to you," he argued. "Don't you think she'd still want you to have it?" "It's not hers anymore. It was mine, and I gave it to you," I said. "It was a gift." "When we broke up, I should have given it back." "It's yours," I insisted. "Then I'm giving it to you." "You already gave me a key, remember?" I reminded him. "The one you found in the abandoned mansion." "Then you can have two," he offered with a smile. I sighed. Neither of us was going to cave. He wanted me to have this because it was a family heirloom, and I wanted him to have it so that it'd protect him, in whatever limited capacity it could. I glanced toward the windows. We must have been outside of town now, because I saw no lights, just the blur of trees passing by. "How about we share?" I suggested. "Whoever needs it most at the time will wear it." Lucas smiled and reached for the key. "That sounds perfect. Tonight, it's yours." He unclasped the chain and leaned across the table to secure it around my neck. "It looks great on you." Lucas cut off as the entire limo jerked, like the driver had slammed on the brakes. Everything happened all at once. Piano notes clashed together at the same time a collective scream filled the air. My heart lurched as I went flying out of my chair, and Lucas and I landed on the ground next to each other. Tires squealed, and a loud thud sounded from overhead. I barely caught a glimpse of something moving above us through the moonroof, but it was gone a moment later. I didn't have a moment to process it, because the hearse continued spinning, like the driver had yanked on the wheel. We went over a bump, and people screamed as they were tossed upward. Lucas threw himself on top of me, and I felt a warm sensation cradle me to his chest. It was more than just his arms around me. Something magical wrapped around my entire form, cocooning me close to him. 1 second we were on the ground, and the next we were flying upward, toward the ceiling. I screamed as we went tumbling around and around. Glass shattered, and screams seemed to fade away into the night. It all happened so fast that I could barely process any of it. Within moments, everything came to an abrupt halt. I was so disoriented, I didn't quite know where I was. Slowly, I began to make sense of my surroundings. I lay flat on my back, and the moon shone through the trees. Ice-cold snow seeped through my dress, making me shiver. Screams of agony filled the air, and people called out names I didn't recognize. For a moment, all I could do was stare at the stars above me. I wasn't sure how I'd gotten on the ground. My body ached, but I pushed myself upright. My heart raced as I glanced around frantically for Lucas. We'd been thrown from the limo, but somehow I hadn't been hurt. It must have been that magic I felt cocooning me before the car went off the road. Whatever it was had saved me. "Nade!" Lucas screamed, his cry tearing through the darkness. I spotted him scrambling toward me. He grabbed me and pulled me close to him, cradling me to his chest. "You're all right. I protected you." I then realized that the magic I'd felt around us had come from him. He'd created a shield that formed to our bodies and kept us from getting hurt. "I'm fine. Are you?" I pushed against him. I had to see his face. "Lucas, talk to me. Are you hurt?" He clutched me so tightly that I couldn't move. He pressed his head against mine and whispered in a ragged breath, "There are so many voices." Slowly, I dared to look around, and horror rocked my body. The hearse sat mangled not far away, lying upside down and smashed against a line of trees, wheels spinning toward the sky. The headlights flashed before going out completely. A man hung upside down from the driver's seat, and blood pooled out of a large wound on his head. He blinked several times, and his gaze turned in my direction. The guilt in his features felt like a dagger to my gut. He looked utterly devastated by the realization of what he'd caused. Mira and her friends crawled out of the hearse's broken windows, evacuating the broken vehicle. We were outside of town, on one of the forested roads that led toward a scenic lookout. Glass shards scattered across the snow, and bodies lay across the road and in the ditch. Pools of blood stained the ground. There were so many unmoving bodies. Lucas pulled me tighter to his chest. I could only imagine the thoughts flittering through his mind at that moment. He always said the traumatic deaths hit harder. This had to be horrible for him, worse than anything I could possibly witness. Screams continued to fill the night, and Lucas dropped his arms. "Help them," he said. "What about you?" I couldn't leave him. "I'll be fine." He winced, like another dying thought had entered his mind. Lucas conjured a first aid kit and shoved it into my arms. He clutched his stomach and pushed at me. "Go!" Someone screamed from nearby, pulling my attention off Lucas. People raced in so many directions, and I couldn't tell who was hurt and who was dead. I heard Lucas gag, and my stomach twisted into knots. The best way to help him was to help the others. I had to prevent as many deaths as possible. My gaze landed on a man nearby. He lay on his back, his arm twisted at an odd angle. Blood coated his body in so many places that I didn't know where it was coming from. He stared upward, but his eyes seemed to gloss over. He opened his mouth like he wanted to scream, but nothing came out. I raced over to help him. "Hold on, we're going to get you help." He turned his gaze toward me, but he looked straight through me. His mouth bobbed open, but only a gurgling sound escaped. My stomach clenched as blood sputtered from his mouth and trickled down the side of his face. A moment later, his entire form went limp, and his head sagged to the side. My whole body began to tremble as I witnessed the life leave his eyes. From behind me, I heard Lucas gasp, and I knew this man's last thought had entered his mind. A gut-wrenching wail pierced the night. A woman covered in bruises stumbled through the snow toward me. "Ian! Ian!" she cried. The woman shoved me aside and threw herself on top of the man, sobbing. After a moment, she turned her bitter gaze on me and growled, "What have you done? Get away from him, you wicked wench!" There was nothing I could do. He was already gone. Nearby, a woman clutched her stomach and cried in agony. In the moonlight, I could make out her dark hair, which contrasted against the white snow. It was Monica, the piano player. I abandoned the dead man and ran over to her. "I'm here to help." She drew ragged breaths. "I wasn't supposed to be here tonight. It was a last-minute job." "Shh," I told her. "Let me take a look." I stopped abruptly when I guided her hands away from her stomach. A thin, curved piece of glass stuck out of her skin, and blood poured from the wound. It looked like it was a broken wine glass. "Goddess, it hurts," Monica cried. "Take it out." She reached for the jagged piece of glass, but I stopped her. "No, you have to keep it in until paramedics arrive. If you take it out, you could bleed out." Monica hesitated. She was panicked and really out of it. I opened the first aid kit and unwrapped a huge wad of gauze. I carefully pressed it against the wound, making sure not to press the glass in any further. "Hold this firmly," I told her. "The EMTs will be here soon." "Please, if I don't make it..." Monica's voice shook. "You will," I promised, but my stomach clenched, because there was no way I could know that for certain. I heard the sirens off in the distance. It gave me hope, but only so little. I wasn't sure they would make it in time. Even if they could save Monica, there were so many others who wouldn't make it. A guy from school stumbled past me, blood oozing from a gash on his head. He would certainly need stitches. He wore a confused expression and blinked a few times, like he couldn't see clearly. "Lydia! Lydia!" he screamed. I recognized him from my Miriamic law class. "Quentin!" I called. I rushed to my feet and caught him before he collapsed onto the ground. He was really heavy, though, and I had to guide him to lie in the snow. Where's Lydia?" he rasped. I glanced around frantically, but I didn't spot her. He tried to sit up, but I pushed at his chest. "Quentin, you're hurt. You have to lie down." He furrowed his brow and winced, then reached up to touch the gash on his head. The second he saw the blood, his eyes rolled back into his skull, and he passed out. Shit! Color drained from his face until his lips were paler than his skin. I scrambled for more gauze and tried to stop the bleeding. "Stay with me, Quentin," I demanded, though I didn't think he could hear me. Time seemed to speed up and slow down all at once. I couldn't make sense of how much time had passed before the paramedics arrived. Sirens wailed, and red and blue lights shone off the trees as several ambulances pulled up. EMTs rushed onto the scene, administering first aid as quickly as possible. "Miss, you have to move." I was vaguely aware of someone guiding me away from Quentin and Monica. I didn't know what to do but step back and let them take over. My blood-covered hands shook. There had to be something I could do. I heard Lucas gasp from beside me, and I snapped back to attention. I whirled toward him to see him hunched over on his knees. He clutched his stomach with one hand and pressed the other palm to his forehead. Fuck. People were still dying. I rushed over to him and wrapped my arms around him. His whole body shook, and he was covered in a thick sheen of sweat. "I'm here," I told him. Lucas seemed to appreciate my proximity because he reached out and squeezed my hand. "There are dozens," he said in a strained whisper. He lifted his head. "Dozens of people are dead. How did this happen?" I don't think he expected me to have an answer, but I wanted so desperately to reassure him. There was nothing I could say to make this tragedy better. Still, I tried. "It was an accident," I said, but I could taste the lie on my tongue. Lucas knew it was a lie, too, and he clutched me tighter. "It was him, Nade. It had to be." My blood ran cold. We knew the demon fed off traumatic deaths. A mass tragedy like this could satiate him for months. Horror twisted in my belly because I knew that Lucas was right. He took a deep breath, and I could tell that the dying thoughts had stopped, or slowed down at least. "I don't know how he did it, but we have to find out so we can prevent him from doing this again." His eyes locked on something in the distance. I followed his gaze to see Sheriff Baker and several other officers climbing out of their squad cars. Sheriff Baker began barking orders. A pair of EMTs passed by him, carrying the driver on a stretcher. As other officers rushed away to follow the sheriff's orders, Baker stepped in front of them. "I have a few questions," he told the paramedics. It wasn't a request, but a demand. "It'll have to wait, Sheriff," one of the paramedics said. "This man needs medical attention. He has internal bleeding." "It will only take a minute," the sheriff said. This man needed time to recover, for Alora's sake. The driver looked to be in his early 60s, with a cauldron tattoo on the back of his hand. Blood matted his gray hair, and bruises covered his body. Though the EMTs had wrapped gauze around his head, the blood was starting to seep through. Lucas nudged me. "Go." I didn't have to be told twice. I snuck toward the edge of the road and slid behind one of the ambulances. Sheriff Baker couldn't see me, but I could hear him clearly. "Clyde Walsh, you are the driver, correct?" Sheriff Baker asked. "Yes." The man on the stretcher groaned, like speaking was difficult for him. He sounded barely conscious. "Can you tell me what happened here?" Baker asked. "I don't know," Clyde said. "I can't explain it." "Give it a try," Baker encouraged. I crept a little closer, listening intently. "I saw a thing in the middle of the road." Clyde's voice shook. "It scared the hell out of me." "Can you describe this thing?" Baker pressed. Clyde drew a deep breath, but it sounded pained. "It looked like a man, but he was nothing but bone. He wore a black cloak and was just
standing there. Clyde gagged. I think I hit him.
I recalled the thump I heard and the flash of movement outside the moonroof. He definitely hit something. But what Clyde was describing sounded like...
Sir, are you saying you saw a reaper? Baker asked. I don't know. I've killed all these people. It's my fault. I must be going crazy.
Clyde broke out into sobs, and he spoke so incomprehensibly that Sheriff Baker ordered the paramedics to take him away. They loaded him into another ambulance, along with several other seriously injured individuals, and drove away. There weren't enough stretchers or ambulances for everyone. I was about to head back to Lucas when I heard a familiar voice.
What a tragic accident. You made the right call by cutting our meeting short, priestess.
I peeked around the side of the ambulance. I wanted to hurl when I saw Professor Leto appear with the priestesses. He walked right alongside them, like he belonged in their ranks. His gaze roamed over the scene, and though he tried looking sad, he wasn't selling it. Hunger blazed in his eyes, like he was eating this up. "Sheriff, what have you learned?" Priestess Margaret demanded.
We're still working on gathering accurate numbers, he said. I interviewed the driver, but he doesn't seem to remember anything. He claims he saw a reaper, but that's not possible.
Let's see what the other witnesses know, Margaret said. A shiver traveled down my spine. I wasn't sure if she wanted to learn something from them, or make certain secrets stayed buried. The priestesses went in different directions. Margaret walked straight up to the nearest girl, who had a blanket around her shoulders and was watching the paramedics. She turned, and I realized it was Mira. She had scratches and bruises on her face, but her injuries were minimal compared to others. "Excuse me, miss," Margaret said. Mira's features changed when she realized she was in the presence of one of the priestesses. She bowed her head. "Mira Benson, priestess." "Ah, Mira. Yes, I recall. You're an executor, correct?" Mira nodded. "Yes, priestess." "Can you tell me what you saw?" Mira shook her head. "I saw nothing, priestess. One second we were dining, and the next we were upside down. It all happened so fast." Margaret wore a calculating look. "There's nothing else? Nothing suspicious?"
"Nothing but the atrocious music they were playing," Mira said snidely.
I was offended for Monica. Her songs were beautiful. "If there's anything I can do to help, please let me know," Mira said, like she'd sell her soul to the priestesses if they asked. "We will," Margaret promised. "Take care of yourself, Miss Benson." Priestess Margaret started walking in my direction, and I hurried back toward Lucas before she could spot me. Monica was being ushered into an ambulance now, and an EMT was wrapping Quentin's wound. Lucas got to his feet, and some of the color returned to his cheeks. The worst of the deaths were over.
"Did you learn anything?"
"Some, but I'm not sure what to make of it." I glanced around, but there were so many people nearby. I didn't want to be overheard. I grabbed Lucas's arm and led him around the front of the hearse and into the trees. I lowered my voice. "The driver said he saw a reaper standing in the middle of the road. That's why he slammed on the brakes. He swerved to avoid it." Lucas's eyebrows shot up.
"Yeah, that'd scare the hell out of me, too."
"Do you think Leto could have summoned one? Maybe that's the spell he's using. He could be controlling a reaper, and that's why no one saw what happened to Professor Perez." Lucas furrowed his brow, looking thoughtful.
I doubt it. The Reaper's power would rival a demon's. They're too strong to be controlled. Plus, even seers typically can't see Reapers. They exist on a different plane than we do, on a higher level than even the astral plane. Only ghosts can see Reapers.
Could he see one if he was marked for death? I wondered.
There's been accounts of seeing Reapers moments before you die, but the driver's still alive. It doesn't make sense. Even if a Reaper knew what was about to happen and was hanging around to collect souls, he wouldn't cause it. Reapers don't mess with fate like that.
Lucas sounded certain. Maybe it wasn't a Reaper at all, I said. I heard something hit the hearse. The driver swore it was a skeleton dressed in a black cloak, but it must have been solid. My voice trailed off as I caught sight of something fluttering in the wind. A black piece of fabric hung from the hearse's grill. Lucas followed my gaze.
Solid indeed.
We crept toward the hearse. No one was watching us, as they were too busy attending to the injured. Curiously, I reached out to touch the piece of fabric. I half expected my fingers to go straight through it, like I was imagining things. But I touched solid fabric and plucked it from where it was embedded in the grill. I ran my fingers over the frayed edges, then handed the swatch to Lucas. He inspected it closely.
This was no Reaper,
he said with certainty. I pressed my lips together. Clyde sounded sure it was a skeleton. Could Leto be using necromancy magic? Lucas shook his head.
There's no way. The way he teaches necromancy is weird. It's like he's obsessed with it, but can't do it himself.
So he's using a necromancer, manipulating them somehow.
He must be,
Lucas agreed.
Do you think the priestesses know?
I looked toward the priestesses, who were still questioning witnesses. They know something. The last thing we want is for them to find out how much we know. It's better if they continue to believe we're ignorant. Lucas subconjured the fabric swatch.
Agreed. Let's go before anyone sees us poking around.
We trudged through the snow and returned to the road. Our feet barely touched the pavement before someone shouted, "Sheriff, arrest him!" The priestesses pushed through the crowd, and Lillian pointed an ugly finger at Lucas. I planted myself in front of my boyfriend. "He didn't do anything!"
"Eyewitness testimony states there was a Reaper on the road," Sheriff Baker said as he conjured a pair of handcuffs. "He's the Reaper's apprentice. He's coming down to the station for questioning."
Sheriff Baker hadn't believed the story about the Reaper a minute ago. Now he was arresting Lucas for it? It seemed awfully convenient.
"I can't control Reapers," Lucas protested.
"Where's your evidence?" I demanded.
"Where's yours?"
Lillian sneered.
"Lucas is innocent until proven guilty, so I believe you're the one who must supply evidence," I stated. "We were in the hearse the whole time. He couldn't have cast a spell outside the vehicle."
"Nadine's right," a voice came from nearby. We turned to see Quentin, leaning against one of the squad cars. He had a blanket wrapped around his shoulders, but he was still shivering. He was hurt, but not in bad enough shape to be taken by ambulance.
"I saw the two of them just before it happened. They were dining, just like the rest of us. It couldn't have been him. Whatever we hit, it wasn't a Reaper."
Margaret narrowed her gaze on us. She couldn't arrest Lucas without probable cause, not with all these people watching. "Rest assured, we will get to the bottom of this. Come, Sheriff. We have more witnesses to question." The priestesses turned away, and I breathed a sigh of relief. I'm calling Talia and Grant to come get us. Can I come? Quentin asked. I need to get to the hospital as soon as possible. They took Lydia on a stretcher, but the ambulance drove off before I could get to her. They won't let me in any of the ambulances. They're taking the worst cases first. We'll drop you off at the hospital, Lucas said. Let's get out of here, before they accuse us of anything else.
Chapter 9. Lucas. 17. That's how many people had died. I counted. 15 people had died at the scene, and another 2 at the hospital. I barely remembered how we got back to the school that night. My head swam with all the thoughts I'd picked up from the crash. There'd been so many. Yet I could remember each one as if their words were playing over and over in my mind like a recording. This can't be the end. I hope my wife makes it. I have lived. The last one was sad and finite, the way he spoke it in past tense. His life was over. The worst ones were the loudest, as trauma always produces the most regrettable thoughts. I listened to each with reverence and did my best to accept each one in turn. That didn't make the blow any easier to handle, though. The atmosphere was tense the following day. The halls were oddly quiet, and even the cats seemed to move at a slower pace, like they too could sense the melancholy of it all. I met up with Nadine for breakfast, but neither of us said much of anything. Nadine finally spoke as we left the cafeteria.
How are you doing? Be honest.
I'm processing it, I said simply, though it was anything but simple. I truthfully didn't know how to answer the question. Nadine gazed up at me as we headed toward the grand staircase.
We're going to get through this together.
Nadine stopped in her tracks when someone stumbled on the stairs in front of us. The person she'd nearly ran into tripped down the last 2 stairs and clutched the railing to keep from falling flat on his face. It was Quentin. He had a line of stitches across his forehead and bruises all over his face. He looked past me, but his eyes didn't seem to focus on anything. He tried to pull himself upright, but Nadine and I rushed over to him. I pressed on his shoulder. Sit down. He collapsed onto the bottom stair and looked up at me, confused. Lucas? Fuck, Quentin, you probably have a concussion. What are you doing here? I asked. He shook his head. No, I'm fine. Didn't the doctors give you painkillers? I demanded. We have potions for this kind of thing. I refused them, he said without explaining further. Nadine sat on the stair next to him and conjured a bottle of water.
You look really pale. Here, drink something.
He hesitated, but he uncapped the water bottle and began sipping it.
What's going on?
Nadine asked.
Weren't you admitted to the hospital?
They discharged me, he said. Color started returning to his cheeks now that he was sitting down. There aren't enough beds. They had to send some of the injured to the school's infirmary as it is. The doctors can hardly keep up. 17 people may have died last night, but there were dozens more that needed serious medical treatment. Not like I can afford it anymore anyway. Quentin conjured a piece of paper which he handed to Nadine. The doctors discharged me with this. Nadine gaped, and I glanced down to see a long string of numbers. It was a medical bill, and a hefty one at that.
But you need medicine,
Nadine cried. Quentin scowled. Not according to the doctors. They said something about a coven-wide health care reform.
We'll find a way to pay for this,
Nadine promised. Quentin sniffled. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters anymore. My brow furrowed. What are you talking about? Tears filled his eyes. It's Lydia. I just got the call. Her diagnosis, it's... He broke down into sobs. I could barely make out what he was saying.
Even if I find a way to pay my bill, there won't be enough to pay hers. Her parents were both laid off a week ago. Her insurance is gone. I'm on my way to see her.
We'll go with you,
Nadine offered. Quentin sniffled and wiped his nose.
That's really kind of you, but
He tried standing up, but he swayed on his feet. I rushed to catch him, and he sagged against me. Whoa, I said. You're still recovering.
I need to see her,
he snapped. I knew he would, whether we were with him or not. Then let us help you, I said. We'll make sure you get there safely. Quentin hesitated.
Fair enough.
He seemed a little more confident in his footing, but I stayed close to him in case he passed out. We made it to the school's infirmary without incident. I'd been to the infirmary more than once, and it was always quiet and slow. Today, though, it was like stepping into an entirely different hospital. Doctors rushed down the halls, and nurses shouted orders at each other.
I'll be with you in a minute,
the receptionist told us. Quentin glanced up and down the halls, fidgeting with the small velvet box he'd conjured.
What's that?
Nadine asked. It sounded like she was trying to make conversation to calm Quentin down. He glanced down at the box, like he forgot he'd been holding it.
Oh,
he sighed.
I guess you've already figured it out, huh? It's a ring for Lydia. I was going to propose last night. Well, before the accident.
He opened the box and showed us the ring. A shimmering diamond sat upon a twisted gold band. Nadine smiled.
She's going to love it.
Quentin placed the box in his pocket, but he looked heartbroken.
I hope so.
The receptionist caught our attention, and Quentin rushed to give her information. She pointed us down the hall toward Lydia's room. My stomach twisted as we passed by rooms with patients connected to IVs and others with tubes down their throats. There were people of all ages here, not just students. I'd never been more grateful for my protection magic, because it was the only reason Nadine and I weren't in the same situation. We stepped into Lydia's room. She lay flat on her back with her neck in a brace. She tried to turn her head to look at Quentin, but she couldn't move. Bruises covered her skin, and she had an IV in her arm. She was conscious, so that was reassuring. Quentin dropped to his knees beside her bed and took her hands in his. He began kissing her hand all the way up her arm until he pressed his lips to hers. He pushed the hair out of her eyes.
I'm so sorry, Lyd. The doctors say...
He choked up before he could finish.
It's okay, Quen,
she told him, but her voice was barely audible. She was in rough shape.
But you'll never walk again.
Quentin's voice broke, and my heart crumbled into a million pieces along with it. I had no idea her diagnosis was this serious. Tears welled in Lydia's eyes.
I'm alive. That's all that matters.
Quentin drew a deep breath. He was trying to stay strong for her.
We'll figure this out together. I'm here for you, babe.
Nadine pulled me aside and whispered lowly,
I have to meet with the priestesses and convince them to change their minds about our health care. They have to at least cover the accident. These people don't deserve this. They weren't given enough notice.
Where is she?
Someone barked from down the hall. Nadine's features paled, and the two of us rushed into the hall to see the 3 priestesses marching toward us, Sheriff Baker leading the way. Nadine's features contorted into rage, and she threw herself in front of the priestesses, stopping them in their tracks.
You can't do this to these students,
she snarled.
Stripping them of their insurance was one thing, but giving them no notice, no time to come up with an alternative, it's beyond cruel.
Priestess Lillian frowned.
We don't have time for your dramatics.
Well, make time,
Nadine demanded.
These people deserve to know they're going to be taken care of.
Margaret waved her hand, like a few students were the least of her worries.
We have dozens of people to take care of right now. As far as medical treatment goes, there is little supply and huge demand. We'll save the ones who can pay.
Priestess Charlotte stepped forward and got so close to Nadine that their noses almost touched. Nadine didn't back down, though.
"If you'll excuse us, we have business to attend to,"
Charlotte sneered. I'd never seen her speak in such a hostile way. It was like the other priestesses were rubbing off on her.
"You can either join us in sentencing the person behind this, or get the hell out of our way."
The priestesses stepped around Nadine and marched down the hall urgently.
"I'm coming with,"
Nadine stated. The priestesses were in too much of a hurry to care that Nadine followed. They barely noticed her racing behind them. Sheriff Baker opened a door at the end of the hall and led the priestesses into a patient room. I stepped in behind them, and my stomach churned. Monica sat propped up on her bed, and a cat lay curled next to her. She had her shirt lifted slightly and looked to be inspecting a huge bandage around her middle. I spotted a small line of blood that had leaked through. Her eyes widened as the priestesses marched into the room, and she dropped the fabric.
"Priestesses,"
she said kindly.
"how may I help you?"
Sheriff Baker stepped in front of everyone, his heavy boots pounding on the floor.
Monica Torres, you're under arrest for the mass murder, hereby known as the Hearst tragedy.
Monica gasped, and her cat leapt to its feet and hissed at Baker.
"What do you mean? I didn't do anything. What are you? Ow!"
Baker grabbed her wrist and slapped handcuffs on it, yanking on her IV. He secured the other side of the handcuffs to the bed. Monica broke out into sobs. It all happened so fast.
"Monica didn't do this,"
Nadine shouted.
"She was next to us the entire time. What evidence do you have?"
Priestess Margaret pointed an ugly finger at Monica.
"This woman is a mentalist capable of manipulating emotions through music. She was playing piano moments before the hearse crashed. She hypnotized the driver."
"We have witness testimony,"
Charlotte added.
"Passengers say they were hypnotized by her music."
"But I didn't,"
Monica started, but Lillian cut her off.
"Save your prayers for Mother Miriam,"
she growled.
"Monica deserves a fair trial,"
Nadine demanded.
"Have the driver testify. What does he have to say about this?"
"Nothing, seeing as he's dead,"
Lillian said coldly.
"And she killed him."
Clyde must have been one of the people who died in the hospital. I couldn't help but think he'd have survived if the sheriff hadn't stopped him for questioning. Priestess Margaret held her head high.
"We have all the evidence we need. The judge has already met with our witness and sided with us."
The priestesses created the laws, but the judge carried out sentencing. It was rare for a judge to defy the priestesses, as their job was to simply enforce the laws, much like the sheriff. Even without enough evidence, I was sure they could persuade the judge.
"Who are your witnesses?"
Nadine demanded.
"I'm a priestess. I have a right to know."
"It doesn't matter," Lillian said. "Monica's execution is set to take place tonight."
Nadine gritted her teeth.
"The coven is already mourning the death of 17 people, and you plan to host another hanging?"
Lillian smirked.
"Who said anything about a hanging?"
She turned toward Monica, looking proud of herself.
"I suggest you put some thought into your dinner request tonight. It will be the last meal you'll ever eat."
With that, the priestesses swept out of the room. Monica's sobs grew louder.
"I didn't do it!"
she cried, the chains of her handcuffs rattling. I wanted to go to her, but Sheriff Baker planted himself in front of Monica's bed. He crossed his arms in a hostile manner.
This woman is the property of the Miriamic Police Department. It's time you leave.
Sheriff Baker whistled, and 2 executors entered the room. I didn't recognize them. They had to be a few years older than us. They were both taller than me, with bulging muscles.
Escort them out of the infirmary,
Baker ordered. Hands landed on Nadine and me.
"We won't let them do this to you, Monica,"
I shouted as they dragged us out of the room.
"We know you're innocent,"
Nadine yelled. Monica's sobs echoed down the hall. My stomach felt like it had fallen out of my abdomen and was dragging along the floor behind me. I couldn't imagine what terrors Monica felt, knowing she had only hours to live. The executors escorted us down the hall and past the reception desk. Fury ignited in my bones when I spotted Professor Leto seated in the waiting room. He had one ankle propped on his knee and was reading a magazine, like this was nothing more than an average day at the dentist. He seemed wholly unbothered by what was happening here. I'm sure he was pleased, sitting around, waiting for death, waiting to feed. Wasn't this fucker satisfied by now? Rage overcame me. I barely felt in control of my body as I yanked my arm out of the executor's grasp. I marched straight up to Professor Leto and ripped the magazine out of his hands. Pages went flying as I flung it across the room. I grabbed Leto by the collar with one hand and punched him so hard with the other fist that his head hit the wall. It might have knocked the average person out, but Leto just smirked at me. "You did this!" I raged. Leto kept his cool like I hadn't just sucker punched him in the jaw.
How could I have anything to do with this when I was nowhere near the site of the crash? I was in a meeting with the priestesses when this tragic accident occurred.
Of fucking course he had a rock-solid alibi. The priestesses would vouch for him even if he didn't. "You did this, and now another innocent person is going to die," I growled. "How dare you come here and claim you have a place in this coven?" Executors yanked my arms back. I didn't know where they'd all come from, but there were suddenly half a dozen soldiers pulling me backward.
Lucas!
Nadine cried. Someone slapped handcuffs onto my wrists, and I suddenly felt all my energy drain. They had to be made of noxite, a magical metal that could inhibit supernatural power. "I'm terribly sorry, sir," one of the executors told Professor Leto. "We'll escort him away immediately."
"No,"
Leto said, holding a hand up to stop them. He stood and wiped at a cut on his lip, though I didn't see any blood. His gaze moved over me, and a shiver traveled down my spine. He leaned forward, so close I could feel his hot breath against my cheek. He spoke so only I could hear, sounding amused.
"You're bold, Lucas, attacking me when you know what I am."
He leaned away just far enough for me to catch his eyes flash red.
"No point in ruining the fun I'm having just yet. I haven't been entertained like this in centuries."
He winked.
"Don't worry. I won't tell the priestesses that you know what I am. It'll be our little secret."
His features hardened as he whispered coolly,
"But make no mistake. Once I get tired of you, you'll meet the same fate as the others."
My blood ran ice cold as he drew away, laughing.
"Let him go,"
Leto told the executors nonchalantly.
"I won't be pressing charges."
The executors released my cuffs, and Nadine and I hurried out of the infirmary as fast as we could. A group of executors stood at the end of the hall, laughing, like the Hearst tragedy had never happened. I spotted Mira among them. Nadine leaned over to me to whisper,
"I bet Mira's the witness. She offered to help the priestesses. She's lying for them so they have someone to blame."
"Let's see what she knows," I suggested.
"Mira,"
Nadine stated firmly,
"the priestesses would like to have a word." "I'll catch up with you guys later," she told her friends. She waved them off, leaving us alone in the hall. Mira approached us, looking Nadine up and down. "Why would they send you?" "Because I'm a priestess," Nadine said coolly. "Tell me why you lied." She scoffed. "I don't lie." "So the priestesses lied to me when they told me you talked to the judge?" Nadine was manipulating Mira, and she was pretty damn convincing at it. Mira frowned. "I did talk to the judge." "And you told her Monica Torres hypnotized you?" Nadine pressed. Mira crossed her arms but didn't answer. "You realize an innocent woman is going to die because of your testimony," I growled. Mira scowled. "Who are you to question me? I'll tell the priestesses you guys are harassing me. I don't believe they actually sent you." "Go ahead and ask them," Nadine bluffed. "But be quick about it. They don't like people who waste their time." Mira hesitated.
She obviously didn't want to upset the priestesses. She narrowed her eyes at Nadine and spat. "Just stay away from me." My hands curled into fists as she turned on her heel and walked away. Mira's so desperate to get on the priestess's good side, she doesn't care that she killed an innocent woman. Nadine shook her head like she refused to believe this was happening. Slowly, determination entered her features.
"We're not going to take this lying down. The priestesses haven't won yet."
Monica was pronounced dead at 6:28 p.m. that night. She had been poisoned by the priestesses, and by the following morning, the entire coven believed she was responsible for the hearse tragedy. The setting sun peeked through the clouds on Sunday evening, as if sending rays of hope down on an otherwise melancholy day. An anonymous donor had arranged the funeral funds, and the service was scheduled the evening following her death. Talia sniffled from the back seat as we drove to the funeral home to pay our respects.
"At least we know someone's on our side," she said softly. "Clearly someone cared enough to pull this together so quickly."
"We don't know that," Grant said harshly. "It could be a ploy pulled by the priestesses to parade Monica's dead body through the streets."
"Grant's right," Chloe agreed. "Something about this doesn't feel right."
Nadine and I exchanged a sad glance, but neither of us spoke. We pulled up outside the funeral home and climbed out of the vehicle, our cats following. There were only a few other cars here. My stomach sank. Monica deserved a bigger funeral than this. So many people who had loved her hadn't shown up, simply because they took the priestess's word. They had ruined Monica's reputation, and they didn't seem to care at all. The priestesses stood near the front doors, speaking lowly to one another. Claudia Sinclair stood beside them, wearing a black dress that looked nearly identical to the priestess's robes.
"What are they doing here?"
Talia sneered. Chloe scoffed.
"They've come to see who would dare come to mourn a traitor. They want to see who opposes them. Why do you think I tagged along? I want my grandmother to see just what I think of her."
We climbed the steps. The priestesses kept their sharp gazes on us the whole time, and my skin crawled. Inside, a few people milled around, but they were mostly funeral home workers. The room that held the casket was practically empty. People spoke in such low whispers that it was almost too quiet. Talia gestured to a woman who stood near the casket.
"That's Monica's sister."
A cat prowled at her feet. I thought it must be hers, until the cat pawed at her for attention. She kicked it away rather harshly.
"Get off me, you diseased rat,"
she growled, and the cat slunk away, letting out a mournful mew. Talia gasped.
"That's Binks, Monica's cat."
"We should talk to her sister," I suggested. Nadine and I walked to the front of the room, while Talia, Grant, and Chloe went to coax Binks out of the corner. Nadine cleared her throat as we approached.
"Excuse me, Meredith?"
The woman turned. I expected to see tears in her eyes, but she wore a stoic expression.
"Priestess?"
Meredith nodded to Nadine before her eyes traveled over me.
"I expected to see you here, but who is this?"
Clearly, I wasn't welcome.
"He's come to pay his respects,"
Nadine said.
"We're terribly sorry for your loss."
"Don't be," Meredith snapped. "My sister deserves no respect. What she's done is deplorable." My stomach twisted into knots. I wished I could tell her the truth.
"Meredith, please,"
Nadine pleaded.
"She was your sister."
"That means nothing after what she's done," Meredith said. "My sister was always so wrapped up in her career. She never had time for dating or kids. Now look what she's left with. Nothing, just as a traitor deserves. Don't bother with your condolences. I'm only here to ensure she's buried along with her memory." I opened my mouth to say something, but Nadine placed a hand on mine. She shook her head, and I had to remind myself what we'd agreed upon. Trying to change the coven's mind was futile. There was nothing I could do to convince this woman of her sister's innocence. Meredith took our silence as the end of the conversation, and she breezed past us without another word. That was intense, Talia said as she approached us, alongside Chloe and Grant. Talia held Binks tightly in her arms, stroking his head while he purred. Nadine frowned.
One day she'll know the truth. Once we have all the Oaken Wands and this conflict is over, I'll make sure we clear Monica's name.
Chloe stepped toward the casket and gazed down at Monica's lifeless features. I wish we didn't have to lose any more lives to get there. Monica's body was still, and her black hair stood out against her pale skin and the white sheets. She reminded me of Snow White, though there was no handsome prince who would come to save her in this twisted fairy tale. Talia stepped closer to the casket. Binks jumped out of her arms and onto Monica's chest. He batted at his owner's chin like he expected her to move, but nothing happened. Binks turned a sad gaze up at Talia, and she sniffled as she shook her head. Binks meowed softly, and our cats echoed his cry. He curled up on Monica's chest and closed his eyes. I could practically feel his heartbreak as my own. I'm gonna miss her too, buddy, Talia said. She reached into her pocket and pulled out something that I thought was a wand at first, but had silver buttons all over it. I realized it was a piccolo, a tiny flute just barely over a foot long. Talia's voice cracked when she spoke. I bought this the first time I met Monica. It was years ago, back when Hallowed Harmonica had just opened. I was still a kid. I came into her shop and saw the baby grand piano sitting there. I couldn't help but sit down and start playing. I didn't know she was listening. She just stood there until I was done. And when I finished, she told me she thought I was really good and that I should try composing music. She saw something in me that I couldn't see myself. I kept coming in just to play that beautiful piano and talk to her about music. She was always so welcoming. Talia closed her eyes and ran her fingers over the piccolo. Her lids flickered, and I realized she was replaying a memory in a vision. She asked once if I'd ever played anything but piano, and I told her I hadn't. Then she asked if I could pick one other instrument to learn, what would it be? And I said flute, but not a regular flute. I wanted a tiny one, a piccolo. She brought this down from a shelf and gave it to me and said, "You can start now." I told her I couldn't take it, but she insisted I should borrow it. I never got to give it back. I never got to thank her for all she did for me. Talia choked up and placed the piccolo inside the casket beside Monica's body. I'm going to miss her. Grant wrapped an arm around Talia. I didn't know her well, but I know one thing. Monica was one of the kindest people in all the coven. She will be missed. Her death will not be in vain, Chloe growled. That I can promise. A man cleared his throat, and we were ushered to our seats. Most of the seats were empty, except for my friends and I seated in the front, the priestesses in the back, and a few other people who knew Monica. The service was short, and one of the funeral workers delivered the eulogy. I didn't think he'd known Monica, judging by how generic his speech was. I suppose Meredith had been slated to give the eulogy, but she'd most certainly refused. The workers closed the casket, and we watched as they loaded Monica's body into the hearse. Talia held Binks tight in her arms, but he tried to struggle free. He yowled loudly, and the other cats joined in, as if singing a song of mourning. We climbed into the car and followed the hearse through town. The sun had dipped low in the sky, and people lining the streets appeared as ominous shadows as dusk fell. They had come to watch. They screamed obscenities and threw rotten vegetables as the hearse passed through town. Soon the crowd disappeared behind us, and the cemetery gates loomed ahead. The graveyard was empty when we arrived, apart from a few chairs set around a fresh grave. We shivered as we stepped out of the car, and snow crunched beneath our feet as we passed by gravestones. We were in a far corner of the cemetery where most of the graves were still covered in snow. Monica's grave was one of the cheapest lots, in an area of the cemetery used only by those everyone had forgotten about. We took our seats, and I kept my eyes on the hearse parked nearby. The funeral workers opened the back, and the priestesses gathered around. They opened the casket and peered inside at Monica's body once more, like they wanted to be certain she was dead.
"Very well," I heard Priestess Margaret say. "Let's get this over with."
The workers carried the casket to the grave and arranged it onto the casket-lowering device. A funeral worker said a few more words before they lowered the casket into the frigid ground. Talia's sobs seemed to echo off the trees as we headed back to the car following the service. Binks scratched at her, but she held him firmly to her chest so he wouldn't jump into the grave. We were the last to start our car, except for the workers and the priestesses. I drove through the cemetery slowly, letting the other cars go ahead until they disappeared ahead of us. Instead of following the other cars, I pulled into Headmistress Verla's driveway. Her property neighbored the cemetery and was concealed by a thick forest of trees.
"What are we doing here?"
Talia asked, wiping her eyes. I pulled around the side of the house where we couldn't possibly be seen from the road and cut the engine. Nadine and I jumped out of the car. "Come on," I told the others. "Leave the cats here. We don't have much time." The urgency in my tone made them move quicker than I thought possible. "Time for what?" Chloe demanded.
"Shh," Nadine hissed. "Follow us."
We barely made it a few steps before 4 shadows stepped out from the dark. 2 men and 2 women. I could barely make them out in the fading light.
"This way,"
a woman hissed, waving us toward them. Nadine and I locked hands as we tiptoed through the forest, following behind a woman with a cane. I could feel Nadine's rushing pulse.
"Guys,"
Talia protested.
"what's going on?"
"We have to be quiet,"
Nadine whispered.
"I don't like this,"
Chloe muttered, but she followed us anyway. We reached the iron gate surrounding the cemetery, but we stayed back in the trees where we couldn't be seen. Everyone remained silent as we watched the funeral workers bury Monica's casket. The priestesses, along with Claudia, watched intently, and they didn't appear satisfied until every last granule of dirt covered Monica's casket.
"The coven got their revenge,"
Priestess Margaret said, sounding satisfied. Her voice carried over the cemetery.
"We can finally put this issue to rest. Come along, ladies."
The 4 women turned on their heels and climbed into a black sedan nearby. We waited silently as the funeral workers picked everything up and left the cemetery behind them. The cold wind whistled as the clang of locking gates filled the air. The sound of tires faded down the road.
"Come quickly,"
the woman said.
"There's no time to waste."
She rushed along the fence line and stopped a few yards down. She grabbed 2 of the fence's iron rods and moved them aside. It looked like they'd been damaged long ago, and it gave us just enough room to crawl through. She ushered her 3 accomplices through the fence first. Then my friends and I followed. We raced across the cemetery.
"Slow down," Grant protested. "Are you going to tell us what's going on?"
"They're here to help," I said as we came to a halt beside Monica's grave.
"Here to help with what?"
Talia demanded, but her words stopped dead when one of the women lifted her hands. The dirt covering Monica's casket moved at her command. Out in the open and in the light of the stars, we could finally make out the stranger's features. Hattie gave a slight smile as she moved aside the grave dirt using her magic. She was the half-witch who owned the Jolly Pumpkin downtown, the witch who'd told Nadine and me about the Crock of Death while we were investigating Nightshade. She was part Navita, a race of elementals who could control the earth. Beside her stood Headmistress Verla, William Connor, and Hector Lawson. Talia gaped as she took in each of their faces. Slowly the casket rose from the grave, controlled by Hattie's earth magic.
"What are you doing?"
Grant shouted.
"You're defiling her grave!"
Grant went to take a step forward, but I placed a hand on his chest. "We have to get her out."
"But she's dead!"
Grant cried. Beside him, Chloe's face was calculating. I saw the moment she figured it out. The second Hattie pulled the casket from the ground, Hector rushed forward and threw the top open. He pulled a potion vial from his coat pocket and dripped the liquid past Monica's lips. Nadine wore a look of regret.
I'm sorry, Grant. We had to let you believe she was dead.
Talia's voice shook. But she is dead. She... A huge gasp cut her off, and Monica shot upright in her casket. She clutched Hector. Relief flooded my veins. It's okay, Hector said over and over. Monica seemed to calm down as his kind voice filled the night. Come, my dear, William said, helping Monica out of her casket. Monica's knees shook. I'm okay. What happened? The poison wasn't real, Hector said. Talia and Grant shared a collective gasp.
I'm sorry, we couldn't tell you,
Nadine said.
We needed the priestesses to believe your grief was authentic.
Monica! Talia raced forward and flung her arms around Monica's neck. She's weak, Hector said. Grant scratched his head, still trying to process it. How did you pull this off?
We called in as many favors as we could, Nadine explained. The priestesses planned to poison Monica, and we knew they'd get Hector to do it, so we went to him and warned him. With Lucas's death magic and my cursebreaker powers, Hector was able to brew a potion that would mimic death. We worked together to make the brew and the antidote, and Hector swapped the potions. We had to make the priestesses believe she was really dead.
Hattie agreed to help us retrieve the casket, I told them, and Verla offered to give us a place to hide our car so we could return unseen. And William... You were the anonymous donor, Chloe realized. William nodded kindly. It is my funeral home, after all. You held the funeral so the priestesses would come, Chloe said. If we'd have broken Monica out before she was poisoned, they'd come after us, all of us. They will never know she lives, William said. There's a safe haven in California that welcomes refugees of all races, Hattie explained. I lived there for some time. Though tension is high among the elementi, the town of Oaken is a safer place for Monica now than Octavia Falls. Thank you, Monica cried. Thank you. I don't know what to say. Say you'll go to Oaken, Verla requested. Promise you'll stay safe. Yes, of course, Monica said. But Binks... He's in our car, Talia told her, sounding elated. She was so happy to have Monica back. You'll take him with you. Monica began sobbing. You have all been so kind, but how will I get to Oaken? William gestured toward Verla's house. I have a car waiting for you. And take this, Hattie offered, pressing a piece of paper into Monica's hands. These are your directions and your instructions for when you arrive. Find Jacob Weatherby and tell him I sent you. Monica wiped the tears from her eyes. Thank you, all of you. Come, William encouraged, helping Monica through the snow. Behind her, Hattie waved her hands. The casket returned to the earth, buried once more. If I hadn't been here to see it, I'd never believed the grave had been disturbed. She turned to follow William and Monica, and we all trailed behind her. Grant didn't let us get far. He placed his hands on his hips and stepped in front of Nadine and me. You sons of bitches, you actually did it, and you managed to hide it from us, too. At first I thought he was upset, but then he clapped me on the shoulder and said, Well done. I beamed as Grant went to follow the others. Nadine smiled up at me, and I slung an arm around her shoulder.
He's right, I suppose,
Nadine said.
Despite everything we've endured the last few days, we saved one innocent life, and that's something to celebrate.
I suppose, I said. We can't save every innocent soul, but we saved Monica. And I guess if the coven destroys itself, people like Monica will still be safe. Nadine squeezed me close.
The Miriamic coven will live on in those we save, so let's save as many as we can.
Chapter 10. Nadine. It snowed that night, covering our tracks to Monica's grave. The priestesses would never know she was still alive. It gave me hope that we could save others like we saved her. Lucas and I walked down the hall the following day, our steps appearing lighter than they had in weeks. Even Issa and Oliver seemed more at ease. I skimmed the latest article in The Shield, which had been printed and distributed this morning. "This is really good," I told Lucas. "I think it could really spark change around here." "Thanks," he replied. "I mean, not that I have anything to thank you for." I read a passage under my breath. "We must be intentional in our approach to protect the coven, and consider the implications of reacting radically. There comes a point when boycotts morph into witch hunts, and innocents become ostracized, censored, discriminated against, and even executed without a fair trial. If we seek to censor those who oppose our own viewpoints, we destroy the structure that free speech is built upon, and we replace it with the foundation to censor ourselves, until we are all left speechless, and only a single voice remains." I held up the paper. "It sounds like the coven could really learn a thing or two from this Caesar Perpetuating guy." Lucas smirked when I mentioned his pseudonym. "Oh yeah, that guy's quite wise. More people should listen to him." I started laughing, but a voice inside the lounge cut me off. "Caesar Perpetuating is a menace!" Lucas and I stepped toward the doors and peered inside the lounge. Onyx sat on one of the couches, holding a copy of The Shield. Gwen, Stacy, and Valerie loomed over her. "Who does this guy think he is?" Gwen sneered. She yanked the paper out of Onyx's hands and tore it in half. "He talks as if dangerous criminals should just be set free. Criminals should be silenced so the rest of us can live in peace. This whole article is anti-Miriamic. Don't tell me you agree with him, Onyx. People like him are what's wrong with the coven." "So you've read the article?" Onyx asked coldly. "Same as I was doing. There's nothing wrong with staying informed." "Go read your garbage somewhere else," Gwen snapped. She tossed the torn bits of paper into the air, and they fluttered to the ground. "I'd rather read it anywhere but here anyway." Onyx scoffed as she scooped up her cat and shoved her way past Gwen. She ducked out of the lounge so fast she didn't notice us standing there. Her purple hair concealed her features, and I wasn't sure she was all right. "Come on," I said, gesturing to Lucas. We rushed down the hall behind Onyx, and our cats followed swiftly behind us. We turned the corner and found her standing near an ornate window. She gazed out over the yard, stroking her cat's head. "Onyx?" I took a step toward her. She jumped, like she hadn't heard us approach. She turned and bowed her head. "Priestess. Are you okay?" I asked. "Fine," she said. "I just wish I'd stopped running into Gwen." "There must be something I can do to help," I offered. "You are helping," Onyx said. "The coven needs people like you. I saw the way you stood up to the priestesses the day they arrested Professor Wyckoff. Despite all their threats, you're not afraid to stand up for what you believe in." She looked toward Lucas. "Same goes for you, Caesar Perpetuating." Lucas hesitated. I'm not... "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone," Onyx promised. "I figured it out myself. It's an anagram for Reaper's Apprentice. It's one of your clues, isn't it?" She conjured a sheet of paper and unfurled it. It was tattered on the edges, and there were marks all over it, like she'd spent a lot of time studying it. She showed it to Lucas, and I saw it was the first article he wrote, the one with the code about our meeting that no one had deciphered. "I haven't quite decoded the whole thing, but I figured out your pen name. It wasn't difficult." You guys aren't exactly quiet about what you think of the priestesses. I want to help. Where do I sign up?" Onyx had been my lab partner when I'd been posing as an alchemist my second semester. She'd helped us the night of the burning. She'd set off a distraction so we could rescue the students who'd been captured. I trusted her and knew she'd be a great addition to the team. "We were just on our way to get to work," I told her. "Follow us." We led Onyx down a maze of hallways. We stepped through our ward, and she couldn't take her eyes off the magic shimmering down the hallway. "Wow, this is amazing," Onyx said as we led her inside. "I'd never guessed this was here." Our friends were already there, gathered around the meeting table. Chatter died down when we entered the room. Talia and Grant were organizing crystals, while Miles helped Chloe make photocopies at the printer. Mandy had her nose buried in a book, and the cats were keeping themselves entertained with a ball of yarn. A box of cookies sat in the middle of the table, and everyone was nibbling on them. "Onyx!" Grant cried, swallowing a mouthful of cookie. They were both alchemists and must have had some classes together. "You're joining the Coven Shield?" Onyx smiled. "I am. What is it you guys do here?" "Drugs, sex, and rock and roll," Miles sang. Chloe elbowed him in the side. "Don't listen to him. He just finished a silly slushie from the lounge." Miles snickered. "Someone has to keep the vibe lively." Chloe grabbed a stack of papers and straightened them out. "We are making plans, learning magic, and building an arsenal to give us something to draw from during the waning." Onyx reached for one of the crystals on the table and flipped it over in her hands. "That's a really good idea. Too bad magical crystals are banned on campus." "That's why it's called a secret society, my dear," Miles snickered. "Anyone want a cookie?" Grant offered. "Talia and I made them." "Yes, please." Miles came up behind Grant and grabbed one from the box. "Good, because if I eat any more, I'm going to get diabetes," Grant joked. "Anyone else want one?" Miles asked with a full mouth. He picked up the box and held them out toward Talia and Chloe. "Murphy? Olson?" Talia took one, but Chloe scrunched up her nose. "Ew, don't call me that." "Why not?" Miles asked. "It's your name." Chloe frowned. "Not for long. I'm changing it." "Really?" Miles looked interested and plopped down on an empty chair beside Grant. "What are you changing it to?" "I'm not sure yet," Chloe said. "I haven't come up with anything that suits me." Miles shrugged. "Bryant's a good last name." She frowned. "Chloe Bryant? No thanks. I'm not using your last name." "What about something witchy and powerful?" I suggested. "Chloe Bloodhex?" Chloe laughed. "Yeah, that'll scare my enemies." "Chloe the Beast," Onyx suggested with a laugh. "That sounds like a rapper name," Grant said. "She needs a villain name, like Chloe DeVille." "I'm not stealing puppies for coats," Chloe protested. "I'll figure something out. Just call me Chloe for now, okay?" Talia could see Chloe was getting uncomfortable, and she quickly changed the subject. "Speaking of new names, my brother is looking for a new band name. He keeps hounding me for suggestions. Any ideas?" "What's wrong with Wicked Warlocks?" Lucas asked. "I like that name." Talia frowned while she separated large crystals from small ones. "He can't exactly use that name for a new band. The Wicked Warlocks broke up." "What did Tyler do?" Grant asked, setting one of his crystals aside. Talia sighed. "Tyler didn't do anything. It was all Clay and Carl. Tyler said he didn't think it was right that the priestesses cut our insurance, and his friends disagreed. They argued, and Tyler thought it was best if he stepped away. I don't blame him. He chose his integrity, so he's trying to get a new band together. Grant frowned. I can't believe Carl agrees with the priestesses. He's got allergies he's always going to the doctor for. Yeah, but he's out of school, so he's got private insurance, Talia pointed out. Apparently, he doesn't care, as long as it doesn't affect him. Grant snorted. I'd like to see him say that to my face. I can't afford insulin without insurance. I'm on my last refill. I'm going to have to brew synthetic shit to get by. Horror crossed Onyx's face. Grant, you can't. That brew has never been perfected. Grant drew himself up. Then I'll be the one to perfect it. The only reason no one's pursued it is because there's no money in it if diabetics can produce it themselves. It's dangerous, Onyx pressed. You'd have to have a doctorate in alchemy to be anywhere close to perfecting that serum. It's not a simple one-time potion. You have to take it multiple times a day, every day. You don't know how that will affect you. Grant frowned and mumbled. Yeah, I guess. You must be able to get on your parents' insurance, I insisted. Grant shook his head. With all these businesses shutting down, Dad's been laid off. He lost his insurance with his paycheck. His savings are barely enough to keep him afloat, and the provider doesn't take my mom's insurance. Our health care is too expensive, Onyx complained. I found a lump last week, and I called to have it checked out, but without insurance, the checkup alone is a whole month's pay. I mean, I only work part-time as a nursing assistant at the hospital, but it's all I can do between classes. My jaw dropped. That's ridiculous! Onyx waved her hand. I'm sure it's nothing. But it could be something, I said. It made me ill thinking about any of us going without health care. We have to do something. What can we do? Grant sounded hopeless. You can advocate for us with the priestesses, but unless something changes fucking tomorrow, some of us are shit out of luck. We'll set up a fund, I offered. We'll gather donations to cover immediate care until we can get this sorted out. The funds will go to students involved in the Hearst tragedy, and people like you, who can't go without their medication. Chloe crossed her arms. I wish it were that simple. The priestesses will figure that if we can crowdfund our own health care, we don't need our insurance back. Besides, who's going to donate? With all the layoffs, no one's got extra cash. I sighed. What else can we do? Grant needs insulin now. Lydia needs physical therapy, and probably surgery. The least we can do is try. We should see what kind of money we can raise, Lucas suggested. How's everyone doing with their research? Mandy looked up from the book she'd been reading. The coven shield is growing, and so should our meeting room. She was right about that. We were packed in here like sardines. I found a space-bending spell, Mandy said. It should be pretty simple to cast. Isn't that dangerous? Miles asked. I mean, can't it clash with the spell on the school? I heard a few students tried the spell on their dorm room ages ago, and it backfired and spread to the east stairwell. It's the reason the vanishing stairwell blinks in and out of existence. Yes, but that's only because they didn't perform the spell right, Mandy said. Space-bending spells require a member of all 5 castes. They're not particularly difficult. It's just that we haven't had a curse breaker in the coven for over 40 years. I've done a few space-bending spells with the priestesses, I said. I know I can do it, and I've been feeling a lot better since I started dialysis, so I should be able to handle it. Perfect, Mandy said. Who else wants to volunteer? Grant, Talia, Lucas, and Chloe raised their hands, and Mandy handed us the spell book. The 5 of us joined hands, and magic began to swell between us as we spoke the incantation. I felt their power grow within me as I gathered it together, forming it into a ball in the center of our circle. The magic glowed and shimmered like a rainbow-colored bubble. My friends continued the incantation, while I focused on funneling their power into the magical ball. It grew around us until it completely encompassed us and expanded to the corners of the room. As it grew even further, the room grew with it, stretching the walls and carpet and elongating the counter. The room expanded to 4 times its original size.
"Wow, this is great!"
Miles raved as we finished the spell. He began racing around the room, leaping and spinning like a ballet dancer. Chloe frowned. "You really need to lay out the slushies."
"But why would I do that when I'm having so much fun?"
Miles teased. He spun by her and grabbed her hands, yanking her into the middle of the room and spinning her around. Our cats raced to follow, and they frolicked around the room, tackling each other. Miles tripped over his cat, Kiki, and Chloe fell on top of him. She paused for a moment, staring down at him. The door opened, and Chloe quickly scrambled to her feet and cleared her throat. "Headmistress!" Headmistress Verla walked into the room. Professor Warren and Everly followed behind her. Verla took in the size of the room before her eyes fell on me. "You did this?" "I had some help." I gestured to my friends. "I hope everyone's a little more comfortable now. Let's have a seat and discuss what we've learned." We all sat around the meeting table. The furniture was unaffected by our spell, but it was nice to have the extra room to move around. "Let's start with Everly," I suggested. "How's it going converting new members?" "I've convinced a handful of witches to join our side," she said. "However, the priestesses are keeping a close eye on me. They find it suspicious that I won't ban certain castes from my shop. I've been careful with my message, but I believe it's effective. Our numbers are growing."
"Miles, have you gotten anything from the executors?"
Lucas asked. Miles leaned back in his chair. His silly slushie must have started wearing off, because his tone became serious.
"I haven't heard anything. The executors are nothing but a bunch of idiots doing the priestess's bidding. The most interesting thing that's happened is a fistfight between Ryan and James when they blamed each other for the waning. It's more or less a whose dick is bigger contest."
Chloe scoffed.
"Ryan's not winning that one."
"Amen, sister." Mandy laughed. At least they could agree on something.
"Though the fight between Gregory and Leroy was pretty interesting, too," Miles said. "Last night, Leroy tried to confiscate dungeon tickets off Gregory, and Gregory cursed him."
My jaw dropped.
"Cursed?"
Miles waved his hand.
"It was a short-lived hex. He made these boils break out on Leroy's face. It was pretty grotesque. But once they popped, they were gone."
Verla's brow furrowed. "I wasn't made aware of this." Professor Warren tapped his chin.
"The executors aren't answering to authority. That's not good."
"Was Gregory arrested?" Talia asked. Miles shook his head.
"Nah, he made a break for it, and the other executors let him go. We've all been itchy for Leroy to get what's coming to him."
"That means the executors can turn against their own," I said. "They're not loyal to one another, just the priestesses."
"This also means things are escalating," Lucas pointed out. "Gregory never would have gotten away with cursing someone before." "No one else wanted to get cursed either," Miles added. "The waning's been hitting the executors hard."
I furrowed my brow. What could that mean?
"I don't know that it means anything," Miles said. "I mean, the waning's always kind of centered around the school, hasn't it? It's random."
Maybe it's not, I realized for the first time. I mean, we know it's more prevalent on campus. What if there are other patterns we haven't noticed? What if there's a way to predict when the waning will affect someone? "I don't think something as complicated as the waning is predictable," Verla said. There's simply more people living at the school than anywhere else in the coven. Lucas pressed his lips together.
Nadine, you've been working on your intuition. What does that tell you?
I'm not sure, I admitted. Intuition is difficult. It's hard to tell if the thoughts coming through my head are my own, or if they're a message from Mother Miriam. I'm still trying to learn how to tell the difference. But I feel that if there's a pattern, we have to track it down, right? It's like a puzzle, and maybe we can solve it if we had all the pieces.
I know someone very good at puzzles,
Lucas pointed out. I nodded. I'll look into it and see if I can find any patterns. I'll join you in that research, Verla offered. Uncovering clues could certainly give us an advantage over the priestesses. I nodded in agreement. Talia, Chloe, any clues about the wands? Talia shook her head. We're working on it. We've gotten into the archives room a few times, but there are a lot of records to look through. So far, we haven't found anything.
Mandy, Grant, anything on the demon?
Lucas asked. Grant frowned. I've been searching records for traumatic deaths, but it's a lot, man. Any one of them could have been connected to a demon. We've been trying to narrow it down, but no mention of demons in the coven's records yet. Mandy bit her lip and straightened a pile of papers in front of her. I may have found something last night, but I can't be sure that it's legit. It's just a rumor. There may be some truth to the rumor, I said. What's the story? This is a photocopy of an old article in the Epitaph, Mandy said, handing out copies. About 15 years ago, a student did a series on coven legends. One of the stories he wrote about was the Mystic Wands suicide. Chloe wore a calculating expression. Mystic Wands. That's the shop downtown where the owner hanged himself in the back, isn't it? That place is supposed to be spooky haunted. Grant scoffed. You're telling me that ghost is holding one hell of a grudge. Onyx tilted her head. What do you mean? He means we saw it, Talia said ominously. Miles snorted. Yeah, right. Look, I know you never believed us, but we saw what we saw, Grant snapped. Miles's features paled. It was Halloween when I dared you to go into that shop. I thought you were trying to scare us. I didn't think you'd actually seen anything. What's the legend? I asked, eyeing the article Mandy handed me. Decades ago, a man by the name of Adric Harvey was found dead in the back of his wand shop, hanging in the back room, Mandy explained. At the time, it seemed like a pretty straightforward suicide case. His body was buried, the noose was removed, case closed. Or so the coven thought. When they went to clean out the shop, Adric's ghost got violent. Anyone who went inside the shop got hurt, so the shop was left abandoned. Many rumors have sprung up throughout the years, suggesting he didn't kill himself at all, but that he was murdered. Some say his wife did it. Others claim it was his competitor. No one quite knows what happened in the back room that day, but one thing about his haunting remains consistent. My blood turned ice cold as I scanned the article. Leave demon scum or die, I read aloud. Mandy nodded. That's what he says to anyone who enters the shop, right before he attacks. Talia's face had turned paper white. That's what he said to me. All eyes turned to her, but Lucas was the first to speak. What happened in that shop? Talia cleared her throat. Last Halloween, Miles dared Grant to go inside Mystic Wands. Legend says that the noose is still hanging in the back, and Grant was going to get a picture of it. But I heard him scream, so I ran inside, and the ghost was there. He called me demon scum, and I thought he must just be confused, right? We're descended from a demonic god, so we have demon blood. I thought that's all he meant. But what if he was talking about the demon? Of course, I said in realization. The demon feeds off traumatic deaths. If he cast a spell on Adric that made him hang himself, it would certainly look like a suicide, and it's a recipe for a vengeful spirit. Grant tapped his chin. He must think anyone who enters the shop is the demon returning. Then we have to go back to Mystic Wands and help him move on, Lucas insisted. He might not even know he's dead. If we can talk to him, maybe he'll remember some things. He might know how to get rid of the demon. Grant bit his lip. It's not that simple. He's not there anymore. Lucas furrowed his brow. He's been there for decades. Where could he possibly be now? We kind of trapped him, Talia admitted. Trapped him? How? Lucas asked. Talia stood and walked over to one of the shelves she'd decorated. She picked up the pretty music box she'd brought with her other antiques. We're not totally sure how it happened. Grant threw my music box at him and it sucked him in. It was like it was protecting us. So we release him, Lucas said, like it was simple. We get answers, and he gets closure. We don't know how to release him, Talia admitted. The music box worked when I bought it at Hallowed Harmonica, but after it sucked him in, the box broke. It hasn't worked since. Can you get any visions from it? I asked. I've tried, Talia said. There was something strange about the visions. I heard screaming, but I also saw happy memories. I thought I could clear the bad memories, but now I get nothing when I touch it. What if we fix it? Chloe asked. Maybe it will release the ghost and we can talk to him. Or maybe your visions will restart. Can I see it? Grant held his hand out to Talia, and she handed him the music box. He looked deep in concentration as he inspected it. I can try to fix it, but it'll be tricky. Hopefully we'll find something, I said. There's something else, Mandy added. Look at the dates. I scanned the article, and my stomach dropped. Adric died the same year as my grandfather. So the demon was here with him. My grandfather was murdered. That's pretty damn traumatic. You think the demon marked him for death? I think it's worth considering a connection, Mandy said. Chloe looked uncertain. But my grandfather confessed to the murder. He spent his life in jail. He was responsible, not a demon. Perhaps he was working with the demon, Mandy theorized. We still don't know who summoned him in the past. If this is the time frame the ghostly warning talked about, maybe your grandpa's the one who summoned him before. How does this help us, though? Chloe asked. Nadine and I both researched our family curse. I'm not sure there's anything else to learn about it. Chloe's right, I said. But something about this, it must be connected. We're going to have to fix the music box before we figure it out. Good work, Mandy. This might actually give us some answers. Mandy smiled proudly and took a seat again. Lucas turned to Professor Warren. Have you learned anything more about how to break a demon contract? Professor Warren sat straighter in his chair. I'm afraid the Miriamic Police Department confiscated most of Professor Daniel's notes on her demonology research. The headmistress and I have dug up what we can, but there's not much more to learn than what we already know. In order to break the contract and banish the demon, the priestesses would have to withdraw their consent. I think we all know that's not going to happen, unless something drastically changes, and quickly. The room went silent as we all considered this. Verla was the first to speak, though her tone was ominous. I think we all know what needs to happen. My stomach sank, because I knew she was right, even if I didn't want to do it.
I thought we agreed we wouldn't, Lucas said, though he too seemed to be considering it.
Do what, exactly?
Chloe asked. Verla explained. I believe, with enough power and the right ingredients, we can artificially manufacture the waning through a potion. If the priestesses lose their power, we'd gain the advantage. They won't let a demon roam the coven if they're left powerless.
That's a fantastic idea, Chloe exclaimed. Why haven't we done it yet?
Because it goes against what we stand for, Lucas said. This is the kind of thing I wrote about in The Shield. Taking away each other's power leaves us all vulnerable. But he looked over to me, and I already knew what he was going to say. But perhaps we have to bend our morals this one time, for the greater good, I finished for him. Let's think about this, Mandy said carefully. Professor Warren's brow knitted deep in thought. It may be our only option to breaking the demon contract. Everly nodded along. Then we have to do it, before something like the Hearst tragedy happens again. Images from that night flashed through my mind. I saw the crimson color of blood seeping into the snow, along with the lifeless stares of the recently deceased. The image of flashing emergency lights in my mind morphed into flicker flames, taking me back to the night of the burning. I could still hear the crackle of the fire and the shrill cry of Amy's dying screams. My stomach twisted, because I knew if the priestesses had their way, it would happen all over again. The priestesses would sanction far worse than the burning or the Hearst tragedy during their search for the Oaken Wands. Lucas and I watched innocent people die at the hands of the demon, I said. We all saw what happened the night of the burning. The longer the priestesses are in power, the more people will die. We said when we formed the Coven Shield that innocent lives would come first. I don't think we have a choice anymore. No, Mandy insisted. We always have a choice. The priestesses won't hesitate to react to an attack like this. We don't know how many people will die as a result. This could be a mistake. It could be our only chance, Verla pressed. We could get rid of the demon and gain power over the Imperium Council. I'm afraid Nadine is right. We no longer have a choice. I think we all know this is a morally gray decision, I added. But the world isn't black and white. We can't pretend that it is. All we can do is our best to save as many innocent lives as possible. Nobody protested, because we all knew what needed to happen. The world wasn't black and white, and it looked like we didn't have any other option but to immerse ourselves in shades of gray. Everything was in place by the time the priestesses called a meeting that Friday. Verla and I had created the brew, which we handed off to William. He met with Claudia that week about her investment offer, and he'd slipped the potion into the wine she served at every meeting. I entered Octavia Hall that night feeling like this could save us all. Finally, it could all be over. I started up the stairs, but when I reached the second floor, my heart leapt. A hand came out from the shadows and grabbed me.
"Let go of me!"
"Priestess!" a voice came in a hushed whisper. I realized it was Hector. I quickly followed him into a small, dark office next to the stairwell. He trembled. "I figured it out, priestess. I know what they're making me brew. The poison not only kills, but controls its victims. The priestesses will have control over people in the afterlife. It will trap their souls here, so the priestesses can use their spirits in time of war. They intend to test it on their own people, then use it as a weapon against the Fae. They want to build a dead army." My stomach dropped out of my abdomen. I didn't know such a thing was possible, and it was far worse than I imagined.
Killing their own people was one thing, but making them into slaves in the afterlife? This went beyond wicked. I placed my hand over my mouth. If they control the spirits of those who take this poison, it won't be long before they realize Monica is alive, if they haven't already.
They'll blame me for getting the potion wrong, Hector stammered. If they find me unfit for the job, they'll find someone else to use their wand.
We have to get you out of town, I decided immediately.
Right now?
He asked in a trembling voice.
I have a wife. I
swallowed the terror rising in my chest. We have a plan that's already set in motion. The wine they're drinking tonight will take away their powers. The priestesses won't get a chance to use their poison. If you leave before it's done, they'll suspect you. We must play along as if everything is normal. Can you do that, Hector? His hands continued to tremble, but he drew a deep breath.
I will do my best, priestess.
Go upstairs now, I instructed him. We can't be seen together. I'll be up there soon. Hector nodded and hurried out of the room. I waited a few minutes before making my way upstairs. When I entered the Imperium headquarters, Hector was at the fireplace, brewing the poison the priestesses were forcing him to make. The priestesses laughed and chatted like he wasn't even there. I didn't understand how they could be laughing in the midst of everything they were planning. Their laughter quickly died when I entered the room. Claudia glanced at the clock. You're late. I got here as quickly as I could after my dialysis appointment, I stated coolly. I wasn't going to let her forget that she was playing with people's lives with her health insurance reform. Skipping my treatment for organ failure wasn't an option. There's no need to be dramatic, Nadine, Lillian said. I'm simply stating the truth, I replied. You called a meeting to discuss the changes being made in the coven. This is a pressing matter I believe we should discuss. The matter of student health insurance is already settled, Margaret said. We're here to discuss other matters. What is more important than saving the lives of your people? I asked. Students are losing access to therapy and life-saving medications because they can't obtain health insurance to pay for it. I take life-saving treatment 3 times per week, and the Imperium Council has voted it unnecessary. Explain that to me. Suffering is a simple fact of life, Claudia said. Sometimes certain people must suffer so that others don't have to. Her statement was like a punch to the gut. I couldn't believe she'd said that. We're the Imperium Council, I stated. We have the power to help our people. No one has to suffer. I disagree, Claudia said firmly. Sacrifices must be made for the greater good. That said, I believe we can move on. Claudia stood and pulled a bottle of wine, along with 5 wine glasses, off the shelf behind her. She began pouring the wine as she spoke. I have ideas for a new community center. A fresh design will give us new opportunities for hosting events, which can prove profitable to the coven. Community centers weren't supposed to be profitable. They were meant to bring the community together, and we had the means to provide free resources and events for free. I forced myself to bite my tongue this time as I watched Claudia pour the wine. She passed the wine glasses to each priestess, before placing a glass in front of me. This was it. Within moments, the priestesses would be stripped of their powers and blame it on the waning. I held my breath as Priestess Margaret lifted the wine glass to her lips. She tilted the glass and paused. Her eyes landed on me, and the other priestesses hesitated. Aren't you going to drink some, Nadine? Margaret asked. Claudia has been kind enough to provide us this fine wine. It's rude to refuse it. I'm afraid I'll have to decline, I said. I don't drink alcohol. I'm sure 1 or 2 glasses are fine, Margaret said. I have lupus and kidney disease, and I take several medications, I reminded her. It's something I've chosen to stay away from for my health. Margaret set her glass down. She didn't take her eyes off me as she said, "Hector, come over here." I felt all the blood drain from my face. Margaret shoved her wine glass into his hands. "Drink this." Hector hesitated, and his eyes darted in my direction. He knew what would happen if he drank it. "Priestess," I protested. "Is it necessary to embarrass him like this? I simply have health issues that prevent me from consuming alcohol." "It's all right," Hector said. "I'm sure the wine is lovely." Hector shot me a glance, and I read the intent in his eyes. He was willing to make a sacrifice, to strip his magic and trick the priestesses into drinking the brew themselves. I didn't get a chance to protest further before he put the glass to his lips. I watched in horror as the red liquid slid into his mouth. He smiled kindly as he set the glass in front of Margaret. "Lovely, indeed. The priestesses have wonderful taste." The words halted on his tongue. He gasped, then threw his hand over his throat. His face turned red as he tried and failed to find air, and he dropped to his knees. "Hector!" I screamed. I shot out of my chair and rounded the table toward him. I tried to catch him, but he fell through my arms and landed on his back on the floor. "I could smell it," Margaret snarled. "Someone has poisoned our wine." Hector began convulsing. "No!" I cried. I placed my hand on his chest, searching for the magic that caused this. I had to be able to stop it, like I could stop a curse. But it was too late. Hector's body went limp, and saliva dripped down the side of his face as the life left his eyes. It had happened in seconds. I stared down at his corpse, unable to believe what I'd just seen. That wasn't how the potion was supposed to work. Something had gone horribly wrong. The priestesses didn't seem to care that a man had just died in front of them. Lillian shot out of her chair and pointed a finger at me. "She tried to poison us!" "I didn't!" I cried, scrambling backward. If there ever was a time I thought I might face the noose, it was now. I certainly looked guilty. Hell, I was guilty. I never intended something like this to happen, though. "You refused to drink the wine," Lillian accused. "You knew this would happen." "I didn't, I swear." That was the truth. I never in a million years thought someone would die from this. I trembled as I got to my feet, steadying myself against the bookcase behind me. "Honest to the goddess, I don't drink alcohol. I didn't know." "You're lying," Margaret accused. She lunged forward and grabbed me by the arm. "One way or another, we'll get the truth out of you." Margaret yanked me so hard that I stumbled forward and caught myself on a chair. She forced me into it, then conjured a vial and held it above my head. It had to be poison. She was done with me. She wanted me gone for good. I created a shield around myself and tried to make a break for it, but my feet swept out from under me. Lillian flicked her fingers, and an invisible force shoved me back into the chair. She was using her telekinesis on me. Pressure curled around my hands, and I realized she'd created a shield to keep my hands contained. If I tried to fight back with magic, it would backfire on me. The priestesses surrounded me, and I trembled. "Margaret, are you sure you want to use that on her?" Charlotte asked. "The ingredients are rare. We have a limited supply." "Dear goddess,
They were going to make me die a horrible, painful death. "If there ever was a time to use a truth serum, it is now," Margaret said, before grabbing me by the hair and yanking my head back. I couldn't move. My whole body was rendered immobile by Lillian's magic. Claudia grabbed my jaw and forced my mouth open, and Margaret poured the potion past my lips. I tried not to swallow it, and the liquid gurgled in my throat. "Swallow!" Claudia snapped. She put her hand over my mouth and nose, forcing me to swallow. The potion burned my nose, and my eyes watered. I felt my whole body sag as the magic took hold of me. Margaret smirked proudly. "Now tell us, Nadine, did you poison the wine and try to kill us?" My throat felt like fire was rising inside of it as the magic forced an answer out of me. "No," I said honestly. I didn't realize I'd said it until I heard my own voice. The potion would make me tell the truth, whether I wanted to or not. Technically, I hadn't tried to kill them, but I barely squeaked by with a half-truth. Margaret's nostrils flared. She had fully intended on catching me in a lie and executing me for it. If it wasn't her, then who? No one but her had access to the wine. Claudia gasped. "The wine came from my house. I had a glass earlier this week with a business partner, William Connor." "We must question him at once," Lillian barked. "Nadine is free to go, for the time being." She released her hold on me, and I ran out of the room as fast as I could, my throat still burning. I was still trembling when I got back to the school. I marched straight to Headmistress Verla's office and entered without knocking. She sat at her desk, reading a large textbook under the light of her lamp. Her features paled when she saw me, and she leapt to her feet. "Nadine, what happened? Did it work?" "No, it didn't work," I snapped. "Hector's dead! The priestesses got suspicious and they made him drink the wine. You told me the potion would take their powers, not kill them. Was it true? Is it even possible? Do we even have the power to mimic the waning? And if we did, how long would it last? Tell me the truth." I had to believe Verla had good intentions, but I feared the worst. Had she lied to me because she knew I wouldn't be part of an assassination attempt? Or had it all been an accident? Verla placed her hand over her heart and staggered back into her chair, collapsing against the frame. She looked as shocked as I was to hear that the potion didn't work the way we intended. "It should have worked. We put your power to siphon magic inside the potion. It should have stripped them of their powers." "What if I'm not that powerful?" I wasn't sure the potion was even possible. "Tell me, Headmistress, did we screw up? Or was this your plan all along?" Verla's hands trembled. "I had no intention of brewing a poison. If I wanted to brew a poison, I wouldn't have needed your help. I truthfully didn't know how potent the potion would be, but I don't see how we could have ruined it to this degree." "Did William have something to do with it? His name came up as a suspect at the meeting," I demanded. She gasped and threw her hand over her mouth. "He slipped the potion into the wine bottle at his meeting earlier this week, as was our plan. He must have seen an opportunity and switched it out." "We can't let this happen," I insisted. "This is a betrayal of our trust. We agreed on a plan, and he went against it. We can't trust him to be a part of the coven shield anymore." "I agree," Verla said as she grabbed her coat. Odin jumped out of his cat tower to follow her. "I will go speak to him." "I'm coming with you." She held up her hand to stop me. "Not until I speak with him first. It may not be safe for you. We don't know how deep this betrayal runs. What if he intended to poison all the priestesses, including you, Nadine? Go back to your dorm and wait until I get back. Headmistress, you need to stay safe, she pressed, and she grabbed my arm tightly. Don't make me ward my office and lock you in here, because I swear to the goddess I will do whatever it takes to protect you. Verla wasn't giving me a choice. She was genuinely scared I was in grave danger, and she forced me to return to my dorm room. I didn't sleep that night. I lay awake, staring at the ceiling and wondering if Verla would manage to speak with William in time. At dawn, I heard the sound of a cat scratching at my door. I opened it and saw Odin. I followed him down to Verla's office. She had returned and appeared thoroughly exhausted and defeated. "No," I gasped, though I already knew the truth. I could see it in her eyes. "I'm sorry, Nadine, but the priestesses got to him first," Verla informed me grimly. "We will never know the truth of why he betrayed us, because William Connor is dead."
Chapter 11. Lucas. By all official accounts, William died from a fall down the stairs. He'd broken his neck and was dead instantly. The priestesses had staged an accident, but we all knew what happened. They had laid judgment upon and killed William all in one night. If they were that determined to stay in power at any cost, then all of us in the coven's shield needed to be very careful. I was still pondering it long after I heard the news. I wasn't paying attention to where I was going as I walked down the hall. Someone rushed out of a dorm room, knocking into me so hard we both fell on our asses. Oliver jumped out of the way before I could land on him. The guy had been carrying a box, and all the contents scattered. He lay flat on his back, and it wasn't until I stood to help him up that I saw it was Quentin. He groaned as I helped him sit. "You all right?" I asked. He frowned, looking totally defeated. "As good as I can be, considering." He started putting things back into the box, and I hurried to help him. I picked up a comb, a tube of toothpaste, and a small potted plant that had spilled dirt everywhere. I scooped the dirt back into the pot. "Where are you going with all this?" "Home. I'm moving back in with my parents." "You're moving?" I balked. He sighed as we finished packing the box. "I have to. I'm dropping out, and I can't afford my own place." "You can't drop out!" I protested. It was unheard of to drop out of Miriam College of Witchcraft. Our magical training was imperative to learning our powers. "If you can't afford it, we'll get you a scholarship." Quentin snorted as he lifted the box and stood. "They've already taken our health care. How long until they cut our scholarships, too?" His question was like a punch to the gut, because I knew all too well how possible it was. I wouldn't be here without my scholarship, and the last thing I wanted was to drop out of school. I couldn't imagine what Quentin was going through. He sighed. "It's not about tuition. It's Lydia's medical bills. The doctors are hopeful she'll walk again, but only with ongoing care. If I don't get a full-time job to pay for it, they won't treat her." "Nadine set up a fund online." "That's already been taken down." I gaped. She'd only organized the fundraiser a few days ago. "How's that possible?" Quentin shrugged. "Someone reported it to the site she set it up on. I guess they think she's scamming people or something." My hands curled into fists. The priestesses had to be behind this. "This is what I have to do," Quentin said. "I have no other choice. Goodbye, Lucas." Quentin stepped around me and hurried down the hall. All I could do was watch him leave, because I didn't know what else to do. I couldn't tell him he was making a mistake. He was doing everything in his power to help Lydia. I couldn't tell him we'd find another way to pay for it, because we'd already tried and we'd failed. "Damn it," I growled under my breath. There was only one way I could help, and that was finding the wands, banishing the demon, and fixing the coven. I headed to the library and found a secluded area behind stacks of books. The study area had a single couch that looked out a window toward the forest. I liked it here because it was quiet and the view was nice. It helped me concentrate. I sat with my legs propped up on the couch, and the textbook Professor Warren had given me spread across my lap. The book detailed all sorts of rare magic, and sifting through it for details on portals was tedious and time-consuming work. Everything I read talked about Fae portals. The Fae were said to be able to access different realms easier than other races. It's how they came to Earth from their home realm, Edenmire, centuries ago. According to the book, portals were merely holes punched through the fabric of reality. In theory, all I had to do was imagine the place I wanted to go, focus my magic, and connect 2 points in space. Maybe it was that simple for the Fae, but their entire magical system was based on manipulating their reality. Hell, they could make illusions solid just by believing in them. That magic didn't come so naturally to a warlock. Hours must have passed as I flipped through the book. It was past dark, and I had to be the last person here. I lifted my hands and pictured a portal blooming in front of me. A few sparks came out of my fingertips, but no portal. If we couldn't get the priestesses to break the contract, and we couldn't open a portal to hell to send this demon through, then I didn't know what options we had left. I heard footsteps, and I quickly subconjured my book. Nadine emerged from behind the bookcases, and I relaxed. Oliver lounged on the windowsill, licking his paws. Issa jumped onto the sill beside him and stared out the window. Nadine had dark circles under her eyes, and she yawned as she untied her cloak. She draped it over the back of the couch before falling into the cushion beside me.
I thought I might find you here. Mind if I join you?
Not at all, I told her. How are you feeling today? Nadine frowned.
Honestly, tired. I haven't been able to sleep.
How can I help? She shook her head.
You can't. Insomnia is a side effect of dialysis. Even if it wasn't, I don't know if I'd be able to sleep with everything going on. What are you researching?
I didn't miss how quickly she changed the subject. Portals. You? Nadine pulled a thick tome out from under her arm and opened it.
I've been researching demons. I'm supposed to be looking for patterns in the waning. Since we know demon magic is behind it, I thought I could start there.
I wrapped an arm around her. Have you learned anything? She sagged in my arms.
So far, nothing. Literally nothing like this has ever happened in the coven before. I think it's why the priestesses are so intent on finding the wands. Even they don't know what they're up against, so having the wands gives them the best chance at obtaining power.
Maybe nothing is a clue itself, I suggested.
That's a good point, but I don't know what it really means. I just know what we're doing now isn't working. I'm sick of watching people die. We need answers.
It does you no good if you can't read straight, I said. You need energy to help other people, and that starts with taking care of yourself. You need a rest. Nadine eyed me.
That's unlike you to say.
I shrugged. I've picked up a thing or two from my therapist. If you push yourself too hard, you could end up in the hospital again. So please, tell me how I can help, because I want to. Nadine rested her head on my shoulder, her body warm and soft against mine.
All I can do is keep up my treatment. I'm doing better on dialysis. I really am. We're both in a better spot with our health right now.
I furrowed my brow. What do you mean? I was never sick. She pulled away, eyebrows pinched together.
Yes, you were. You may not have been physically ill the way I am, but mental illness is just as serious.
I chuckled. It's not like I was lying in a hospital bed.
But you could have been, or worse.
My stomach sank at the reminder. I knew what she was saying. My depression had pushed me to limits I didn't even know I had, made me think in ways I never wanted to. I'd be damned if I hadn't thought how easy it would be to make it all go away. My stomach hollowed just thinking about it. There were times when I thought I was better, and times when it felt like I was faking it, like one little trigger would break me and send me right back down the dark pit I dug so long ago. Have I really changed that much? I wondered. She nodded.
You have, but it's all for the better.
If you like me for who I am now, then why'd you fall for me back then? I don't get it.
Your depression never scared me,
she said gently.
It's not who you are. Ever since you started therapy, I can see that you're discovering more of your true self every day, and I love watching it, because every time I learn something about you, I fall deeper and deeper in love with you.
My depression is a part of me, though. Probably always will be, I pointed out. A dark pit opened in my stomach, and I couldn't stop it. My thoughts flickered to all the bad I tried so desperately to ignore. I can go to therapy and take meds, but I don't know that I'll ever be cured of my depression. Just like your symptoms can go into remission, but you'll always have lupus. Every time I think I'm doing better, a wave comes back and knocks me off my feet. Even if I'm happy sometimes, I'll still have to use tools to manage. It won't always be easy for us. That seems unfair to you. I don't know why you would want to stick around. Nadine's eyebrows pinched together, and she looked really hurt by what I said.
How could you ever think I wouldn't want to be here?
I didn't look her in the eye. You're amazing. How could I be worthy of your love?
Depression or not, you have always been worthy of love,
Nadine insisted.
Worth isn't something you earn. It's inherent. In good times or in bad, I will always love you. My love for you doesn't change with how you're feeling, just like your love for me remains consistent, regardless of how ill I am.
I squeezed her hand. I can believe that on good days, but why can't I believe it now? Nadine took my face in her hands, forcing me to gaze back to hers.
Deep down in your heart, you know it's true. This is just a story you're telling yourself in the moment. Let's bring you back to reality. Take a deep breath and tell me 5 things you can see.
Nadine was using the coping technique Dr. Mack had taught me. It was supposed to help with anxiety. I guess I could play along. I see you, books, the window, the cats, and the trees outside.
4 things you can touch?
She asked. You, the couch, the floor, and my clothes.
3 things you can hear.
I hesitated. There wasn't much sound in the library. Nadine waited patiently for me. I hear the air conditioner, Oliver licking his paws, and your breath. She nodded encouragingly.
2 things you can smell.
I inhaled deeply. The library has a distinct smell. Maybe it's books? And your perfume. You smell like roses.
And 1 thing you can taste,
she said. I ran my tongue along my teeth. This was always the hardest one. I guess I still taste some mint from the gum I was chewing earlier.
Good,
Nadine said, squeezing my hands again.
3 more deep breaths. How do you feel?
I finished my breaths, and I felt much lighter. Better than before. I just get so worried. Aren't you scared my depression will never truly go away? She shook her head.
No, because there's more to you than that. If I'm going to love you, I'm going to love all parts of you. When I say you're improving for the better, I don't mean to reject those parts of you. Rather, I want to welcome the other parts.
Like what? I wondered. What exactly is it that you love about me? Nadine gaped, like she couldn't believe I didn't see it.
I admire you, Lucas. You're incredibly kind and always looking for ways to help people. You stand up for your friends and you stand by your values. You're willing to take risks, and when people tell you that you can't do something, you do it anyway. You're strong, loyal, and smart.
My heart swelled in my chest. That sounds more like you than me.
Maybe I love you because we're similar in those ways,
she said.
All I know is that you're selfless and caring, and when I'm around you, I feel safe. You were the first person to accept me when I came here, and you've never asked me to be something that I'm not. I can be myself around you, and you love me for me. I met you when I was at a vulnerable point in my life, and you listened and tried to understand. You've always been there for me, even when I'm being headstrong and stubborn. You take care of me when I'm out of spoons.
Spoons? I asked.
Spoon theory is a story for people with chronic illnesses,
she explained.
Each spoon represents the energy needed for a task. People with chronic illnesses have to manage their spoons more than others because we only have so many spoons available to us every day. Once you're out of spoons, that's it. You don't have any more energy for the day. If you borrow from your spoon supply for the next day, you're in a deficit, so you have fewer spoons to use for tomorrow. Walking upstairs might be a spoon for me, and for someone with depression like you, getting out of bed might be a spoon.
I had never thought of myself as chronically ill before. It didn't physically ache to get out of bed and shower like Nadine or Miles experienced, but some days I just couldn't do it. That makes a lot of sense, actually, I said.
Another reason why I love you. You're open-minded and willing to learn and grow.
She paused before adding,
Other people would tell me to comply with the priestesses and be quiet. Don't make a sound. But you're here at my side fighting this with me. You support me in every way I could ever ask.
A smile broke across my face, and it felt so good. Of course I support you. You're amazing. I leaned down and brushed my lips across hers. My heart leapt, and my pants tightened. Nadine knew how to lift my spirits. When she said good things, I actually believed her. Nadine smirked as we drew away.
You look excited.
I've got the best girl in the world in my arms. You're the reason I've changed, and you should take credit for it. You make me see the good in the world. You give me hope. Hell, you're here to calm me down when I need it, and you're always so kind. If it weren't for you, I'd never believe we stood a chance against the priestesses. But I have to believe we do, because I believe in you. Nadine blushed.
That means a lot. Thank you, Lucas.
She lifted her chin, and I kissed her again. Only this time it wasn't soft and sweet. She parted her lips, and my tongue slid inside her mouth. My heart hammered as my hand came up to cradle the back of her neck. She slid her hand downward, and my dick became rock hard. Damn, all I wanted was to take her right here in this library.
I want you,
she begged. I was starting to notice a pattern with Nadine. Every time we talked about our feelings, she got really horny. Maybe because when we talked, we were already vulnerable to one another, so it was easier to strip away the rest and connect in a full experience, emotionally and physically. It hadn't always been easy for me to talk about my feelings, but with Nadine I felt I could be vulnerable in any capacity, and she would still love me. It was the best feeling in the world. I guess we both had some sort of emotional kink or something. I pulled her on top of me. Nadine kissed me harder, and I lay on my back. The weight of her body on top of me was enthralling.
Chapter 12. Nadine. I awoke to the sound of a heavy fist pounding at the door. I was curled in Lucas's arms, still lying in his bed. Lucas and I exchanged a quick glance, then rushed to put clothes on. He opened the door. At first, I thought it was Grant, but instead, we found 3 executors I didn't recognize standing in the hall. "There she is," one of the men growled, pointing a finger at me. I kept my voice steady. "What is the meaning of this?" "You were out past curfew," one of them accused. "You've just earned yourself one hefty fine, lady." "You can't prove that," Lucas protested. People passed by in the hallway, and several stopped to watch. The executor scoffed. "Our men are stationed all over campus. No one saw the cursebreaker return to her room last night. If you want to contest it, you can take it up with the priestesses." One of the executors shoved a paper at us, and I took it without thinking. I glanced down to see 3 numbers scrawled across the bottom of the page. Shit, he wasn't lying about the hefty fine. "You can't do that," Lucas snarled. One of the executors cracked his knuckles, and another curled his hands into fists. They looked about ready to start a fight. I placed a hand on Lucas's shoulder. "It's all right. Clearly, I've learned my lesson. I won't violate curfew again." The executor seemed pleased, and I took that as our cue to slam the door in their face. Lucas turned to me, disbelief written across his features. "This curfew is ridiculous. It's just another means to control us. We can't just stand here and let it happen." "It's just a fine," I said. "I'll find a way to pay for it. They clearly came here looking for a fight, and I wasn't going to satisfy them. If I got away with it because I'm a priestess, it shows people I'm above them, and I don't want to be. Let's show them that I'm their equal, and build some trust." "At least let me pay the fine," he offered. I pulled the ticket behind my back when he reached for it. "You need money for your car repairs. I'll get a loan from Grammy. Don't you have to get to your internship anyway?" "Shit," Lucas groaned. "I'll see you later." I headed back to my dorm room. I was almost to the grand staircase when I spotted Talia, Grant, and Chloe near the big window that looked out over the forest. Grant was holding Talia, and I could see tears brimming in her eyes. Chloe looked to be comforting them, though I couldn't hear what she was saying. Gus circled Talia's feet, looking distressed, while Marley rubbed against her leg. I rushed toward them, Issa following close behind. "What's wrong?" Talia wiped her nose. "Grant and I, Was it their magic? The waning? It had only been getting worse, affecting more people at once and lasting longer." Chloe gave me a clueless look, like she had no idea what was going on and had just found them this way. "You can tell us what happened." Grant kept his voice low, but it shook. "We don't know what to do. Last night, it was our first real time, and—" "The condom broke," Talia blurted. All the blood in my body drained to my toes. Thoughts raced through my mind 1,000,000 miles an hour. This could be a good thing, or not. "We'll figure it out," I promised. Talia sniffed. "We can't have a baby right now. We have to finish school first. This wasn't part of our plan." "There's stuff we can do to prevent this," Chloe said. "You're not pregnant yet. It takes a few days for the egg to implant." Talia sighed. "I know, but we just went to the health center. They won't help." Talia broke into sobs, and Grant wrapped her tighter in his arms. I rubbed her back. A few people passing through the hall looked our way. Chloe shot them harsh glares, and they hurried past us. "They've got to give you something," Chloe insisted. "There has to be some emergency contraceptive program for people without insurance." "Not in this coven," Grant sneered. He sounded angry now. "If you can't afford health care, you're screwed." Chloe's hands curled into fists. "I'll get it for you." Talia blinked away the tears. "You what?" Chloe lifted her head, confident in her decision. "I'm on my parents' insurance. I'll tell them it's for me, and I'll get you the pill." Talia looked skeptical. "You'd really do that for me?" "Yes," Chloe said firmly. "I protect my people. Believe me, these priestesses don't want to cross me." Grant hesitated. "That's really generous of you." "It's the right thing to do," Chloe replied. "Come on," I told Grant and Talia. "Let's go somewhere private." I led Talia and Grant back to our dorm, while Chloe headed to the health center on campus. I did my best to reassure them both, but I truthfully didn't know what to say in this situation. All I could do was be there for them, no matter what happened. I must have been helping, though, because they both seemed to calm down by the time Chloe returned with the pill and a bottle of water. Talia seemed much more relaxed after she took the pill, but she asked Grant to stay with her. They curled up in bed together. I didn't think either of them would make it to class today. I got ready for the day, then left as soon as I could to give them space. I swung by the campus post office to get my mail before heading to class. Professor Clark handed back our essay results in criminal justice, and I was disappointed to see the grade I got. I had worked really hard on that essay, and I knew I deserved an A. Professor Clark had nearly failed me, all because I was a curse breaker. Verla was passing through the hall when I left class. She noticed the paper in my hand and asked, "Research?" I shook my head. "It's my criminal justice essay. I almost failed." She knitted her eyebrows. "Can I see?" We stopped in the hall while she skimmed my paper. "You definitely deserve a better score. I'll speak with your professor." "What good is it going to do?" I asked. "We have more important things to worry about anyway." "This is important," Verla insisted. "Discrimination is a weapon the priestesses are using to divide the coven. Jonathan and I are proposing new policies for this kind of thing within the school, but the school board is dragging their feet implementing them. While you're advocating for your students, can we please update the school ADA standards?" I asked. "Lydia's in a wheelchair. She can't even get to her dorm room anymore." "We had an elevator installed years ago, but it broke down," Verla said. "Updating it could interfere with our space-bending spells. We have dorm rooms on the first floor for students who need them. We've done our best to accommodate." She was trying to help, but she didn't get it. The school could do better. They just didn't want to. I gritted my teeth. "How's the school handling the waning? Half the students in my enchanting class are failing because they haven't had enough magic all semester to complete the assignments." "We're instructing professors to change their grading structure, at least for the time being." She glanced up and down the hall, then lowered her voice. "Have the priestesses found any more wands?" "They only have the alchemy wand, and we've hit a dead end with the others. At this point, I'm not sure the wands are our best option." "Stay hopeful, Nadine," Verla encouraged. "I'm keeping a close watch on Professor Lido, so if he happens to find a wand, we'll know. We can't let the priestesses get their hands on them." I agreed wholeheartedly, but if we didn't find the other wands at all, none of it mattered. Eventually, our magic would disappear completely. I wasn't going to let that happen. At dialysis that evening, I decided to go over my notes I kept in my journal, but when I lifted my palm to conjure it, nothing happened. "The waning?" someone asked. I turned to see Onyx, wearing scrubs, prepping a dialysis machine. "Yes, unfortunately," I said. "I'm getting sick of it." "I thought so. I know that look." I tilted my head. "I didn't know you worked at the dialysis center." I remembered she'd said she worked part-time as a nursing assistant, but I'd never seen her here before. "I'm not usually in this department," she said. "They send me wherever they need help for the day. I've been in the ER a few times, at the dialysis center once or twice, but my favorite is the maternity ward." "You're majoring in medical studies, then?" I asked. She nodded as she continued arranging medical supplies. "I have my CNA certificate, then I'll get my nursing license, but I'll be going for my doctorate eventually. If I pass my exams, I'll have my nursing license by the end of the semester. I want to specialize in women's health." "That's really cool," I told her. "I'm majoring in criminal justice." "That makes sense, since you're a priestess." Onyx kept her gaze on another nurse as she walked a patient out, leaving us alone in the room. "Can I ask you something about being a curse breaker?" "Sure, ask me anything," I offered. Onyx sat on the chair beside me. "How does your magic work? You can use alchemy crystals.
I've seen you. I remembered the first day of my Alchemy 101 lab, when I was still posing as an alchemist. Onyx had been my lab partner, and our cauldron exploded. I dropped my alchemy crystal, and she handed it back. I always wondered if she suspected something. "When did you figure out what I was?" I asked. "I wasn't sure, actually," she said. "I knew the crystal held magic as soon as I touched it, but I still believed you were an alchemist. I didn't say anything, because I thought you needed the crystal for your disability. It would help, but that's not why I was using it." Onyx frowned. "It's lame they don't allow these crystals in class anyway. Some people need accommodations like that." I eyed her curiously. "You say that like you know." She shook her head. "I'll never fully understand your chronic illness, but I think working with crystals would help with my powers. Sometimes it feels like my magic is trapped inside of me, and if I could just feel what that power felt like, maybe I'd be comfortable working with it." She dropped her gaze. "I don't think it was your fault our cauldron exploded that day." I couldn't believe she thought so little of herself. "Onyx, you're a talented witch. You made that exploding potion during the burning to distract the guards. It seemed really advanced." "I guess I'm good at some potions, not so much at others." "Don't discount your strengths," I encouraged. Onyx chuckled, though it sounded forced. "That's easy to say when you're good at something other than destruction. I destroy everything I touch." "That's not true," I argued. "It is. Our cauldron isn't the only thing I've destroyed." She trailed off like she'd said too much. My heart broke for her. "What do you mean?" "It's nothing. I didn't mean that." "Then why'd you say it? A part of you must believe it." "I don't know. Maybe because that's what I've heard my whole life." She sighed. "My parents got divorced after I was born. My mom says my dad never would have left if it wasn't for me. I guess he didn't want me, and I ruined their marriage." "That has nothing to do with you," I promised. "Your parents couldn't handle having a kid, and that's on them." Onyx wiped her nose, and her sleeve rolled up. I spotted a purple bruise on her upper arm. She caught me staring and quickly dropped her arm, like it might erase what I'd seen. "What happened?" She rubbed her arm. "I exploded another cauldron." I didn't know if it was my intuition, or if I caught something in her tone, but I didn't believe her. I'm good at keeping secrets. I made everyone believe I was an alchemist for months. Onyx chuckled, but it sounded like she was more uncomfortable than anything. "I guess you're right. But I've never told anyone this before, so you can't tell anyone, even Lucas." I made an X across my heart. "Your secret's safe with me." Onyx drew a long breath. "It was my mother." My jaw dropped. "Your mom did that to you?" "She didn't mean it," Onyx insisted. "Mom's never hurt me before." "That doesn't make it okay," I said. "I know that. I'll never be okay with the way she treats me, but I can't stop it either." "You can just leave, stop seeing her, right?" Onyx shook her head. "It's not that simple. My mother's a narcissist. If I ignore her calls, she'll just show up on campus. If I moved across the country, she'd follow. One second I can be her perfect little daughter, and the next I'm her mortal enemy. If I show any sort of independence, she goes off on me. Suddenly, everything's my fault. She'll claim I don't love her, or I don't care. To her, I'm an extension of her. I'm not my own person. Goddess, it's exhausting. That's unfair. There must be something we can do. Onyx sighed. All I can do is placate her. I'm a priestess. I'll put your mother in her place, I offered. I would, too. Trust me, there's no reasoning with my mother, Onyx said. As it is, she flipped when I mentioned it was unfair the priestesses cut our insurance. That's literally all I said, and she went on a tangent about how entitled I was. Entitled! For something I already pay for! It was worse than when I came out as asexual. My jaw dropped. Why would she have a problem with that? Onyx rolled her eyes. Because I'm not giving her grandbabies. I was so angry for Onyx. I wanted to believe there was a solution, but I didn't know her mother. I didn't know what extremes she'd go to, and I certainly would never understand what Onyx was feeling. I realized I didn't know much about Onyx at all, and that made me sad. She seemed like a really wonderful, interesting person. If there's ever anything I can do to help, let me know, I said. Thanks, she replied. For now, I'm just doing my best to ignore my mother and focus on getting my nursing license. Speaking of which, I should probably get back to work. Thanks for chatting with me, I told her. It gets lonely during dialysis sometimes. She glanced around the empty room. I can stay if you'd like. I don't know if I'll be much fun, I teased. My only plans were to go through my mail. Onyx shrugged. It's that, or you can watch me work. I dug inside my bag and pulled out my mail. I opened a greeting card from Talia that had a picture of a stone that said, "You rock." I showed Onyx, and she laughed. I tossed aside a few pieces of junk mail, then opened an envelope that was marked from the hospital. My stomach sank the moment I saw the numbers. It was a bill for my dialysis treatments, but I didn't see the insurance coverage anywhere. The bill was over $500 for just one treatment. My heart hammered as I mentally calculated how much that would cost per year. I realized it was over $78,000 annually. Holy shit. How could anyone possibly expect me to pay that? Onyx must have noticed the fallen look on my face, because she said, "Is everything all right?" I shook my head. Complete hopelessness sank in my gut, and I wanted to burst into tears. I literally didn't know how I was going to survive on dialysis. What if they took my treatment away because I couldn't pay? Issa could tell I was distressed, and she pressed her head against my leg. It was at that moment that a tight, sharp pain shot up my leg. Ow! I grabbed my leg, and it felt like holding a rock. My muscle was cramping, and it hurt like I'd been stabbed. Onyx shot to her feet. Muscle cramps? I winced. Yeah, I guess. It's a common side effect. It just means your fluid levels are out of balance. Let me get a doctor. The doctor came over and checked my machine. He adjusted a few settings, then gave me some meds that were supposed to help. I just wanted to rip the tubes out and never come back here. The doctor kept a close eye on me, which made me really uncomfortable, because I just wanted some fucking privacy. Onyx wanted to stay and keep me company, but the doctor made her leave when her shift was over. I was left all alone for the rest of the session. I fled the hospital as soon as I could. I sat in my car, but I didn't go anywhere. I was afraid my leg was going to cramp up while I was driving and I'd crash or something. It was a terrifying thought. Instead, I called Lucas. "Can you come pick me up?" I asked him. "I'm on my way." Lucas didn't even ask questions.
He was just there for me when I needed him. He pulled up next to me in the parking lot a few minutes later. I got out of my car and fell into his arms. A sob broke from my chest, and for the first time in a long time, I let myself break down. Lucas held me close and rubbed my back. He didn't have to say anything. Just having him here with me helped. Finally, when I stopped shaking so badly, he drew away and said, "Let's sit down." We sat in my car, me in the passenger seat and him in the driver's seat. Our cats meowed from the back seat. I handed him my dialysis bill. "I don't know what to do," I sobbed. His eyes widened. "I thought you had private insurance." "I did. I wouldn't put it past the priestesses to go after that, too. They want my own body to poison me." "That's not going to happen. Put your seatbelt on." Lucas turned on the ignition. I furrowed my brow. "Where are we going?" "We're going to talk to your grandmother. We're going to figure this out. I promise." Lucas left his car in the parking lot and drove us to Grammy's. Our cats followed us up the sidewalk. Grammy was in the kitchen when we entered the house. "Nadine? Is that you?" She cut off when she met us in the hallway and saw my red, puffy eyes. She wiped her hands on her apron. "What happened?" I handed Grammy my bill, along with the fine I'd received earlier. Together, they were over $1,000. It made me physically ill to show them to her. "I need help, Grammy. I don't know how I'm going to pay for this." Her features fell as she looked them over. "We can handle this. We can... Oh, dear. They don't seriously think they can charge this per treatment." "Apparently they can," I said bitterly. "Have you heard anything from Nadine's insurance?" Lucas asked. "This is the first I've heard anything," she cried, obviously pissed. "I don't pay those premiums for nothing. I'm going to have a word with this so-called medical insurance company. Take a seat in the living room." Lucas and I sat on the couch while Grammy paced back and forth with the phone to her ear. Lucas held me close, but I couldn't help but feel hopeless as the minutes passed. The moment Grammy connected with a representative, she started barking into the phone. "Yes, you can help by telling me how you dare to call yourselves an insurance company when you can't even pay a simple medical bill. You want to talk to the insured? Talk to me. I pay her insurance premiums. I'm her grandmother. That's who I am. Screw you and your bureaucracy." After talking circles with the representative for at least 10 minutes, she put the man on speakerphone. Dear goddess, I didn't want to talk to them. I just wanted this to be over. I gave them my details, and Grammy went off on them. "What's the meaning of this bill? You're supposed to cover my granddaughter's health insurance." "No, I don't want excuses. I want answers." Grammy was ruthless. At one point, I thought the representative was going to hang up on her. Somehow, Grammy managed to make them escalate our call to a supervisor, who told us there was a processing error when my school insurance was canceled. We had to convince them they were my primary insurance company, then told us to call the hospital and send them the bill again. It must have been hours before we got everything sorted, and I wasn't even sure it was sorted by the end of it. By the time Grammy hung up, I had a massive headache. "If you have any more problems with them, you come to me," Grammy insisted. "I won't sleep until my granddaughter gets her treatments. Are you hungry?" I shook my head. "I'd just like some tea. I have a massive headache." "I have a ginger blend you'll love," she said. "A Maidus tea for Lucas?" He nodded. "You know me well." Grammy returned from the kitchen a few minutes later with a tray. She set it on the coffee table, then handed us each a hot teacup. She took one for herself, then sat in the chair across from us. Have you found any more clues about the wands? I shook my head. I thought Grammy was trying to make small talk, but the question felt heavy. All we know is there's a wand somewhere inside the school, but we haven't figured out where. Grammy sipped her tea. I wish I knew where Nicholas had hidden the wands. I've gone through every box, every journal. If he recorded anything more like he had about the alchemy wand, I'm afraid it's gone. It's not your fault, I assured her. I'm sure he never told you to protect you. She shook her head, looking thoughtful. There's got to be another way, some sort of magic we can use. Even if the wands can't be tracked, we have to be able to get close. An intuitive nudge, perhaps. I've been practicing my intuition, I remarked. I have so much downtime during dialysis, but so far I've mostly just been meditating. Nothing has really jumped out at me. Intuition isn't loud, Grammy said. In fact, it's the quiet nudges you need to listen to the most. I've been more or less waiting for this big message to hit me out of the blue, I admitted. Perhaps I need to take my intuition in steps. Grammy nodded. I'm here to help you every step of the way. You'll figure it out. I know you will. Is that your intuition talking? I teased. Grammy smiled. I know my granddaughter, and I know you'll stop at nothing to achieve your goals. She was right. Death would have to claim me first before I stopped fighting for this coven. Problem was, a part of me feared it just might. Grammy shifted in her chair. Close your eyes. I'm going to say a few things, and you'll tell me your initial reaction. Don't question it. Just notice if the sentence feels light or heavy. I don't have any magic right now, though, I told her. Does intuition work with the waning? I believe it should, as even non-magical races have some form of intuition, Grammy said. Okay, I'll try it. I closed my eyes and took a deep, calming breath. The first thing you must do is trust in your higher self, the part of you that exists spiritually. In some instances, it may even span lifetimes, Grammy said. What does it feel like when I say that you and Lucas are meant to be together? Of course we were. I couldn't imagine being with anyone else. It feels light. Deep down in my soul, it feels true. Good. Now, how does it feel when I say that you will save the coven? My chest tightened and my breath hitched. Very heavy. That's your fear, your ego, Grammy explained. You cannot see the truth of the situation until you are able to uncover that fear. It's like your ego is shouting above the whisper of your intuition. How do I stop being afraid? It sounded impossible. We must dig deep and examine your beliefs. What is it that's truly scaring you, and what evidence do you have that the belief is untrue? Replace that with evidence of the truth you want to believe. I pondered it for several moments. I guess I'm afraid because I can't know for certain. There are so many different outcomes, different variables. How can I claim I know the future before it gets here? Even seers can't be sure their visions will come to pass. If I understand correctly, you fear what the coven will become if you fail, Grammy said. But isn't there a chance you'll win? Sure there is. Therefore, you already have evidence that failure is not the ultimate truth. I wonder what would happen if you embraced the uncertainty. I pondered her words. I don't see how that would help. If I just accept the future is uncertain, I haven't fixed the problem. I still don't know what's to come. How can we be sure we're making the right choices? We don't, Grammy said simply. But maybe that's okay. I shook my head. I don't think I could ever be okay with that. That's simply a story you're telling yourself, Grammy said. We can change those stories. How? I asked. She sat straighter in her chair. What I'm about to say may feel uncomfortable, but I want you to sit with it for a while. Would you still like to hear it? I nodded. Yes. When we fear the uncertain, it's our ego's way of trying to protect us, Grammy explained. The fear center of our brain is trying to experience the outcome before it happens, so that we can prepare for the worst. But this actually increases the perceived threat. Our worry is not rooted in the potential outcome, but in the way we expect to feel about the given outcome. If you can convince your ego that those stories aren't necessarily true, you may quiet it enough to hear your intuition come through. I can't just stop being afraid, I countered. I can't just force myself to be happy if the coven is destroyed. It's not about eliminating your fear, but seeing through it, Grammy said. You still get to grieve. You get to feel sad and angry, and that's perfectly healthy to process those emotions in the wake of a tragedy. But there may be a part of you that fears you won't be able to handle it. I can handle grief, I told her bluntly. Uncertainty is scary because I've been in dangerous and traumatic situations where I wasn't okay. People say trauma makes you stronger, but just because I survived it doesn't mean I ever want to be in that place again. Grammy nodded, like she understood. There may be other emotions you're trying to avoid, such as disappointment. I wanted to tell her she was wrong, but I felt a twinge of truth to her words. I don't want to see people suffer. I have a hard time forgiving myself when people get hurt. I thought of Amy, of all the women who died upon the pyre, and the others in the riots the night of the burning. I couldn't allow something like that to happen again. Being at peace with uncertainty does not mean you're indifferent to all outcomes, Grammy said gently. It doesn't mean that you won't feel grief or disappointment. It simply means that you can go forward, knowing you can choose to forgive yourself, no matter what happens. If you accept the future is uncertain, the only certainty you'll ever need is the knowledge that whatever does come, certain or not, is something that you will be able to handle. That is truth, because it comes from inside of you. I think I like being in control and in charge, because if I can predict how things will play out, I can manage my energy better, I admitted. If I don't know what's going to happen, I can't predict how much energy I'll have, or if my body can manage. I need to know how to prepare. Grammy looked contemplative. I'm sensing something even deeper. I hesitated. I knew the truth, even if I didn't want to consciously admit it to myself. My voice became small as I said, even if I do my best, I'm scared it won't be good enough to save everyone. And why must you save everyone, Nadine? Grammy asked. I want everyone to live, I cried. Not just survive, but to live full lives. It was only after I reacted that I realized she wasn't accusing me of anything. She was asking me to reflect on it. Grammy remained calm. I understand that, and it's truly great that you want to help people. But sometimes it is out of our hands. It makes you no less of a witch or a priestess or a good person if you can't save everyone. All you can do is stay true to yourself, knowing you've done the best you can. Then you can face anything. My shoulders fell. I want to believe you, but it just doesn't seem that easy. Just because it's simple doesn't make it easy, Grammy told me. Changing your mindset is not a switch that can be flicked on and off. It takes time, and perhaps some growing pains. But I believe in you, Nadine. I frowned. I'll never be comfortable seeing people get hurt. I'm not asking you to get comfortable with it, Grammy said gently. Only that you can trust yourself to handle it. Lucas rubbed my leg. I'm with Nadine. Sometimes it feels like we're running a marathon and not getting anywhere. Grammy nodded thoughtfully. Lucas, you're very good at carrying other people's burdens. That's why you're the Reaper's apprentice. But carrying other people's burdens is not always a good thing. They can weigh you down. He ran his fingers through his hair. I know. But do you know that you can let them go? She asked. I can. The thoughts I collect aren't as heavy as they used to be. I can let them go now. What about other burdens? Grammy questioned. Lucas sipped his tea, but he didn't say anything. Letting go doesn't mean ignoring it or eliminating it from your conscious awareness, Grammy said. It doesn't even mean you don't want to help. A burden is a burden, Lucas stated. You don't just get to set it aside like setting a book on the table. Grammy cocked an eyebrow. Why not? Perhaps it will give you the perspective to examine these things from other angles. Redefining burdens and how to manage them may help you both fulfill your prophecy. I've seen the way you two interact. You're both very firm in your independence. You downplay what you're going through so the other doesn't worry. You're so afraid of asking for help because you don't want to burden each other. I was offended. How could Grammy think there was anything wrong with trying to protect each other? I failed to see the problem, Lucas said flatly. Yeah, we're doing just fine, thanks, I agreed. Grammy sighed. You're failing to see the point. Independence is not the goal. You're a team, which means you must learn interdependence. I narrowed my eyes. And what exactly does that mean? When you're born, you're dependent on your caretakers, Grammy explained. As a child, you need someone to feed you, clothe you, care for you. You need your caretaker's approval to survive. As you grow older, you learn how to care for yourself. You learn how to feed yourself, bathe yourself, and you even discover that you no longer need to depend on others' approval, because you can find that love within yourself. What many people forget is that there is a third stage, called interdependence, where you become dependent on each other once more. How is that a good thing? I asked. If we give up our independence to rely on each other, how can we ever function on our own? It's a different sort of dependence, in which we know ourselves, our truth, and our own worth independently. We don't rely on others to give us self-worth. Then, we use our strengths to contribute to the community. Independence allows you to become authentic to your role, instead of fighting against it. Interdependence is about working together to create a harmonious relationship through your independence. You maintain your independence as you work to lift each other up. Grammy leaned back in her chair. Think of the relationship between bees and flowers. The bees feed on nectar from the flowers, and as they fly from flower to flower, they pollinate the plants. The flowers support the bees, as the bees support the flowers. Each has their own independent job, but they work together harmoniously. It is the same in the coven and how our magic works. Our strengths come together to make us stronger. I see you both struggling with this. That's not true, I protested. Not true? Grammy questioned. Nadine, how often do you ask Lucas for help? And Lucas, I know you care deeply about Nadine, and the last thing you want is to see her hurt. But for Alora's sake, stop acting like she's fragile. You know her better than that. The room went silent. Grammy's words had hit hard, and Lucas and I both knew she was right. I'd asked for Lucas's help tonight, but that was only because I'd reached a breaking point. I usually offered my help, but never asked for it. I stared down into my tea leaves. I guess I do try to handle things by myself. Lucas swept my hair over my shoulder. And I suppose I don't always fully open up to you, because I don't want to make it your job to fix me. That's not fair to ask. I frowned. It's hard to watch you suffer. I just want to help. Maybe all I need from you sometimes is a hug, he admitted. I don't want to cross your boundaries, I said. Lucas took my hands in his. I have no boundaries when it comes to your affection. I'll try to ask for it more when I need it, all right? I nodded. And I'll try to be more open, too. Grammy smiled. I'm glad to see you two working together. We're a team, I said. We do have some stuff to work on, but for now we should probably get going. It's late. Thank you for everything, Grammy. Any time, she said kindly. You two take care. Lucas and I left the house. He stopped at the end of the walkway and shoved his hands in his pockets. Nade, do you really think we have that much to work on? I'm not sure, I said quietly. I really thought we were in a good spot, but what Grammy said really made me think about it. Lucas and I were both strong people, and I think sometimes that made us hold back from each other. He sighed. Help me out here. You can be honest with me. I sighed. All right. The honest answer is yes and no. We've made so much progress in the last year, and I love that we're both growing. But maybe we have more blind spots than we thought, and maybe they're not all bad, and there's no one to blame. But if there's problems between us, I want to solve them. He nodded. I do too. How can I help you? I asked. He shook his head. I don't need anything right now. It may not be about what you need, I pressed. What do you want? He dropped his gaze and sighed heavily. I want you to ask me for help. Sometimes it feels like you don't need me the way I need you. Of course I need you, Lucas, I argued. I couldn't believe he didn't see that. Then let me be there for you, he begged. I'm not asking for validation or anything like that. It's not that I want to feel wanted. I know you want me here. But I want to help before you reach the end of your rope. I curled my arms around him, and he held me close. I rested my head on his shoulder, taking in his warm embrace. It felt so good. Right now, this is what I need. Thank you for being there for me tonight, Lucas. He pressed a kiss to the top of my head. I'll be there for you, Nade. Always.
Chapter 13. Lucas. Nadine and I were in a better place than we'd ever been, and we were still learning new things about our relationship every day. I liked that we were growing together. It made me feel close to her. I didn't leave her side until my astrology class the next day. I entered the big circular room with the glass ceiling, a fireplace, and bookcases lining the walls. I took a spot at my usual desk, and Oliver jumped onto my lap. Professor Lauren stepped to the front of the room, her long black dress flowing around her ankles. She was a mentalist who taught incantations and moonology, and she was one of the few professors who I still liked. Most professors had taken an intense disliking to anyone who wasn't in their caste, and it made our coursework this semester challenging.
We've spent the last few weeks discussing the power of the planets in your spell work,
Professor Lauren began.
However, I'd like to take a short detour today to discuss an astrological feature specific to Miriamic lore.
Professor Lauren turned on the projector, and a display of the night sky shone on the walls.
You all know the story of Mother Miriam, how her prayers to the gods were ignored, and so to escape her abuser she summoned a demon, a rejected god with unimaginable power. Santos, the father of all Miriamic people, fell in love with her. They lived a life together on earth and together birthed 5 children, half-mortals who were known as demigods. We know each one of these children was born with a different power, and each of them became the first of their caste. What you may not know is that on the night of each child's birth, Santos gave them a gift. As a god, he possessed the power to place stars in the sky. Each child received their own star.
Professor Lauren pointed her wand at the wall. Light shone out the end of it, drawing attention to a specific star in the night sky.
The stars in order: Maud, Percival, Cecilia, Mortimer, and Alora.
Alora? Lena asked. We can see our afterlife from here?
Our afterlife exists in another realm,
Professor Lauren explained.
The name Alora is used in many places within our lore because it is not simply our afterlife. Alora was one of the 5 children. Each of these stars was named for the child it appeared for.
She pointed to each star in turn.
Maud was the firstborn daughter, and she had the power of alchemy, one of the best potion makers there ever was. Percival was the second eldest, and he possessed the power of telekinesis and the ability to manipulate people's thoughts. He was the first mentalist. Next came Cecilia, a seer who could predict the future and see into the past. Miriam and Santos's son Mortimer held power over death. He could predict when people would die, and was said to have influence over death itself. He was the first Mortana, as well as the first member of the Reaper Order.
A shiver traveled down my spine when she spoke of Mortimer. I felt an instant connection to him. He was the first Reaper in the coven. I wondered if I could summon his spirit and learn more about my powers.
Finally, their last daughter was born, Alora.
Professor Lauren pointed to a 5th star.
She was a powerful witch capable of many things, including breaking curses, hence the name Cursebreaker. However, her power was very versatile, with the ability to siphon and even absorb others' powers and move magic from one place to another. Although Cursebreakers today can only manipulate witch magic, Alora was a demigod, and she was powerful enough to manipulate even the Fae. It is one of the many reasons the Fae despise us.
Professor Lauren paced at the front of the room and continued.
With Alora's powers of magic manipulation, the children learned how to combine their magic together, creating powerful spells unlike anything we see today. Our afterlife was named after Alora because of what she and her caste represented: unity.
She turned back to the constellations projected around us.
As the children grew up, they married and had children of their own. The coven grew, and each child left a legacy behind, not just their magic, which we are each marked for, but their stars. Just as you can use the planets to assist in your spell work, you can use Miriam's stars. Each star presents its own energy, and attuning to the star of your cast can help you perform spells with great precision.
Lena's hand shot up.
How do we attune to the star? When your cast star is visible in the night sky, sit outside under the stars and meditate, Professor Lauren said. Focus on the star's location above you, and you should feel a connection, like a rope pulling you toward the star. That's its energy shining down upon you. Draw upon it to cast your spell. Alchemists use this technique often by waiting to brew difficult potions at night when they can focus their magic using their star, Maud. Don't worry if you don't feel a connection the first try. It can be a difficult task to master. I suggest you begin working with your star on clear nights when its power is easiest to access.
I digested the lesson with interest. I'd heard of Miriam's stars before, but I'd never given them much thought. Now I felt excited to learn more about them. I raised my hand and asked, "Is this a source of energy we can pull from to combat the waning?" Professor Lauren frowned.
I'm afraid not. These stars are not themselves energy sources. They're tools to focus your power, much like a wand.
She began walking around the room, passing out papers. I looked down at mine to see it was an essay rubric.
Each of you will be required to write an essay on your cast star, detailing its history and 3 spells you can cast using your star. Be sure to detail why the star is important in these spells and how it can enhance the spell work.
She continued the lesson, teaching us how the stars appeared in the sky at different times of the year. I left class with my head buzzing. I wanted to use my star right away. I waited until nightfall before gathering my things and pulling my coat on. Oliver meowed at my feet. He really wanted to come. He loved the outdoors.
Where are you going?
Grant sat at his desk, tinkering with Talia's music box. The whole thing was in pieces, though it was laid out neatly for Grant to examine it. I'm going to try portal casting under the stars, I told him. You should stay and work on fixing the music box. Grant ran his fingers through his hair, looking frustrated.
There's not much more I can do at this point. I took it to Professor Warbright to see if he could help, and he said there were parts missing. They're on back order. I thought I could still get it working, but until those parts come, I can't fix it.
You're welcome to come along, I offered. Just don't laugh. I'm still learning.
I can't make promises, but I'll do my best, he teased.
Grant and I snuck outside. Dusk had fallen, and the cold night air bit at my face. Oliver kept close to my side as we crossed the school grounds and entered the forest. We walked for a while until we came to a clearing near the river. It was secluded here, but there was enough break in the trees to see the stars. I gazed upward through the bare canopy. My eyes landed on the Big Dipper, and I followed the stars to locate Mortimer in the sky. See that star right there? I asked, pointing. Grant nodded.
That bright one?
Yeah, that's my cast star, I said. We learned about it in astrology. Did you know it was named after the first Reaper?
I suppose that makes sense. He was one of Miriam's kids, right?
Yes. I'm supposed to be able to use the star to focus my spell work. If I can use it to open a portal to hell, we can send Professor Leto through it.
Sounds like fun.
Grant sat on a dry log, and Oliver began pacing along the log beside him.
Let's see what you can do.
I drew a deep breath and turned my gaze toward my cast star. Several long minutes passed, and I didn't feel any different. I dropped my shoulders and shook off the nerves. I had to ground myself in the moment. I ran through 5 things I could see, 4 things I could feel, 3 things I could hear, 2 things I could smell, and 1 thing I could taste. When I finished the exercise, I turned back toward the star and focused. I felt a slight tugging at the center of my chest, like the star and I were connected. I've got it, I told Grant. I just have to take that focus and put it into the spell. I closed my eyes and pictured the cemetery across town because it was secluded yet familiar. I'd already astral traveled there once, so I figured I could portal there too. I placed all my attention on the cemetery, feeling my magic well up inside of me as I pictured it clearly in my mind. I opened my eyes, but nothing had happened. I tried again, and again. I didn't understand why I couldn't do it. My powers felt strong. I wasn't affected by the waning, and I could feel my cast star helping.
"What does your book say about casting portals?"
Grant asked. It's pretty straightforward, but for some reason I don't understand it. I conjured the book Professor Warren had given me, along with a small witch light, and started reading. Portal magic is cast through the intent of uniquely gifted supernaturals. To cast a portal, one must simply visualize the place they want to go, and their intention will reshape reality. Grant pressed his lips together.
"That seems too easy. You must be missing something."
"I've read the book cover to cover," I said. "This is how the Fae do it. I should be able to do it too."
"You're not a fairy. It's got to be different for you," Grant encouraged. "You've created portals before. What did it feel like?"
I didn't really know what I was doing, I admitted. When I portaled away from my dad, I just wanted to disappear. I set an intention and it just manifested. Maybe it's because I was desperate. Grant tilted his head.
"I don't know that desperation is the answer. If your magic is anything like the Fae, they have to believe in their power to make it happen. You must have believed in your power to disappear from your dad. Tonight, you're desperate to prove something to yourself, to make it work so we can banish Professor Lido. But the more desperate you are, the more you're affirming that you don't believe in yourself."
"I don't exactly have the luxury of letting this happen on its own," I said. "We're running out of time to figure this out before Lido kills again."
"That's what's tripping you up," Grant theorized. "You don't trust yourself to get it now. We need a different approach. Can I see the book?"
I handed it to him. I'd been through the sections on portals so many times I didn't know what he could possibly find that I hadn't. Grant began reading under my witchlight.
"Portal magic is a manipulation of reality. This is why the Arcanian Fae and the Elves, rest their souls, are the primary portal casters in supernatural society. Both races are talented illusionists, and one must be skilled at manipulating reality in order to cast a portal." "Goddess, how old is this book? They're talking about the elves as if they're still alive."
I shrugged. "Pretty old, I guess. But I know all this. The book goes on and on about reality manipulation, but it doesn't say how to do it."
"What are you trying to do?" Grant asked. "What's your thought process?"
"I'm doing what the book says. I'm imagining where I want to go, then focusing my magic on that."
"So you're more or less trying to teleport?"
"Well, yeah, that's basically what a portal is."
"No, a portal is a means of transport," Grant said. "If you want to travel across the country, you've got to get on a plane. The reality manipulation isn't connecting points A and B, it's creating a step between them. A portal itself is a different reality, and you must step into that reality in order to come out somewhere else inside our own reality. You're trying to step through a door on the other side of a room without walking into that room first."
That doesn't sound any easier than what I was doing before.
"Just try it,"
he encouraged. I faced away from him and held my palms up. This time I focused on what it felt like when I'd slipped through the portal that day with my father. I thought of the flash of colors and the disoriented feeling I'd gotten. That was the reality I was trying to access. Grant gasped, and my eyes shot open to see sparks of magic filling the air in front of me.
"Keep it up!"
Grant cried. I imagined sliding through this other realm to the cemetery on the other side. The portal expanded just enough that I spotted a gravestone. Then it slammed shut. All I saw was the empty forest beyond us.
"Hey, you did it!" Grant cried. "Great job!"
It hadn't been a large portal, only big enough to reach a hand through. But I'd done it. That in itself was a victory. That was easier than I thought. I was imagining it all wrong this whole time. Let me try again. I closed my eyes and lifted my hands. I pictured what the portal realm felt like, then imagined the cemetery in my mind. I thought of a pathway forming between the clearing we stood in and the cemetery on the other side of town, a wormhole that would connect the 2 points in space. When I opened my eyes, the portal had returned. The edges flickered, but I took a deep breath to calm myself, and the portal stabilized.
That's it!
Grant encouraged.
Keep going.
I set a simple intention, and the portal expanded to my command. It bloomed as tall as I was. Through the portal we saw shadows of gravestones, and I spotted a leaf tumbling across the top of the snow. Grant's jaw dropped as the entire cemetery came into view.
Whoa, Lucas, you did it!
I smiled proudly. Pretty damn impressive, huh? Grant approached the portal slowly, inspecting it from every angle. He walked behind it like he was double-checking to see if the cemetery was there. I noticed the longer I held the portal open, the more tired I became.
Wow,
Grant breathed as he came back to the front.
So, can I touch it?
He reached toward the portal. The moment he touched it, he was blasted backward and landed flat on his back in the snow. I heard a thwack, and Grant cursed as his head smacked into a rock. My heart leapt, and the portal slammed shut. Oliver nearly toppled off his log at the suddenness of it all. Grant! I rushed to his side and helped him sit up. His whole body shook. Where are you hurt? He pressed a hand to his head, and his fingers came away bloody.
Ugh, everywhere. It feels like I was electrocuted.
Your portals aren't stable. Yeah, I can see that, I said sarcastically. We've got to start, but no one's going through my portals until I figure this magic out.
Fair enough,
he groaned as he got to his feet. Goddess, Grant, sit down. Your head is bleeding. I forced him to sit on the log, then I conjured a first aid kit. He took the gauze from me and pressed it firmly to his wound.
On the bright side, we don't care if Professor Leto gets hurt, so we could just toss him through to the abyss.
A valid point, I said. Let's see if I can buy him a one-way ticket. Don't touch it this time. He held one hand up in surrender.
I promise I won't.
I lifted my hands, and sparks appeared in the air in front of me. I imagined the darkness of the abyss. I'd seen it before, once when I'd fought a reaper trying to take Nadine's spirit to the abyss, and once when I witnessed the priestesses summon the demon. This should be easy. But it wasn't. I willed the portal to widen as I funneled my magic into it. I pictured the abyss in my mind with such clarity I almost believed it was right in front of me. I got nothing but sparks. My arms grew heavy until it felt like they weighed a ton. My knees shook and I nearly toppled over. Grant had to help me sit down on the log. I had no idea portal magic would tire me out this much.
What's going on?
He demanded. It feels like I've just benched 1,000 pounds, I told him.
Maybe you should take a break,
Grant suggested. I need to figure this out, I protested. I've opened portals to Allura before. Those are effortless. I didn't even know I was doing it. This shouldn't be any different.
But it is different when you have a soul to guide through, Grant said. You're in the middle of reaping when you're doing it. It's a different sort of magic.
But it's close enough that I can still create portals, I argued. I lifted my hands. Creating a portal to Allura should be simple. Again, nothing but sparks. My whole body swayed, and I had to stop before I passed out. I steadied myself on the log, my head spinning. You're right. Opening portals to other realms is definitely harder. I can't even stabilize a portal to a place a mile away.
You'll get it,
Grant encouraged. I scoffed. Yeah, but when? The longer Leto remained in Octavia Falls, the more people would die. I wasn't going to master portals tonight. That much was obvious. If I couldn't use Mortimer's star to open a portal to the abyss, then I'd find another use for it. Grant and I returned to our dorm room, and I got into bed early. I left the curtains open so I could see Mortimer's star from my bed. I focused on the star and fell into a deep meditation. I'd only astral traveled twice, and Nadine had helped pull my spirit onto the astral plane both times. I wasn't sure it would work. A feeling of weightlessness overcame me, and I opened my eyes to see that even in the dark, the astral plane shimmered beautiful rainbow hues. I got out of bed and stood. My body remained motionless on the bed, but Oliver perked up his ears. I closed my eyes and imagined myself in Lito's classroom. When I opened them, I was standing beside my desk. The room was dark, but I heard the rustling of papers and followed the sound. Professor Lito sat in an office at the back of the room, marking papers with a red pen. I crossed my arms. So this is what you do during your free time? You grade papers? How positively normal. Of course, he couldn't hear me. Didn't make it any less fun to taunt him. To be honest, I was surprised he was doing it at all. I'd have thought he'd think he was too good to carry out menial human tasks. Unless that was the point. He was playing the part. Playing human. I bet he got off on it. I didn't think Lito would do anything that didn't please him in some way. Lito checked the time on the wall, then placed his papers in a neat stack, straightened his tie, and left the room. I followed behind in my spirit form. He went to his car and slipped into the driver's seat. I imagined myself in the back seat, then appeared there. Lito turned on the music, and a classical tune played through the speakers. I would have taken you for a heavy metal guy, I said. This is weird. Actually, it's almost painful. Then Lito started singing, like full-on belting like a Broadway performer. He wasn't using words, just belting to the tune. Dear goddess, I sighed. What a strange man. Lito turned up the music even louder. You'd think he was a teenager on spring break blasting their music on a road trip. Maybe that's what this was to him. He was running around the coven murdering people and playing professor, having the time of his life because he'd never been set free before. It was like he was some high school kid that had snuck out of his parents' house for a night of pranks. How fucking pathetic. Lito pulled up to a fast food drive-thru. I leaned forward to check the menu. Let's see. What would a demon order? Flaming hot wings? Lito leaned out the window.
I'd like a hamburger, no toppings, and a water.
Boring, I cried. At least order some French fries.
Make that 2 waters,
Lito added. I eyed him curiously as he got his food at the window. He was being way too fucking normal, but strange at the same time. What sort of psychopath ordered nothing on his burger and no freaking French fries? Was this how he thought humans behaved? Was this some sort of fantasy of his, living life as a human? Where were bloody knives hiding in his glove compartment and posters of his victims all over his office? I was definitely expecting serial killer vibes, but this was dull. Perhaps I'd uncover his secrets at his home. But Lito didn't go home. Instead, he pulled into the hospital parking lot. Okay, this was getting a little weird. What could he possibly be doing here? Lito got out of the car, and I followed him inside, where he greeted the receptionist by first name. He winked at her, and she giggled before handing him a volunteer badge. Ah, yes, charming people into thinking you're a good guy, I said sarcastically. What kind of hospital volunteer could murder dozens of people? Lito continued waltzing down the hall like he owned the place. I heard crying coming from a room nearby. Lito stopped and peered inside. A woman sobbed at the bedside of an old man who lay motionless on the bed. My best guess is it had been her husband. The machines he was hooked up to were already shut off, and I didn't see his spirit anywhere. He must have already gone with his reaper.
Ma'am, the doctor would like to speak with you.
The nurse was trying to get her out of the room so they could take the body to the morgue. No, no! The woman shouted when the nurse touched her. The pain of her sobs seemed to permeate the hospital walls. Lito chuckled lightly. The sick fuck was enjoying this. So it's not just traumatic deaths you get off on? I spat, even though he couldn't hear me. "You've got to sit here and watch the family grieve." Leto kept his eyes on the sobbing woman, but he smirked.
The human experience is oddly complex. Grief is a trauma all its own, don't you think?
His gaze landed on my spirit, and if I'd been in my body, my heart would have stopped dead. He could see me. "You asshole," I growled. "This whole time you've just been fucking with me?" Leto smirked and turned away, not acknowledging me one bit. It was like I wasn't even there. Demons were supernatural creatures. It made sense that he could see and hear things that a normal person couldn't. "What exactly are you doing here?" I snapped. "Just observing or playing with fate?" Leto ignored me. I grabbed for his arm to stop him, but my hand went straight through him. Leto turned the corner and I followed, but he had vanished. What the hell? Where had he gone? Of fucking course. Demons could teleport. I was about to tear the hospital down to look for this creep before a child's voice carried down the hall. "I'm not scared." It was an ethereal whisper, but it wasn't someone's last thought. It was more distorted and quiet, distant in a way. It was like I was hearing the voice of a child on the brink of death. She hadn't quite passed yet, but death was imminent. Normally I'd never hear a voice like this, but it must have had something to do with being a reaper in my spirit form. An energy I'd never felt before seemed to draw me forward, pulling me toward this dying soul. It was another reaper power, I was sure of it. It had to be how reapers found their assignments. My bones seemed to buzz with the intuitive need to get to this child. I had to be there for her when she passed, to help her to the other side. I let the ethereal tether lead me down the hall until I floated through a doorway and into a hospital room. A young girl, around 8 years old, lay on the bed, surrounded by doctors. A man and a woman, who I assumed were her parents, stood at her bedside. The little girl had no hair, and her skin had paled so much that I could barely make out her lips. Leto completely fell from my mind as I took in the sick girl. My heart broke for her. "It's too soon," the woman pleaded with the doctors. "Leukemia operates on its own timeline," one of the doctors replied kindly.
"It's okay, Mama,"
the little girl said weakly. She turned slightly when she spoke, and her gaze fell upon me. No one should have been able to see me, but she looked right at me. Something shimmered around her form. It took me a moment to realize it was her spirit. It was as if she was trying to leave her body, but didn't know how to let go. Of course she could see me. She was dying. She already had one foot on the astral plane. Her mother knelt beside her bed, squeezing her hand. "Oh, Nora, Mommy loves you so, so much." I barely heard what else her mother said, because I was so entranced by Nora. It seemed I was seeing double, her physical, ill features beneath her brave spiritual face. Nora was ready to go. She just needed someone to help her cross over. I stepped closer to her bedside. "Nora, my name is Lucas."
"I know who you are,"
she said in my mind. Her spirit was speaking to me, though her lips didn't move. She looked so weak, I wasn't sure she could say anything more, even if she tried.
"I don't want to go."
I knelt beside her and placed my hand in her palm. She didn't quite feel solid, but I could feel her spirit struggling to reach the astral plane. "It's okay to be scared."
"I don't want Mama to be sad."
"Sometimes it's okay for people to be sad, and that's not your fault," I told her. "Sadness is how we remember the people we love. Your parents can take care of themselves, and they'll always remember you. But you've had a long, hard fight, and it's time for you to rest now."
"How can you know that for sure?"
she asked. Even though I was in spirit, my chest twisted, and my voice cracked. "My brother died a few years ago. I was sad for a long time. Still am. But he needed to go his own way, and I needed to go mine. I promise you, Nora, all your parents want is a chance to say goodbye." Tears brimmed her eyes, and she turned back to her parents one last time. Weakly she whispered,
"I love you, Mama and Papa."
Her father ran his fingers over the side of her face. "We love you too, Pumpkin."
"We will always love you,"
her mother said.
"I'll be waiting for you. Goodbye,"
Nora whispered. Then her spiritual fingers curled around mine, and she became completely solid to me. I pulled her upright, straight out of her body. The broken corpse she'd left behind sagged into the bed, and her parents broke out into heavy sobs. But their cries seemed distant, because Nora's last thought stole my attention as it played in my mind.
"I'm glad Lucas was here."
My heart swelled, and it took everything I had not to break down into sobs in front of this child. Nora floated over to her mother. She touched her spiritual fingers to her mother's heart. Her mom gasped like she could feel the coolness of her daughter's touch.
"It's going to be all right, Mama,"
Nora said.
"I feel much better now."
Nora turned toward me.
"She'll get better too, won't she?"
I nodded. "Yeah, she will." A portal bloomed in the corner of the room, filling the hospital room with blinding light. No one noticed, and they didn't see us cross the room toward it. "All you have to do is step through," I told her, guiding her forward. Nora hesitated and looked back at her parents. "It's all right," I told her. "There's a wonderful world on the other side where nobody's sad anymore. Everyone works together, and there's always time to play." I didn't truly know what Elora was like, but it didn't feel like I was lying. Somehow I just knew that's what it would be like. "Mother Miriam and all your ancestors are waiting for you," I told her. "Your parents will be there soon. They won't forget you." Nora took a deep, calming breath before looking up to me one last time.
"Thank you, Lucas. I'll never forget what my Reaper did for me."
She took a step forward, and the light consumed her until she had vanished completely. The moment she was gone, I let the tears fall from my eyes. Nora's parents sobbed across the room, but I was alone in this corner. Nothing mattered right now but the profound moment I shared with Nora. I'd used my experience with depression for good. It allowed me to see the grief that others felt and know there was hope on the other side of it. All this time I thought I'd been dealt a shit hand at life, when actually it made me a better reaper. For the first time, I wasn't just grateful for all the awesome things in my life. I was thankful for the bad, too, because my darkest days enabled me to help people like Nora. Eric's death, and what I thought was my darkest ending, had been someone else's brightest beginning. I'd helped souls cross over, but I was just beginning to understand what being a reaper meant. Not just for me, but for my coven, too.
Chapter 14. Nadine. I spent the rest of the week tuning in to my intuition. I meditated during my Wednesday dialysis appointment, and I repeated Grammy's exercise during class. What felt heavy? What felt light? What kind of stories was I telling myself that weren't necessarily true? My mind raced, and I had to stop by the campus store to pick up a new journal so I could jot it all down. I missed most of what Professor Hernandez said in Enchanting because I kept coming up with new ideas. Talia found me in the cafeteria Thursday evening, jotting in my notebook while I nibbled on grapes. Gus bounded up to Issa's side, and I dropped them both cat treats. "What's that?" Talia asked as she set her tray across from me. "Grammy taught me some things about intuition, and I'm journaling about it," I told her, flipping through the notebook. "I've filled 20 pages. Talia's eyebrows shot up. "Wow, you got all that from your intuition?" "It's not all intuitive hits. I'm more or less learning what my intuition isn't saying," I think if I can break down some of my thought patterns, I can open myself more to these messages. Talia leaned across the table, looking interested in my process. Can you give me an example? I turned back a few pages and scanned my notes. Okay, here's a story I've been telling myself. We've hit a dead end with the wands, so I ask myself if that's the ultimate truth or not. I said no, that it's not. We have all kinds of clues, and perhaps the location of the wands is staring us in the face. We just need a new perspective. Could your intuition guide you to this new perspective? Talia asked, poking her Alfredo with her fork. I think so. Where does your intuition say to look? I thought about it for a moment. My initial reaction says there's nowhere else to look, but that feels heavy. It's clearly not true, because we would have found the wands if it was. Talia swallowed her food. Okay, try this. True or false? The rumors are true. There's a wand inside the school. True, I answered. That feels light. I'm pretty sure it's here. How about this? True or false? There's a clue inside the school that will lead us to the wand. That statement was harder to discern, but after a few moments, I realized it felt light. Yeah, I think there is. Why don't you use your intuition to find this clue? Talia asked. My chest still felt light, and I knew she was onto something. That's a great idea. The wands are protected by magic, so intuition may not be enough to track them, but if we can track down a clue, we might find it. Talia shoved a few noodles in her mouth. Then what are we waiting for? We quickly finished eating and headed out of the cafeteria. I stopped in the middle of the hall, wondering whether to go right or left. Talia eyed me curiously, noticing my hesitation. Truth? The clue lies to the right. I closed my eyes and furrowed my brow, but my body didn't react to the statement. Can you reword the question? Truth? Turn left to find your answers. Something in my chest lifted, and I got excited. I feel like we should go left. Talia smiled and skipped alongside me. Ooh, this is fun! It's like a treasure hunt. She was absolutely right. Hunting down the wands had never been fun, but this was like a game. My intuition seemed to play along when I felt at ease. We reached the end of the hall. Truth? The clue is this way, Talia said, gesturing to our right. I shot a quick glance to the left, but something about that side of the hall churned my gut. Yes, it's to the right. We kept going until we hit a crossroads, and Talia repeated her questions, taking each hall in turn. Straight feels right, I told her. We passed by classrooms and study areas until we made it all the way across campus and stopped outside the library. Talia eyed the big double doors. Do you think there's a clue in the library? I tried to focus on how my body felt in response to her question, but I couldn't tell what my intuition was trying to say. Maybe we missed something, she suggested. We could turn back. No, I said. Turning back doesn't feel right. We've been combing through the library for clues about the demon, but maybe we missed something about the wands. Let's check it out. We walked slowly through the library. I assessed the energy of each aisle as we passed, trying to get a feel of where to find this clue. It's here, I told Talia softly. I'm just not sure where. She glanced around until her gaze turned upward. Truth? The clue is on the main level. My chest got heavy. Not true. It must be upstairs. The upper level of the library wasn't laid out as well as the main level. We walked through mazes of rooms, all piled to the ceiling with bookcases. The books here were all covered with dust and hadn't been touched in a long time. Talia gestured to an open doorway. Truth? The clue is in here. I shook my head. I've been in that room looking for demonology textbooks. I sense whatever we're meant to find is somewhere we haven't looked yet. Talia mused, before stopping in her tracks. She gazed down a row of bookcases. How about in there? She gestured to a room I'd never been in before, and I felt a slight nudge to go in that direction. It's worth checking out. I started forward, and Issa crept along at my heels. No one made a sound as we entered a small room, no bigger than our dorm, lined with short aisles of bookcases. The room was dark, with nothing but a tiny window in the corner to let in the light. The sky was overcast today, and I could barely make out the words on the spines of the books. We'd entered some sort of records room. Maybe... Talia started, but she cut off when a moan came from the corner behind one of the bookcases. Talia shot me a confused look and mouthed, "Ghost?" I had no idea what it could be. I lifted my finger to my lips to tell her to be quiet, then gestured her forward. Issa and Gus inched forward slowly, like they did when they went hunting mice. We snuck to the back of the room and peeked around the bookcase. I gasped when I realized what we'd walked in on. Gregory had Braden pinned against the wall, their lips connected in a passionate make-out session. Gregory's hand was down Braden's pants, and Braden moaned in pleasure. Talia took a step back, and a thud sounded as she knocked a book off the shelf. Gregory spun around when he saw us. I instantly fled. I felt awful for interrupting their private moment, and the last thing I wanted to do was make it awkward for them. "Wait!" Gregory cried, stopping us before we reached the door. "It's not what it looks like," Braden insisted, the sound of his zipper filling the room. "It's fine," I said, turning toward them as they emerged from the shadows. "We didn't mean to interrupt." We were just studying," Gregory stammered. And... Please don't tell anyone," Braden burst. "There's nothing wrong with what you're doing," Talia said. "I think love of any kind is beautiful." Gregory sighed. "We're not hiding our relationship because we're gay. It's because we're different castes." "Why is that a problem?" I asked. "Talia and I are both in intercaste relationships." Gregory crossed his arms. "Yeah, and that's exactly why we're keeping ours a secret. Have you not heard the way people talk about you?" Talia huffed. "It's not like we're the first intercaste couples. People marry outside their caste all the time." "Not as often as you think," Gregory said. "We've done the math. Only 12% of marriages in the last 50 years have been intercaste." "That's not a good reason to hide who you love," I argued. "Sure it is, when the coven starts calling for your head," Gregory stated. He sounded really worried, and it broke my heart. Gregory wasn't exactly my favorite person on the planet. His intentions were morally questionable at best, but I didn't believe he deserved a target on his back. "We won't tell anyone," I promised. Gregory's shoulders slumped. He looked utterly defeated, and I didn't think I'd ever seen him like that before. "Come on, babe. Let's go." He grabbed Braden's hand, and they left the room. Talia crossed her arms and turned toward me. "This is bullshit. 12% or not, the priestesses are breaking up families." I gritted my teeth. "I know." Talia sighed. "Any intuitive hits?" I glanced around the room, but all feelings I had when we entered were gone. I was too bothered by what Braden and Gregory had said. I didn't particularly care what people were saying behind my back, but I did care what kind of precedent it set for the rest of the coven. I think we're going to have to come back another day, I admitted. Let's go. I started to take a step, but Issa jumped in front of me, blocking my way to the door. She meowed loudly, like she didn't want me to go. I stopped in my tracks. Okay, I guess we're not going. A chill spread over my skin, and my breath turned to vapor in the air. Do you feel that? Talia shot a wary glance around the room. This time it's definitely a ghost. Thud. Talia and I both jumped, and Gus hissed loudly. A book had fallen off a nearby bookcase. I eyed it curiously from where it lay on the ground. It was spread open to a page of old photographs. Malicious spirit? Or helpful? I wondered. Talia's voice shook. You tell me. I inched closer to the book and picked it up. As my eyes roamed over the page, I realized it was an old Miriam College yearbook. It showed a full-page spread of the astrology club. Judging by the hairstyles and fashion in the photographs, these photos were taken around 40 years ago. Does this mean anything to you? I asked Talia. I've been through the yearbooks, but those records are in a different room. Talia ran her fingers over the spines of the books on the shelf, eyeing the years. These ones must have been moved. They're in the wrong spot. Well, someone wants us to find them. What do you think it means? I started flipping to the next page, but Talia stopped me. Wait! She cried, grabbing my wrist. I turned back to the astrology club page, and Talia pointed to a woman in one of the photographs. She was older than the students in the photo. She must have been their professor. This is our clue! We found it! I looked closer at the woman she'd pointed to. I thought she looked familiar, but I couldn't place her. The caption contained her name. Professor Angelica Stratton. That's her! It's the ghost who attacked me in the library over break, Talia said, sounding excited. Nadine, it's the woman who warned us about the demon. I gasped when she pointed it out. I had seen her before, but merely for a second. She must know more. I'll bet you anything she's the one who knocked this book over. She wants us to go find her. We need to grab Miles, because we're talking to this woman. Tonight. We found Miles in his room. The second he heard we wanted to talk to a ghost, he was all in. Hell yeah, I'll help you hunt this ghost, he said. Tell me everything you know. I showed him the yearbook we'd taken from the library. That's her. Recognition crossed his features. Hey, I know her. You've spoken to her before? Talia questioned. A few times, yeah. She's a sweet lady. You're sure she knows something about the wands? She's never mentioned them. Maybe she didn't know you were helping us, I theorized. You know where to find her? Sure, Miles said. They don't call her the Lady of the Tower for nothing. I'd heard of the Lady of the Tower. She was once an astrology professor at the school, and she haunted her old classroom. I'll call Lucas and Grant and tell them to meet us there, I said, while pulling up Lucas's number. We hurried to the astrology tower as quickly as we could. Lucas and Grant arrived the same time we did. What'd you find? Lucas asked, sounding a bit winded. A ghost, Talia said chipperly. Well, not yet, technically, but we know who the ghost is. I showed them the yearbook and explained how we'd found it. She warned us about the demon, and now she wants to tell us more. Why haven't we looked into her before? Lucas asked. Wait, Mandy and I did look into an astrology professor, Grant said.
We were researching traumatic deaths that happened around the same time as the wand shop owner died. But this one was a heart attack. She died of natural causes. Or that's what the demon wanted people to think, Miles pointed out.
Let's find out what really happened, I said. We started up the twisted staircase that led to the highest turret in the mansion. Miles opened the door at the top, and we entered into the expansive astrology classroom. It was cold up here, and I shivered a bit. Lucas noticed and wrapped me in his arms. Miles took a cautious step forward. She's here. I can feel her. Angelica? Professor Stratton? It's me, Miles. We've spoken before. A slight breeze swept through the room, rustling my hair. Miles spun around, searching for the ghost. I get the sense she wants to talk, but I can't see her. Maybe we need to help draw her out, Lucas suggested. A seance, yeah, Miles replied thoughtfully. That might help us connect to her. Let's set it up right here. We gathered around the fireplace in the corner and sat in a circle. Grant conjured a few candles, and we all joined hands. Calm your minds, Miles encouraged. We must expel all dissonance and tune ourselves to her spirit. I drew a deep breath and relaxed my shoulders. From beside me, I felt Lucas and Talia do the same. Professor, Miles called out. I think there's something you want to tell my friends. Miles stopped dead in his tracks, and he stared at something I couldn't see. I knew it had to be the Lady of the Tower. A few beats passed before he said, Is that so? Let me help you speak with my friends. Miles reached his hand out to thin air, and within moments an ethereal form appeared before our eyes. The woman had to be around 50 years old when she died. She wore a long, flowing dress, and she hovered several inches above the ground. She had kind eyes, unlike the first time I'd seen her in the library. We all got to our feet. I'm so glad you found me, Angelica said, her soft, ghostly tone filling the room. I deeply apologize. I struggled to make my presence known at times. Since the waning began, it takes a great deal of energy. Even my magic is drained as a result. That means we may not have much time, I said. Professor, you've been trying to contact us. Yes, she confirmed. I appeared to you in the library. What you were about to do was very dangerous, and I had to stop you. What can you tell us? Lucas asked. I know many things, Angelica said. The first of which is that you must do everything in your power to banish Professor Leto. I have stuck around this tower year after year to ensure that he never returns. You've met him, then? Grant asked. Before or after you died? Angelica frowned. Both, I'm afraid. It was the demon himself who killed me. A shiver traveled down my spine, and I held up her yearbook. This is from 40 years ago, just before you died. That's when the demon was here before, wasn't it? It's the same time Adric Harvey died in his wand shop. The demon killed you both. Yes, he used a spell to poison me. You told us that history will repeat itself. He has come to kill. Return to the past to vanquish the demon for good, I reminded her. What did you mean by that? How do we vanquish him? Angelica's eyebrows pinched together, like she couldn't quite remember. Ghosts are often confused, Miles reminded us. Time can seem jumbled to them. No, Angelica protested. I remember. One of Professor Leto's victims sent him back to hell. But that was after my death. The details are fuzzy. You must find out how they did it. Then you can do the same."
Grant pressed his lips together. "This person could still be alive. If we figure out who it was, we can talk to them and learn how they did it."
"Unless the victim didn't make it," Talia mused. "Adric was one of his victims, and his ghost threatened to kill demons. What if he was the one who banished him?"
"Then we need to fix that music box and get answers," Lucas insisted. Grant was still working on that. "Professor," I said, "we found your yearbook while searching for clues about the Oaken Wands. We've heard there may be a wand inside the school. Do you know anything about it?"
"Yes," she said, sounding more confident. "One of my former students, a man named Nicholas Tucker, brought the seer wand to the school many years ago."
"That's my grandfather," I remarked.
"He came to me just before I died," she said. "We spoke of the space-bending spell inside the school. He wanted to know if he could bend reality to hide a specific object, though he didn't say what it was at the time. I got the sense that, whatever it was, he wanted no one to ever find it. I said, 'Why bother with new spells, Nicholas? There's already one place inside the school not a soul will dare set foot.' It was only after I died that I witnessed him hide the wand."
"And he went to that place?" Lucas asked. "Where not a soul would dare set foot?" "The vanishing stairwell," I realized.
"Yes, the seer wand is there. You must find it before Professor Leto does. Find the wand, and find the person who banished him previously, before it's too late."
Angelica's form flickered, and she disappeared before our eyes. Talia was the first to speak.
"How do we get through the vanishing stairwell safely?"
"I don't know if we can," Miles said. Grant frowned. "The best we can do is hope we get lucky that it doesn't disappear while we're inside." "It's too risky," Miles protested. "Is this wand really worth dying for?" "Yes," I answered automatically. "These wands are the key to ending the waning and the entire Miriamic conflict. If we don't find them, the coven will destroy itself. I'm willing to chance the vanishing stairwell for a wand." Lucas squeezed my hand. "I'm in."
"I'd feel better if we were prepared," Talia said.
"Agreed," Grant added. "We might want some food and water in case the entrance vanishes and we're stuck for a few days. Everyone needs to understand the risk."
"I'm talking more than that," Talia said. "What if we can stabilize the staircase so it doesn't vanish anymore?"
Miles looked skeptical. "And how exactly do you suggest we do that?"
"Space-bending spells are complicated and require a lot of power, so you need a member from each caste to complete the spell," Talia said. "The vanishing stairwell exists in the first place because some students screwed up their spell. They didn't have enough people. But we have witches and warlocks from all the castes now. We can shift the power of that old glitchy spell that causes the stairwell to vanish. We could fix the vanishing stairwell and ensure our safe return."
My heart surged in excitement. Talia's right. All we have to do is iron out the spell the students screwed up, and we'll be safe. Miles looked uncertain. "How do we know the spell will hold?" "I've done space-bending spells before," I pointed out. "And I've transformed curses into other spells. Changing this spell should be simple." "We need one person from each caste," Lucas said. "I say we find Chloe and get ourselves a wand." Grant nodded firmly, indicating he was in. "Let's go." We left the astrology tower and found Chloe sitting near the big window at the top of the grand staircase, working on a paper for her mentalist class. Marley sat in her lap,
purring. She must have noticed the urgency in our expressions, because she slammed her textbook closed and immediately subconjured it. "Something's wrong," she said. It wasn't a question. "We need to talk," I told her in a low whisper. I glanced around the hall, but no one passed by. I explained everything we'd learned from Angelica, along with our plan to get in and out of the vanishing stairwell safely. "Will you help us?" I asked once I'd finished. "For a wand? Hell yeah," Chloe said. We started down the hall, our cats following. I buzzed with energy, knowing the next wand was so close. To my relief, I could see the gray stone walls and twisted iron railing beyond the arched doorway. The stairwell was unpredictable. We never knew when it'd appear, but as luck would have it, it was open for us. I steeled my nerves and stepped through the doorway. My friends followed close behind. Miles curled his hands around the railing and looked down the winding staircase. "Not gonna lie, this place gives me the creeps." He turned around, and all the blood drained from his face. A scream tore from his lungs, echoing down the stairwell. Miles stumbled, like an invisible force had shoved him. The cats spooked, and they all went racing back into the hall. He landed against Chloe, and she tripped through the doorway, screaming as she stumbled forward. Miles toppled over, but he didn't reach the doorway before Chloe's scream stopped abruptly. My guts sank as Miles slammed into a solid wall. He frantically ran his hands over the flush wall. "No! No!" Panic rippled through me as I stepped forward and pressed my palms to the wall. I had to see for myself that it wasn't some kind of illusion. The wall was solid. We were trapped. "It was a ghost," Miles said, his tone shaking. He pushed me." Talia conjured her phone, and her features paled. "No service." "This is bad," Lucas said. "We needed Chloe to stabilize the spell. We don't know how long we'll be in here." I have snacks," Grant stammered, conjuring granola bars and a water bottle from his stash. "Thanks, Grant," Lucas said tensely. "But that's unhelpful with the spell." "I just meant if we're stuck in here." Grant's features fell. "We'll figure something out," I promised, though my tone gave away my panic. "My grandpa got in and out of this stairwell safely. The doorway could reappear at any moment." "If we're lucky," Grant emphasized. "People have died down here." "Lucas has portal powers," Miles said frantically. "We can just portal out." Lucas frowned. "Not unless you plan on dying. I haven't mastered my powers yet. People will get hurt." Talia stepped forward. "Everybody calm down. We'll find a way out. There's enough of us here. Maybe we can still stabilize the spell." I shook my head. Not without all 5 casts. We need Chloe, or something powerful enough to replace her. 2 seers aren't enough to replace a mentalist in a group spell. Silence fell over the stairwell for a moment as the horror sunk in. Finally, Talia spoke. "What about 100 seers or more? An Oaken Wand can produce that kind of magic." "Yes," Lucas agreed, sounding relieved. My racing heart calmed. There was a chance of getting out of here. "The seer wand should be powerful enough to perform the spell accurately," I said. "At least enough to get us out." I'm sorry, Miles muttered. He was crouched on the ground, his back against the wall where the doorway should be. Grant knelt beside him, trying to calm him down. "Talk to me, bro." Miles shook. "I've never seen a ghost like that before. He was grotesque. His features were hollow.
haunting. The sound of his voice was horrifying. He wanted us to leave.
Do you think he's protecting the wand? I wondered.
Probably, Lucas said. He obviously wanted to scare us for a reason.
This was different, Miles explained.
It was like I could feel his fear, like he transferred some of it to me.
Perhaps he was an empath before he died, Talia theorized.
Maybe we can talk to him, I suggested. We can reassure him we're here to use the wand for good. Maybe he can help us.
Hey, ghost, Talia said kindly. Hi, we're trying to protect the wand, too. If you could not attack us, that'd be great.
Miles curled his arms around his knees and shivered. Do you see him? Grant asked. Miles squeezed his eyes shut tightly.
He says he doesn't know what you're talking about.
Then why'd he try to scare us? Lucas asked. Miles, can you bring him out so we can talk?
I can try.
Miles lifted his head and stared at something I couldn't see.
Will you talk with them?
Miles appeared to be listening to the ghost's response. After a few moments, he got to his feet. He reached his hand out, and a ghost materialized in front of us. My blood ran cold at the sight of the man. He was young, around our age, but he didn't quite look human. His eyes were sunken in, and his pale, sickly skin stretched tightly across his cheekbones. He looked like he hadn't eaten in weeks. When Miles said he could feel this man's fear, he wasn't lying. Terror ignited in my chest just looking at him.
You shouldn't have come here,
the ghost growled, his voice echoing in an ethereal way that shook me to the core. I swallowed the lump in my throat. We wouldn't have come if we had any other choice. Please, we mean you no harm.
I'm a ghost, the man sneered. I cannot be harmed. My fear is for you.
You're trying to protect us? Lucas asked.
Of course,
the ghost yelled.
I haunt this stairwell, scaring students away so that no one will meet the same fate as me.
Talia stepped forward.
You're Cooper Gates, aren't you? I've heard of you. You died down here 20 years ago.
Cooper glanced between us all, looking uncertain.
It seems much longer to me.
I'm Talia, and these are my friends, Lucas, Nadine, Grant, and Miles. You don't have to scare us anymore. The stairwell vanished and we're trapped. We have nowhere to go. Frightening us accomplishes nothing at this point. We may have a way out, but you need to stop terrifying us.
Cooper paused for a few beats, but he must have agreed with Talia, because the hollowness in his features seemed to fill in, and his skin grew more vibrant. Though he was still transparent, he appeared more human. The fear coursing through my veins settled. I'm sorry I had to frighten you. Cooper's voice became even, sounding like it would have when he was alive. It's the only thing that keeps people away. I wish someone had scared me away when I entered.
What happened to you? Talia asked curiously.
Cooper dropped his gaze. The stairwell was supposed to be a shortcut to class, you know? But I was a freshman and naive. The entrance closed while I was inside. I was trapped, and I starved to death. A month passed before the entrance appeared again, and by then, no one dared to come looking for me, fearing the same would happen to them. Now, I do my best to keep people away. My empathic powers aren't what they were when I was alive, but it's usually enough. You 5 were not so lucky.
We'll get out of here, Talia assured him. There's a special wand somewhere in the stairwell we can use.
Cooper furrowed his brow. "I've never seen a wand down here." "Are you certain?" I asked. "A witness told us my grandfather hid it down here." "Then perhaps it was before my time," Cooper said. "You're welcome to look around." "It shouldn't be that hard," Lucas said. "The stairwell isn't very big." Cooper gave a harrowed, bitter laugh, though I didn't understand why. "Let's start at the lower level," I suggested. I started down the stairs, and my friends followed. I kept my eyes on the stone bricks along the wall, watching for one that might be out of place and could fit a wand behind it. Grant stomped on the stairs, checking to see if any of them might be hollow underneath. Lucas inspected the railing, looking for anything that might jiggle out of place. We were all so preoccupied in searching for the wand on the staircase that we didn't notice the shift in the air until we reached the bottom of the stairs. A warm breeze passed by my skin, and I gasped when I lifted my gaze. Lucas stiffened beside me, and I realized why Cooper had been laughing. "These stairs seem pretty solid," Grant started, but Talia cut him off by grabbing his sleeve. Grant looked up and cried, "Hallelujah! A way out!" My guts twisted. I wouldn't be too sure about that. Ahead of us stood an arched doorway, similar to the one we'd entered. But instead of the school hallway that had been there, a dark forest stretched in front of us. This isn't right. I took a cautious step toward the door. There should be snow on the ground. I peered into the forest. The air brushing across my skin was warm like on a summer night. It felt nothing like February. "The moon's cycle's wrong, too," Lucas observed. A full moon loomed over the trees, but it should have been a new moon. "What is this?" I wondered. "A fey illusion?" "It's real," Cooper said, appearing before me. I jumped, but my heart quickly settled. "I'm sure you've heard the story of how the vanishing stairwell came to be." Lucas nodded. "Some students tried creating a space-bending spell in their room, but it spread to the stairwell and clashed with the school's space-bending spell. The stairwell wasn't the only part of campus it affected, though," Cooper explained. "The students collapsed space. A piece of the forest just outside these walls was more or less sucked into the stairwell." Grant stepped into the forest, gazing around in wonder. "It's a pocket universe, like our stash, but bigger." "Exactly," Cooper said, following Grant through the doorway. The rest of us paused, but Cooper turned back. "It's all right. The doorway won't vanish. The stairwell and this forest are connected." Lucas grabbed my hand, and together we entered the dark forest. Talia and Miles followed close behind. Talia's jaw dropped as she took it all in. A stick crunched beneath my feet, and a pine scent filled my nose. I glanced back the way we came, and the stone archway stood in the middle of the forest like a portal. In the center of it, I could still see the stairwell, but on either side was nothing but forest as far as the eye could see. At first glance, it looked just like the forest outside the school, but when my arm brushed the needles of a spruce tree, they lit up with a cool blue color. A bug fluttered onto the luminescent needles, and it glowed the same beautiful hue. "Looks like you found yourself a fortune fairy," Cooper said. "These insects are said to bring good luck." "Good, because we're going to need it." Grant crept forward and knelt down to inspect a nearby plant. It looked like a tulip, but when he brushed its purple petals, the flower opened and whipped vines out of the center. Grant jumped back. Ow! That hurt! Watch the plants around here, Cooper warned. Back at school, your teachers harvest these magical plants. But here, they grow freely. Most of them are harmless, but some of them are touchy. I couldn't take my eyes off it all. Black mushrooms grew up the sides of an old stump. They had purple dots that looked like amethyst crystals embedded into the fungus, which shimmered in the moonlight. Vines as thick as my leg twisted up the trunk of a large tree, and they seemed to pulse as if they were breathing. As we kept walking, I passed under an old, twisted apple tree with the most delicious-looking red apples hanging from their branches. When I reached up to grab one, I noticed they felt smooth and hard like glass. They're inedible, Cooper told me. But they're pretty to look at, aren't they? Gorgeous. I wish we could eat them. I was eager to see what curious plants we'd find next. It was like stepping into a witchy wonderland. How does all this grow here? Talia asked. It's a closed ecosystem, a bit like a terrarium, Cooper explained. It exists outside your reality, sort of beside it, so close that sometimes the realities touch. Sunlight bleeds through, as do the moon and stars. It's warm, Grant remarked. Does winter not happen here? It does, Cooper said. But time moves differently here. In this tiny universe, it's summer. Miles stared far out into the forest. How big is this place? Cooper shrugged. A few acres. It's hard to tell where the forest begins and ends. If you walk far enough in one direction, you'll end up right back where you started. Believe me, I've been here long enough to explore every inch of this place. But you've never seen a wand? Talia questioned. Cooper shook his head. If it's here, it must be buried. This place is too big to go digging just anywhere, Lucas said. We need to narrow it down. Maybe my grandpa marked it somehow, I theorized. Cooper, are there any strange rocks or trees around here? There's a boulder that way, he said, pointing. That's as good a place as any to start, I said. Lead the way. Cooper guided us through the forest, and Lucas conjured a witchlight so we could see through the trees. It wasn't a long walk before we came upon a large boulder as tall as my waist. I walked around it, inspecting it from every angle. There are no markings, but perhaps my grandfather didn't need any if it's the only rock in the forest. It's the only large one I know of, Cooper stated. Then let's get digging. Lucas got to his hands and knees and began ripping apart the underbrush. Within moments, his hands were covered in a thick layer of dirt. I knelt beside him and started digging. The ground was wet and the dirt was heavy, but I continued digging deeper. When the ground became so hard that I couldn't dig any deeper with my hands, I started moving outward, moving further and further from the rock. The wand had to be somewhere. I didn't know how much time had passed. At some point, Talia stopped digging and asked Cooper to show her around the forest. She didn't go far, but I kept my head down and continued digging to uncover the seer wand. Hours must have passed, because the sun was already starting to peek over the horizon when Grant plopped down on the boulder and gave a heavy sigh. We need a break. We've been at this all night. He wiped the sweat from his brow and conjured his water bottle. He took a sip through the straw, then passed it to me. He looked exhausted, and I suddenly realized how tired I felt. I'm not ready to give up. I took a drink, then handed the water to Lucas. I'll tear apart this whole forest to find that wand. We all will, Lucas agreed. But Grant's right. We need to get some food and rest. The wand isn't going anywhere. We can't stay here forever, I protested. The idea of starving to death like Cooper had chilled me to the bone. I felt awful for him. We have time, Grant said, conjuring a handful of granola bars. I'm diabetic, so I always have snacks on me. I have enough to last for days. Which you have to ration between the 5 of us, I reminded him. Miles drank the rest of the water. Speaking of your diabetes, you should eat something. Grant didn't protest. He knew he was well overdue for a meal. He tossed each of us a granola bar, then conjured his insulin supplies and got to work, checking his blood sugar levels. He pricked his finger and analyzed his blood on a small device. I didn't pay much attention, because I was so used to it by now, until I witnessed Grant conjure a potion vial and take a sip. He turned away from us slightly, like he didn't want us to see. "What's that?" I asked. "My insulin," Grant said innocently, subconjuring the vial before I could get a good look. I narrowed my eyes. "You have to inject insulin, not drink it." "Not this," he said. "Magic doesn't play by the same rules. I don't really understand the mechanics, but so far this potion hasn't failed me. I feel great." Lucas frowned. "I thought you agreed you wouldn't be making your own potions for this." Grant sighed. "What else do you expect me to do? This stuff is great. I don't have to refrigerate it, and I'm basically done with needles. Plus, I don't have to wait to eat. It kicks in immediately. Really, I feel good." "But you don't know the long-term effects," Lucas pointed out. "Someone has to be a guinea pig for this stuff," Grant said. "It could help a lot of people." "How much do you have left?" I asked warily. Grant looked away from me. "Enough." "Enough for what, exactly?" I pressed. "Be honest, Grant." "It's enough, okay?" he insisted. "We'll find the wand before I run out." Lucas and I shared a skeptical glance. "What does your intuition tell you?" he asked me in a low whisper. I took a deep breath. My whole body seemed to buzz, even though I was tired as hell. I couldn't tap into my intuition when I felt this desperate. "I'm not sure," I admitted. Lucas sighed, but his eyes locked on something in the distance. "Here comes Talia. Hopefully she found something." I turned to find Talia pushing her way through the trees. Cooper followed her, but he paid no mind to the trees and simply floated through them. "Anything?" I asked. She sighed and plopped down on the rock beside Grant. He handed her a granola bar. "I've got nothing. I've been trying to get visions of your grandpa to see where he hid the wand, but there's nothing from 40 years ago. It's just decades of season changes." "Maybe Nicholas never came down here after all," Miles theorized. "Angelica said she saw him after she died. Ghosts get confused." "Wait," Cooper said. "Your grandpa came down here 40 years ago, your time?" I nodded. I barely had the energy to answer. "Then Talia's been looking in the wrong place," Cooper said. "Remember that time moves differently here. 40 years ago your time could have been over a century here." Talia's jaw dropped. "Of course! I'm so stupid!" "No, you're not," Grant protested. "It was a dumb mistake. Let me try again." Talia splayed her hand over the boulder and closed her eyes. Nobody moved for several minutes, so she could concentrate. When Talia's eyes began to shake beneath her lids, I knew she was having a vision. She must have found something. Her eyes shot open, startling me a bit. "It's not here. Miles's shoulders slumped. We came down here for nothing? No, I mean, it's not here, at this rock, Talia said. I can see your grandpa in my mind, but he walked straight past this rock. He didn't stop here. He went that way. Talia pointed, and we all got to our feet to hurry in that direction, though none of us moved quickly. We'd been up all night, and were all exhausted. Grant shoved down the last of his granola bar and followed behind us, stepping over the deep holes we'd dug. Talia stopped at a huge tree and ran her fingers over the bark. She furrowed her brow as the vision passed, like she couldn't quite make sense of it. The visions are hazy, she told us. It was so long ago, only the oldest trees remember. I see a shadow, going that way. Talia pointed forward, and we continued through the forest. She kept stopping at big trees and small rocks, following the path my grandfather had taken so many years ago. Finally, she stopped at one of the largest trees in the forest. Above us, thick branches twisted in a way that reminded me of the protection tree. Talia leaned against it, splaying her palm wide. Several silent moments passed as she contemplated the vision. This is it, she finally said, opening her eyes. The tree was much smaller back then, but it remembers. Your grandfather placed the wand in the tree. He said he was giving it back to the earth, where it had come from. Of course. I joined her to run my hand over the trunk. The wands came from a branch of the protection tree. It seems fitting to graft it back into an oak. Is the wand part of the tree now? Grant asked. I shook my head. The wands can't be destroyed. The magic is faint, but there's definitely a supernatural energy pulsing through this tree. The wand is in there, but the tree grew around it. Let's blast this tree apart and get that wand, then. Grant drew his arm back and tossed a battle orb at the tree. It bounced off, and the 5 of us ducked as it came back in our direction. The orb went flying into the forest and exploded against the ground. Grant winced. Lucas walked around the tree, inspecting it from every angle. He aimed a few battle spells at it, but they just bounced right off. He tried wrapping a shield around the middle of the tree, trying to reverse engineer the spell to slice through it. He gritted his teeth, and the spell backfired, knocking him off his feet. Looks like we're going to have to use brute force. Lucas conjured his scythe, but he frowned. That's not going to work. We need an axe. Or a chainsaw would be nice. Grant forced a chuckle. Yes, let me just conjure my chainsaw, I said sarcastically. I have an idea, Talia said. She began walking around, picking up sticks and tossing aside the ones she didn't like. After a few minutes, she'd gathered a thick stick and a flat rock that was sharp on one end. Can I use that? She asked Lucas, gesturing to the scythe he was still holding. She used the blade to slice her stick down the middle, splitting it less than a quarter of the way down. She wedged one end of her rock into the slice, then secured the top ends of the stick together with the hair tie around her wrist. She held up her makeshift axe triumphantly, and I was impressed with the quality. Let's see what it can do, Lucas said. Talia handed him her axe, and he stepped up to the tree. Where's the wand at? I ran my hands up and down the bark, until I noticed an area that seemed to buzz at a higher frequency than the rest. It was higher than my head, about as tall as Lucas. Here, I said, smacking the tree. Lucas took my arm and guided me far behind him. Stand back. He swung the axe at the tree as hard as he could, but it merely bounced off. A piece of bark flew off, but that was it. Lucas tried a few more times, but it became clear fairly quickly that this wasn't going to work. Talia frowned. It was worth a shot. It was creative, I encouraged. We'll just have to think of something else. What if we burn our way through? Talia wondered. A green tree this big isn't going to burn down, Miles pointed out. Plus, we could end up burning down the whole forest before we get out of here. We don't have to burn the whole thing down, Talia said. We can contain the fire, burn a hole to the center. It might take some time with it being so big and green, but it may be the best chance we've got. That could work, Lucas agreed. Let's get started. Lucas conjured a pocket knife and started carving out a small hole in the tree. Meanwhile, the rest of us gathered dry leaves and small twigs. Once the hole was large enough to hold a few leaves, Lucas carefully laid tinder inside and conjured a lighter. The fire went out almost immediately, and we tried again. Hey, Grant, can I see your water bottle? Lucas asked. He pulled the cap off and took the straw out of the inside. He lit the tinder again and used the straw to gently blow air at the fire. The fire glowed a bright orange, and he continued adding tinder until the fire finally grew hot enough to light the edges of the hole. It's working, Talia cried. I'll need to keep tending it, Lucas said. You four should rest. We'll take turns. I was really tired, and only one of us needed to work the fire at a time. All right, but it's my turn once I wake up. Fair enough, Lucas said. I'll stay here, keep you company, Cooper offered. Talia took my arm. There's a moss bed over there, and it's nice and shaded. It'll be a good place to lie down. Talia led me over to the moss bed, and Grant and Miles followed. We weren't far from Lucas. My stomach sank a little, because I hated leaving him there to do all the work while we slept. It would take us forever to burn to the center of that tree. But we had to. Miles lay down first, and was already snoring before the rest of us got settled in. Grant and Talia snuggled tightly against one another, her head on his shoulder. I lay on my side, wanting nothing more than to cuddle up to Lucas, or at the very least, pull Issa close in my arms. I wondered how she was handling us disappearing the way we did. I hoped she wasn't worried. We'd get out of here. We would. I couldn't quite get comfortable on the ground, so I rolled over and shrieked. A mere inch from my nose lay a human skull. I scurried backward, nearly squashing Talia and Grant behind me. They startled and grabbed me, trying to calm me down. Goddess, Nadine, Miles said, sounding a bit annoyed that I'd roused him from his sleep. It's like you've never seen a human skeleton before. Not right in my face! I forced my breathing to slow as I took in the full skeleton. The human remains were nothing but bones, which were covered in dirt and looked quite old. Lucas came tearing through the forest. Cooper floated along behind him, looking worried. What happened? Lucas demanded, breathlessly. I'm fine, I assured him. Really, I just didn't expect to see... I gestured to the skeleton. Oh, yeah. Cooper sounded guilty. That'd be mine. I should have warned you. Yours! I practically choked. That's your body? Cooper shrugged, like he was used to it by now. That's what happens when no one comes to rescue you. I gaped. You should be laid to rest. Don't bother, he said. You've spent all night digging. You don't have to waste your energy on my grave. You deserve a funeral, I protested. Lucas is a reaper. He can help you cross over. I don't want to, Cooper interrupted. I'm serving my purpose here by scaring people away from this place. I'm not leaving." He said it so firmly that there was no arguing with him. Lucas took my hand and guided me away from Cooper's remains. He laid me gently on a bed of moss and kissed my forehead. "We'll help him cross over once we get out of here. Sleep well, my miracle." "I'll try," I told him, and that's all I remember before exhaustion overcame me and I drifted off. When I woke hours later, the sun was already in the western sky. It had to be early afternoon, and I was parched and hungry. I looked over to see Miles and Grant still asleep. I could hear Talia's and Lucas's voices off in the distance. I was achy this morning from sleeping on the ground, and it took me a while to actually get to my feet and walk over to them. As I got closer, I saw the glowing embers of our fire inside the tree. There weren't flames, rather, the fire burned in a circle, eating away at the wood from the inside out. The hole was bigger than before, but there was still a long way to go until we reached the center. It wasn't exactly a quick solution, but it was the best tool we had. Talia tended to the fire, blowing through the straw to feed it oxygen. Every now and then, she added leaves or twigs to make it burn hotter. Cooper stood by watching, and Lucas sat on a log, sipping water from Grant's water bottle. I didn't know where he'd gotten it, because I thought we'd finished off the water last night. His eyes drooped, and bits of dirt stuck to his sweaty skin. He looked absolutely exhausted. "I want to see Tyler do a punk rock cover," Lucas said with a laugh. "I think he'd be really good at it." "I know, right?" Talia agreed. "That or a ballad. I've been trying to get him to sing one forever, but as soon as I start the first few chords, he won't even go near the song. Says it's not him." "But he has a great voice. Put it together with your lyrics, and I'm sure it'd be great." Lucas turned around, noticing me for the first time. A smile spread across his face when he saw me. "Nade, it's good to see you up. Here, drink something." Lucas shoved the water bottle in my direction, and I took a small sip. "It's okay," he encouraged. "There's a spring nearby. There's enough for everyone." I was so relieved to hear that, so I didn't hold back. I chugged the rest of the water. I was really hungry, but I didn't say anything, and hoped the water would help fill me up. "We found some berries, too," Talia said, gesturing to a big leaf with a pile of blueberries atop it. "Don't eat too many," Cooper warned. "I lived off those for a few days when I came here, but that might have been the thing that killed me. Too many blueberries are not nice to the gut." "I'll start with just a few," I said, popping a couple in my mouth. Sweet juice burst across my tongue, but I ate slowly, trying to make them last. Lucas grabbed for a few, and I noticed his hands shaking. "You need to sleep," I told him. "I'm fine," he started. "You haven't slept in over 24 hours, I said. "Talia and I have this covered. I love you too much to watch you pass out from exhaustion." Lucas sighed. "All right, but wake me up if you find the wand." "We will," I promised, though at the rate this was going, I figured we had another day or two before we retrieved it. Lucas went to lie down on the moss bed, while I ate up the rest of the berries and offered to pick more. Talia continued tending the fire, and I went off on my own. I found the spring on my way to the berry patch and used the water to clean up, then gathered a fresh batch of blueberries. When I returned, Grant and Miles were awake, and Miles was feeding more dead leaves into our tiny fire. He winced slightly every time he moved, and I worried his arthritis was flaring. "You all right, Miles?" I asked. "Great," he said. I was certain he was lying, but he was insistent. "Berries?" I asked. "Oh, those look fantastic." Grant sat down to get to work on his insulin. As he started munching on berries, he conjured the rest of his food. There were a few granola bars, some candy, a long beef stick, and a large bag of trail mix. He spread them out and spoke with a full mouth. "This is all I've got." "At least it's something," I said. "You really came prepared." Grant shrugged. "I have to be." As the day wore on into evening, I became more and more hopeful that the wand was hidden within reach. We each took turns tending the fire. Miles and Cooper cracked jokes to pass the time, and for a few hours I felt like I could forget we were trapped at all. By the time the full moon began to rise, I could sense the magic of the wand growing stronger. We were getting close, though it still seemed so far away. We were only halfway through to the center. Lucas woke shortly after sunset and joined us at the site of the tree. Grant forced him to eat berries and a few handfuls of trail mix. We were already running low on food, and I worried about how much would be left before we made it out of here. "I'll take the night shift," Lucas offered. I gave him a kiss, then returned to the moss bed to get some sleep. The day had been long, and though we were making progress burning through the tree, it seemed to be taking forever. I tossed and turned all night, not able to get comfortable. I kept hoping Lucas would come and wake us to tell us he'd found the wand. But I woke up the next morning with no such news. The hole had burned wider, but not by much. I spent the day helping tend the fire and gathering the last of the berries I could find. My stomach dropped when I realized we'd picked the bushes clean. It wouldn't be long until we ran out of food completely. Night fell once again, marking our third night inside the stairwell. We'd entered Thursday evening, which made this Saturday night. I was acutely aware that I'd missed my Friday dialysis session, but I didn't say anything. I didn't want anyone worrying about me. My last dialysis session was Wednesday evening. I always went 2 days without dialysis over the weekend, so I could handle it this long, but I'd be on my next treatment by now. I didn't know how much longer my body could take it. I was really tired, and it didn't help that we weren't getting enough food or sleep. Talia tended the fire while we listened to Cooper and Miles tell stories. Lucas whittled at a stick with his pocket knife to keep his hands busy. Grant conjured Talia's music box and fiddled with it. I was starting to think the thing was beyond repair, but Grant looked like he needed something to do. Above us, fortune fairies glowed different colors, performing a beautiful lights display against the dark sky. Grant picked up one of the last 2 granola bars and held it out to me. "Hungry?" I hesitated. We only had a few berries left, and my stomach ached in hunger. But Grant needed to eat every 5 to 6 hours. I could wait until we made it out of here. We were so close. "No, I'm good," I lied. "Tal?" Grant asked, holding it up to her as she tended the fire. The hole was much bigger now, and we could easily reach inside. I knew we had to be getting close, but we hadn't spotted the wand yet. "I'm full on berries," she said, though I was certain she was lying. "You can have it." Talia winced and clutched her stomach when she turned around. It looked like she was trying to hide her discomfort. On second thought, she didn't look too well. Maybe she had eaten too many berries. Grant insisted that Miles and Lucas eat, but they both declined as well. It was like we'd all collectively agreed to let Grant take the rest of the rations. We knew how much he needed them. If Grant didn't eat regularly, his blood sugar would drop to dangerous levels. He'd slip into a diabetic coma. He'd pass out, and by that time, he'd need immediate medical intervention, or he could die. Have I ever told the story of when Grant accidentally drank a hair growth potion when we were kids? Miles asked, trying to distract Grant from the topic of food. "No," Talia said, sounding intrigued. Grant groaned. "Aw, man, don't." "I have to," Miles argued, already laughing. You were what, 8? This was right when Dad was starting to bald, so naturally, he got some hair growth potion to slow it down. He liked to add it to his coffee in the morning. Just as Dad finishes making his coffee, our baby brother Trenton starts crying. Dad sets his coffee down and goes to console him. Oh no, Talia said. I can already see where this is going. Miles started laughing so hard he could hardly catch his breath. Grant thought it was chocolate milk. The look on his face when he realized it was coffee, I'll never forget it. Grant groaned. Lucas smirked without taking his eyes off the stick he was whittling away at. The amount of hair this kid grew. Miles clapped Grant on the back. I'm talking down to his shoulders, with a full creeper stash. He runs to the bathroom and... Don't you dare, Grant warned. Aw, come on, Cooper protested. We've got to hear this part. Miles couldn't stop laughing. I just remember hearing from the bathroom, "There's not supposed to be hair down there." My jaw dropped, and I started laughing. Did you learn something about puberty that day? Lucas cracked. Grant frowned. It wasn't like that. It was exactly like that, Miles insisted. Dad had to sit us down and tell us about all the places men grew hair. I don't think Grant's touched coffee since. Grant crossed his arms. I drink it every now and then. Fuck! Lucas cried. My heart lurched. I didn't see what happened, but the laughter in our group died instantly. Lucas shot to his feet, dropping his stick and pocket knife. Blood dripped into the dirt. Lucas sucked a breath. My knife slipped. I reached for his hand, which he clutched tightly with the other. Let me look. He pulled away from me, and I knew it had to be bad. I quickly conjured a first aid kit I kept with me. I uncapped a bottle of hydrogen peroxide and poured it over his hand. Fuck! Lucas sucked a breath between his teeth and turned away from me. Babe, you're going to have to let me help, I insisted. If we don't take care of it now, it's going to get infected. Fine, he conceded. Lucas held out his hand, and I saw that he'd sliced the side of his pointer finger. Blood poured from a huge gash. I didn't think he'd needed stitches, but it was going to get bad if the cut got infected. I grabbed a few pieces of gauze and soaked up the blood, then slathered antibiotic ointment over it. I unwrapped more gauze and pressed it tight to the bloody wound. Press this on firmly, I told him, before frantically turning back to my first aid kit to search for supplies. Is there anything I can do? Grant started to ask, but Talia cut him off. I see it! She screamed. I glanced over to her to see she was gazing into the hole we'd burned. She had a look of wonder on her face, and my already racing heart jumped. Lucas grabbed the bandage I was holding and said, I've got this. You worry about the wand. I didn't want to leave Lucas alone, but I couldn't take my eyes off Talia. Miles, Grant, and Cooper quickly gathered around her. In the middle of the hole we'd burned away, I could see the swirling designs of a wand embedded into the tree. Like the spiral handle of the alchemy wand, which had a cauldron symbol carved into it, the seer wand contained the carving of an eye. Everything else about it was different, though. Where the alchemy wand had a bulb on the end and a smooth blade, the seer wand had delicate swirls expertly carved into it. The handle of the seer wand twisted in a more intricate way than the alchemy wand. The embers didn't touch the wand because it was indestructible and impervious to fire. We found it! Grant cried. Hallelujah! Miles shouted. Talia picked up the scythe Lucas had left resting against the tree. Using the tip of the weapon, she chipped away at the last bit of embers surrounding the wand. She wedged the tip of the scythe between the wand and the tree, prying it free. It fell into the bed of embers, but didn't burn. Carefully, Talia reached for the wand. The tree began to sway above our heads, and a heavy wind swept through the air. Leaves swirled around us, and embers scattered across the forest. Talia screamed as her hair whipped around her face. "What's happening?" she shouted. The tree groaned, and before our very eyes the glowing embers faded. The hole we'd burnt through the tree shrank. "No!" I screamed. I lunged for the seer wand inside, but the hole slammed shut, and my knuckles slammed into solid wood. "We were so close!" Grant cried. "How is this possible?" Miles demanded. He clawed at the bark as if he could get through, but it was no use. The tree had sealed the seer wand inside. Talia shivered as the wind died down. "The tree must be magical." "I can break a protection spell." I stepped up to the tree and splayed my palm over the bark. I tried connecting with the magic inside of it. If I could twist the magic to my will, we could retrieve the wand. But the magic didn't respond to me. I stepped back. Something about this magic is different. The spell must be sustained by the seer wand. "There has to be a way to get it," Talia insisted. "If the tree is magic, then we have to fight it with magic." Talia slammed a battle orb into the trunk, but it fizzled out. She hammered her fists against the tree, smashing magic into it over and over again. The tree didn't respond. Talia fell to her knees in defeat. "Please," she begged the tree. "We're good people. The coven is losing magic, and we intend to restore it. We will use the seer wand for good." Silence filled the forest. Grant knelt beside Talia and wrapped his arms around her. "It's not going to work, Tal. We've tried everything." "So that's it?" Miles asked. "We give up." "If you have any other suggestions, I'm open to ideas," Grant bit at him. "I see only one option left, and that's to return to the top of the stairwell and pray for a miracle. We're not getting out of here with the seer wand, but we still have a chance the stairwell will open up again." I didn't want to admit it, but Grant was right. We'd spent days trying to get to the center of that tree. We'd tried to get through via magic. If we stayed any longer, we'd be out of food, and Grant could fall severely ill. I needed my dialysis treatment. Being upstairs when the doorway opened was our only option. "Grant's right," I said. "We should go gather our things. Let's fill up our water and go." I grabbed the water bottle and took Lucas's hand. "Come with me?" We walked off, but instead of heading toward the spring, I started toward the moss bed. "The spring's that way," Lucas said. I lowered my voice. "I know Cooper didn't want us to bother, but I think we should bury his bones before we go. It's the respectful thing to do. I know if we don't make it, I'd want someone to come bury us. I just want to do one last thing right." Lucas shivered. "Isn't it best that we respect his wishes?" "He's requesting we leave him alone so he doesn't burden us." I stopped when we reached Cooper's bones, and I got sad looking at them. Though, I suppose we shouldn't touch his bones without his permission. But maybe we could say a few words. No one else has ever done it for him, and I think he deserves at least that much. Lucas nodded. "He does." I cleared my throat. "Cooper, I admire you. You've stuck around in this stairwell for so long, trying to protect people when you didn't have to. You've followed Mother Miriam's teaching in an incredible way, by protecting the coven even after death. She'd be proud of you, and I hope that one day you get to meet her." Lucas drew a deep breath. "What can I say? Coop, I haven't known you long, but I like to think that we'd be friends if we'd gone to school together. You've really helped keep our spirits up these last few days. I wish you the very best."
"Thank you both." Lucas and I spun around to see Cooper standing there. Neither of us had realized he'd followed.
"No one has ever thanked me for what I'm doing down here," Cooper said. "Hell, I'm not sure anyone really knows I exist. To know that what I'm doing is appreciated, well, it means the world."
"Of course it's appreciated," I told him. "I don't know what we would have done down here without you."
"That means a lot." His voice cracked. "You can bury my bones if you'd like." "You deserve to be laid to rest," Lucas said. "We'll be gentle with them." Lucas and I gathered Cooper's bones and took them over to the boulder where we'd already upturned the earth. We reverently arranged the bones and covered them with dirt. It was a shallow grave, but a grave nonetheless. Lucas stared down at the grave once we'd finished. "I hope this helps, Coop. We're going to miss you once we get out of here." If we got out of here. "You'll visit us, won't you?" Lucas asked. Cooper chuckled. "If I ever leave my post, I'll give you a call." "I'm counting on it," Lucas said. It felt like a sad moment, but it was strange that Cooper was still there with us. He refused to move on, and though I knew our effort was appreciated, I didn't feel that we'd truly laid him to rest. "You should clean up," Cooper suggested. I got the sense that Cooper wanted to be alone at his grave. Lucas and I headed off toward the spring to wash the dirt off our hands, and Cooper hung back. By the time Lucas and I returned to the oak, Cooper was already back, though he was much quieter than before. Our friends had cleaned up our stuff.
"You were gone for a while," Talia remarked. "Is everything okay?"
I nodded. "We just had to say goodbye." The tree groaned, and the leaves above us rustled. We all turned to look, and my heart stalled in my chest. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. A tree branch twisted until the end of the branch touched the trunk of the tree. A hole formed before our eyes, and the tree reached inside of itself to retrieve the wand. The branch stretched toward me, offering us the wand. I hesitated. How was this possible? Lucas nudged me. "Take it, Nade." Relief flooded my body as I took the wand in my hand. "Thank you," I told the tree. The leaves above us shook, as if the tree was responding.
"We did it!" Talia cried. "How did we do it?"
"Nadine and I buried Cooper's bones," Lucas said. "We must have somehow proven ourselves to the tree. It must trust us to take care of the wand." I held it out to Talia. "Here, it belongs to your caste." "This means we can get out of here!" Grant cried. He picked Talia up and spun her around in celebration, and she laughed as she held the seer wand over her head. Lucas and I hugged, and Cooper gave Miles a high five that never quite touched him. I could hardly believe we'd done it. Everyone laughed in relief. "Awesome," Miles said once the celebration settled. "Can we do the spell now?"
"Yes!"
Talia held up the wand, and we all watched on curiously, waiting for something to happen. When Grant had used the alchemy wand, magic had twisted up his arm and glowed green. But when Talia tried it, nothing happened. She furrowed her brow.
"It's not working."
"It's a fake?" Cooper asked. Talia shook her head, and I could see the heartbreak in her eyes.
"The wand has to choose you. We banked our whole plan on it choosing us. We proved ourselves to the tree, but not to the wand."
My stomach sank, because I couldn't imagine why the seer wand wouldn't choose her. Talia was one of the most honest, caring people I knew. She was brave and had a kind heart. Why wouldn't the wand want to work with her? The silence within the forest was deafening. Talia turned to Miles. "You're a seer, too. You should try it." He looked skeptical. "If it didn't choose you—" "It's worth a shot," I said, though I still couldn't wrap my head around the wand rejecting Talia. Miles took the wand from her. I held my breath, expecting something to happen. I could feel Lucas stiffen beside me. But several long moments passed, and nothing happened. "I don't feel anything," Miles said, sounding defeated. He handed the wand back to Talia. "It's hopeless?" Talia's voice cracked. "No," Lucas protested. "It's not. We're getting out of here." "But how?" Grant asked. "Without a mentalist or the power from the seer wand, we don't have enough power to stabilize the spell. The only thing we can do is sit around and wait for the doorway to open again." "That could take years down here," Lucas pointed out. He tried to mask the panic in his tone, but I still picked up on it. "We're out of food. We don't have the luxury of waiting. I say we try the spell anyway. If it doesn't work, we'll find another way." "Your friend is right," Cooper said. "You never know when the doorway will open. A day up there could be anywhere from hours to months down here. You're running out of time. You should at least try your spell." I was skeptical, but without the help of the wand, we were out of options. "Okay, let's try it. Everyone, grab hands." As we all joined hands, I felt the collective buzz of my friend's magic surrounding me. "Lend me your magic, and I'll do the rest, all right?" They all nodded, and their magic began sweeping through me, traveling around our circle chaotically. We were powerful, but not nearly as powerful as when I performed spells with the priestesses. The power of all 5 casts was unmatched. I hoped 4 casts was enough. I closed my eyes and focused on the magic surrounding me, stabilizing it until it flowed smoothly through our circle. Once I was confident our power was in sync, I began citing the incantation I'd learned for space-bending spells. As soon as the spell took hold, I'd be able to manipulate the stairwell to my will and stabilize its energy. "Dami postatum spatio," I concluded in Latin, the language of our ancient spells. I waited for the magic of the stairwell to connect with me, but nothing happened. "Let's keep trying." Talia's scream tore through the forest. She yanked her hand out of Grant's hold and pointed deep into the forest. "Something's happening, and it's not good." My stomach dropped out of my abdomen when I saw that the forest was shrinking. The ground seemed to disappear as trees inched closer to one another. Fortune fairies fled their roost in the treetops, and their beautiful lights instantly dimmed. A gust of wind swept through the forest, kicking up dying embers that lay scattered on the ground. Dead leaves ignited, and flames began to spread across the forest, creeping quickly toward the dead log we'd been sitting on earlier. "We fucked it up!" Grant cried. "The pocket universe is collapsing!" "Everybody back to the stairwell!" Lucas screamed. Talia clutched the seer wand tightly, and the 5 of us took off running, Cooper following close behind. Our path ahead narrowed, and branches snapped overhead as trees collided with one another. We raced past the large boulder where we'd buried Cooper's bones. The boulder connected with a nearby tree, and a huge snap sounded. "Look out!" Cooper yelled. Lucas grabbed me and yanked me out of the way of the falling tree. All around us, trees began to groan and topple over. "Faster!" Miles screamed. "The whole forest is going to come down on us!" I ignored the ache in my joints and pumped my arms faster. Relief overcame me when I saw the archway to the stairwell up ahead, but my relief quickly turned to panic when I noticed that the archway was shrinking too. Within moments, it went from a tall, open doorway to barely taller than I was. We had to get out of there, fast, or we wouldn't make it through.
"Quick!" Lucas shouted to the others. "The doorway is closing!"
I've never seen my friends move any faster. We dodged around trees and falling branches. The door grew inches smaller with each passing second, and I feared we wouldn't make it. We'd made a horrible mistake. I had one last chance to save my friends. I drew my wand out of my pocket while I ran, and aimed the end toward the shrinking archway. With every ounce of magic I had in me, I thrust my power toward the doorway. Blue magic shot out of the end of my wand and collided with the stone arch. The shrinking stopped for a mere second, but we still had 20 yards to cross until we made it there. I gathered as much energy as I could from my surroundings, from my friends, from Cooper, from the magical plants and the fortune fairies. It wasn't a feat I could normally pull off. I had to overpower each and every one of them. But I was desperate, and nothing could stop me when the fate of my loved ones was at stake. I screamed as the magic surged through me. It felt as if the power was going to rip me apart, and I wasn't sure I could contain it. My ears rang, and the edges of my vision blurred. That's all I processed before the ground fell out beneath my feet.